Chapter 131. Inside the inn, Lin Yuan sat alone in his empty room. He had intended to subtly remind Sang Fiwen not to forget the special training for the three-school joint entrance exam, but with training time fast approaching, and her still not back, he couldn't contain himself any longer. Unable to contain himself any longer, he went downstairs, ordered a pot of tea, moved a bamboo stool to the inn's entrance, and sat there, craning his neck to look towards the street corner. The candlelight shone on him, and with his expectant gaze, he looked like a large golden retriever waiting for its owner to return. Seeing him sitting there listlessly, the waiter boldly stepped forward to promote his services. "Young master, the night is long. Why not go sit at Qianji Pavilion? It's sure to relieve your boredom." Lin Yuan poured the tea, only glancing at him sideways, his eyes cold and silent. The waiter flinched under her gaze, but remembering the generous reward promised by the madam of Qianji Pavilion, he mustered his courage and changed his tone to a more refined one. "Young master, please don't misunderstand. Qianji Pavilion isn't one of those vulgar places. It's a respectable and elegant establishment. All the courtesans there are skilled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. They can play instruments, sing, and compose poetry. The city's literati love to spend their time there." Just then, a figure in a blue robe caught his eye at the street corner, and Lin Yuan's eyes lit up instantly. But as the figure drew closer, he realized it was a strange young man, only his clothes were similar in color, and the light in his eyes quickly dimmed again. The waiter, adept at reading people, noticed his expression and glanced at him in the direction of his gaze. He immediately understood, and a knowing smile spread across his face. "So, young master has a taste for this. No problem at all. Thousand Maidens Pavilion also has male prostitutes, all handsome and tall, even more beautiful than the girls. I heard there's one who's an exceptional swordsman there. His movements are absolutely stunning." Lin Yuan suddenly became alert and couldn't help but look at the waiter. "Are there any men at Qianji Pavilion? What do they look like?" Seeing his fish had taken the bait, the waiter quickly plastered on a smile. "Naturally, they're handsome as jade, with upright figures, guaranteed to suit your taste, young master." Lin Yuan frowned. What did he mean by suit his taste? The waiter, however, chuckled awkwardly and left a note with a picture of an incredibly handsome man, discreetly departing. He lightly tapped the note, looking at the portrait, his brows furrowing deeper and deeper. He checked his friend list. Wan Xinghui's avatar was already grayed out. She really wasn't going back to the inn, spending the night outside? A moment later, he stood up and tossed down a string of copper coins. "All right, more practice today." Lin Yuan muttered to himself, a storm brewing in his eyes, and quickly logged off. Meanwhile, Sang Fiwen had just logged off from Qianji Pavilion and rushed to the special training grounds. After everyone had mastered the basic techniques of mind-body travel, Bai Yuan finally began teaching more advanced applications of these abilities, such as how to guide magnetic field flow to achieve rapid movement and brief levitation. Practical skills indeed. However, Instructor Bai was clearly acting strangely today. He remained silent throughout, his face so grim it could drip water, and the training intensity was double that of the last time. From training in the accuracy of magnetic field perception to training in the condensation and explosion of magnetic energy, it was pure, relentless training, without even a half-minute break. Fortunately, Sang Fiwen was already accustomed to the rhythm of this grueling training. In fact, she broke through her bottleneck during the high-intensity training, finally touching the threshold of freely controlling space-time stagnation. The feeling was like grasping the handle of a floodgate. The previously uncontrollable, sudden sense of stagnation could now be briefly opened at will. Although each attack lasted less than 2 seconds and was surprisingly small, requiring powerful mental supplements for recovery, it represented a qualitative leap for her. Besides her, everyone else also saw significant improvements. Ji Qian could now guide the magnetic field to generate magnetic claws. The pale blue magnetic claws extending from her fingertips were sharp and resilient, firmly gripping steep rock faces, allowing her to move nimbly between crevices like Spider-Man. Qi Chong, on the other hand, mastered the technique of generating a magnetic spear. The spearhead sparkled with tiny magnetic energy. Holding it, he executed a sweeping strike plus thrust combo, mimicking the moves of the ancient blue spearman, with powerful and imposing momentum. Zhang Baiwe, not to be outdone, conjured a magnetic longbow modeled after her usual hunting bow. Although the accompanying magnetic arrows were still being refined for stability, and couldn't be thrown accurately, she could already draw the bowstring taut smoothly. Lu Qingcheng, as always, proceeded steadily and methodically, eventually devising a Rubik's Cube-shaped magnetic energy construct. Once activated, the palm-sized Rubik's Cube unfolds a translucent, pale blue protective shield, but its current lifespan is limited, lasting a maximum of 30 seconds, and its protective range only allows 2 people to stand side by side. Seeing that everyone had manifested magnetic energy weapons, Sang Feiwen also attempted to condense magnetic energy. An energy magnetic sword gradually took shape in her hand, but due to the limited time, her control over the sword was not yet proficient. The sword's blade flickered unstably, much like a lightsaber about to run out of energy. Watching the 5 people's tremendous progress, a flash of surprise crossed by Yuan's eyes. From basic consciousness travel to the ability to materialize magnetic energy weapons adapted to themselves. In just 2 training sessions, the 5-person team's perception and control of magnetic fields had reached such a level, far exceeding his initial expectations. As the developer of this magnetic energy training system, Bai Yuan understood the significance behind this progress better than anyone. Magnetic ability is like an inner extension deeply bound to the subconscious, naturally taking shape according to the user's personality, obsessions, and latent traits. The magnetic field training here is essentially a tempering of mental abilities, a veritable training ground for the budding of extraordinary abilities. With continued training, it's possible to break through mental power bottlenecks in reality in the future. At that time, this magnetic energy, symbiotic with their personality, will eventually grow into extraordinary power unique to them. And the 5 people before them formed the perfect prototype of a team. Ji Qian was quick-witted and skilled in stealth. The skills she unleashed were like those of a scout adept at reconnaissance. Qi Chong was fierce and preferred direct confrontation. The magnetic field spear he conjured possessed a sharp offensive quality, perfectly matching his straightforward style. Zhang Baiwei was accustomed to hunting with a bow and arrow on the edge of the planet. The longbow was her most familiar toy and weapon, making her the perfect ranged attacker. Lu Qingcheng was always cautious and thorough. The magnetic cube transforming into a protective shield was a testament to his steady and methodical approach. Sang Feiwen, on the other hand, had a free-flowing mind, combining explosiveness and agility. A sword was a perfect weapon for her style. This setup was truly designed for fighting a boss. The situation inside Sabei Star was now completely isolated by the magnetic field, preventing even information from being transmitted out. Only frontline soldiers risked their lives to go in and out, relaying information verbally. 3 days had passed since the last synchronized information exchange. Had the magnetic field disorder worsened? Were the trapped personnel safe? No one could say for sure. He lowered his gaze, suppressing his worries, and looked at the 5 exhausted men, his tone cold and hard. No rest. Combat practice will begin in 5 minutes. Simulated attack and defense using magnetic weapons, until the magnetic energy is exhausted. Ah? More? Qi Chong wailed, and Zhang Baiyuan's face fell. The wailing was ignored by Bai Yuan. Being ruthless now would ensure their survival when they truly entered the unknown and dangerous Sabei Star. Gulan, Luoyang City, Dongzhou. On Fenghua Avenue, a frenzied medicine buying event was in full swing, with Xingwan Pharmacy bustling with customers for days. That day, AI Cafe received an urgent report from the purchasing team early in the morning. Sister Cafe, something's wrong. The main ingredient inventory of the awakening pills at all the major and minor pharmacies was swept clean as soon as they opened this morning. Even the village and town pharmacies were bought out. I understand. AI Cafe's tone was anxious as she methodically directed through the communicator. Contact the purchasing point in Shizhou immediately to see if you can replenish the stock, and make sure to stabilize the apparent supply. Hanging up the call, her tense lips instantly curved into a smile. She stretched lazily and began brewing tea, all traces of her anxiety gone. As expected, her boss, Sang Feiwen, had guessed correctly. Tianhua Pharmacy had indeed acted impulsively, monopolizing the market for the main ingredients on the fake list. However, their plans were destined to fail this time. The Xingwan Pharmacy's main product this month, the awakening pill, was merely a smokescreen she had deliberately released. Half a month ago, the awakening pill was already an outdated product at Xingwan Pharmacy. The current inventory was enough to support 2 months of promotional sales, making it unnecessary to rely on newly purchased raw materials. Before she could even finish brewing her tea, news from the herb gathering team arrived. Sister Coffee, the Misty Forest has been monopolized by Tianhua Moon Wheel. Hundreds of players are guarding the various entrances. We can't even get close to the edge of the forest, let alone gather herbs. Upon hearing the herb gathering team's report, a hint of amazement flashed in AI Coffee's eyes. The boss had even foreseen this. Previously, Xingwan Pharmacy frequently went to the Misty Forest to collect wild herbs. After all, the spiritual soil area controlled by the 2 mountains of the Laughing Swordsman Guild was limited, and the number of herbs cultivated was never enough to cover the entire supply chain. But everything changed after the Laughing Swordsman Guild developed the Yellow Sand Valley gold mine and began constructing the fortress. The guild leader, Xiao Wuchang, who personally oversaw everything, unexpectedly discovered a new world at the end of the mine while clearing the mountain where the mine was located and building the fortress. It was an oasis of 30 square kilometers, with crescent-shaped underground springs gushing forth, nourishing the surrounding land to make it exceptionally fertile, forming vast tracts of high-quality green soil. Xiao Wuchang immediately approved the plan and mobilized the guild's manpower and resources to cultivate this treasure trove. Today, Crescent Bay has been completely transformed from its original green soil into spiritual soil, suitable for medicinal herbs. Various commonly used herbs are thriving, making it a large-scale herb base. With its own dedicated herb base in Crescent Bay, Star Evening Pharmacy no longer needs to rely on external gathering points. The daily outings of the herb gathering team are merely icing on the cake. Their inventory is already overflowing. However, cultivating Crescent Bay has also consumed a great deal of energy and money. If it weren't for Xiao Wuchang's astonishing decisiveness and efficiency, Star Evening Pharmacy might not have been able to cope with the inventory crisis caused by smallpox so easily. Thinking of this, her admiration for the decisive guild leader deepened even further. However, the public facade still needs to be maintained. Love Coffee replied to the herb gathering team, "Don't clash with them. If you can't go to the Misty Forest, go to the outskirts of Red Maple City and gather as much as you can." However, at that moment, the world chat channels and forums were suddenly flooded with messages from a group of malicious online trolls. "The pills at Xingwan Pharmacy are fake. I took a Spirit Awakening pill yesterday to farm the Ghost Realm dungeon, but it didn't restore my clarity at all, and I got killed by monsters. I went to argue with the staff, but they were evasive and wouldn't admit it." Breaking news. ZMO cheated in the alchemy competition. His mirror recovery pill was clearly a mid-grade pill, but he tricked the judges into thinking it was a high-grade pill, winning against Lin Feng's genuine high-grade pill. This is too shady. Insider information. Xingwan Pharmacy's herb supply chain has been cut off. They're only selling inventory now, and pre-sales are pure fraud. The stock probably won't last past this week. Members who have cards should hurry and get their balances refunded, or they all be gone. And there's more. I heard Xingwan Pharmacy owes the escort agency hundreds of thousands in shipping fees, and the medicine bottle merchant hasn't paid for their goods for 3 months. Their cash flow has long been cut off. They're just using membership cards to run off with a bunch of money. Suddenly, a large number of players arrived at Xingwan Pharmacy, demanding refunds and card refunds. The sales staff were surrounded by players, frantically pulling out the pill testing reports issued by the Alchemy Association to calm the agitated players, and offering refunds to those who wouldn't listen to explanations. They were utterly overwhelmed. Meanwhile, AI Coffee's in-game private messages were incessant. Several long-term partner guild leaders from Shizhou Guild sent unsubscription messages directly, leaving no room for negotiation. Chapter 132. Finally, AI Coffee stared at the malicious comments flooding her screen. Far from panicking, a fighting spirit flashed in her eyes, and she instantly perked up. The boss had long anticipated Tianhua's ruthless move of monopolizing raw materials, and had preemptively secured the supply through the Crescent Bay herb base. These attacks were merely appetizers, perfect for her to use. Soon, several messages popped up in AI Coffee's private chat. The guild leaders from Shizhou had directly sent notices canceling their orders, leaving no room for negotiation. The guild leaders from Shizhou were clearly determined to leave, giving AI Coffee no room to maneuver. AI Coffee glanced at the details of these orders, but wasn't annoyed. These were all small orders. As long as the major, long-term clients remained, the larger orders wouldn't be lost. Besides, the Shizhou Guild leader's resolute attitude clearly indicated they were under pressure from Tianhua. There was no need to argue with them. "Bring it on!" AI Coffee took a deep breath and immediately dialed Sister Zhang's number. "Sister Zhang, proceed with the first plan. Release the quality inspection report and settlement voucher first." She and Sister Zhang had already rehearsed this scenario yesterday. Tianhua's online army's current attacks were all hitting their preset defenses. Received, Sister Zhang immediately began organizing the public relations team's actions. "I already followed up on the forums and world channels. I arranged for people to control the comments and counterattack immediately." Less than 2 minutes after hanging up, Xingwan Pharmacy's official account posted a new update. The first image was a quality inspection report for the pills issued by the Alchemy Association. After the alchemy competition, all the alchemists at Xingwan Pharmacy had their reports certified by the association. Now, The attribute interface of every pill in the store carries the alchemist's unique ID, making it easy to verify. The loud-voiced leader burst in, yelling, "Your pills are fake. I took them yesterday to run a dungeon, and I didn't get any Qingming points back. I died. Give me my money back." This immediately drew the attention of several players who had been hesitating at the counter, who joined in the commotion, holding up their membership cards and demanding refunds. The store instantly descended into chaos. The sales assistants rushed forward, holding up a pill and sharing its attributes. "Sir, look, our pills are certified by alchemists. If you say they're ineffective, you can show us to prove they're from our store." The loud-voiced leader retorted, "I bought those before, they don't have any of that certification." "Sir, that means you didn't buy our pills at all?" the sales assistant chuckled. After certification, even pills made previously will have their information updated. Anyone questioning the authenticity of the pills can simply show us the pills. A quick look at the information will tell you if they're from Xingwan Pharmacy. The loud-voiced leader stammered for a long time, unable to produce a single piece of evidence. The doubts in the shop immediately subsided by more than half. "Brother, take another look at the game forum." AI Coffee stepped forward, her tone calm yet confident. "We just updated the certification from President Liu of the Alchemy Association. He personally visited us. Our pills are made with high-quality ingredients, their efficacy meets standards, and there's no false advertising." Everyone checked the forum and, sure enough, besides Liu Tianxin's guarantee, there were replies from Zheng Wei, the president of the Dongzhou Guild, Kong Liuhua, and others, showing off their timely pill orders, strongly proving that Xingwan Pharmacy's supply was stable and the quality of its medicines was up to standard. A random player posted a video of himself soloing leveling in the Ghost Realm after consuming a Spirit Awakening pill, jokingly captioning it, "Fake pills? I use Xingwan Pharmacy's Spirit Awakening pills while leveling in the Ghost Realm. Maybe someone bought too many cheap ones and got it wrong?" The malicious comments from online trolls were quickly drowned out by the detailed chain of evidence. Looking at all this, the loudmouth's tone softened noticeably. Then I try again? If it still doesn't work, I come back to you." He then slunk away. The players who had followed him, hoping to take advantage of the situation and get a refund by substituting cheaper pills from other shops, also had no choice but to leave dejectedly upon seeing Xingwan Pharmacy's new anti-counterfeiting measures. Who would have thought that Xingwan Pharmacy would dare to have all alchemists certified? This was something only someone with extreme confidence in the quality of their pills would dare to do. You see, while certification adds the maker's ID information to each pill, it also makes all the efficacy, ingredients, and quality crystal clear. Few alchemists would dare to do this unless they had absolute confidence in their pills. Previously, Tianhua relied on low prices to attract customers, largely because there was no way to directly compare efficacy. But now that the Alchemy Association has introduced a certification service, it seems that the low price tactic will be useless from now on. A few players still holding membership cards were uneasy, whispering, "The forum says you're facing a cash flow problem, owing money to suppliers. Are you trying to scam us by issuing membership cards?" AI Coffee laughed, turned, and pulled a thick ledger from behind the counter, showing it to them. "Coincidentally, I keep a copy every month. This is the freight settlement statement for the escort agency, and this is the payment voucher for the medicine bottle merchant. Everything is settled within the month. There's never been a delay." Simultaneously, on the game forum, the manager of Xingwan Pharmacy posted the monthly settlement vouchers with suppliers. The other players who wanted to cancel their cards looked at the ledger in AI Coffee's hand, then glanced at the forum again. Their doubts gradually faded, replaced by a hint of embarrassment. Inside the pharmacy, the saleswoman seized the opportunity to speak softly. "Excuse me, are you sure you want to cancel your card? This is a limited-time exclusive card. You can enjoy a 12% discount while you hold it. Once you cancel, you can't get another one." Someone scratched their head, muttered "I think about it," and turned to leave. The previously crowded queue for cancellations quickly dispersed, leaving only a few people who hesitated for a moment before putting away their membership cards and leaving. Having dealt with the store's cancellation crisis, AI Coffee immediately went to the alchemy room to call ZMO. "ZMO, the Tianhua online army is saying you cheated in the alchemy competition. Let's start a live stream right now, and show them how you refine pills." ZMO, who was tidying up medicinal herbs, laughed upon hearing this. "Sure, what's so difficult about that? Perfect opportunity to teach the newbies some techniques." ZMO's live stream soon began. The camera focused on the alchemy furnace. As he added medicinal herbs, he chatted with the audience. "The key to refining the mirror-returning pill lies in the heat. The temperature control must be precise to 0.01. Then, He casually pulled out a ring and waved it. By the way, if you have the means, you can get a ring with a different kind of fire. Like mine, this cold spirit fire ring allows for complete control over fire. The livestream comments exploded instantly. Brother ZMO, what kind of ring is this? How did you get it? Damn, upstairs, a ring with a different kind of fire is a divine item. The streamer's been tricked again. Got it. Envious. I also want a different flame ring, then I can definitely become a Grandmaster level alchemist. After the joking comments subsided, a player asked, how do I check the quality of pills? I'm afraid of buying substandard ones. Our Xingwan Pharmacy's pills are all fully certified, so you don't need to figure out the quality yourself. ZMO held up a freshly refined pill, zooming in to show everyone the attribute interface. But if you buy uncertified pills, I teach you some tricks to identify them. Look at the color, the spiritual energy fluctuations. The live stream had only been going on for half an hour when the accusations of cheating disappeared. The live stream area had clearly turned into an alchemy training class. Teacher Zemo, I'm a beginner, and I keep failing at making introductory pills. What's wrong? Zemo patiently answered for a long time, and before ending the stream, she said, I hold another Q&A session tomorrow afternoon. It's free. Anyone who wants to learn, come join. AI Coffee watched the live stream, seeing the number of viewers soaring, knowing she had passed this hurdle, and then switched to another live stream that was gaining popularity, this time the one with Xiao Wuchang. In this live stream, Xiao Wuchang was standing in the medicinal herb field of Crescent Bay. The camera showed the thriving herbs, the leaves rustling in the wind. Xiao Wuchang walked around and filmed the medicinal herb base of Crescent Bay. Look, this is awakening grass. It was just watered. Look how well it's growing. The camera panned across the entire medicinal herb field, and in the distance, several people were fertilizing, a scene full of vitality. They walked to the warehouse, where rows of shelves were piled high with dried medicinal herbs, and several large heaps of freshly picked herbs were stacked in the corner. Look, isn't this enough to refine 3 months' worth of goods? Don't listen to those rumors about raw material shortages. It's not true. AI Coffee scrolled through the comments and found the discussion had already gone off topic. Wow! This place is so beautiful. All green, it instantly lifts my spirits. Where is this? It's like a paradise. Please give me the address, I want to go take pictures. Didn't the person upstairs read the title? It's Crescent Bay in Shijing Fortress, not open to the public. But it's really ethereal, the way the grass sways in the wind is so soothing. So there are such beautiful places in the game. The Swordsman Online Guild is so lucky, I'm so envious. I'm begging the Swordsman Online community to open a sightseeing channel. I'm willing to pay for a ticket. Love Coffee couldn't help but laugh. What was originally a live stream to clarify rumors of a supply disruption had unexpectedly turned into a promotional event for Crescent Bay. She casually took a screenshot of the comments and sent it to Laughing Impermanence. Guild Leader Impermanence, your live stream is practically a tourism promotion event. Just after sending it, Love Coffee received a fresh private message from a guild leader she never worked with before. Love Coffee shopkeeper, I just watched Guild Leader Laughing's live stream, and now I'm relieved. I'd like to order a year's supply first. Also, I'd like to know a few more things. The shop had returned to its usual bustling state, with sales assistants smiling and introducing elixirs to customers. After finishing a new order at the coffee shop, AI Coffee leaned against the counter and cheerfully messaged Sister Zhang. Sister Zhang, we won big this time. Not only did we clear up the rumors, but we also gained a lot of new customers. It was worth it. In the core area of Huanyu Star, black and gray skyscrapers stood like a steel forest. The 4 obsidian engraved characters of Huashang Consortium were embedded in the facade, proclaiming the owner's absolute control over this luxurious district. The tallest building even had its top floor extending into the clouds. In a luxurious office partially obscured by the clouds, Huarong's fingertips swiped across her personal terminal, looking at the data sent by Assistant Zhang, her brows furrowing slightly. The list she had previously given to the Central Research Institute was filled with the core alchemists of Xingwan Pharmacy. However, the returned list, apart from a few lines of information next to ZMO, was completely empty, showing no results found. This solitary string of information clearly records everything about ZMO. His real address is in an old residential area of the capital city's satellite city. His parents are ordinary employees of an interstellar transportation company. After graduation, ZMO did not find a job and instead started playing Gulan. His daily must-go place is Stardust Internet Cafe. Seat number 12 by the window. Huarong looked at the last line of text. Information source. Federal Security Bureau StarNet monitoring system. Bang. The heavy mahogany desk slammed down with a dull thud. Huarong abruptly stood up, her delicate makeup contorted with rage. The Central Research Institute is a bunch of useless idiots. A bunch of good-for-nothings. As the first super research organization to master the supercube starfire, they had spent so much time and money, and the result was that these idiots couldn't even break through the information access permissions, couldn't even find out the background of a few gamers. The only information they found was that ZMO herself had casually mentioned her game identity while chatting in an internet cafe, which was automatically recorded by the StarNet monitoring system, allowing the Federal Security Bureau to track her down. It was an absolute irony. However, Huarong could only accept this result now. Assistant Zhang had already arranged for someone to arrest ZMO, so it shouldn't be a problem. Before she could calm down, an encrypted communication request suddenly popped up on her personal terminal. The requester was Qin Han. Huarong took a deep breath, instantly suppressing her fierce aura, and answered Qin Han's call request. Her tone softened as she spoke. "Oh, Director Qin, what brings you to me today?" Qin Han's voice on the other end was calm. "Miss Hua, I have completed the mission as requested by Minister Liu. You now need to return LL-02 to the Sebei Star frontline. Minister Liu has his own arrangements. I have already sent you the encrypted details of the operation." "This is Minister Liu's intention?" Huarong's soft voice vanished, a flash of displeasure and wariness crossing her eyes. Of course. She had introduced Qin Han to Minister Liu. In the past, she was always the one liaising with Minister Liu and then giving Qin Han instructions. When had he ever bypassed her to report, let alone give her orders? This made her feel her position was threatened. But she quickly suppressed her displeasure, swiftly deciphering the biometric encryption and seeing the action plan. A moment later, Huarong's lips curled into a smile again. "Thank you for relaying the message, Director Qin. Since it was Minister Liu who entrusted this matter to me, I won't trouble you with the subsequent execution, I will handle it personally." She remembered Qin Han's overstepping of authority. But right now, Sebei Star's mission was paramount. She would settle this score later after fulfilling Minister Liu's instructions. Compared to this plan, which was enough to overturn the entire Dylan Star system, the laughing in the wind and the counterattack of Xingwan Pharmacy were unimportant. The difficulties of acquiring Fanqing Holographic Company were trivial matters. Huarong stood up and walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the magnificent view she loved most below. She muttered to herself, her eyes gleaming with a fanatical greed for power. In the future, the entire Dylan Star system will belong to Minister Liu, to the Huashan Consortium, and to me. As for the resistance of those clowns, it's nothing but a futile struggle like ants trying to shake a tree. In the old town of the capital star's satellite city, the once bustling Stardust Internet Cafe was under repair. 3 blocks away, in a small private internet cafe, ZMO had just finished his alchemy livestream and was stepping out of his game pod when his personal terminal suddenly vibrated repeatedly. ZMO looked at the messages. They were from his childhood neighbor. "Amo, don't go home. The security department just stormed into your house and arrested your aunt and uncle. They say you're suspected of threatening Dylan's security, and they're waiting downstairs for you to return." ZMO's mind went completely blank. He instinctively pulled up his hoodie to cover most of his face, his gaze sweeping over the surrounding security cameras. Luckily, the store's cameras had broken last week, and the owner was reluctant to spend money on repairs, giving him a moment's respite. How could I threaten Dylan's security? In his desperate situation, his mind remained relatively clear, sensing something unusual behind this. He shakily pulled out his terminal, scrolling through his contacts, finally settling on Coffee Sister's number. "Coffee Sister, please help me. My parents have been arrested. They say I threatened Dylan's security, but I didn't. I don't know where to go." Love Coffee, having just dealt with the online backlash, froze on the spot upon hearing this. This matter was beyond her control. AI Coffee immediately dialed Sang Fiwen's number. "Boss, something's happened. ZMO has been targeted by the Federal Security Department for some reason, and his parents have been arrested." Sang Fiwen's heart sank upon receiving the news. She immediately said, "ZMO shouldn't have been discovered yet. Keep him calm, and tell him to stay put and hide. I send someone to pick him up immediately." The Huashan Consortium had gone to extremes this time, even dragging their gaming grudges into reality, and using the Federal Security Department's power. Sang Fiwen was unaware that the Huashan Consortium had invested heavily this time. If they couldn't suppress Xingwan Pharmacy and cause huge losses, the funding gap wouldn't be filled. Not only would Huarong, as the person in charge, be unable to explain to the family, but even the patriarch, Hua Yi, wouldn't be able to answer to his family. And Hua Ye's brothers weren't pushovers either. It seemed the position of patriarch of the Hua family might change hands. Hanging up, she immediately called her father, Sang Zhenan, her tone firm. Dad, do two things for me. First, find a secluded apartment without surveillance cameras in the old neighborhood west of the company, and prepare a brand new temporary identity as soon as possible. Second, send your most reliable person to pick him up at a small private internet cafe 3 blocks south of Stardust Internet Cafe. I sent you the address. Make sure to avoid all Stardust surveillance cameras, and don't let a word leak out. Sang Zhenan, always fully supportive of his daughter's affairs, agreed without asking why. Don't worry, I get back to you in 10 minutes. Sure enough, news came shortly after that the apartment and the person were arranged. After everything was settled, she called AI Coffee back. Tell Zemo to rest assured, I sent someone to pick him up. Hide for now, I handle his parents' matter. A fierce glint flashed in Sang Fiwen's eyes. Hua Rong's willingness to use the power of the Federal Security Department meant there must be some shady dealings involving bribery and power. This was a perfect opportunity to follow the trail, not only to rescue Zemo's parents, but also to tear apart the black umbrella supporting the Huashan Consortium. A few hours later, Zemo was picked up by the Sang family and taken to a secluded apartment. The moment he opened the door, he saw the food and brand new supplies already prepared in the room. His tense nerves finally snapped, and his eyes instantly reddened. Looking at Zemo's red-eyed face, the Sang family's trusted confidant handed him a glass of warm water and said in a deep voice, Don't worry, Miss Sang is already handling your parents' affairs and will ensure they are not wronged. Zemo took the water glass, his fingertips still trembling, but a flame ignited in his heart. On the way here, he had learned the whole story from his confidant. The shady forces that had harmed him were the Huashan Consortium, and their goal was to bring down Xingyuan Pharmacy. Thinking of this, he wiped away the tears from his eyes, took a deep breath, and strode towards the game pod already prepared in the room. All he could do now was fight with all his might in the game. Only by refining more and better pills, and destroying Tianhua Pharmacy, could he thwart the Huashan Consortium's conspiracy and save his parents. Chapter 133. Having finished her grueling training, Sang Fiwen, leaning against the wall and rubbing her aching shoulders and neck, quickly replied to messages on her terminal. First, she sent a confirmation message to her father, Sang Zhenan, and learned that Zemo had safely arrived at the hidden apartment. Her anxiety finally subsided. Then, she opened the budget request sent by Sister Zhang from the public relations team, quickly reviewed the details, and instantly approved the public relations expenses for the subsequent live stream and publicity. As for whether to open the Crescent Bay sightseeing passage, this matter was still under discussion. Sang Fiwen currently disagreed with opening it. After all, they had invested heavily in the Shijing Fortress, and could not afford any mistakes. Tourists were a mixed bag. If even one person with ulterior motives entered, the fortress's defenses would be compromised. After arranging all these trivial matters, although exhausted, Sang Fiwen dared not rest for a moment, and immediately lay down in the game pod to return to Gulan. Last time, she logged off directly at the 1000 Machine Pavilion. That place wasn't exactly a proper rest area, and triggering the sleep deprivation negative buff would be disastrous. This negative buff was a player's nightmare. Once afflicted, the miss rate for all actions skyrocketed to 50%, essentially meaning she had to say goodbye to all combat activities. Sang Fiwen immediately checked her character status bar. There was no negative buff, and she breathed a sigh of relief. Previously, every time she logged in, she'd see Lin Yuan and enjoy a delicious breakfast, but this time she was still sprawled out in the 1000 Machine Pavilion's reading area, in the same position, though her back ached a bit when she got up. Checking the system notifications from the previous night, one caught her attention. Your black dragon egg has hatched. Please take care of your newborn battle pet. Hatched? Sang Fiwen's eyes lit up, and she immediately focused her consciousness on the inkwash space. On the stone platform beside the golden tree seed, only a pile of broken eggshells with golden patterns remained. The eggshells still carried a faint warmth, clearly indicating they had only recently cracked. But the little creature that should have been inside the eggshells was nowhere to be seen, while the veteran employee, Xiao Hong, was slumped over, dozing off on a nearby tree. Just hatched and already running around. Sang Fiwen looked at Xiao Hong helplessly, much more lively than you lazybones. She was looking around when her gaze was suddenly drawn to a strange seed beside the golden tree seed. The previously contaminated eyeball grass seed had somehow lost its eerie pale red color, turning a normal cyan. Clearly it had been purified. Even more miraculously, the branches and leaves of the golden tree seed were pointing in one direction. Flashing rhythmically, the light soft yet firm, as if guiding her. Finally, guided by the golden tree seed, Sang Fiwen spotted her target. Floating in the inkwash reflection was a tiny boy, no bigger than her palm, dressed in black, curled up and dozing, his small chest rising and falling gently with his breath. Having locked onto her target, Sang Fiwen quickly summoned him. With a flash of light, the little boy landed steadily in her palm. His exact size couldn't be sensed within the inkwash space. Only after summoning him did she realize he was only the size of her palm, exquisitely cute. Only then did Sang Fiwen see his appearance clearly. A handsome little face taut, exuding an aloofness that kept strangers at bay, two small, forked dragon horns hidden among his black hair, a thin black dragon tail trailing from his spine, the tip adorned with flame-shaped down, swaying slightly from side to side unconsciously, somewhat like a canine creature. A tiny, black-clad boy, no bigger than a palm, rubbed his sleepy eyes. Awakened by her, he hovered in her palm with a cold expression. So cute. Just as she was about to melt from the cuteness, a system notification sounded. A legendary ancient phantom black dragon cub is staring at you. Are you willing to form a blood pact with it? The black-clad boy, now the phantom black dragon in disguise, finally snapped out of his daze. His ruby-like eyes looked at Sang Fiwen, their sparkle carrying the sharp edge unique to dragons. He tilted his head curiously, his gaze sweeping across her face, but his body always maintained a half-arm's distance from her. It was the ingrained aloofness and arrogance of dragons, a trait that prevented them from easily approaching other races, even with a newly hatched cub. A humanoid battle pet. Sang Fiwen was both surprised and delighted, her fingertips unable to resist gently stroking the boy's black hair. The little boy in black, his face cold, didn't back down, letting this audacious woman touch his dragon whiskers. The hatching of this dragon egg had been stuck for a long time. She thought it was going to fail. Unexpectedly, the merfolk's treasure she unexpectedly obtained had actually helped it break through the final shackles. Suppressing her excitement, she softened her voice and gently spoke to the ancient, noble phantom black dragon. From now on, I call you Little Black. Blood pact successfully bound. The ancient phantom black dragon Little Black has become your battle pet. The current battle pet quota has reached its limit, February 2nd. To expand the limit, please seek help from a Grandmaster level beast tamer. Little Black, hello? Sang Fiwen smiled and waved her palm. The newly hatched Little Black dragon clearly hadn't gotten used to its name yet. Its little brows furrowed slightly, and it tilted its head, repeating in a childish voice, Little Black? Huh? Sang Fiwen was stunned for a moment, then her eyes widened. This was the first time she encountered a battle pet that could mimic human speech. She couldn't help but marvel like a country bumpkin, holding the little boy in her palm for a long while, until Xiao He impatiently flicked its tail, at which point, she composed herself. Overwhelmed with satisfaction, Sang Fiwen finally opened Xiao He's status panel and carefully examined it. Phantom Black Dragon, Tier 3 Ancient Dragon Level 35, Upgradable, Experience 0/350000, Growth Potential 50, Lifespan 0/500. Talent, randomly unlocks dragon skills upon leveling up. Health points, 24,000. Loyalty, 50/100. Attributes, Constitution 350, Strength 450, Intelligence 300, Agility 250, Perception 250, Charisma 300. Magic Defense 250, Physical Defense 400, Movement Speed 200, Attack Speed 35, Weight Capacity 400. Skills, Dragon Skill Encyclopedia, viewable by default. Activated skills, Dragon Intimidation, Dark Dragon Breath, Shadow Shield. Sang Fiwen clicked her tongue. The dragon race truly lived up to its reputation as the oldest and most ancient creatures in Gulen, a powerful race capable of fighting against the immortals. This dragon skill encyclopedia meant that Little Black was born with a built-in skill library. This newborn dragon's basic attributes were already comparable to Little Red, a third-tier phoenix after consuming 2 Heavenly Thunder Baptism demon cores. If the dragon race hadn't gone extinct, why would players bother catching other battle pets? They'd probably all be hunting for dragon eggs. She muttered softly, her fingertip lightly touching Little Black's horn, eliciting a dissatisfied bark from the little guy. However, Xiao He's panel only displayed skill names. Neither the Dragon Skill Encyclopedia nor the 3 skills already activated revealed their specific effects. This was different from Xiao Hong. She could view Xiao Hong's skill effects and issue specific combat commands. The 1,000 Machine Pavilion was currently empty, but it would be too conspicuous for her to take such a tiny black-clad boy out later. His dragon horns and tail were impossible to hide. Who knew how many onlookers they would attract? Sang Fiwen pondered for a moment, then asked politely, Xiao He, can you transform into a normal human size? Or perhaps something inconspicuous? Foolish woman. Xiao He glanced at her, his small face full of disdain, then turned his head away, not even bothering to give her another look. Sang Fiwen, fine, the noble dragons certainly have tempers. Finally, she had no choice but to reach out and gently pat her shoulder, gesturing for Xiao He to sit down. The little boy hesitated for a moment, probably feeling that sitting on a human shoulder wasn't beneath him, before finally, with a cold expression, slowly flying to her shoulder and settling down steadily, his tail tip gently brushing against her neck. Sang Fiwen glanced down at her attire, an invisibility cloak, a yellow-level mechanic's uniform, and the jade token of the clever bureau. She reached for the invisibility cloak, carefully adjusting the collar buttons, tilting the wide hood slightly to just cover the little black hair on her shoulder, revealing only a sliver of black hair. She took out a disguise mirror and checked herself. The black cloak was already highly concealing, and with its added camouflage, the little black hair hidden on her shoulder was completely inconspicuous. Just as she put the mirror away, a slightly stiff voice came from outside the door. Young Master Craftsman, the half-finished Starry Night box you requested is complete. It was Xing Chao and Shen Feng. Sang Fiwen was somewhat surprised that the two of them had come so early to complete their task. It seemed their status as Junior Master of Works was indeed useful, saving them a lot of trouble. She opened the door. Behind Xing Chao, the person carrying a wooden tray was holding a tray neatly stacked with the semi-finished Starry Night boxes. Shen Feng stood to the side, a hint of impatience on his face. Sang Fiwen examined each of the unassembled semi-finished products. She had given them only the basic structure of the Starry Night box, specifically instructing them not to assemble it, because the most crucial and final step in assembling the Starry Night box. The array base inside involved the secrets of talisman making and enchanting magic, which she had to personally inscribe before assembly. Very good, well done. She nodded in satisfaction. Shen Feng immediately snorted coldly, his tone urging, I hope the Junior Master Craftsman doesn't forget what he said back then. We help you make the box, and you have to bring new research directions to the Bureau of Ingenuity. Sang Fiwen was taken aback. It seemed she had indeed said something like that to shut these two up back then. She quickly laughed it off. That's easy. New directions will naturally involve you. However, the box still needs to be assembled. Make me a special grade manufacturing room with a robotic arm. I'm going into seclusion later, so don't disturb me. With that, Sang Fiwen. He yawned, then pulled out another blueprint and handed it over. By the way, you two take some men and make this. Build it according to this blueprint for the Zhuge repeating crossbow. The details must be perfect. This week's task, 30 modified Zhuge repeating crossbows per group. Xing Chao took the blueprint. It completely overturned his understanding. The original aiming hole had been completely eliminated, and the firing pin had been widened by nearly double. It seemed to increase the firing speed, but without the aiming hole, wouldn't it become blind firing? What use is a defensive weapon that can't be aimed accurately? He sneered inwardly, assuming the Junior Master Craftsman was ignorant of weaponry and had made haphazard alterations. Shen Feng frowned after reviewing the blueprints. This is utter nonsense. Xing Chao interrupted Shen Feng, giving him a wink. Hey, Master Craftsman Shen, the Junior Master Craftsman's improvements are quite good. The task is heavy. I think we should hurry and get to work. Shen Feng frowned, then realized what Xing Chao meant. Xing Chao deliberately avoided pointing out the problem with Xing He's modified repeating crossbow. Once the finished product was complete, he would expose the issue in front of the Master Craftsman and everyone else, thus shaming Xing He's position as Junior Master Craftsman. Then, doubts would naturally arise. Thinking this, Shen Feng's brow slowly relaxed, and he praised, Brother Xing is right. Sang Fiwen took an exchange between the two, but she couldn't be bothered with their little schemes. Like the Starry Night box, she had concealed the most crucial element, the array base, from the blueprints for this repeating crossbow modification. Inside the widened firing pin, she would personally inscribe 2 precision array bases, one embedding an acceleration rune to significantly increase the bolt's muzzle velocity, the other integrated with a positioning rune, which could be linked to the pre-installed sensors on the city wall via array patterns, allowing for precise targeting within 300 meters even without an aiming hole. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but recall the defense plan for Shujin Fortress. Initially, Lun Wanchu strongly opposed building a wide city wall, believing it would be too expensive. It was only after Sang Fiwen assured her that special mechanisms would be added later that Lun Wanchu agreed. She just hadn't expected the plan to be realized so quickly. Shujin Fortress was no longer the barren, sandy valley it once was. Under Xiao Wuchang's round-the-clock supervision, the main construction was largely complete, and the gold coins invested alone were enough to buy half of Luoyang's commercial street. In Lun Wanchu's words, every inch of the walls here exudes a sense of solidity built with massive investment. The fortress's core defense consists of two nested walls arranged in a U-shape, with the main gates located at the far east and west ends, forming a natural, circuitous killing formation. Even if the enemy manages to break through the first wall with all their might, they will be met with a 100-meter-long death tunnel. The tunnel is flanked by walls riddled with loopholes for rangers to use. Beneath the ground are interconnected traps, each filled with iron spikes coated with paralyzing poison. Above, there are suspended boulder rolling mechanisms. The slightest movement will send massive boulders crashing down. Even more deadly, the walls at both ends of the tunnel are equipped with repeating crossbows. Enemies must withstand fire from both sides, navigating through a series of traps, to reach the gates of the second wall, a death tunnel where every step is a nightmare. After discussing it, Xiao Wuchang and Lun Wanchu further improved the city wall by adding a protruding ramp every 5 meters. Each ramp was nearly half a meter wider than the main wall, allowing defending players to use it for lateral defense and preventing enemies from scaling it. It also served as a platform for setting up large siege engines. While this design increased construction difficulty, it saved nearly 20% of the cost compared to widening the entire wall, and it also accommodated the needs of setting up special siege engines. Lun Wanchu was quite pleased with herself, saying things like, saving money where it counts, spending it where it matters most. A moat, 5 zhang wide and 3 zhang deep, was dug at the base of the outer city wall. The digging of this moat alone employed tens of thousands of NPCs, working until late at night every day. The bottom of the moat was buried with sharp iron spikes, and a pure iron drawbridge, weighing tens of thousands of kilograms, spanned the river. Its raising and lowering were controlled by a winch on the city tower. Once lowered, it became an insurmountable barrier. The moat's water source is an underground spring in nearby Crescent Bay, ensuring a constant flow of fresh water that prevents silt buildup and protects against enemy poisoning. The 4 corner towers are constructed from single blocks of bluestone, rising 2 meters higher than the main city wall. The observation decks atop these towers are paved with non-slip bluestone slabs and housed 4 improved bronze telescopes, providing a clear view of every movement within a kilometer radius of the fortress. The main structure of the Shujin fortress is now largely complete, and the deployment of various fortifications, including machinery and traps, is underway. Once the Qiaozhao Bureau completes its batch of modified repeating crossbows, Sang Fiwen will immediately arrange for their transfer back to Dongzhou. These crossbows will be mounted in pre-designated positions on the city walls and corner towers, linked with the defending players and sensor arrays on the walls, becoming the sharpest fangs of the Shujin fortress. As they were pondering, Xing Chao and Shen Feng turned to leave, their steps light and their spirits high, as if they couldn't wait to build 30 modified repeating crossbows by tomorrow. Seeing this, Sang Fiwen called out to them, her tone casual, "Seeing how energetic you two are, you're obviously very much looking forward to the modified repeating crossbows. In that case, add 20 more to each group, and get to work." Xing Chao and Shen Feng abruptly stopped, their faces turning as black as the bottom of a pot when they turned back. 30 crossbows were already enough to meet the deadline. Adding 20 more meant they wouldn't get a break this week. Seeing their frustrated yet daring expressions, Sang Fiwen finally smiled with satisfaction and waved her hand. "Go on, don't delay the schedule." The two practically fled, their steps hurried as if a raging flood was chasing them, not daring to look back for fear of being called back for more work if they were even a step too late. Chapter 134. Closing the door to the advanced manufacturing room, Sang Fiwen immediately activated the Grandmaster necklace around her neck, locking the skill's target to enchantment. Grandmaster level enchantments not only increase the speed of array-based inscription by half, but also control the pattern error to the hairline level, saving the effort of repeated corrections and conserving a significant amount of time. She took out the novice dagger she was already very familiar with, brought it close to the inner wall of the wooden box, and with a slight twist of her wrist, the dagger tip landed steadily on the surface of the box. A soft friction sound immediately rang out as the blade, like a nimble snake, swiftly traversed the smooth wooden surface. Beneath the deft dagger tip, intricate array patterns unfolded like flowing water. About an hour later, the final stroke was completed. Sang Fiwen straightened up, rubbed her stiff neck, and then took out the enchantment talisman from her backpack, activating it to integrate the talisman into the center of the array base. The moment the talisman touched the array patterns, it instantly transformed into white light, moving like a firefly along the lines, and in the blink of an eye, It completely merged into the array base, leaving only a faint trace on the inner wall indistinguishable from ordinary wood grain. Anyone would mistake it for a mere decorative pattern. Fortunately, during her previous sea voyage, she had diligently drawn talismans almost every night, accumulating nearly 200. This batch was more than enough. However, using 100 talismans at once consumed a terrifying amount of spiritual energy. If it weren't for the blessing of the Gourd of Contention, and the fact that her previous special upgrade had granted her a spiritual energy cap far exceeding that of ordinary players, it would have been impossible to complete the enchantment in such a short time. Even so, the spirit replenishing wine she carried with her was almost gone. Once all the core processes of the Starry Night box were completed, Sang Fiwen placed the box bodies one by one on the central operating table and input assembly instructions into the multifunctional automated robotic arm, taller than a person, in the center of the manufacturing room. The gem at the top of the robotic arm immediately lit up red, scanning the components and floating blueprints like a scanner, automatically arranging the process in just 2 seconds. Then, the metal joints rotated flexibly, and the mechanical claws with suction cups precisely grasped the two halves of the box, firmly fastening the mortise and tenon joints together, every movement flawless. Sang Fiwen leaned against a corner of the wooden table, carefully watching the machine's operation, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly at a conveyor belt, and it be an assembly line. The robotic arm doesn't need to eat or rest, isn't afraid of repetitive and tedious tasks, and its efficiency in basic assembly work is higher than that of 3 skilled craftsmen combined. Who would have thought that in a game like Gulan, set in an ancient martial arts world, the rudiments of artificial intelligence had already sprouted within the cleverly crafted system, saving her a great deal of effort. The clicking of machinery echoed throughout, and in less than half an instant stick's time, 100 complete Starry Night boxes were neatly stacked before her. Sang Fiwen packed all the boxes into her backpack, planning to return to the inn to store her belongings first, and then find an opportunity to contact the merfolk at the seaside to send this batch of goods back to Dong-O. The pre-sale orders and promotions at Starry Night Pharmacy were still waiting for them. Leaving the Craftsmanship Bureau, Sang Fiwen didn't go straight back to the inn, but instead made a detour to the Drunken Immortal Pavilion in the east of the city. She needed to replenish her rice wine. The Drunken Immortal Pavilion's specialty, osmanthus-infused rice wine, was to her liking. The wine was clear and bright yellow, and upon opening, it emitted a rich osmanthus aroma. It tasted sweet and refreshing, and was even more invigorating when chilled. Although its effect on replenishing spiritual energy was no different from ordinary rice wine, its unique taste was enough to make her willing to spend more money. Things are different now. At the beginning of her rebirth, she dared not rest for a moment, splitting every copper coin in half to spend, and even reluctant to drink ordinary rice wine. Now, her parent Starry Energy Company, relying on the foundation she laid, has successfully transformed into a holographic industry and survived the bankruptcy crisis, so naturally she doesn't have to suffer too much now. Shuwan Pavilion, selling fashion and equipment, Xingwan Pharmacy, selling pills, mushroom, providing express delivery services between the east and west continents, Xinglu Treasure Pavilion, specializing in rare items, and land leasing business. These are the main businesses of Starry Holographic Company. These shops are all ranked on the wealth list. No wonder the Huashang Consortium is paying so much attention to her Starry Holographic Company. It's believed that all the major players wanted a piece of her pie, but with the Huashang Consortium already making its move, backed by the Federal Security Department, the other giants had no choice but to turn their guns away and avoid competing with Huashang. In reality, the major players had already assumed that the Huashang Consortium would win this bloodless business war, but they never imagined that this rising star would now have the upper hand, while Huashang was on the verge of collapse. However, Sang Fiwen dared not relax for a moment. Although she appeared glamorous to outsiders, making a fortune every day, only she knew that the daily operations of the guild and the construction of the Shijin fortress required even greater daily investments, a bottomless pit. The sponsorships she had previously secured were almost gone. She could only recoup her investment and profits once the Shijin mining operation stabilized. "Sir, your 10 sets of osmanthus wine, with the icebox included as an extra gift, are already packaged." The waiter's voice pulled Sang Fiwen back to reality. She readily paid and accepted the heavy ice box he handed her. The ice box contained 10 sets of osmanthus-flavored wine. Sang Fiwen walked a few steps from the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, when a commotion suddenly erupted from the street corner ahead. This was the market district in the east of the city, the commercial center of Shuming City. Normally, it rotated between selling fruits, vegetables, fabrics, and sundries, but today it was unusually lively. She could vaguely hear shouts of excellent quality. And quick hands and feet. What's being sold today? Sang Fiwen had been in a rush before, and had never properly explored Shuming City's market. Now, intrigued, she followed the flow of people a few steps forward. Looking up, she saw two bold, black characters emblazoned on the wooden sign at the market entrance. Human market. The moment she saw those two characters, Sang Fiwen stopped in her tracks. Her gaze involuntarily drifted inside, and the scene before her made her gasp. The human market was a living hell. Dozens of thick wooden stakes had been hastily driven into the once wide street, each secured with a dense network of iron chains, the ends tightly locked to people's necks or wrists. The men, women, and children bound within were all ragged, their bodies covered in mud and unidentified grime. Their faces were deathly numb, only when whipped would they manage a few weak cries from their throats, before immediately curling up again, too afraid to move. The seemingly strong men were crammed into makeshift wooden cages. The cages were so narrow that even turning around was difficult. Several men were squeezed together, hunched over, less than animals, their eyes filled with despair. Clearly, this was a ruthless tactic devised by the slave traders to prevent their resistance. Crack! A crisp crack of a whip rang out as a fat slave trader brandished a leather whip, lashing it viciously at the boy cowering in the corner. The boy, no more than 12 or 13 years old, staggered from the blow and fell to the ground, several gruesome welts immediately appearing on his body. The slave trader, however, was relentless, cursing, "Get your act together. If the officials at Dancy don't think much of you tomorrow, I throw you all into a black coal mine to do hard labor, to work you worthless bones to death." The cries and curses mingled together, starkly displaying the dregs of the Yin Kingdom's feudal system. Sang Fiwen frowned, the sweet scent of osmanthus still lingering in her mouth, but the scene before her was nauseating. "Miss, look. My servants are the best in the market." Seeing Sang Fiwen stop, the previously ferocious slave trader immediately put away his whip, his face instantly plastered with a fawning smile, and he quickly approached. His face was so fleshy that his eyes were barely slits, and his cheeks jiggled as he spoke. The stench of sweat mixed with cheap perfume was overwhelming, giving off a nauseatingly greasy smell. The slave trader was clearly impressed by her attire, the uniform of the Chiaozao Bureau, and her distinguished bearing, and he was convinced he could make a big sale from her. Sang Fiwen was about to wave her hand in refusal when her gaze swept over the boy who was getting up from the ground, and she suddenly paused. She narrowed her eyes, instantly remembering that the thin boy the slave trader had just whipped to the ground was none other than Zhou Xianshi, the little boy who had sold flowers outside the east gate and then sold her the 10,000-year black iron. Zhou Xianshi tried his best to shield the old woman and the child beside him with his frail body. The child was a pretty little girl with two dry, yellow braids, looking about 7 or 8 years old. She clutched his clothes tightly, her head bowed low in fear. The old woman, with her gray hair, coughed intermittently, each cough sounding like she was about to cough up her lungs. Clearly, her body was about to give way. Even though Sang Fiwen was wearing the uniform of a mechanic from the Chiaozao Bureau, Zhou Xianshi recognized her immediately. He paused for a moment, then his eyes lit up. Ignoring the chains dragging his feet, he struggled forward, his voice trembling with hope. "Kind miss. You're the kind miss who bought my flowers before." Despite the chains chafing his ankles until they were red, Zhou Xianshi still tried to get closer, his voice filled with hope. "You're the kind miss who bought my flowers and stones before. What are you doing here?" Sang Fiwen walked over quickly, full of questions. The money she gave him when she bought the ancient black iron last time was enough for an ordinary family to live on for a lifetime. He shouldn't have fallen to the point of being sold off like this by human traffickers. Zhou Xianshi's face flushed instantly with anger. It's all because of this despicable human trafficker. He bit his lower lip hard, pointing at the fat human trafficker beside him, his voice filled with barely suppressed rage. "I brought my sister and grandmother to the city to find a place to stay. He saw I was a refugee and accidentally showed off my money, so he lied and said he was a landlord, tricking us into going to his place. Then he robbed me of my money, and even reported me to the authorities, falsely accusing me of burglary. He even bribed the guards to sell us here." His eyes were filled with hatred as he glared at the fat slave trader. "He even threatened me. If no one buys them in 2 days, he sent my sister and grandmother to the Alchemy Bureau to be used as medicinal ingredients." Medicinal ingredients? Sang Fiwen's heart sank. "It's drawing human blood?" Zhou Xianshi's voice was filled with fear. "I overheard them whispering that the Alchemy Bureau has been collecting blood from living people to refine medicine. They've been abducting so many refugees lately, relying on the Bureau's backing. My grandmother is old, and my sister is weak. If they're really sent there, Don't gossip, you little beast. The fat slave trader's face hardened, and he sharply interrupted Zhou Xianshi. He turned to Sang Fiwen and forced a smile. Miss, don't believe him. He's just a vagrant thief, a liar. Sang Fiwen, however, clearly saw a glint of ferocity in the slave trader's eyes. If she dared to make a move, she would surely be surrounded by the guards of the human market. After listening to Zhou Xuanzhi's words, she roughly pieced together the situation and felt a pang of guilt. It was her lack of consideration. She had forgotten that refugees didn't have the status of law-abiding citizens, and carrying money had only brought trouble. She glanced discreetly at the guards standing not far away. Their armor and weapons were of the highest quality. She secretly cast an insightful eye. Elite DNC guard, level 80, skilled in melee combat and containment, under the jurisdiction of the DNC of Shuming City. Sure enough, this human market was backed by the DNC. The Qiaozi Bureau and the DNC had always been mortal enemies, their open and covert struggles never ceasing. And now, as the junior director of the Qiaozi Bureau, if she caused a scene here, the DNC would definitely seize the opportunity, and she would certainly lose the chance to rescue Zhou Xianshi and his 2 grandchildren. It might even attract the attention of Xiong Batianxia. The only way to succeed was to take advantage of the traffickers' ignorance and greed, and buy the 3 of them outright. Zhou Xianshi, thinking Sang Fiwen was hesitating, immediately knelt down. Miss, please save us. His sister and grandmother behind him also knelt down. We're willing to follow you. We'd do anything for you. Sang Fiwen turned to the fat trafficker. How much for these 3? The fat trafficker's eyes darted around, and he was about to make an exorbitant demand when Sang Fiwen spoke first, her tone indifferent. Give me a fair price. I don't think the city lord would allow a yellow-level mechanic and a high-level exorcist to be cheated in Shuming City, would he? This struck a nerve with the trafficker. His Achilles heel, he forced a smile and said, Miss, you're joking? The price is absolutely fair. 300 gold coins for these 3. You're lying. Zhou Xianshi trembled with anger. Someone asked just now, and you clearly said you only wanted 100 coins. Sang Fiwen didn't want to argue with him, and simply pulled out 300 gold coins, and handed them over. Here's the money, they're mine now. The fat slave trader took the money, a hint of annoyance flashing across his face. He should have asked for more, but the transaction was already complete, so he could only reluctantly take out the key to unlock the chains and wave impatiently. Get lost, you have a new master. You have acquired 3 servants, Zhou Xianshi, Zhou Yudi, and Xiao Ying. Please open the servant interface to view details. The 3 of them glared at the slave trader, wanting nothing more than to rush up and fight him, but they understood reality. The slave traders here were operating legally, protected by DNC. Causing trouble here would be suicide. Sang Fiwen patted Zhou Xuanzhi's shoulder, her palm touching the bony shoulder blades beneath his thin clothes, her voice unconsciously softening. A man's revenge is never too late. Let's get out of here first. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Xianshi immediately supported his coughing grandmother, then tightly grasped his younger sister Zhou Yudi's hand, and quickly followed her. The boy's back was ramrod straight. Even though the red marks from the chain still chafed his ankles, he gritted his teeth and followed Sang Fiwen closely, whispering, Thank you. No, thank you, master. Don't call me master, just call me Qinghe, Sang Fiwen said gently. Hello, sister Qinghe, you're so beautiful. The thin little girl behind Zhou Xianshi suddenly spoke, her dark, grape-like eyes staring curiously at Sang Fiwen, her voice soft. This was Zhou Xuanzhi's younger sister, Zhou Yudi. She had been timid in the human market, but now that they were out of that hellish place, she dared to speak. Sang Fiwen smiled, slowed her pace, walked to the little girl's side, and gently patted her head. Looking at her dry, straw-like hair, her heart was filled with sorrow. At a time when she should have been cherished and carefree, Zhou Yudi struggled to make ends meet. So thin, she was practically skin and bones, her wrists so frail they seemed about to snap. Yet, she retained a heart still so pure and innocent. It was likely that Zhou Xuanzhi's constant protection of his sister and grandmother allowed Zhou Yudi to remain so naive and adorable. Even though she knew they were NPCs in the game, the little girl before her would nervously hold her brother's hand, look at her with doe-like eyes, and blush at her touch, no different from a child in the real world. After arriving in the Central Plains, she felt an even stronger sense of reality, sometimes even unable to distinguish between the 2 worlds. She pulled herself out of her thoughts. She didn't like meddling in other people's business, but she couldn't help looking at Zhou Xianshi beside her. What are your plans for the future? If you're willing, I can find you a place to live in Shuming City, and buy you some land so you can live a peaceful life. Zhou Xianshi raised his head, his eyes shining brightly. his tone incredibly firm. Miss Chinghe, I want to follow you. You bought my flowers outside the east gate, and today you rescued my family and me from the market. I have no way to repay these two great kindnesses. From now on, if you tell me to go east, I will never go west. I am willing to follow your arrangements. Seeing this, Fei Wan decided to be frank. I'm from Dongzhou. Following me means leaving your home and going to the other side of the sea. The other side of the sea? Zhou Xuancher's eyes widened even more, filled with longing. So there's a place on the other side of the sea? I never seen the ocean before. Miss Chinghe, since our hometown suffered the disaster, we haven't had a home for a long time. We go anywhere with you. Zhou Yudi quickly grabbed her brother's sleeve and nodded vigorously. Wherever my brother goes, I go. Grandma Xiaoying also nodded slowly, her cloudy eyes filled with gratitude. Seeing that they were determined, Fei Wan casually opened the game servant interface, but when she saw the numbers on the screen, she couldn't help but pause in surprise. Chapter 135. In the servant interface, the loyalty levels of Zhou Xianshi and his two companions were all above 90. Zhou Xianshi had the highest loyalty at 99, his sister Zhou Yudi at 96, and his grandmother Xiao Ying at 95. Such high loyalty meant they were practically servants born into the family, unlikely to rebel, and perfectly capable of being entrusted with confidential matters. The value of servants born into the family was self-evident. The 20 servants sent by Shen Wan, the mayor of Qinlong town, were now being managed by Yun Yang, who was now the head steward of the flower pavilion, taking excellent care of the garden's treasures. She was arguably Sang Fiwen's most capable NPC assistant. Even more surprisingly, Zhou Xuancher's stats showed 3 special skills: search, travel, and avoidance. Search allowed Zhou Xianshi to more easily find lost items and rare mineral veins. It seemed that the 10,000-year-old black iron around his neck had been found using this skill during their first meeting. Travel grants Zhou Xianshi more stamina than most NPCs, making long journeys easier, while avoidance allows him to avoid monsters' detection range. He's a rare adventurer NPC, Sang Fiwen mused. These types of NPCs can explore the wilderness, and Zhou Xuancher's 3 skills make him a top performer, easily finding ores and lost items. Zhou Yudi possesses a skill called imitation, which allows her to copy text and images. While not as many skills as her brother, it's a very rare ability. Sang Fiwen's heart skipped a beat. If she could copy the Qianji Pavilion's blueprints and publications, it would be a tremendous boon for the Xiaoyao Jianghu Guild. However, the skill description stated that the copying time depended on the complexity of the object. The more advanced the object, the longer it would take. She considered finding a beginner's guide to mechanical arts, and having Little Raindrop try it out. The last old woman seemed unremarkable, just an ordinary NPC. She was currently weak and needed rest. Since you're willing to follow me, I try to help you remove your slave status and obtain citizenship later. Although it's impossible now, you shouldn't underestimate yourselves, Sang Fiwen said. She would ask her old acquaintance Shenwen for help with this matter after returning to Qinlong town. Thank you so much, Miss Chinghe, Zhou Xianshi said, about to kneel down. Sang Fiwen quickly grabbed him. Hey, what did I just say? Don't underestimate yourselves. I don't like these empty formalities. Everyone is equal. Don't kneel anymore. Unfortunately, the Guixiang ship bound for Dongzhou had already left port, so Sang Fiwen could only take the 3 back to the inn. Fortunately, she had booked the best suite, which had 4 bedrooms, and even with 3 people, it wasn't crowded at all. Xianshi, you stay here for the time being. Sang Fiwen pushed open the door to one of the bedrooms. I have the waiter bring the bedding and toiletries. Zhou Xianshi scratched his head. He had never stayed in such a nice place before, and for a moment, he didn't know what to do with his hands and feet. Miss Chinghe, we won't stay for nothing. Please let us know if you need anything. Sang Fiwen smiled and said, don't rush into work. Take a hot bath first, and get a good night's sleep. Once you're well rested, there will be a lot to do later, so don't complain. Zhou Yudi smiled sweetly. Sister Chinghe, my brother isn't afraid of hardship, and neither am I. Just as they settled the 3, grandmother and grandchildren, the door to the other bedroom opened, and Lin Yuan, who had just logged in, came out. He glanced at the 3 unfamiliar faces in the living room, paused for a moment, and casually asked, what's going on? I bought Zhou Xuancher's 10,000-year-old black iron before, without considering he was a refugee. The money I gave him has brought trouble upon me. Sang Fiwen briefly explained what had happened. Feeling thirsty, she turned and poured herself a cup of cold tea. I just redeemed them from the human market. Lin Yuan nodded, not paying much attention to the 3 NPCs, but staring intently at her shoulder. After entering the inn, Sang Fiwen removed the hood of her large cloak. In Lin Yuan's eyes, a pretty, seductive little vixen in black was sitting on her shoulder. The innkeeper's words from last night suddenly echoed in his mind. Besides humans, there are spirits and demons in the Thousand Maidens Pavilion. If you fancy any courtesan, you can pay a sum of gold to redeem your beloved. Lin Yuan's face instantly darkened, his tone laced with sarcasm. This is your male concubine? Xiao Hei tilted his head, uttering a crisp human voice. Male concubine? Male? What male concubine? Cough, cough, cough. Sang Fiwen spat out the tea she had just drunk, her anger and embarrassment causing her to bristle. Pointing at the little boy, she raised her voice. This hatched from that black egg. The ancient phantom black dragon. Lin Yuan's expression instantly brightened. Seeing her coughing so hard she was bent over, he quickly stepped forward to pat her back to help her catch her breath, a smile spreading across his face, his previous annoyance completely gone. Get lost. Sang Fiwen snapped irritably. Lin Yuan could only shrug and raise his hands in surrender. Aian leaned close to his ear and whispered with a sigh, TSK TSK, you're really getting worse and worse. This woman's temper is getting worse and worse. You used to be her boss, now you're just a little dog to be scolded at will. What's that sound? Sang Fiwen frowned, sensing a faint murmur, but looking around, there was no one else besides Lin Yuan. Aian and Lin Yuan were both stunned. They had tested it before, only Lin Yuan could sense Aian's presence. Aian looked at Sang Fiwen hopefully, hoping she would notice it. However, it was disappointed. Sang Fiwen looked at Lin Yuan, paused for a moment, and muttered, why do they both like doing that? Then she loudly retorted, I think you also have the potential to be a male concubine. You and Xiao Hei even look quite alike. Indeed, they're both strikingly handsome with black hair and fair skin. When they have a cold expression, they're practically identical, just one is a real person and the other a chibi version. Lin Yuan's face, which had just brightened, darkened again and his lips twitched. Thank you for the compliment? However, Xiao Hei was indeed eye-catching. Sang Fiwen wanted to send Xiao Hei back to the inkwash space to avoid it, but the little boy turned his head away, clearly refusing. She couldn't help but worry. This little guy is so arrogant, how will he be able to be used in battle later? What to do? Before she could think of a solution, Lin Yuan suddenly walked over, grabbed Xiao Hei by the tail, and snatched him from Sang Fiwen's shoulder, placing him on his own. Sang Fiwen was stunned. Was he trying to steal her battle pet? Xiao Hei immediately bristled, puffed out its little mouth, and began to gather black dragon breath in its throat, about to spew it out. Sang Fiwen felt a surge of satisfaction. Truly my dragon, unyielding to the death. The next second, Lin Yuan reached out a finger and gently poked Xiao Hei's puffed-out cheeks. With a bang, the dragon's breath didn't erupt. Instead, it exploded in a puff of black smoke, turning Little Black's face into a blackened version of Bao Gong, a famous judge in Chinese history. The black-faced Bao Gong sat obediently on Lin Yuan's shoulder, head bowed, avoiding his gaze, looking like a docile little boy. Beside the docile boy, a small, transparent snake friendly patted his head with its tail. Quite sensible, isn't he? That's a good boy. A moment later, Sang Fiwen received Little Black's message. The little boy had volunteered to return to the ink water space. It was too dangerous outside. Lin Yuan, relieved of the third wheel, was in high spirits and turned to ask, where are we going today? Sang Fiwen confirmed that Little Black in the ink water space was alright except for his black face before taking out a golden dragon ball, waving it, and saying, I take you to a fun place. By the way, have you learned the gathering skill? The teleportation array in Dragon Ridge was ready. Of course I learned it. Let's go! After the teleportation array flashed, the two found themselves amidst ancient, towering mountains. A gentle breeze swept across the layered peaks, causing the vegetation to ripple and surge like green waves. Above the clouds, colossal dragon shadows swirled and circled, far more numerous than when Sang Fiwen had last visited. Their eyes gleamed with a wary, cold light, as if they were on guard against something. One of the crimson gold dragons suddenly turned its head, its vertical pupils like burning red gems. With a breath of its breath, the clouds were tinged with a faint crimson mist. Damn it! Sang Fiwen's heart tightened. In a moment of impulsiveness, she had brought Lin Yuan here, forgetting to warn him of the perilous danger of landing in Dragon Ridge and being instantly killed. Before she could finish speaking, crimson dragon breath assaulted them, the scorching air rushing towards them with the mountain wind. This time, the dragon's attack was faster than ever before. However, Sang Fiwen hadn't expected Lin Yuan to react even faster than her. He swept her into his arms, his wide robes enveloping her and shielding her from the oncoming heat. The next second, a pale blue teleportation aura enveloped them, and they vanished from their spot. Almost simultaneously, a scorching dragon's breath of fire crashed down on the spot where they had just stood. Soil flew everywhere, vegetation instantly charred, and the once flat ground was reduced to scorched earth in moments. The heat was unbearable. Several hundred meters away, Sang Fiwen leaned against Lin Yuan, needing to tilt her head slightly to meet his gaze. She struggled slightly, and Lin Yuan released her. Sang Fiwen fanned her slightly flushed face, changing the subject. How did you know to run? The first time she came here, she almost perished under the dragon's breath, but Lin Yuan acted as if he had been here countless times before, completely unfazed. This reminded her of her first meeting with Bai Yuan, who had also calmly saved her. Lin Yuan. Bai Yuan. The two figures gradually overlapped in her mind, and Sang Fiwen belatedly realized that their temperaments were remarkably similar. Lin Yuan released her, his tone natural. I have a passive skill, Fatal Warning, which allows me to sense the trajectory of a fatal attack 1 second in advance. Sang Fiwen clicked her tongue inwardly, almost forgetting that this man was a super lucky, wealthy patron. While others rely on guaranteed drops from treasure chests, he could easily obtain divine items. While others grind dungeons for purple gear, he could get orange gear from even regular monster drops. Such an overpowered passive skill didn't seem so surprising. As for Bai Yuan, she shook her head, dispelling that inappropriate association. Jiang Chindi was currently the youngest major general in the military, a precious ox or horse that should be spending all his time in the research institute. Moreover, this guy has been busy taking the 5 of them for practical training lately, so he definitely doesn't have time to waste on the game. She chuckled self-deprecatingly. She was really obsessed, seeing everyone as Jiang Chindi. Having escaped the initial crisis, a new problem arose. Sang Fiwen gazed at the vast forest, ancient trees reaching for the sky, the dragon ridge stretching endlessly. She still needed to find Wuxiang, the child of the ancient forest, to complete her quest. Last time, she retrieved the golden tree seed, a byproduct of the black dragon, but her departure was too hasty. They only agreed to meet again in 7 days, without even setting a specific meeting place. Besides, time flows differently in the dragon ridge than outside, so no one could say how much time had passed there. Why the long face? Didn't you say this was a fun place? Lin Yuan asked. Sang Fiwen frowned slightly, turning her head to briefly explain the task she had taken on to Lin Yuan, her tone tinged with frustration. The most crucial thing now is finding Wuxiang, but Dragon Ridge is like a maze. It's like finding a needle in a haystack. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow, reminding her, didn't you say you retrieved Wuxiang's companion creature? Shouldn't companion creatures usually have a sense of presence? Maybe we can use it to locate its trail. Oh, right. Sang Fiwen suddenly understood. Last time, Wuxiang found the black dragon, probably through the connection with its companion creature. She quickly took out the golden tree seed from her backpack. Upon contact with the air of Dragon Ridge, the seed began to beat like a heart, radiating light and drifting in one direction. There's hope. Following the light, the two arrived at a slope abundant with medicinal herbs. The seed's light contracted, forming a faint halo around them, as if quietly waiting for its master. Without guidance, Sang Fiwen simply placed the tree seed on the soft soil and turned to Lin Yuan, saying, let's gather some herbs first, and wait for Wuxiang to come. During their previous voyages, she and Lin Yuan would gather seaweed, laver, and agar-agar while fishing each day. Over time, her gathering skill had unknowingly reached the Grandmaster level. Finally back in Dragon Ridge, where wild herbs abounded, Sang Fiwen's eyes lit up instantly. She immediately grabbed her dagger and rushed towards the nearby herb bushes. With her current gathering skill, harvesting low-level herbs was a piece of cake. A simple swipe of her dagger, and the system automatically harvested them, carefully wrapping the roots in soil to perfectly preserve their medicinal properties. Her gaze was drawn to a dark red hue deep in the hillside. Parting the waist-high grass, a lingji mushroom the size of a bowl grew at the base of an ancient tree. Its cap had a vibrant vermilion edge, and its stem was thick and straight, faintly radiating spiritual energy. Sang Fiwen's eyes narrowed. This was a 10,000-year-old lingji. She immediately crouched down, the tip of her dagger gently scraping at the soil around the mushroom, her movements as delicate as touching fragile glass. Her master-level harvesting skills allowed her to control her strength with unparalleled precision. Each cut precisely parted the soil without damaging the lingji's mycelium. In less than 10 seconds, she had lifted the entire lingji, along with the soil beneath it, the cap intact. Just as she put the lingji into her backpack, she noticed a ginseng with 5 compound leaves lying quietly in the soil. Suppressing her joy, she simply discarded the dagger and gently dug into the soft soil with her fingertips, her nails slowly probing along the roots, afraid of breaking even a single root. The ginseng's rootlets contain most of its spiritual energy. Breaking them would diminish its medicinal efficacy. In a moment, she dug out this precious plant intact. Its emerald green leaves still clung to morning dew. Its rootstock plump like a chubby little baby. Its rootlets clear as silver threads. This was a 1,000-year-old ginseng. This slope is a treasure trove. Sang Fiwen looked around and discovered many more spiritually radiant Lingji mushrooms and ginsengs hidden under the shade of trees, and in the crevices of rocks not far away. Clearly, it was a blessed land abundant in rare medicinal herbs. The Xingwan pharmacist's prized possession, the 9-turn rejuvenation pill, required Lingji, ginseng, and peaches of immortality as its main ingredients. Currently, in the flower-filled pavilion tended by Yin Yang and her staff, the peony on the high platform was consistently producing peaches, but the 10,000-year-old Lingji and 1,000-year-old ginseng remained elusive, leaving the rejuvenation pill in a state of having the formula, but lacking the raw materials, forcing them to advertise pre-sales as a gimmick. Once she gets the merfolk's help to send the herbs back, the first batch of 9-turn rejuvenation pills can be mass-produced, allowing the promotional activities to reach new heights. Lin Yuan's gathering skills are advanced. While he can't gather materials from 10,000-year-old plants, he can easily dig up 1,000-year-old ginseng. Let's divide the work. Sang Fiwen immediately suggested, I specialize in 10,000-year-old Ganoderma lucidum, and you handle the 1,000-year-old ginseng. Our efficiency will definitely double. Lin Yuan sighed, is this fun? I feel like I'm working for you. Despite his verbal protest, Lin Yuan's work was no slower than Sang Fiwen's, and he quickly dug up over a dozen 1,000-year-old ginseng plants. As she gathered, pleasant notifications kept ringing out. Ding! Gathering successful. Obtained 1 10,000-year-old Ganoderma lucidum. Ding! Gathering successful. Obtained 1,000-year-old ginseng. Just as she was digging with great enthusiasm, the soil at Sang Fiwen's feet suddenly trembled slightly, and then, a small, pointed, grayish-brown mushroom emerged from the ground. Just as she was wondering if it was some kind of fungus, the little mushroom suddenly grew taller, revealing a tiny figure with a mushroom cap underneath. The mushroom figure was dressed in a small outfit sewn from leaves and held a miniature staff thinner than a finger. It was none other than Wuxiang, the child of the forest. The little fellow went straight to the golden tree seed, glaring at her angrily. Human! The leaves have turned yellow several times already. Why did you take so long to come? Chapter 136. That little figure, with the pointed mushroom-shaped head, wasn't that the child of the forest, found through their spiritual connection? She quickly put down the dagger in her hand, apologetic smile appearing on her face, and hurriedly explained in the ancient forest language, I'm so sorry, I came from a very far place, and the journey took some time. I'm so sorry to have kept you waiting. Wuxiang stretched out her tiny fingers, and gently stroked the surface of the golden tree seed, her previously furrowed brows gradually relaxing. The tree seed also sensed its master's touch, the golden light on its surface softened, and it extended verdant branches to embrace the little figure. Thankfully, the seed of the tree of life is alright. Wuxiang breathed a sigh of relief, her voice less tense. It just lost some life energy. It'd be replenished after basking in the sun. Saying this, she carefully hid the tree seed inside the mushroom on her head. Taking advantage of the moment, Sang Fiwen asked the question that had been nagging at her for so long. Wuxiang, why did the black dragon steal your seed before? The bad dragon wanted to use it for that heartless egg. Wuxiang's voice lowered, a hint of regret on her small face. That egg doesn't have a life core. It can't absorb energy on its own, so it can't hatch into a baby dragon. The bad dragon stole the seed to transfer the life energy inside to the egg. It's not that Wuxiang is stingy, but if all the energy were given to the egg, Wuxiang wouldn't survive either. Sigh, Wuxiang still has a great mission. She can only drive away the bad dragon and retrieve the seed. As she spoke, a worried expression appeared on Wuxiang's face, seemingly feeling guilty for not being able to help the heartless dragon egg. Sang Fiwen suddenly understood. So the phantom black dragon egg was inherently flawed, making it difficult to hatch. The little black dragon was able to hatch successfully last time only because it accidentally absorbed the merfolk's treasure. She quickly comforted him, don't worry, Wuxiang, that heartless egg has hatched into a baby dragon. Now it's a little boy with black hair and black eyes, so energetic. But he's a bit temperamental, and doesn't want to come out to see anyone. Really? Wuxiang suddenly stood on tiptoe, and poked a bunch of glittering things out of his mushroom hat. That's wonderful. Human, you really helped Wuxian a lot. These dragon crystals are a thank you gift for you. Wuxian tilted his little face up and pushed the dragon crystals towards Sang Fiwen, saying earnestly, the seed is about to sprout. I'm going to find it a valley with a spring to be its new home. Goodbye. There were a dozen or so crystals the size of pigeon eggs, with deep black surfaces and dragon-shaped halos flowing inside. As soon as he finished speaking, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Hidden quest. Wuxian's request completed. Ding! Gained 1 skill point and 50 character reputation points. Ding! Acquired the character trait A promise is 1,000 pieces of gold. A promise is 1,000 pieces of gold. Character trait. Because you uphold your promises, you possess natural affinity. Strangers' initial favorability towards you increases by 10. Lin Yuan picked up a dragon crystal, looked at it, and smiled. Not bad. This is a key material needed for that little black dragon's advancement. Sang Fiwen wiped away sweat. Phantom black dragon crystals are extremely difficult to obtain. They can only drop from defeating the corresponding adult black dragon. Thinking back to the days she was delayed, Wuxian, in his search for seeds, had also taken care of all the black dragons nearby. This pile of dragon crystals was probably his spoils of war from venting his anger. She secretly rejoiced that despite being so late, Wuxian hadn't misunderstood her as deliberately breaking her promise. Otherwise, he probably would have knocked her out with a single blow upon their first meeting. The rich dragon aura emanating from the dragon crystals quickly attracted Little Black from the ink-washed space. The little boy's protesting voice immediately echoed in Sang Fiwen's mind. Filled with intense longing, he was clearly craving it. All right, you can have it. Sang Fiwen smiled helplessly, and released Little Black. Little Black pounced instantly, his small figure streaking through the air like a black shadow, heading straight for the pile of dragon crystals. He picked up a dragon crystal bigger than his head, opened his little mouth, and crunched it down. The dragon crystal, harder than a diamond, was like crunchy bone in his mouth, making a satisfying crunching sound. After eating 3 dragon crystals, Little Black's belly swelled up, he let out a satisfied burp, and his eyelids drooped. Before Sang Fiwen could ask him if he was full, he curled up beside the pile of dragon crystals and fell fast asleep, a contented smile on his little face. Sang Fiwen glanced at the pet panel, and saw that Xiaohei's status clearly showed advancing, so she confidently stored Xiaohei, along with the remaining dragon crystals, into her ink-washed space. The ink-washed space was rich in spiritual energy, perfect for Xiaohei's peaceful advancement. With half an hour left before the Dragon Ridge teleportation cooldown ended, the two decided to seize the time to continue gathering. With Sang Fiwen's current perception, she could sense the aura of high-level monsters 50 meters in advance. A wave of oppressive power emanating from the northwest made her immediately tug at Lin Yuan. Quick, let's go! It's a Tier 1 ancient giant lizard. The two quickly moved to a hidden crevice in the rocks, narrowly avoiding the giant lizard's heavy feet. Where its claws landed, even the hard rock shattered. Gathering and avoiding danger simultaneously, they wasted no time, and their backpacks were soon overflowing with even more ancient Ganoderma lucidum and 1,000-year-old ginseng. Only when the Dragon Ball indicated a teleportation countdown did their figures gradually become transparent as the light faded, and in the blink of an eye, they were teleported back to the inn. A second after they completely disappeared into the mountains, the distant clouds suddenly churned violently, and a dark shadow, obscuring the sky, approached as if by teleportation. The shadow shrank rapidly upon landing, transforming into a slender woman clad in black gauze. Her black gauze was like flowing mist, its edges adorned with fine silver patterns, and as it fluttered in the wind, her exquisite figure was faintly visible beneath. An anxious expression crossed her exotic face, her skin almost translucent white, and her silver vertical pupils swept across the ground. My son's aura was still there just now. The next second, the woman in black gauze abruptly looked up, gazing at the cloudless sky. A thin crack slowly appeared in the once azure sky, from which flowed ethereal string music, mingled with the crisp sounds of metal clashing. The music, passing over the parched land, caused a fleeting glimmer of green to appear on the withered branches and leaves. A rift in the celestial realm. The woman in black gritted her teeth, her silver eyes flashing with shock and rage. Despicable villains, give me back my son's life. It was these despicable bastards who had caused her son to be robbed of his life essence at birth, unable to be born. Her figure shot straight into the sky like an arrow, suddenly transforming midair into a phantom black dragon tens of meters long, its massive wings flapping and creating a gale. A deafening dragon roar followed, and concentrated black dragon breath erupted from her mouth, shooting straight into the rift like a sharp sword, scorching and distorting the air in its path. As the rift opened and celestial music resounded, the dragons of Dragon Ridge erupted in jubilation. The dragon guards patrolling the sky roared, unleashing several bursts of dragon breath that stained the sky with vibrant colors. This wasn't all. The entire dragon race was on high alert, their roars echoing everywhere. Crimson gold flames, emerald green poisonous mist, silver white ice. A torrential downpour of multicolored dragon breath converged, all hurtling towards the still-forming celestial gate in the sky. Countless bursts of dragon breath struck the rift, unleashing earth-shattering power. The celestial rift gradually contracted under the impact, and the music within became intermittent. Just before the crevice completely disappeared, a majestic, ethereal voice pierced through the noise, echoing clearly through the mountains. "Foolish worm, stop your futile struggle." Inside the welcoming guest and premium room, Sang Fiwen and Lin Yuan piled up their harvested herbs. She greedily tallied them, grinning from ear to ear, while Lin Yuan's eyes crinkled with a faint smile. Before them lay 68 10,000-year-old Ganoderma lucidum, 89,000-year-old ginseng, and thousands of wild herbs of various kinds, all collected with a single click, a bountiful harvest. After taking stock, Sang Fiwen headed straight for the port, rented a fishing boat, and pretended to be a merchant fishing at sea. Once the boat reached the shallow waters, she plunged into the water and summoned the entrance to the merfolk village. This time, naturally, she had the merfolk help transport 100 Starry Night boxes, a pile of wild herbs, and purified eyeball grass seeds. If it weren't for the fact that the merfolk hated humans, Sang Fiwen would have even asked them to help transport Zhou Xianshi and his 2 grandchildren back home. For the next few days, Sang Fiwen's life was repetitive and routine. During the day, she arrived at the training camp on time, and in the evenings, she even took Zhou Yudi to work at the craftsmanship bureau in the game, securing her a menial job with a goatee-bearded clerk in the logistics office. Perhaps because of her position as a junior official, Zhou Yudi's actions as a servant were unimpeded. Even the mechanical Qilin guarding the 1,000-machine pavilion didn't stop her from bringing Zhou Yudi inside. Just as she had imagined, Zhou Yudi's copying skill could replicate the books and blueprints in the 1,000-machine pavilion. Although copying a low-level mechanical skill book took 3 hours, and she could only complete 1 book a day at most, Sang Fiwen was already quite satisfied, letting Zhou Yudi concentrate on copying at the 1,000-machine pavilion every day. Fortunately, Zhou Yudi was naturally curious about mechanical arts and enjoyed it, bustling between the craftsmanship bureau and the inn all day long. Zhou Xianshi often stared blankly at his sister's busy figure, gradually feeling a little lost. Seeing Zhou Xianshi's demeanor, Sang Fiwen didn't restrain him. She provided him with some excellent defensive gear, and the next day, Zhou Xianshi, fully dressed, excitedly left the city before dawn. The countryside was where he could truly shine. As for the old lady, thanks to the continued care of wild herbs, her health had greatly improved. Her previously persistent cough was completely cured, and her complexion had become rosy and radiant. Every morning, she would sit on the wicker chair on the inn's balcony, wrapped in a thin blanket, basking in the sun and enjoying the salty sea breeze, her spirits increasingly high. Days slipped away quietly amidst busyness and tranquility, and before they knew it, it was the eve of their departure for Sabay Star to participate in the 3-school joint entrance examination. Sang Fiwen was checking her luggage in the storage box, when a message suddenly popped up on her personal terminal. The sender was Qin Han. The screen displayed only a single, concise line of text: "I hope you haven't forgotten our promise. See you at the usual place." Sang Fiwen stared at the words, sighing in frustration. Of course she hadn't forgotten. The last time Qin Han rescued her parents from the Hua family, his condition was that she do something for him. These past few days, she had been burying her head in the sand like an ostrich, but what was coming had finally arrived. However, a glimmer of light flashed in her eyes. Qin Han was the first person to tell her about the unusual conjunction of celestial bodies on Sabay Star. With the joint entrance exams approaching, perhaps she could glean more information from him. Suppressing her chaotic thoughts, she packed the last item into her suitcase and drove to the Seoul Bureau. The Seoul Bureau was a far cry from its previous quiet and leisurely state. The entrance was bustling with activity. Several small flying cars bearing the Federation's dark emblem were parked in the center of the square, and team members in black uniforms were carefully loading items covered with heavy black canvas onto the vehicles. Qin Han stood beside the foremost hover car, his imposing black uniform from the Seoul Bureau accentuating his tall figure. He was giving instructions to his subordinates, his profile sharp and angular. The gradually fading hum of the hover cars drew Qin Han's attention. He turned, a flicker of unreadable emotion rising in the depths of his dark eyes, but his tone remained calm. You come? I thought you avoid me. Sang Fi would open the car door and walk to him, her gaze unconsciously sweeping over the black canvas coverings of the hover cars. The object covered by the canvas on one of the hover cars had a long, narrow outline that seemed strangely familiar. Before she could think further, Chin Han suddenly stepped forward, his figure blocking her view. Sang Fi looked away, skipping the pleasantries. No need for formalities. What brings you here? Chapter 137. Chin Han raised an eyebrow, his tone slightly joking. Haven't seen you for a few days, and you're even more direct than before. Can't you be a little gentler with me? Although our meeting wasn't pleasant, we're practically sworn brothers. Seeing that Sang Fi remained unmoved, he had no choice but to ask seriously, how's the matter I asked you to handle last time progressing? Sang Fi already had a plan in mind. Chin Han's previous request was for her to investigate the action deployment plan in Principal Ji Yingxing's possession. But the more she thought about it, the stranger it seemed. These past few days of clashing with Huarong in the business world have made her realize that the other party is no fool. If that's the case, how did Chin Han know about the assassination plan orchestrated by Huarong and Sang Peifeng? Something so secretive, and the recording used as evidence. Logically, it could only be in the hands of Sang Peifeng or Huarong. How did Chin Han obtain it? This made her suspicious of the man before her. Although he had always appeared charming and debonair, she hadn't forgotten their first meeting. That interrogation revealed his true nature most clearly, a cold and indifferent ambitious man. Besides, that was clearly an impossible task. How could a freshman like her possibly have access to principal-level secrets? Was Chin Han being too far-fetched, or was this mission just a trivial pretext? No progress. She looked up to meet Chin Han's gaze, her tone frank and without a trace of guilt. Principal Ji has been almost entirely absent from school lately. I had a hard time even seeing him, let alone getting close enough to investigate anything. But haven't you already become friends with his daughter? Chin Han's gaze swept over her. With this connection, you have access to things ordinary people can't. You're spying on me? Sang Fi frowned genuinely this time, pressing him impatiently. What exactly do you want? Let's not even talk about how Ji Qian and I are just ordinary friends, far from being close enough for me to pry into her family affairs. Top secrets like operational plans are something even close family members might not know, right? Chin Han, I admit I owe you a favor, and I don't intend to renege, but you're asking me to do something so impossible. I simply can't. Chin Han was silent for a few seconds, then seemed to remember something and suddenly spoke. Oh, I forgot to tell you. What I want isn't the operational plan. He paused, then added, it's a piece of encrypted information stored in Ji Yingxing's personal computer. His gaze toward Sang Fi held a more complex meaning. In truth, he had to thank the girl before him for the reminder. It was she who had advised him to investigate the energy fluctuations of the ancient blue world, which unexpectedly matched the core energy operation of LL02, allowing him to successfully crack the technology. After completing this task that even senior researchers at the Central Research Institute found challenging, Lu Tianming treated him differently, occasionally revealing information to him. And he, in turn, followed those clues and guessed some things. Sorry, I still can't do it, Sang Fi said bluntly, her tone frank. I'm just a freshman, I don't understand quantum computer cracking technology, nor could I possibly have access to Principal Ji's personal quantum computer. Besides, it's all encrypted information. That thing is probably as secure as the military's operational command system. Instead of wasting your time on me, you better find someone else. She refused without hesitation, but Chin Han didn't get angry. Instead, he laughed. You're being rather unscrupulous by crossing the river and then burning the bridge. He leaned forward half a step, his voice lowered so only the two of them could hear. Don't rush to refuse. What if I told you the way to reverse the conjunction of celestial bodies on Sabai's star is hidden in that encrypted message? Sang Fi was startled, then sneered. Chin Han, do you think I believe such a lie? If there really were a way to reverse the conjunction of celestial bodies, how could Principal Ji, as the principal of the First Military Academy and a high-ranking general in the Imperial Blue Army, possibly keep it hidden? Several peripheral stars around Sabai's star have already experienced turbulence due to the anomaly, threatening the lives of countless people. The Imperial Blue Army, as humanity's shield, has no reason to joke about the safety of so many. Chin Han didn't argue, but simply straightened up, his gaze fixed on the distant horizon, where a patrol fighter jet happened to fly by, leaving a faint white contrail. His eyes were somewhat vacant, as if he were looking at the fighter jet, or perhaps seeing something even further away through it. Some things aren't as simple as you think. Some people aren't as great as you think. When the time comes, you naturally understand. Qin Han's words were cryptic, leaving Sang Fiwen sleepless all night. She arrived at the interstellar airfield on the capital planet early the next morning with dark circles under her eyes. The first military academy's team was ready. Led by Bai Yuan, with 5 official participants including Sang Fiwen and Ji Qian at the core, and 3 logistics instructors responsible for equipment maintenance and medical support, plus several substitute students like Yu Meng. The 12-member 1st Military Academy Joint Examination Team boarded the 1st Military Academy's Interstellar Warp Drive XB8912. This small warp drive, model Starhawk X, utilizes the mature warp drive technology of the Dylan system, allowing interplanetary travel to be a thing of the past, a journey that would otherwise take days. The distance between any 2 star systems on the folded subspace path has been compressed to within hours. From the bustling capital star to the desolate and frigid Sabay star on the edge of a spiral arm, Starhawk X completed the entire interplanetary journey in just 3.5 hours. Of course, behind this efficiency lies a cost unimaginable to ordinary people. The energy cost required for the warp drive, even for a single trip, is enough to wipe out the life savings of thousands of ordinary families. In the energy-scarce Dylan system, interplanetary warp drives are the absolute exclusive property of the wealthy and powerful. Only the top tycoons and aristocratic families can afford to ride them. This was also Sang Fiwen's first time riding one. The novelty kept her glued to the circular porthole, the distorted light and shadow during the folding of the subspace path, the changing star map after re-entering normal space. Every scene captivated her. For the general public, interstellar travel relies entirely on massive and cumbersome interstellar passenger ships. Those spaceships equipped with several giant ion thrusters often take months to travel from the capital planet to Sabay star, and must detour around asteroid belts to avoid dangers along the way. Turbulence and monotony are the norm for the journey. Beep. The electronic broadcast inside the jumper suddenly sounded, interrupting Sang Fiwen's thoughts. Warning, Sabay star's main port is blocked and cannot be docked. Please proceed to the nearest space station, Space Station 12. Note that Sabay star and its vicinity are under joint control by the military, the Federation, and the free citizens. Direct entry is prohibited without permission. An urgent report from the military front lines indicated that Sabay star had fallen completely, and humanity had retreated to Space Station 12. Bai Yuan, who was browsing real-time messages on his personal terminal, frowned. The fact that the 3-school league chose such a dangerous location, and the preparation time was so tight, likely indicates a severe shortage of personnel capable of operating consciousness infiltration pods at the front lines. The 3 factions had no choice but to bring in even their nascent potential members. Bai Yuan raised his hand and entered the permission command on the control panel, saying in a deep voice, "Change destination, proceed to Space Station 12. After confirming the command, he stood up, straightened his uniform, and glanced at everyone. "We're almost at the league transfer point. Everyone, get ready. According to reports, the teams from Algi and Tuayu military academies will arrive at the same time as us." Whoa! What a coincidence! Chi Chong instantly perked up, rubbing his hands together excitedly. "I've been wanting to meet the top students from these 2 schools for a long time, and I didn't expect to run into them right away." Ji Qian teased him with a smile, reaching out to straighten Chi Chong's collar. "Don't get too excited yet. Look at you, your collar is crooked. We can't lose face on the first appearance. We can't let our opponents think that the people from the 1st Military Academy are too sloppy." A burst of expectant discussion immediately filled the cabin, but Sang Fiwen once again leaned back towards the porthole. Leaving the Asiatic pathway, the interplanetary warp drive continued its rapid pace. Soon, a man-made metal sphere over 100 kilometers in diameter came into view, the 12th large space station base. Space Station 12 hovered in geosynchronous orbit around Sabay star, its surface covered with starport berths and energy shield emitters, shimmering with a pale blue light. It was now the closest transit hub to Sabay star. Looking beyond the space station, Sang Fiwen's heart skipped a beat. The Sabay star, which she remembered as perpetually covered in snow and crisscrossed by ravines, was now completely shrouded in a golden mist. The mist stretched like a vast sea, so thick it seemed impenetrable. Adorned in this mist, Sabay star resembled a planet composed of a golden ocean. Countless tiny starlight fragments drifted and danced within the mist, like a galaxy fallen to Earth. This mist, seemingly dreamlike and magnificent, was in reality a deadly energy condensed from a violent magnetic field. Occasionally, wisps of mist would drift towards the space station, The violent magnetic force would strike the pale blue energy shield, unleashing fragments of white annihilation light that vanished in an instant. Everyone inside the cabin was stunned by this strange phenomenon, and for a moment, no one spoke. "This space station must be quite lively," Ji Qian said at the opportune moment, drawing everyone's attention away from the strange situation on Sabay Star. "I heard that after Sabay Star fell, the elite forces of the three factions all withdrew here. Now, with the league organizers and our three schools teams joining in, it's practically a multi-party gathering." "That's good. Including the substitutes, 6 of us have successfully passed the consciousness infiltration pod qualification test." Chi Chong's tone couldn't hide his pride. "I wonder if the other schools have managed to assemble a complete 5-person team." Chi Chong wasn't being arrogant. The operational threshold for the consciousness infiltration pod was extremely high. Without the personal guidance of its creator, Bai Yuan, their team would likely have had a hard time getting everyone qualified. Just as he finished speaking, the steady voice of the logistics instructor rang out in the pod, calling Space Station 12. "This is Interstellar Warp Drive XB8912 belonging to the 1st Military Academy, carrying 12 teachers and students to participate in the 3 schools league. Please indicate the docking location." A moment later, the base station's response came clearly. "Base station received, qualification verified. XB8912. Please proceed to parking position in Area A via Channel 3. Channel shield unlocked." As the warp drive's magnetic levitation landing gears smoothly touched the space station's parking platform, and the hatch slid open a crack, a commotion erupted from inside the space station. The league organizers' personnel were already waiting, while 2 small warp drives were parked on 2 other channels not far away. The fuselages prominently displayed the silver insignia of the Algae Military Academy, and the dark brown emblem of the Tuayu Military Academy, indicating that the other 2 teams had also arrived. Standing beneath the warp drives were 2 teams with strikingly different attire, from the Algae and Tuayu Military Academies, who had also just arrived. However, the leaders of the 2 schools were flanking a person, speaking with unfriendly expressions. A few minutes earlier, the teams from Algae and Tuayu Military Academies had simultaneously arrived at Space Station 12. The squad from Algae Military Academy wore silver-trimmed uniforms, each member sporting a family crest pinned to their chest, signifying their lineage. Most of Algae's students came from powerful conglomerates or long-established families. The 5 participating cadets were impeccably dressed, their hair meticulously combed. They seemed less like participants in a life-or-death test and more like attendees at an interstellar summit. Their gazes swept over the Tuayu Military Academy team with undisguised scrutiny and superiority, as if no one else warranted their attention. The Tuayu Military Academy team, on the other hand, appeared much more down-to-earth. They wore durable, dark brown workwear-style uniforms, seemingly unconcerned by Algae's harsh stares. Several cadets were arguing about something around a space station navigation map, circling the magnetic anomaly area of Sabay Star on a virtual screen, their eyes filled with excitement for the unknown. That eager, adventurous spirit perfectly embodies their school motto, fearless exploration. "Welcome everyone to Space Station 12. A staff member wearing a t-shirt bearing the co-organizer's logo stepped forward, smiling and flashing his ID card. "I am Chen Mo, the head of reception for this joint competition among the 3 schools. I'm responsible for your accommodation and meals, as well as pre-competition coordination. All participating teams have arrived. Please follow me to the rest area to rest. A league briefing will be held at 3 p.m. in the Central Conference Hall to explain the examination rules and precautions. Thank you for your trouble, Mr. Chen." The team leader from Algae Military Academy stepped forward first. He wore a well-tailored custom suit with the Algae School badge on his lapel, his smile polite, but unable to conceal the arrogance in his eyes. "I am Wang Peng, the team leader for this joint examination from Algae Military Academy. We brought the Federation's latest iteration of the Consciousness Stealth Aid device. These kinds of sophisticated equipment have extremely high environmental requirements, and we need to prioritize having professional technicians check and calibrate their parameters. After all, Algae's equipment can't withstand casual handling by laymen. If it affects the safety of the trainees, no one can bear the responsibility." He paused, then added, "Also, please reserve the quietest rest area for us, preferably on a separate floor. Our Algae trainees are always focused and don't like living mixed with other teams, so as not to be distracted by irrelevant disturbances." The Algae people had barely landed when they threw out a bunch of special requests, leaving Chen Mo feeling overwhelmed. But he knew in his heart that most of Algae's trainees came from wealthy and powerful families in the Federation, and their participation in the joint entrance exam was just a formality to gain prestige. He, a mere guide, couldn't afford to offend the powerful figures behind him. Just as he was thinking about how to reply without offending them, a loud sneer rang out from Tuayu Military Academy. TSK, not much skill, but quite the pomp. A well-built man in a work-style school uniform strode forward. Section Chief Chinemo, we brought a new type of environmental detector that we developed ourselves. We like to test the fog data on Sabay Star at the space station's observation station first. As for the rest area, the most basic one will suffice. We're more concerned about the actual conditions of the examination room than rest. He then glanced disdainfully at Wang Peng, his words laced with sarcasm. If some people are worried about equipment malfunctions, they might as well just forfeit and go home, saving the organizers' resources and wasting everyone else's time. What do you mean by that? Wang Peng from Algae asked, following the voice. Looking over, he saw it was Xiang Fanxiang, the leader of the Tuayu Military Academy team, speaking. His tone immediately turned sharp and sarcastic. Oh, who do we have here? It's you guys. Coming from the fringes, it's understandable that you be using some crudely made equipment. Speaking of which, your detectors failed halfway through the last joint exam. Haven't you learned your lesson yet? Who are you calling short-lived? The Tuayu teachers and students immediately stepped forward, and Xiang Fanxiang's eyes flashed with sternness. Our equipment is the result of independent research and development, much better than some that rely on buying equipment to make a show of themselves. Even with the best equipment, it's useless if the people aren't up to par. Tensions rose between them, and the atmosphere instantly froze. Having heard about the strained relationship between Algae and Tuayu, Chinemo was caught in the middle, torn between powerful figures with unapproachable backgrounds and hot-tempered, technically minded individuals. He was sweating profusely, trying to smooth things over, when he heard the warp drive hatch open with a hiss, and the teachers and students of the First Military Academy stepped out in orderly fashion. Chapter 138. Hey, the First Military Academy is here too. Chinemo quickly changed the subject to divert attention. The tense atmosphere between the two schools' teachers and students subconsciously fell silent, their gazes all turning towards them. Everyone knew that although the First Military Academy's ranking wasn't good this time, its strength was always evident, making it a favorite to win this joint exam. Whether it was its equipment development capabilities or the overall quality of its students, the First Military Academy was top tier among the three schools. Those present were all the cream of the crop in their age group, here not only for the competition, but also to befriend strong individuals of the same level. After all, the opportunity to compete against the First Military Academy wasn't something that came every day. In an instant, countless gazes, like a fine spiderweb, tightly ensnared the First Military Academy's group. And at the center of this web was undoubtedly the leading man, and the girl following closely behind. The leading man wore a white uniform representing military technicians, his shoulders crisp and clean. Today, he unusually swept all the stray hairs that usually framing his forehead back, revealing a perfectly sculpted face. Looking at his features alone, the man wasn't particularly striking, but his captivating eyes were exceptionally prominent. The corners of his eyes were slightly upturned, his gaze carrying a nonchalant indifference, as if he cared little for anything around him. Despite his gentle appearance, he exuded a sense of aloofness, possessing a captivating and imposing aura that deterred others from approaching easily. Behind him stood a young woman. Her First Military Academy training uniform accentuated her tall and slender figure. Broad shoulders, a slender waist, and long, powerful limbs revealed a steadiness and strength beneath her gait, clearly the result of years of rigorous training. She had a delicate, oval face, with striking features and an exceptionally sharp aura, like a sword without a sheath. In the imperial city of Dylan, where the pursuit of strength was rampant, these two immediately attracted everyone's attention, yet their brilliance was so dazzling that they dared not look directly at them. Bai Yuan was used to such long lines. He strode forward, ignoring the surrounding gazes, and walked straight to Chinemo, nodding slightly. I am Bai Yuan, the person in charge of equipment for this joint examination. Where is the equipment? I need to check the condition of the stealth pods used in this joint examination. Upon hearing this, the noisy scene instantly fell silent. Wang Peng and Xiang Fanxiang, who had been on the verge of conflict, instinctively softened their stance. The girls in the Tuayu Military Academy's participating team couldn't help but gasp softly. Though their voices were low, they were still clearly audible. Bai Yuan? Is that the youngest major general in history? The one the military promoted exceptionally? Yes. The one who developed the consciousness infiltration pod. And old John's right-hand man. The legendary figure, he's actually here. Hey, so he's Major General Bai Yuan. He's so handsome in person, especially those eyes, TSK. A female student from Tuayu grabbed her companion's arm, her eyes sparkling. Before she could finish speaking, she couldn't help but whistle softly, whoosh. Ouch! The girl's whistle had barely left her lips when someone flicked the back of her head, making her cry out in pain. But when she turned around, her anger vanished. It was her team leader, Xiang Fanxiang. Tone it down. This is a joint entrance exam, not a fan meeting. Xiang Fanxiang withdrew his hand, his face stern as he reprimanded her in a low voice. But when he turned to look at Bai Yuan, his eyes were filled with enthusiasm. It was the fervent look of a technician who wanted to get to the bottom of things and exchange techniques. On the other side, Wang Peng, the team leader from Aoji, looked grim. He never expected that the team leader sent by the first military academy would be someone of this caliber. Now, forget about competing for resources. Even if he wanted to use Aoji's authority to compete for joint entrance exam resources, he wouldn't have the qualifications in front of the person in charge of the joint entrance exam equipment. Chen Mo hurriedly stepped forward, his back unconsciously bending slightly, his attitude extremely respectful. You must be Major General Bai Yuan. The chairman of the organizing committee specifically instructed that you are fully responsible for the debugging and supervision of all the consciousness infiltration equipment for this joint examination. The equipment department has already cleared the area and is waiting, and the core technical team is on standby. I take you there immediately. However, Bai Yuan didn't move. He turned to look at Sang Fiwen and the others behind him, his tone softening. My primary identity is as the leader of the first military academy for this joint examination. Regarding the team's accommodations, I need to trouble Section Chief Chen to make the arrangements. Chen Mo immediately understood and replied with a smile. Major General Bai, rest assured. The first military academy will be staying in Area A, in a separate building on the street next to the equipment department. This will allow you to manage both areas while ensuring your rest is undisturbed. The group of teachers and students from the 3 schools followed Chen Mo and the others, proceeding through the streets of Space Station 12. Patrolling soldiers were a common sight along the way. Sang Fiwen scanned her surroundings and noticed that the uniforms of the soldiers varied greatly from street to street. The most eye-catching were the Federation soldiers, their long black and red cloaks reaching to their knees, adorned with several elaborate white sashes, and their black hats emblazoned with a silver or gold gear-shaped planet emblem. They looked like a noble guard straight out of a retro space movie. She couldn't help but frown, imagining whether the extravagant cloaks would restrict movement in an emergency, and whether the intricate sashes would hinder their actions. In contrast, the uniforms of the military and the Free Clan were much more practical. Military soldiers wore the iconic deep indigo uniforms of the Imperial Blue faction, adorned with a simple Shield of Humanity emblem on their caps, a well-known military symbol exuding power and a sense of security. Free Clan soldiers wore dark brown camouflage combat uniforms. This camouflage pattern provided some concealment in the complex, turbulent environment of space, helping them evade attacks from potential intelligent life forms. Their uniforms had an unusually large number of pockets, convenient for carrying various exploration necessities. The emblem on their caps was a starship cutting through the waves. Subtly, the patrol routes of the 3 factions were clearly separated, never crossing the line. It seemed the 3 factions had strictly divided their responsibilities on Space Station 12, remaining wary of each other. To avoid misunderstanding, Sang Fiwen withdrew her scrutinizing gaze and followed the group with peace of mind. After turning 2 corners, a transparent isolation door appeared at the end of the street, behind which lay the League's exclusive area. There were no heavily armed soldiers here, only security personnel in gray uniforms with League security badges on their chests, checking the identification of everyone entering. Chen Mo, walking ahead, was trying to ingratiate himself with Bai Yuan, his tone tinged with complaint. Major General Bai, is this your first time at Space Station 12? The situation here is quite complicated. The military, the Federation, and the free citizens each control a section, dividing the space station into 3 major areas. This situation is truly exceptional. Originally, there wasn't supposed to be a separate area for our league. We had to plead for half a month to get this small temporary area. The construction team worked through the night to set up the accommodations and meeting hall. The conditions are a bit basic, please bear with us. Chen Mo paused, then leaned closer and whispered, the accommodation area has 2 sections. Section A has an independent oxygen supply system and an anti-interference barrier, while Section B is a temporary structure with less comfortable conditions. But don't worry, I specifically reserved Section A for the first military academy. I guarantee they be comfortable. Thank you for your hard work, Section Chief Chen, Bai Yuan replied casually, his gaze subtly sweeping across the area. Many new devices have been installed on the streets. Chinemo also glanced at the small black devices that appeared almost every 10 meters or so, not paying much attention. They're probably defensive shields brought over by the frontline troops after the retreat. Ah, we arrived. Reaching the entrance to the league area, Chinemo turned to an assistant and instructed Xiao Zhou, take the teachers and students from the 3 schools to their accommodations and distribute the living supplies. He then turned to Bai Yuan with a warm smile. Major General Bai, this way please. The technical team from the Equipment Institute is waiting for your inspection. Chinemo immediately turned and led the way, but Bai Yuan didn't follow immediately. He stopped, his gaze sweeping over the bustling crowd, landing precisely on Sang Fiwen as if with pinpoint accuracy. He then strode towards her. Everyone instinctively paused. Those who had been whispering fell silent, those who were organizing their belongings stopped, and even the usually aloof members of the Algae team couldn't help but glance at him. The girls in the Toyu team, unable to keep a secret, nudged each other with their elbows, the air thick with the heat of gossip. Bai Yuan reached Sang Fiwen's side, leaned slightly forward, his slender fingers naturally covering his mouth, and whispered something in her ear, a sound only the two of them could hear. Who's that girl? I never heard of Major General Bai having a public partner. A female cadet in Toyu's team whispered, her eyes wide. I noticed her earlier. She's so pretty, but her aura is like my favorite military steel knife. Such a strong contrast. Another girl chimed in, then exclaimed, hey, so Major General Bai likes this type? Stop thinking about it. Can you two stop being so love-struck? A boy next to them tugged at the 2 female cadets. Didn't you see she's wearing the 1st Military Academy's training uniform? She's definitely one of Major General Bai's students. The joint entrance exam is coming up. Can't you focus on the important stuff? Despite his words, his own gaze had been fixed on Sang Fiwen, but he finally looked away. The whispers in Toyu's team continued, while Algae maintained a composed demeanor. No one openly discussed it, but several scrutinizing gazes swept over Sang Fiwen, as if assessing her background and abilities, trying to find out why Major General Bai was giving her special treatment. Chinemo waited quietly at the crossroads, his gaze falling on the 2 people whispering to each other, a thoughtful glint in his eyes. No one heard what Bai Yuan said. Sang Fiwen, after the whisper, was first startled, then quickly rubbed her eyes, followed by a pouty glare at Bai Yuan as he turned to leave. The girl's eyes were filled with helplessness and frustration, like a cat that had been provoked. Bai Yuan, however, quickly turned and walked away, his few steps almost like an escape, yet a faint smile played on his lips, softening even his usually cold and hard demeanor. The eager gazes that had been fixed on Sang Fiwen all vanished after his meaningful action. No one dared to look any longer, lest they incur the Major General's wrath. Ji Qian and Zhang Baiwei, standing nearby, had already turned red in the face, maintaining a docile, obedient demeanor with their eyes downcast. Once Bai Yuan was completely out of sight, the 2 of them immediately pounced like wild horses, grabbing Sang Fiwen's arms on either side and interrogating their suspect in hushed voices. Quick, tell us. What did Instructor Bai say to you just now? Ji Qian's eyes shone like light bulbs, her gossip-loving soul burning brightly. I told you he treats you differently. Confess honestly, is he your boyfriend? Give us a straight answer. Zhang Baiwei had a knowing look on her face, as if to say, I already knew. Sang Fiwen rolled her eyes, recalling Bai Yuan's irritating remark earlier. Go and rest, your dark circles look like a panda's. If you keep going like this, you might sleepwalk into the wrong cabin during the joint entrance exam. Wait, did he have to stop and whisper something to her in front of so many people? And it wasn't even anything important, just teasing her about her dark circles. Was he a primary school student? Even a primary school student is more mature than him. However, this interruption eased the tension in her subconscious that had been building because of Qin Han's statement that the method to reverse the celestial convergence is in Ji Yingxing's mind. This scene involuntarily reminded her of past events, of Jiang Chini when he was still a young boy. Chapter 139. The first time she met Jiang Chini, she was spending her winter break at her parents' company. She only remembered that the snow fell like goose feathers that day, and the eyes of that thin-shouldered boy, who seemed fragile enough to break at any moment, were colder than the snow. Sang Jinan, holding the boy's hand, pointed at her and said, From now on, you work for my daughter, as her bodyguard. Despite being a teenager who hadn't fully grown up, he always wore a taut, expressionless face, his eyes calmer than a child's. It was a coldness far beyond his years, like a sword forged from ice crystals mined from the coldest lands, shrouded in an aura of keep away. Even the Sang family's servants dared not speak to him. At that time, Sang Fiwen was still in 5th grade at a prestigious elementary school. Every semester's end-of-term report card, cheerful and lively and optimistic and active were always the words the teachers emphasized most. Even someone as radiant as her felt uneasy facing such a dark cloud that seemed to shroud the sky every day, always wanting to shake him off. But Jiang Chini was terrifyingly devoted, always following her everywhere. Whether she went to play in the garden or did her homework in the study, he was always like a shadow behind her, neither too close nor too far, yet making her feel restricted even when running or jumping, always looking for a chance to escape him. After he appeared, she lost interest in her favorite immersive role-playing games with her friends, because that slender, upright figure would always stand silently not far away. He was like a silent guardian statue, his sharp gaze sweeping over the surroundings, completely out of place in the carefree atmosphere. Xiao Sangfiwen tried many methods to cheer the boy up, such as having him join their games. She ran over with her extra virtual headset, tilting her little face up and inviting Jiang Chini, "How about you be our interstellar captain? You command, and we fight the interstellar pirates." His response was a piercing glare and a chilling, icy reply, "I hate spaceship captains the most." This guy was so real. Why was he suddenly angry? So Xiao Sangfiwen got angry too. From then on, when she played with her friends, she deliberately ran incredibly fast, weaving and twisting, trying to shake him off. But no matter where they hid, when they turned around, they could always see him following them at a distance, hands in his pockets, breathing steadily, his eyes even carrying a knowing look that said, "These little tricks are childish." After this happened a few times, her friends started complaining privately. "Sangfiwen, your bodyguard is so scary. He's like a space ghost standing there. I don't even dare to laugh out loud anymore. Why don't you just play with him yourself?" Xiao Sangfiwen felt frustrated. It wasn't that she hated him, but she couldn't stand this constant feeling of being monitored, as if she had no freedom at all, and even her friends disliked her because of it. The turning point came during a school outdoor activity. That day, the prestigious elementary school organized an outdoor activity at a forest base simulating the ecology of the ancient planet Blue Star. The task was for groups to find energy crystals that the school had hidden beforehand. Sangfiwen, always competitive, wanted to be first, so she and her best friend Lun Wanchu secretly broke away from the group and slipped into a densely vegetated area, hoping to take a shortcut. Relying on her usual agility, she ran incredibly fast, failing to notice the prohibition sign next to the area. After only a couple of steps, her ankle became tightly entangled in vines. Struggling, she lost her balance and crashed headfirst into a nearby tree trunk. Her forehead instantly swelled up, and she saw stars. Worse still, the vines seemed to come alive, winding up her legs and making it difficult for her to breathe. No one expected mutated vines to appear in the simulated ecosystem. Lun Wanchu, who had followed, was terrified and was instantly entangled by the mutated vines. Being children, the two girls only knew how to cry. In their panic, the vines tightened around them, and they even forgot to call for help. Just as Sangfiwen was about to see her great-grandmother, a figure moved with the swiftness of a cheetah through the intricate vines, appearing beside her almost instantly. It was Jiang Chini. A flash of sword light severed the heavy vines binding her, and then he quickly cut the vines binding Lun Wanchu. Turning around, he gently brushed aside the stray hairs on her forehead, carefully examining the swollen, red wound. "It's nothing, just a minor bump." His voice was still relatively flat, but a hint of urgency crept in. "The numbing effect of the slowing vines here is level D. It will wear off in 3 minutes. I carry you out." He took out disinfectant spray and soothing gel from his small bag and skillfully treated her wound. Xiao Sangfiwen had been wincing in pain, tears welling in her eyes, but seeing his composed demeanor, as if he could handle anything, a surge of resentment welled up inside her. She blurted out in a tearful voice, "It's all your fault. If you hadn't been following me, I wouldn't have tripped and fallen." She knew how unreasonable that was. She was the one who had secretly run away and caused the accident. Jiang Chini paused, lifting his eyelashes to look at her. A fleeting emotion flashed across his usually deep, calm eyes, not anger, but rather a sense of helplessness in the face of a mischievous child. He silently applied the gel and gently covered the wound with a clean gauze. This time, however, he didn't silently retreat as usual, returning to the shadows not far from her. Perhaps this time, her reckless accusations had become the final straw. He remained half-squatting, close to her ear, and spoke in a voice only the two of them could hear, word by word. "Sangfiwen," he rarely called her by her full name before, usually just "Hey, kid," or silently following along, "if you could watch your step a little, instead of charging around like a clumsy, impulsive jumping beast, you wouldn't have tripped over this basic mutated plant, the slowing vine. His tone was still calm, yet full of a boy's blunt provocation, utterly sarcastic. Also, your left leg is weaker than your right, and your balance is much worse than a jumping beast's. Next time you try to be brave, practice standing on one leg a few more times, so you don't just end up crying on the ground. Little Sang Fiwen was stunned by this series of calm, almost harsh analyses, forgetting even to shed tears. Her initial resentment vanished the moment she looked up at the boy. Her face was still expressionless, but her dark eyes shone like comets in the universe, her brows and eyes radiating a defiant, untamed spirit, a stark contrast to her usual poker face and silent, statue-like demeanor. She sniffed, her eyes brimming with tears as she smiled. "Jiangchini, you're finally alive." Her smile was like a flower basking in the sun after being battered by wind and rain, tinged with a hint of barely concealed grievance, like a ray of sunlight suddenly breaking through the clouds, dazzling his eyes. Jiangchini was startled by her smile. He immediately straightened his face, quickly stood up, and resumed his cold, bodyguard-like posture. Except for a slight blush on his ears, he acted as if his earlier offensive instruction had never happened. But as he turned to guide them away from the danger zone, she clearly saw his usually tightly pursed lips subtly curve upwards for a fleeting moment. From that day on, the dark clouds surrounding Jiangchini began to dissipate, and he gradually became more cheerful. However, she never expected that this cheerfulness would later veer astray, eventually turning him into a carefree and wicked adult. From that day on, Sang Fiwen no longer felt his presence was surveillance, nor did she feel restricted. His presence gradually became as natural as breathing, as natural as sunlight. He was the figure she could see no matter what trouble she caused. He was the person who would listen to her rambling complaints, no matter how wrong she felt, and would even clean up her messes. He was the sturdy shield that, even after the Sang family's downfall, stood before the creditors, just as he had before the vines, protecting her and her family. Just now, he had deliberately come over in public, just to tease her about her dark circles. That familiar, slightly mischievous way of interacting, unique to them, resurfaced clearly, transcending the long passage of time, including her rebirth. Snapping out of her reverie, Sang Fiwen looked at the faces of her two friends, their gossip burning brightly, and belatedly realized that she had been half-dragged, half-carried to the entrance of the accommodation area. At the supply station not far away, other students were queuing to receive their supplies, but she was still held back by the two gossipy girls, unable to move. Sang Fiwen sighed helplessly, knowing that if she didn't get through this today, she wouldn't have any peace afterward. She quickly glanced around, making sure the key figure was far away, before lowering her voice and quickly confessing, "Yes, he's my boyfriend. Only the three of us know this, don't tell anyone." As soon as the words left her mouth, Ji Qian and Zhang Baiwei immediately released their grip, nearly jumping for joy. Zhang Baiwei even slapped her thigh, exclaiming, "See! I told you, there was something going on between them." Sang Fiwen didn't have time to argue with them. While the two were still excitedly reviewing the situation, she quickly slipped to the end of the line for the supplies, and found a corner to stand in. Behind the supply station at the front of the line, a teacher in a league uniform held up a small golden gong, his voice amplified throughout the dormitory area. "Attention students from all three schools. After receiving your living kits, be sure to immediately complete your biometric registration using your personal computer. Once the blank ID is activated, it must be worn at all times while moving around Space Station 12. Anyone without an ID will not be allowed to enter any public area." He tapped the gong, emphasizing, "Also, the opening ceremony of the three schools league will be held in the conference hall at 1 p.m. sharp. This is extremely important. Everyone must be present on time. Latecomers will be disqualified." Finally, it was Sang Fiwen's turn. She received a living kit from the staff member. It felt heavy in her hand. Unzipping the bag revealed a blank biometric ID card, gleaming faintly, rested on top. Below that were 3 boxes of specially formulated nutritional supplements labeled high-energy compression, a single vial supposedly providing the energy of 3 meals, and a mental recovery agent capable of instantly relieving fatigue. A folded spatial map, clearly marked with red, blue, and green to indicate the various factions' territories and functional areas. At the very bottom was a thick joint entrance examination instructions handbook, the first page containing an embedded chip no bigger than a fingernail. She walked in, carrying her bag. Ahead, in an open space, stood a row of temporary 3-story low houses. The houses were square, with exposed silver-gray metal panels as exterior walls, and small square windows fitted with safety bars after the panels had been cut open. From a distance, It looked like a pile of giant shipping containers haphazardly stacked together. Zones B and C were indeed more rudimentary than imagined. Only at the junction near the research equipment area, in the quietest corner of the entire living area, stood a single low-rise building, with a sign at the entrance indicating it was for Zone A. Sang Fuin watched as Wang Peng, the leader of the Aoji team, frequently glanced at Zone A, then looked at Xian Fanxiang, the leader of the Tuoyu team, with a slightly furrowed brow, and thought to herself, these two are probably about to start arguing. What kind of lousy place is this? Sure enough, just as she finished thinking this, a dissatisfied grumble came from within the Aoji team. A male student wearing a high-end, handcrafted version of the Aoji school uniform frowned, and kicked at the gravel under his feet, his tone full of disdain. There's not even any landscaping, the ground is all potholed, it's like a slum. How can anyone live here? We're here to compete, are the organizers treating us like refugees? His words were like a spark, instantly igniting the discontent of the Aoji students. Several echoed, that's right, not even an elevator, it's so stuffy, and we have to climb stairs. These metal plates look so thin, won't they be bad for sound insulation? Wang Peng stood aside, not stopping the students' complaints, but instead quickly glanced towards the equipment area. Seeing that Chenimo had already walked away with Bai Yuan, he immediately rolled his eyes, and lowered his voice to the students behind him. Let's go, let's claim area first. He then led the way towards the detached low building. Chapter 140. Team Leader Wang, wait a minute. The assistant surnamed Zhou quickly stepped forward to stop him, a troubled look on his face. I'm really sorry, but the accommodations this time were allocated according to the previous year's rankings, so Area A has already been assigned to the 1st Military Academy. Rooms in the other areas have also been allocated according to the number of students from each school, and all living supplies and competition equipment are provided. Changing places at the last minute is really inconvenient. Wang Peng glanced at the assistant Zhou sideways, and said arrogantly, who do you think you are, daring to stop me? Come in with me. I take responsibility if anything goes wrong. He then pushed aside the assistant Zhou's hand, and walked straight into the building, the Aoji students following behind him. TCH. A sneer undisguised suddenly came from the Tuoyu team next to them. A tall female cadet leaned against the wall, arms crossed, raising an eyebrow at the group from Aoji. Her tone was full of sarcasm. I heard people from Huanyu Star were full of scheming, and seeing it today, it's certainly true. So adept at robbing. Is this all the class you noble young masters and ladies have? Who are you calling scheming? A cadet from Aoji immediately erupted, taking a step forward and pointing at the female cadet's nose. Accommodation is first come, first served. We from Aoji were the first to land at the port today, why can't we stay? Besides, the 1st Military Academy hasn't even said anything, what right do you Tuoyu have to meddle? TCH, just now at the port, you were the one shouting for priority. The 1st Military Academy took Area A according to the rules, and you guys just came to snatch it. You're pretty good at double standards. Have some shame. The female students from Tuoyu were equally assertive, raising their voices several decibels, and drawing even more attention from those around them. If I remember correctly, Aoji is leading in points this year, right? Soon, the title of 1st Military Academy will belong to us. Who will have a chance to claim it? When it comes to saving face, we're not like Tuoyu, shamelessly trying to curry favor with others. You took the initiative, but did the 1st Military Academy even acknowledge you? TSK. So Aoji likes to pop champagne at halftime? Let's not even talk about how you're only a few points ahead. There's still the final league match, isn't there? Besides, as long as the title of 1st Military Academy still belongs to Dillon Military Academy, you can't live in Area A. The students from Aoji and Tuoyu argued back and forth, their faces flushed, spittle almost splattering each other's faces. They even hurled barbs like spoiled aristocrats and poor, technically obsessed bastards, completely blocking the entrance to Building A. Sang Fiwen, Chi Chung, and Zhang Baiwei stood a short distance away, watching the tense standoff, unsure whether to step forward. The three exchanged glances. Chi Chung spoke first, his tone somewhat indifferent. How about? We just let them have it. It's all the same where they live, no need to fight over it. Li, the head of logistics at the 1st Military Academy, overheard their conversation. Seeing that his students weren't fixated on Area A, he simply picked up the luggage from the ground and said with a smile, all right, let's go to Area B then, to avoid getting caught up in the chaos here. I just checked over there. The conditions aren't bad. He then led the way, pushing the luggage towards the rooms in Area B, and the other logistics personnel followed suit. Eat some watermelon. Fresh, star-fleshed watermelon, just taken out of the refrigerator. Ji Qian suddenly nudged Sang Fiwen's arm from behind, offering her a triangular piece of bright red fruit. Cool juice dripped from the edge of the rind, carrying a faint, sweet aroma. Watermelon? Sang Fiwen's eyes lit up, and she quickly took it. Where did you get this? Does this space station even have these? A bite of the red fruit eased much of the journey's fatigue. Star-fleshed watermelon was a key ingredient in high-grade mental nutrients, excellent for restoring mental strength. Ji Qian, holding a silver tray, was distributing watermelons to the cadets of the 1st Military Academy one by one. Hearing this, she gestured towards Section B behind her, took a bite of her own watermelon, and mumbled, "These are in our rooms. Every room has a whole one. The organizers are quite thoughtful. I just went into my room and glanced inside." Besides the watermelons, there were quite a few unfamiliar pieces of equipment. "I guess they're the joint entrance exam supplies the manual said we should familiarize ourselves with beforehand. I don't know what those people are arguing about at the door. Instead of arguing, they should be figuring out the equipment. I took a look, and it seems quite complicated to operate." Sang Fiwen followed her gaze, and realized that their logistics staff had already affixed labels with the cadets' names to the doors of the Section B accommodations. Everything was arranged perfectly. "You already chosen this place?" Assistant Joe suddenly noticed the commotion and immediately abandoned the two academies, who were still arguing heatedly, and strode to the entrance of Section B. Seeing that the people from the 1st Military Academy had already started tidying up the room, he slapped his thigh, frowned, and muttered under his breath, "Ugh! This is troublesome. We have to replace the equipment inside." Sang Fiwen, whose hearing was better than average, happened to hear this muttering. A question arose in his mind, and he couldn't help but ask, "Are there different types of equipment? These are all for the competition. Shouldn't they have uniform parameters?" Assistant Joe paused, then covered his mouth in regret, quickly saying awkwardly, "No, they're all the same." After saying that, perhaps afraid of further questioning from Sang Fiwen, Assistant Joe quickly slipped away. Sang Fiwen noticed that after Assistant Joe left, he didn't try to mediate the argument between Algie and Toyu. Instead, he quickly summoned a group of league staff, each pushing a small cart, hurriedly shuttling between areas A and B. The carts were piled high with packaged items, clearly indicating they were exchanging equipment and supplies. When Assistant Joe and his team came to Area B to exchange equipment, Teacher Lee asked the same question as Sang Fiwen. This time, Assistant Joe was prepared, explaining with a smile, "Teacher Lee, please don't misunderstand. These devices are all bound to the students' biometric information they have to match, so we had to temporarily exchange them." Sang Fiwen had been paying attention to the commotion, and upon hearing this explanation, her brows furrowed. Assistant Joe was clearly hiding something. She glanced instinctively at the equipment on the trolley, seeing no difference, but the more indistinguishable they seemed, the more uneasy she felt. The others didn't seem to care much about this little incident, and Teacher Lee agreed to the switch. Ji Qian, while eating melon, said, "What's the point of arguing about rooms? We'd be going to Morihoka Star after the opening ceremony anyway, so we only be staying here one night at most." Ji Qian took another big bite of melon, not caring about the juice on her lips, and casually wiped it with the back of her hand. "Instead of wasting energy fighting for Area A, we should save our energy for tomorrow's joint entrance exam. That's the real deal. How do you know we're going to Morihoka Star tomorrow?" "I haven't heard." Chi Chong, munching on a melon, spoke indistinctly, his eyes filled with confusion. Ji Qian paused, realizing she made another blunder. She quickly cleared her throat, nudged Chi Chong's arm, and tried to change the subject. "Ahem, don't worry about that. Just listen to me, conserve your energy, don't cause any trouble. Let's go, what's there to see? It's giving me a headache." Sang Fei followed Ji Qian towards Sector B, but after a few steps, she noticed Zhang Baiwa hadn't moved. She turned around and saw that Zhang Baiwa hadn't watched the commotion in Sector A at all. She was simply looking up, her brows furrowed, her gaze fixed on the energy shield outside the space station's dome, her face pale, her expression full of worry. "Zhang Baiwa, what are you standing there for? Teacher Lee wants us to assemble and familiarize ourselves with the equipment." Yu Meng approached. He followed Zhang Baiwa's gaze upwards, seeing only a protective shield shimmering with a pale blue halo, and occasional flashes of white light. "Ah? I go in a bit." Zhang Baiwa snapped back to reality, as if interrupted from her thoughts. She turned to Yu Meng and Sang Fiwen beside her, her voice tinged with uncertainty. "Don't you guys notice? The energy annihilating on the shield seems more frequent than before? When we first arrived, there wasn't so much white light. The nameless star not far away was Zhang Baiyue's hometown. Ever since hearing about the anomalies on Sabei Star from the warp drive, Zhang Baiyue had been worried that her hometown would be affected. She was probably overthinking things again. Sang Fiwen knew her concerns and, fearing she would become increasingly anxious, shook her head, trying to keep her tone light. I didn't see anything different. It's probably just light refraction. Don't overthink it. Yu Meng noticed Zhang Baiyue's unease, and quickly chimed in. I don't see anything unusual. She must have been too tired from riding the warp drive, and her eyes were playing tricks on her. Ji Qian said to rest first, and we see for ourselves once we get to Sabei Star tomorrow. Worrying won't help, it only affect your performance tomorrow. Zhang Baiyue took a deep breath, forcing herself to look away. You're right, I was too nervous. The two walked side by side towards the first floor of Area B. Sang Fiwen followed behind, glancing subconsciously at the entrance to Area A before leaving. Aoji and Tuoyu were still arguing. Assistant Zhou had finally squeezed in to mediate. Judging from the smug look on Aoji's face, he had probably successfully secured his residency in Area A. Sang Fiwen's gaze followed Area A backward, ending at the equipment center area cordoned off with caution tape. Bai Yuan hadn't returned yet. She wondered if his equipment inspection had gone smoothly. Equipment center area of Space Station 12. Dozens of silver-gray stealth pods, escorted here by the military yesterday, were now surrounded and guarded by heavily armed soldiers. The prominent military classified zone markings outside the perimeter effectively blocked out unauthorized personnel and other sources of information. Qin Mo led Bai Yuan to the entrance, where soldiers immediately stepped forward to verify his identity. A biometric verification device scanned Bai Yuan's iris, flashing a green light indicating successful verification. Two soldiers simultaneously stood at attention, right fists clenched against their chests in a perfectly synchronized military salute, before stepping aside to clear a path. Qin Mo hurriedly followed, but was stopped by a soldier holding a rifle, the cold glint of the steel blade forcing him to pause. Unauthorized personnel, no approach. The soldier's voice was flat and emotionless, like a cold, mechanical tone, but his eyes were sharp as knives, fixed on Qin Mo without any room for negotiation. How can this be considered an outsider? Qin Mo raised his voice anxiously, hastily flashing his organizer's ID. I'm Qin Mo from the organizer of the three-school joint exam, here specifically to accompany young master Bai to inspect the equipment. As he spoke, he quickly glanced in Bai Yuan's direction, his eyes pleading, hoping the other would speak up for him. Bai Yuan had already stepped inside, clearly having no intention of stopping for him. Qin Mo, feeling rebuffed, his cheeks flushed red. Under the soldier's cold, hard gaze, he could only slink away, turning and leaving with dragging steps. After exiting the equipment area, he first looked around to make sure no one was paying attention before quickly pulling out his personal terminal. On the terminal, now with a restored signal, Assistant Zhou's messages filled the screen. Reporting to Section Chief Chen, the 1st Military Academy has chosen Dormitory Area B to move in. I already switched the equipment between Areas A and B. Don't worry, Section Chief Chen. Everything is fine. Qin Mo frowned. Luckily, Assistant Zhou was quick-witted, otherwise, the previous arrangements would have been completely messed up. Thinking of that important figure's methods, a cold sweat broke out on his back. If he delayed the other party's plans, he feared he would be in deep trouble. He dared not delay. He immediately accessed the encrypted communication channel, briefly edited the information that hadn't managed to infiltrate the equipment area, and sent it out. The dim light from the screen illuminated his figure, revealing his unease and anxiety. Inside the equipment room, however, a different scene of bustling activity unfolded. Dozens of monitors were neatly arranged, their screens displaying alternating green and red data streams, like constantly moving ribbons of light. Military researchers in white uniforms were busy around the stealth pod. Holding sophisticated tuning instruments, they were fine-tuning the neural interface ports of each cabin based on the student biometric data submitted by the 3 schools. The soft clanging of metal mingled with the beeping of the instruments. At the control panel in the command center, a black leather swivel chair slowly turned towards the door. Seated in the chair was a middle-aged man in a dark indigo military uniform, the stars on his epaulets indicating his high rank. It was Ji Yingxing. He held an unlit cigar between his fingers, his gaze fixed on the student biometric data on the monitor screen, a thoughtful look in his eyes. This data had been collected during the previous special training. The purpose was clear, to precisely capture each student's brainwave frequency, neural reflex speed, and consciousness stability, key biometric indicators, through the cabin's neural sensing system, thereby improving the compatibility of the stealth consciousness device. The initial proposal came from Elder Jiang. This way, all 15 participating students from the 3 schools can use the stealth pod most compatible with their biometrics during the competition, Jiang Zi explained at an internal military meeting. The environment on Sabay Star is complex, and the risk to a consciousness entering is extremely high. The higher the compatibility, the stronger the stability of consciousness separation and connection, and the higher the student's survival rate. However, this proposal wasn't accepted by all high-ranking military officials, as it meant distributing the consciousness stealth pods to Alji Military Academy and Tuayu Military Academy for the participating students to use in advance. The new stealth pods with consciousness separation capabilities represent cutting-edge technology. Their core code and hardware structure are top military secrets. If they fall into the hands of the Federation or free citizens, they could very well be studied and cracked, with potentially disastrous consequences. Ultimately, a compromise had to be reached. To allow students from the 3 schools to familiarize themselves with the operating logic of the stealth pod in advance, while ensuring that core technologies were not leaked, the Military Research Institute specifically provided each of Alji and Tuayu with a downgraded version of the stealth pod. The core consciousness stripping module was locked, and the precision of the neural connections was significantly reduced, allowing students to only conduct basic consciousness synchronization training. Its main function was to collect biological data. Even so, the military's worst fears still came true. Major General Bias finally arrived. "We've been waiting for you for a long time," Jiangxing spoke first, breaking the silence. Bai Yuan nodded slightly. "Sorry, General Ji, I was delayed a moment on the way. Just call me Principal." Jiangxing waved his hand, his gaze sweeping over the monitor screen. "Speaking of which, I should thank you for personally guiding those little ones. With you, the creator of the consciousness infiltration pod, personally providing special training, their survival rate will definitely be higher." Bai Yuan didn't respond. Never one for small talk, he cut straight to the point, his gaze fixed on Jiangxing, his tone firm. "I heard that for this joint exam, accompanying teachers can apply to enter Sabay Star. Principal Ji, I want to register and go with the students." Upon hearing this, Jiangxing sighed softly. "I dare not approve this without my permission. As you know, Elder Jiang has always treated you as his personal disciple. The further optimization of the consciousness stealth technology, and the upcoming development of the light mecha, all require your leadership. He might not be willing to let you take such a risk." He paused, his tone becoming more serious. "The anomaly on Sabay Star this time is far more complex than we anticipated." Bai Yuan remained silent for a moment, clenching his fists as if making a decision. He took a few steps closer, lowered his voice, and said in a volume only the 2 of them could hear, "No, you are qualified, Uncle Ji." Chapter 141. After his rebirth, Jiang Chini always felt a void in his heart, as if some important memories had been forgotten. Until the last time he experienced the trauma of the vengeful woman's illusion in the ancient blue ghost realm, these past few days, his fragmented memories have finally begun to piece together. Those past events he had forgotten, yet etched into his very bones, have finally surfaced clearly. The 2 explosions in the illusion were not mere illusions, but real memories he regretted most, and was powerless to change. The first explosion burned down his childhood home, mercilessly destroying his childhood memories, and ending his unrestrained and carefree youth. He remembered the sky ablaze with red, his mother standing in the flames, gently yet firmly pushing him out of a broken beam. "Live on, clear your father's name." Later he learned that the fire was something his mother had planned long ago. Only with the complete annihilation of the Jiang family would the relentless assassins cease their attacks, and only then could the people behind them rest easy. The fire triggered an explosion, his mother died, and he became a lonely soul forced to hide. Fortunately, his mother had made arrangements. After wandering the streets for a while, his father's comrade-in-arms, Sang Jinan, found him. Without asking much about his past, he resolutely took him back to the Sang family. From then on, he changed his identity and entered the Sang family as Jiang Chini, a bodyguard. Supposedly the private bodyguard of the Sang family's eldest daughter, most of the danger at that time came from the little boy himself. Just as the little girl had said back then, he was more like a shadow, following Sang Fiwen from a chattering little boy to a chattering young woman, quietly maturing in this peaceful environment. Looking back now, those days were a rare period of peace in his 2 lifetimes. But the truth eventually came out, and his father's affair implicated the Sang family. The person behind it all refused to let go of any of his father's friends, and under the weight of their conspiracy, the Sang family was destroyed. After repeatedly defeating the thugs who violently demanded debts outside the Sang family's door, he knew this wasn't a solution. He couldn't stay by Sang Fiwen's side indefinitely. If the person behind it discovered his identity, it would surely implicate her. Desperate, he saw news about the Hua family in the entertainment industry, and saw Hua Rong, the rising star heir of the Hua family. A shameless thought arose in his mind. He remembered Hua Rong. Back at the first military academy, this junior student had always been infatuated with him, then known as River God. He deliberately created a chance encounter, easily taking advantage of this woman, who was completely devoted to him. Thanks to the influence of the Hua family's eldest daughter, the Sang family's troubles were temporarily suppressed, but he knew he couldn't stay in the Sang family any longer. Finally, he hardened his heart and left, believing it was the best protection for Sang Fiwen, never expecting that this turn would be their final farewell. What happened afterward was like a tired, old tragedy. He married Hua Rong, using his status as the Hua family's son-in-law to delve into the darkness of investigating the truth. After the marriage, he never touched Hua Rong, treating her only as a tool, ignoring her advances, and sparing her even a kind word. He thought he could always control the situation, but he didn't expect that this extreme indifference would ultimately lead to an irreparable bitter end. When he received Hua Rong's message, Sang Fiwen had already been captured and taken to the Central Research Institute, becoming a subject for consciousness experiments. He rushed to the energy center like a madman, only to find her consciousness locked in a conversion and extraction device, her painfully out-of-control consciousness breaking through the energy threshold, about to trigger a massive explosion. Amidst the chaos, Hua Rong stood not far away, clearly in danger, yet gently tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, seemingly completely unaware of the impending peril. She looked at him, a strange and obsessive smile on her face. "Senior, you finally come to see me. She's dead, so can you watch over me now?" He didn't even have time to feel anger before the explosion engulfed Hua Rong's figure, the violent heatwave hurling everything away, slamming him against the wall, and plunging his consciousness into darkness. Before, Jiang Chini had always believed he had been lucky enough to be reborn in the energy center explosion. But as his memories slowly returned, he remembered that, for some reason, he hadn't died in that explosion in his previous life. He survived the explosion once again, only to lose once more the person he most wanted to protect. By then, he had risen to a high-ranking position in the military and finally uncovered the true culprit who framed his father, none other than Liu Tianming, now the Minister of State Security of the federal government. He had even obtained crucial evidence of the annihilation of the 1,000-strong mech fleet his father had led. The dawn of revenge was within reach. But Sang Fiwen's death made him, in his previous life, feel that all of this had become meaningless. He may have gone mad, abandoning the readily available revenge and instead using all his authority and influence to send the mech fleet into the vast universe, searching for elusive, unknown power. Parallel worlds, time reversal, consciousness reconstruction. Whatever it is, he doesn't care. He only wants Sang Fiwen to be resurrected, to see her again. Now it seems, although his past life was insane and shameful, it wasn't without reward. He was reborn. But how exactly was he reborn? Whenever he thinks about this, his memories become blurry, only vaguely remembering that his rebirth was related to Ayan. From some point onward, a voice claiming to be Ayan appeared in his mind, like a sojourner, dwelling deep within his consciousness. But whenever he tries to delve into Ayan's origins, his memories are like a thick veil, impossible to penetrate. And Ayan always avoids discussing topics from before his rebirth. Just like last time in the Research Institute's underground, when he saw the Golden Ocean, no matter how much he pressed, the answers were either the same old monotonous phrases or silence. Moreover, since his memories began to return, Ayan has frequently fallen into deep sleep, sometimes for a few hours, sometimes for days. When awake, he has become increasingly silent, a far cry from his former boisterous self. However, he recalled one memory, and it was exceptionally clear to him, a crucial clue from his investigation in his previous life. When his father's fleet was destroyed, a small transport ship was activated with the highest level of authorization and launched from the fleet's backup encrypted channel. The entire fleet of 1,000 men was wiped out, but this transport ship was the only one specifically sent out by the captain at the last moment. What it contained must be crucial. And he discovered that the recipient of that transport ship was none other than Ji Yingxing, who, along with his father Jiang Yuxing, was known as one of the twin stars of the Imperial Blue Military. "No, you are qualified, Uncle Ji." This title hadn't been used in his presence for many years, and Ji Yingxing was genuinely taken aback. Having held the rank of general for so many years, Ji Yingxing had long since lost his friends, and no one dared to address a high-ranking military officer with such familiarity. Many years ago, the only person he could call a friend had long since turned to ashes in space. Even his posthumous reputation shattered into dust, becoming a sinner who betrayed humanity. Over the years, he had guarded the transport vehicle entrusted to him by Jiang Yuxing, almost exhausting himself in the process. If he hadn't climbed step by step to the rank of general, wielding real power, he probably wouldn't have been able to uphold this entrustment long ago. When he first received the transport vehicle, he was filled with doubt about the metal box, hesitating whether to hand it over, the only item the fleet had ever sent back. But the only written message left by Jiang Yuxing dispelled that idea. Jiang Yuxing had entrusted him to hide this item carefully, so he secretly hid it away. It wasn't until the fleet's sole survivor, Lu Tianming, returned and publicly accused Jiang Yuxing of betraying humanity that Ji Yingxing felt enraged. After hearing Lu Tianming's account, Ji Yingxing secretly used every method to break the transporter's restrictions, but upon seeing what was inside, he fell into deeper confusion. That thing, Ji Yingxing couldn't crack, and had no way of dealing with it. Without evidence, Ji Yingxing's defense of his friend was like a powerless cry. He spoke up for Jiang Yuxing at the trial, only to find it was a one-sided conviction. No one cared about his opinion, and the dead cannot speak, much less defend themselves. Moreover, many high-ranking officers in the military had always been wary of Jiang Yuxing's talent, and now, using the words of Jiang Yuxing's deputy, Lu Tianming, they were using him to nail Jiang Yuxing to the pillar of shame. Those people were even more hoping that Ji Yingxing would willingly jump into this mess, dragging both of them down with him. Only then did Ji Yingxing understand why Jiang Yuxing had instructed him to carefully conceal the contents of the transport vehicle. It turned out he had known all along that there were many treacherous individuals within the military. Ji Yingxing was indignant and wanted to argue for Jiang Yuxing, but fortunately, Jiang Zi enlightened him at a crucial moment, making the young man understand the truth. In the face of power, even the sharpest words are useless. Ji Yingxing fell silent, a silence that lasted for many years, silently purging those outdated old fogies, eventually rising to the rank of general. Shouldn't the old fogies retire early? After so many years, still unable to decipher the contents of the transport vehicle, Ji Yingxing resealed the entire vehicle, hiding it even more concealed. Lu Tianming's influence grew steadily under the Federation's patronage, eventually reaching the position of Minister of the Federal Security Department. He also learned of the transport vehicle Jiang Yuxing had launched years ago. From then on, spies and assassins became commonplace for Ji Yingxing. Although he lacked evidence, he knew these assassins were all sent by Lu Tianming to seize the contents of the transport vehicle. Sometimes Ji Yingxing wondered if Lu Tianming had indeed obtained it. He would be completely baffled, unaware of Jiang Yuxing's cryptic pronouncements. Really, he knew Jiang Yuxing was always the smartest. He's dead, and still playing cryptic games? Couldn't he be more explicit? Bearing the stigma of treason for so many years, he must feel resentful in the afterlife. But he's dead, how could he feel resentful? Of the 2 stars of the Imperial Blue military from back then, only one rose to prominence. Over the years, Ji Yingxing had seen many biologically modified spies sent by Lu Tianming. Logically, he should have been extremely wary of the young man before him. However, the man's tone and eyes were strikingly similar to those of a young Jiang Yuxing. Not to mention the surname Bai, which was Jiang Yuxing's wife's maiden name, apart from a very few close relatives, no one knew it. He had previously wondered why Elder Jiang valued this young man so highly, even going so far as to defy public opinion and recommend him for the rank of Major General in technology. Now he understood. Elder Jiang probably already knew that the man before him was Jiang Yuxing's son. Ji Yingxing was about to speak when he remembered they were in the equipment center, surrounded by people and eyes, and immediately activated the surrounding soundproofing shield. Only when the pale blue light completely enveloped the 2 of them did he lower his voice, asking with a mixture of uncertainty and urgency, "Young man from the Jiang family?" Jiang Chini nodded gently, his voice calm yet relieved. "It's me, Uncle Ji." Ji Yingxing's eyes instantly became complicated, as if he were seeing an old friend through the man before him. He patted Jiang Chini's shoulder heavily. "I knew it. Your mother was so intelligent, she wouldn't just sit and wait to die. Sai, you must have suffered a lot these past years, looking like this. But it's alright, as long as you're alive, there's hope. I have to thank you, Uncle Ji." Jiang Chini's tone was filled with genuine gratitude. "If it weren't for you confirming my death afterward and completely covering up my tracks, I probably would have been found by Lu Tianming's men long ago. So you know everything." Ji Yingxing waved his hand. "Sai, given the situation back then, this was all I could do. You don't need to thank me. You came here this time because of that matter, right?" Jiang Chini didn't deny it, nodding frankly, "Yes." Ji Yingxing was silent for a moment, then lit the unlit cigar on the table, his voice heavy. "Back then, your father's 1,000-strong mech fleet only had one survivor, his second-in-command Lu Tianming. who also brought back the supercubic starfire. What happened after that, I think you should know. Lu Tianming said your father betrayed humanity, wanting to monopolize the supercubic starfire. He risked his life to bring back humanity's energy hope, and your father, in despair, took the entire fleet with him. A mocking and absurd look flashed in Ji Yingxing's eyes. He would never believe that Jiang Yuxing would do such a thing. Ji Yingxing composed himself and said, based solely on Lu Tianming's testimony, the military shouldn't have reached a conclusion. However, your father was too outstanding back then, so outstanding that many old fogies were wary. The trial panel, by a single vote, convicted your father of treason. Even so, Lu Tianming's testimony still had many loopholes. After your father's trial, they were planning to continue interrogating him, but who knew the Federation would suddenly intervene and protect Lu Tianming? The resolute military general took a deep drag of his cigar, slowly exhaling a smoke ring, and sighed. It was from that time that the situation deteriorated rapidly for the Jiang family. Your mother orchestrated that fire to ensure your survival. Fortunately you survived, and are still so outstanding, not disappointing their expectations. Jiang Chenyi's expression was calm. The past wounds, repeatedly torn apart and healed through countless nights, had long since taught him to face things with composure. Yes, Uncle Ji. I found out about all of this. But I also found out something else. After my father's fleet was destroyed, he didn't completely give up. He used his highest authority to launch a transport ship. And the recipient of that transport ship was you. Ji Yingxing let his cigar burn, ash falling softly onto the table. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly said, that's right, that thing is with me now. Logically speaking, it should have been given to a descendant of the Jiang family, that is, you. But you must understand, that thing is a thorn in Lu Tianming's side, a thorn in his flesh. Whoever gets it will be relentlessly hunted down by Lu Tianming. Back then, your father gave it to me instead of leaving it directly to you, because he believed you couldn't handle the danger. So until I felt you weren't ready, I wouldn't give it to you. My permission for you to enter Sabay Star, as an accompanying instructor, is also a test of your abilities. Once the matter of Sabay Star is resolved, if you can prove your ability to protect it, I will naturally give you the item. But if we cannot stop the spread of the anomaly, human civilization may cease to exist. Then everything will be meaningless. What meaning will the truth have? Before Jiang Chenyi could speak, Ji Yingxing deactivated the protective shield and turned the quantum computer panel in front of him towards Bai Yuan, his tone grave. Major General Bai, take a look at this first. Jiang Chenyi could only swallow everything back. Bai Yuan stepped forward, his gaze falling on the projection on the quantum computer. A 3D model of a stealth pod was slowly rotating, and the top of the model flashed with glaring red characters. Warning. Remote access to LL-02 pod has been compromised. LL-02 is the training pod we previously sent to the Algae Military Academy. Ji Yingxing frowned. The Federation is indeed restless. They've broken through our confinement measures. Now we have to prepare for the worst. They've probably already stolen the core technology of consciousness stripping. Bai Yuan frowned. The Federation wants consciousness stripping technology so badly? Why? Because of Lu Tianming. You see, a consciousness separated from the body is like a small boat in a raging sea. Even with connecting equipment, it can easily disintegrate and vanish. If it weren't for the special environment of the Sabay Star Celestial Convergence, no one would have actively developed this technology. Even if it were developed now, it would be considered a high-risk technology in academia, avoided at all costs. The reason the Sabay Star frontline is so short of soldiers who can use consciousness-stripping pods is twofold. Firstly, the threshold for mental manipulation is too high, and secondly, the technology itself is extremely dangerous. That Lu Tianming, he never does anything without a profit motive. Ji Yingxing rubbed his temples, his tone worried. The most terrifying thing isn't what he did, but that you can't even fathom his motives. The training ended long ago. The training pods issued to Algae should have been retrieved immediately to prevent further leakage of core technology. Bai Yuan said in a deep voice, with the military's authority, you could easily send someone to forcibly retrieve them. The remote positioning was cut off long ago. Ji Yingxing shook his head helplessly. I already sent a team to Algae Military Academy, but the pod isn't there at all. The Central Research Institute has also checked, there's no reception record. LL-02 seems to have vanished into thin air. As he spoke, Ji Yingxing looked at Bai Yuan. You led the development of the core system for this consciousness infiltration pod. Is there any way to reconnect LL-02's remote signal? As long as we can locate its position, we can stop the damage in time. Just as Bai Yuan was about to speak, Ji Yingxing's personal terminal suddenly flashed rapidly, and the incoming message display startled both of them. Jiangxing curled his lips into a sneer. Speak of the devil, and he appears. He connected to his personal terminal. Minister Liu, you busy man, you finally have time to give me an answer? Chapter 142. The personal terminal didn't project an image, only Liu Tianming's insincere yet enthusiastic voice. General Ji, please don't be offended. Recently, the Federal Security Department has been fully responsible for the evacuation of civilians from Sabay Star, and the affairs are extremely complicated. I simply haven't been able to spare the time. I just finished my work and immediately implemented the LL-02 cabin matter according to your previous request. I already sent Xiaorong to Space Station 12 for the cabin. It should be in the equipment area by now. I specifically instructed Xiaorong to personally hand the cabin over to the equipment room to ensure everything goes smoothly. Also, Xiaorong is representing the Central Research Institute this time, and will be participating in the work later. Suddenly, the shouts of soldiers and the clanging of machinery echoed down the corridor. Jiangxing and Bai Yuan exchanged a glance. Liu Tianming's attempt to force someone in after returning the cabin was clearly ill-intentioned. Jiangxing handed Bai Yuan a wireless communication headset. With a look, Bai Yuan put it on, and quickly turned to walk down the corridor. Bai Yuan's hand instinctively reached for the metal rod at his waist, a dormant lightsaber, ready to be activated at any moment to deal with emergencies. The atmosphere in the corridor was tense. At the forefront, Huarong wore a black and gold-trimmed federal uniform, with a white sash embroidered with intricate patterns slung across her shoulder. Her hair was meticulously styled, but a few soft strands were deliberately left at her temples, emphasizing her delicate features. Yet, at this moment, the delicate Huarong was leading the Flying Eagle team, belonging to the Federal Security Department. The Special Forces soldiers, their hands on the energy guns at their waists, their eyes cold and hard, were confronting the military soldiers at the door. Soldiers from the Flying Eagles team escorted 3 hovercarts covered with black canvas. The outline of a helicopter cabin was vaguely visible beneath the canvas of one of them. Huarong held up an identification badge, her voice hardening. I'm under orders from Minister Liu Tianming to escort the joint examination equipment. If the examination is delayed because of your obstruction, can you bear the responsibility? In the midst of the argument, the heavy doors of the equipment room slid open, and Huarong's pupils constricted sharply as she looked up to see a man emerge. The man wore a white military uniform, his shoulders straight and upright. One hand rested on his hip, the other gently adjusting the brim of his military cap. He slightly raised his head. The incandescent light fell on his face. His features were unfamiliar, yet strikingly similar to the person she had longed for so many years. Bai Yuan, you're in charge of the equipment this time. Bai Yuan's tone was calm, his gaze fixed on the hovercar covered in black cloth, not even glancing at Huarong. Just hand over the equipment to me, everyone else can leave. Huarong seemed not to hear him. In fact, she had blocked out all the surrounding sounds. For a moment, only the person who called himself Bai Yuan remained in her eyes. Senior. Senior? 2 words unconsciously escaped Huarong's throat, as light as a wisp of smoke, dissolving into the noisy corridor. But the next second, her father Hua Ye's stern voice suddenly echoed in her mind. Romer, you must keep an eye on this person. Report to me immediately if you find any trace of him. This is what Minister Liu personally instructed. Cold sweat instantly seeped from the back of Huarong's neck. She snapped back to reality, quickly suppressing the shock in her heart. She had finally found him. She couldn't let him be exposed to danger. Really? Why couldn't her senior stay quietly in a place that belonged only to her? Upon emerging, Bai Yuan recognized Huarong. He had seen her delicate and harmless exterior countless times, and knew the true nature hidden beneath. A madwoman driven by obsessive fanaticism. In her previous life, it was this very obsession that destroyed everything. Fortunately, in this life, they remained strangers, with no connection whatsoever. Huarong raised a hand to smooth her hair, meticulously gathering the stray strands, her previous harshness vanishing, replaced by a gentle and harmless smile. General Bai. It's not that I don't trust you. It's just that Minister Liu clearly instructed that I must personally deliver the equipment to the equipment room. I'm just a weak woman, going in won't cause any trouble. According to regulations, unauthorized technical personnel are not allowed to enter the core equipment area. Bai Yuan's tone remained unwavering. Huarong, however, was prepared. She immediately produced another identification and handed it to Bai Yuan. Major General Bai, you misunderstand. I'm not being unreasonable. The identification bore the words Technical Supervisor of the Central Research Institute and was stamped with the seal of the 3-party joint supervision. She explained with a smile, now that the 3 parties are jointly supervising Sabay Star affairs, The equipment used for the joint examination should be jointly supervised and debugged by the military, the Federation, and the free citizens. This is to ensure the highest survival rate for the participating students. Wouldn't you agree? She turned and pointed to the hovering cart at the back of the group. Under the black canvas, besides the LL-02 cabin, there were several precision instruments with complex interfaces. Actually, I came here not only to return LL-02, but also these. These are newly developed consciousness stabilizers by the Seoul Bureau, specifically designed for the complex environment of Sabay Star. They will definitely be useful during the joint examination. There are limitations to this equipment, and its operating logic is rather unique. Currently, I'm the only one on the entire Space Station 12 who knows the methods for restricting access and the safe operating procedures. We can't let the student's safety be compromised by the slightest oversight, don't you think? Bai Yuan was silent for a moment, his gaze sweeping over the unfamiliar devices. The interface design was indeed unusual, not a standard model, but he still spoke. Things can go in, but people cannot. As soon as he finished speaking, the side door of the equipment room suddenly slid open, and several small transport robots lined up and walked directly towards the equipment behind the Federation team. The Flying Eagle soldiers instantly drew their guns, the dark muzzles pointed at the robots. Bai Yuan also reached for his waist, and the atmosphere tensed up again. At this moment, Jiangxing's deep voice came through the wireless earpiece. Let her in. I want to see what tricks Lu Tianming is up to. To others, Bai Yuan hesitated for a few seconds before finally looking at Huarong, his tone still cold. No one but you is allowed in. Put down your guns. Huarong raised her hand to stop the Flying Eagle team behind her, her face still bearing a sweet smile, but a hint of triumph and greed flashed in her eyes. Naturally, I go in alone. Major General Bai, shall we begin the handover now? Before entering the completely enclosed equipment room, Huarong gently brushed a strand of hair behind her ear. No one noticed that her fingertip secretly tapped the miniature communicator hidden in her ear canal. As her fingertip released its pressure, an invisible electromagnetic wave shot out of Space Station 12 at lightning speed, heading towards a satellite not too far away in the same orbit. In the Integrated Observation Center of Space Station 12, the duty observer yawned, the screen in front of him filled with dense signal waves. Every day, this place receives countless signals from satellites and issues hundreds of commands. The electromagnetic wave from Huarong blended in among them, like a drop of water merging into the ocean, attracting no attention whatsoever. Above the geostationary orbit of Sabay Star, there are several monitoring satellites, one of which, under the operation of the Federal Security Department, has been quietly transformed into a small space station. The invisible electromagnetic wave emitted by Huarong reached this small space station disguised as a satellite, and was received by the personal computer of her father, Hua Yi, chairman of the Huashan Consortium. Upon receiving the message, Hua Yi rubbed his temples, relaxed slightly, and then turned to look at the medical module beside him. Inside the medical module, a serene-faced, short-haired girl floated in a transparent nutrient solution, her face as pale as paper, her eyes tightly closed. It was his daughter, Hua Yun. Hua Yi composed himself and immediately walked deeper into the corridor, knocking on the door of the research lab. Minister Lu, Huarong has successfully entered and will not let you down. Hua Yi paused, his expression pleading, but Hua Yun. The doctors all said that those attacked by the Golden Shadow will eventually fall into a coma. I thought Hua Yun was alright after all this time, but I didn't expect her to still be like this. Our Hua family has done our best for you all these years. Could you please think of a way to save her? Lu Tianming patted Hua Yi, his tone deliberately gentle. Don't worry, it won't be long before I build a completely new world. No illness, no death. You and Hua Yun, and your family, will all be reunited in this new world. Then, the Hua family will get everything they want. Lu Tianming said, turning to walk towards the glass curtain wall on the other side. Through this one-way glass, one could see a huge circular plaza behind the curtain wall. The plaza was piled high with unconscious people, men, women, and children, densely packed together. If it weren't for the slight rise and fall of their chests, anyone would think it was a cold, desolate mass grave. You did a good job evacuating the civilians from Sabay Star. Lu Tianming's gaze swept over the unconscious people, not forgetting to praise Hua Yi beside him. Hua Yi wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, forcing a fawning smile. It's all thanks to your excellent command. I was just following your orders. Lu Tianming didn't speak again, only raised his hand and waved. Soon, a team of medical personnel in white coats pushed equipment into the square. They skillfully used syringes to draw blood from the unconscious individuals, then used the equipment to extract information from the chip implanted in the back of their necks. The whole process was as fast as an assembly line. Soon, one of the medical personnel in a white coat jogged back, handing over a small data disk and bending down to give it to Liu Tianming. Minister Liu, the new batch of location information has been extracted and is stored here. Very good. Liu Tianming took the data disk, a glint of light flashing in his eyes, and then left the research lab. Hua Yi quickly followed, and the two went to the adjacent reception room. A burly man stood in the reception room, wearing a black hoodie with the word Xiongba printed on it, looking around at the surrounding metal walls with excitement and curiosity in his eyes. Seeing Liu Tianming and Hua Yi enter, the man immediately put on a fawning smile, rubbing his hands together as he greeted them. Boss Hua, you're too kind, arranging such a wonderful interstellar trip. And this is? His gaze fell on Liu Tianming, and seeing the other's deep and imposing aura, he couldn't help but shrink back, not daring to ask any further questions. Hua Yi said coldly, President Hong Yuan, you just need to follow orders. After it's done, the Huashan Consortium will continue to increase its investment in Xiongba's studio. Liu Tianming, impatient with idle chatter, directly tossed the data disk to the man. Here are the real-time coordinates of a new batch of NPCs. I need you to find them, just like before, and then send them all to the DNC in Xuming City. Is that alright? Boss, don't worry, we're very familiar with this task. But, the strong man, Xiongba Hongyuan, straightened up, looking troubled. Everyone knows that Giant Technology issued an emergency maintenance notice, and the servers in Zhongtu Xinzhou have been inaccessible for a long time. Even if we wanted to complete your instructions, our people can't get into the game. The login issue. You don't need to worry about it. Hua Yi interrupted Xiongba Hongyuan, too lazy to waste any more words, and said directly, we have special equipment here that can bypass Giant Technology's maintenance. However, you need to have everyone involved in the studio sign a confidentiality agreement. After they sign, someone will come to pick them up, and they be under complete close management. Xiongba Hongyuan's eyes lit up instantly, his troubled expression vanishing, and he smiled so broadly his eyes narrowed into slits. Boss Hua, I understand. The confidentiality agreement is no problem. Our studio's people know the rules best. It's just... He rubbed his hands, his tone tentative. With this closed office and special equipment, can we discuss the salary again? After all, the brothers are risking having their accounts banned. Liu Tianming waved his hand impatiently. Hua Yi, the rest is up to you. Hua Yi quickly agreed and respectfully saw Liu Tianming out of the reception room. Once Liu Tianming's figure disappeared, he turned to Xiongba Hongyuan, double the salary. But let me make this clear, our login equipment is one way. Without our intervention, your people won't be able to log off automatically once they enter the ancient blue world. Also, don't try anything funny, or you won't be able to handle the consequences. Upon hearing about the double salary, Xiongba Hongyuan's eyes narrowed with delight, and he quickly replied, don't worry, Boss Hua. I go back and have my brothers sign the agreement right away. They definitely obey. You wait, I give you the roster within half an hour. Space Station 12. The afternoon's league opening ceremony was brief and efficient. The principals of all three schools were present to boost the morale of their respective teams. Then, the league chairman took the stage and went straight to the point, announcing the core tasks of this year's league. Classmates, I'm sure everyone here is already aware of the unusual situation on Sabay Star. The chairman's voice echoed through the hall. At this moment, the entire planet is completely enveloped by an unknown, powerful magnetic field. All the reconnaissance teams dispatched by the Federation, the military, and the free citizens in the past few days have vanished without a trace, with even the most basic signal transmission completely cut off. The chairman paused, then shifted his tone slightly. However, just the day before yesterday, we received a message from Major General Chu CI of the military, relayed after a perilous ordeal. She confirmed that the internal space of Sabay Star has undergone a drastic change, forming a near fusion with the ancient Gulen world. Specifically, the Central Plains region. A murmur rippled through the audience. The chairman paused briefly, allowing this astonishing information to fully dissipate. Fortunately, Major General Chu Ci's troops have located several weakly integrated spatial coordinates. The task for this league is for you all to go to one of the key coordinates, with a relatively low-risk assessment, and install an energy analysis device at the designated location. The chairman raised his hand, and a holographic projection unfolded in the air, presenting the outline of an ancient city. The large plaque of Su Ming City clearly hung above the city gate, and Sang Fiwen and Ji Qian below the stage simultaneously narrowed their eyes. Your mission location is within this Su Ming City. The energy analysis device has been preset with specific coordinates. It will automatically guide you to your location upon entry. The chairman emphasized, the other coordinates with high-risk energy fluctuations will be handled by the professional troops on the front lines. I must solemnly remind you all that although Suming City is the lowest risk entry point, its interior is still full of unknowns. This will be the most dangerous three-school league in the history of the D-Lon star system, but it is also an irreplaceable practical training opportunity. If the mission succeeds, you will all have rendered immortal service to the safety of the Imperial Blue Star system. Next, the technicians will demonstrate the use of the energy device and the safe escape device. The technicians played a video simulating the use of the two devices on Sabay Star. Sang Fiwen watched the video attentively. The two devices in the video were the supplies and equipment previously placed in the dormitory. The energy analysis device was palm-sized. Pressing a button on its side activated real-time positioning and navigation. The safe escape device, embedded with a chip, protected the hippocampus and would automatically activate in case of mortal danger, or could be activated manually with thought. After the video ended, the roar of carrier-based spacecraft tearing through the sky immediately echoed outside the conference hall. Several small spacecraft flew from a huge silver-gray rotating cylinder and landed at the port of Space Station 12. In synchronous orbit above the equator of Sabay Star, just 2 degrees away from Space Station 12, the strategic-class mothership Star Wing had already precisely entered orbit, silently waiting for its subsidiary aircraft to bring back its fearless warriors. Chapter 143. The technician's explanation rang in everyone's ears. Each spacecraft is equipped with a consciousness pod. After entering your dedicated pod, the starry wings will carry you through the golden mist layer surrounding Sabay Star. The mothership's energy shield will resist the erosion of dissociation energy within the mist throughout the journey, ensuring your consciousness can safely leave your body and project to Sabay Star to carry out your mission. Remember, the technician's admonition was particularly serious. We cannot predict what your consciousness will face after entering the ancient blue world. If you face a fatal threat, immediately activate your personal escape device. It will instantly envelop your consciousness, forcibly severing the connection with Sabay Star's magnetic field, and sending your consciousness back to your body inside the pod. At the same time, the spacecraft will automatically leave the mothership, carrying you back to Space Station 12 to seek medical assistance. Now follow me to the port. As the technician explained, the teachers and students present held their breath, afraid of missing any important information. Sang Fiwen noticed that Lu Qingqing's eyes were slightly unfocused, as if he were lost in thought. From the moment he stepped onto the warp drive to Sabay Star, Lu Qingqing had shed his usual flamboyant, peacock-like demeanor, becoming so quiet and well-behaved that she almost didn't recognize him. But no matter how much he changed, he shouldn't be distracted in this situation. Taking advantage of a break in the explanation, Sang Fiwen moved closer to Lu Qingqing and patted his shoulder heavily. Lu Qingqing, you seem absent-minded. What's wrong? Lu Qingqing snapped back to reality, startled at first, then forced a smile. Nothing, it's just about my fiancée, Hua Yun. Sang Fiwen raised an eyebrow, then smiled genuinely. When did you get engaged? Congratulations. Lu Nuanshu didn't even tell me. I should have prepared a gift. Lu Qingqing's smile softened. Since realizing his obsession with Sang Fiwen, he had acted decisively, proposing to Hua Yun, who had always had feelings for him. Sang Fiwen said, "Excuse me for interrupting you. Please continue. What happened to Hua Yun?" Lu Qingqing's expression darkened, and he sighed. You should remember, during the last re-examination, Hua Yun was struck by the golden shadow. Afterwards, I saw she was fine, so I assumed she had a special constitution like yours, capable of resisting after effects. I didn't expect that not long ago, she suddenly fell into a coma. Sang Fiwen had no clue about this either. The golden shadow had indeed attacked her, but she hadn't lost any strength. Instead, she had seen a small golden figure guiding her somewhere. However, she had no memory of what happened after that. When she woke up, all she saw was the white ceiling of the infirmary. Sang Fiwen looked at Lu Qingqing and said, "Cheer up. Maybe once we resolve the anomaly on Sabay Star, Hua Yun will wake up." Lu Qingqing nodded, his eyes gradually hardening. Sang Fiwen was right. The golden mist shrouding Sabay Star was intricately connected to the golden shadow from before. As they spoke, the technicians led everyone to the port. Standing before the spacecraft, the teachers and students gazed at the churning golden mist at the horizon. A strong sense of disorientation washed over them. Just hours ago, they were arguing endlessly about accommodations on the space station. Tomorrow, they would be venturing into a completely unknown and dangerous planet. After the familiarization session with the spacecraft, the teachers and students from the 3 schools were led into the medical area. Inside the sterile operating room of the medical area, a top-notch medical team from the Dillon main star system was working diligently and methodically. Doctors, wearing double-layered white sterile gloves, deftly moved their fingers among precise, minimally invasive instruments. The moment the slender, nano-sized needles pierced the skin, a biochip the size of a grain of rice was precisely implanted under the skin of each participant's nape. The entire process was virtually painless, leaving only a faint red mark. On the Dillon star system, biochip technology is highly mature and widely used by the leapfrog generation following the knowledge explosion. It is primarily used for knowledge transmission, compressing years of coursework into hours, significantly shortening the training cycle for scientific talent. After the last trainee completed the implantation, the technician stepped forward and brought up the holographic interface. The blue 3D projection clearly presented the chip structure to everyone. This is a specially developed consciousness dimensional pocket chip. It can digitize physical equipment and allow it to enter Sabay Star along with your consciousness. Due to current technological limitations, each person only has 2 item slots, which can only hold the most critical equipment. The energy analysis device and safety escape device that were distributed to you upon check-in have already been digitized and loaded into the chip. Once you enter the Sabay Star magnetic field, you only need to concentrate your mind, and the device will materialize. Remember the escape device especially. It will anchor to your hippocampus of consciousness. In the event of a fatal danger, even if only a sliver of consciousness remains, it can trigger an escape. Please remember the meditation incantation for the escape device. Walking out of the medical area, Chi-Chung was still touching the back of his neck, shaking his head blankly. Am I understanding it correctly? Has Sabay Star now become the central planes of the game? The magnetic field of celestial bodies, converging, can be manipulated like clay to merge parts of space? Ji Qian patted his arm. Having read many science fiction novels about the StarNet, she quickly grasped this kind of concept. That's roughly the idea, but you absolutely mustn't treat it like a game. The Sabay Star we're going to now has a very dangerous magnetic field, and once the only consciousness that can enter collapses, the physical body in reality will be permanently unconscious, no different from brain death. So tomorrow, once we're on Sabay Star, don't always think about rushing to the front. If you encounter danger, use the escape device immediately. Life is more important than anything. What about the players from the ancient blue central divine continent? Chi-Chung suddenly remembered this, and quickly pulled out his personal terminal to open the StarNet. Can they still log back in? And what about the people on Sabay Star? If they're still inside, wouldn't they all be in trouble? The players were forcibly logged off long ago, and the civilians have been evacuated to the nearest safe zone. The entire galaxy. Ji Qian leaned closer, pointing to the trending topic. Look, Giant Technology even issued an emergency maintenance announcement. The trending topic was flooded with player complaints. I got kicked as soon as I logged in. What does customer service say besides wait patiently? I finally managed to get an 8th rank position in the Treasure Bureau. If this falls through, can Giant Technology afford to compensate me? Chi-Chung looked at the comments and immediately became anxious. Isn't Giant Technology's announcement a lie? I have to post something to expose them. Let the public know the true situation on Sabay Star, so they can prepare in advance. Don't be impulsive. Ji Qian quickly pressed his hand down, her tone becoming serious. Even if you tell the truth, who will believe you? Under the supervision of 3 parties, the post will be deleted in a minute, and you also violate the confidentiality agreement. And to put it another way, disclosing the information now will only cause panic and allow those with ulterior motives to incite chaos, which will not help solve the problem at all. But this is the public's right to know. Chi-Chung frowned and retorted, his voice unconsciously rising. What if the mission fails, the defenses of Sabay Star fall, and the magnetic anomaly spreads out? How many people will be instantly separated without even having time to say goodbye to their families? Giant Technology's concealment is simply depriving them of their last chance to reunite. Ji Qian's eyes darkened, her tone filled with disappointment. Thinking about failure before even trying. Chi-Chung, I thought you weren't someone who would give up easily. I'm not giving up, I'm facing the risks head-on. Chi-Chung's eyes also reddened. Each held their own opinion, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense during the argument. Finally, Ji Qian turned and stormed off, and Chi-Chung pursed his lips, not chasing after her. Only a silent awkwardness remained in the air. Zhang Baiwei, who had tried to mediate, shook her head helplessly. Turning her head, she saw Sang Fiwen leaning against the corridor wall, her face as pale as a sheet of paper, even her lips devoid of color. During their argument, Zhang Baiwei had noticed that Sang Fiwen's eyes were somewhat unfocused, and her breathing was shallower and more rapid than usual. She was clearly not feeling well. "Junior, what's wrong?" Zhang Baiwei quickly went over and touched her forehead. "Is there a rejection reaction to the chip? Should I call a doctor to take a look?" Sang Fiwen waved her hand, her voice weak. "It's nothing, maybe a little low blood sugar. I just drink a nutritional supplement in a bit." Only she knew that this wasn't low blood sugar, but rather the mental exhaustion caused by using her time-stopping ability. Her temples throbbed, and the occasional flashes of darkness before her eyes reminded her of how risky her actions in the medical room had been. Fortunately, she succeeded. Her risky move stemmed from Assistant Zhou's actions earlier that morning when he switched the equipment. Despite being told that the equipment in Area A and Area B was identical, Assistant Zhou insisted on transporting the devices from Area A to Area B, where the first military academy students resided. His meticulous and repeated checks made Sang Fiwen suspect that the two batches of devices were different. Assistant Zhou's behavior had kept Sang Fiwen on edge. Just now, in the medical room, when she saw the doctor take out the very same batch of energy analyzers and disconnectors that had been specially switched from Area A that morning from a sealed box, her anxiety reached its peak. She dared not gamble. If this batch of equipment had been tampered with, once they entered Sabay Star, she and her 4 teammates would likely face certain death. Therefore, in the split second before implanting the chip, she risked using her time-stopping ability. In those frozen seconds, she swiftly opened the sealed box in the backup area and swapped the devices belonging to the first military academy with the brand new backup devices. Now, the chip behind her neck contained a brand new backup device. Although her mental energy was somewhat depleted, she finally felt at peace. The next morning, 15 participating students and 3 accompanying teachers, dressed in specially made docking suits, walked resolutely into the small aircraft moored at the port berth. Despite facing unknown dangers, each person's face radiated a determined sharpness. After entering the aircraft, everyone laid down one by one into a consciousness infiltration pod. This was a personalized pod highly adapted to each person's biodata, minimizing the rejection reaction when consciousness leaves the body. Oxygenated nutrient solution was slowly injected into the capsule, enveloping the body. Nerve lines on the capsule walls precisely connected to the biochip at the back of the neck. A mechanical female voice sounded in the ear. Biological matching complete, consciousness synchronization link established, ready? As the hatch of the last spacecraft closed, all the spacecraft, like hummingbirds returning to their nests, automatically adjusted their course and flew towards the Star Wings mothership not far away. The strategic mothership lay silently in its orbit, its massive metallic body gleaming coldly in the morning light. The energy shields on its hull occasionally flashed with pale blue ripples, like a lurking cosmic beast, waiting to carry its warriors into battle. Once all the smaller spacecraft had entered the mothership, Star Wings finally started its engines. The immense thrust caused the mothership to slowly turn, heading towards Sabay Star. That planet, completely shrouded in golden mist, was like a golden gem suspended in space, beautiful yet exuding a chilling mystery. The 3 schools league has officially begun. The moment the mothership pierced through the golden mist, the stealth pods automatically activated. Inside, Sang Fiwen suddenly felt a sharp, intense weightlessness, as if her soul had been abruptly ripped from her body. A muffled hum followed, and her senses, sight, hearing, touch, all vanished instantly. She felt like a wisp of smoke, floating in an endless, dark void. During her previous training, she had become accustomed to the feeling of her consciousness leaving her body, but this sensation was 100 times more terrifying. It was like being thrown into a rapidly spinning vortex of nothingness, her consciousness being torn apart and squeezed by invisible forces, each second feeling like being crushed into chaos. But Sang Fiwen stubbornly held on, clinging to the last vestige of clarity, preventing her consciousness from being swallowed by the void. She didn't know how long she had drifted in the void before her senses, like rusty gears, finally began to slowly and laboriously return. The scene before her gradually cleared, like an old, black and white stop-motion animation. She could see herself floating in the air, below her an ancient and charming city, the City of Void. Dense wooden houses were surrounded by bluish-gray city walls. Amidst the gray tones, pedestrians walked along the streets expressionlessly, their movements as stiff as marionettes. The sunlight was warm, the breeze gentle, things that should have been incredibly comfortable for humans, but upon her consciousness, they brought only excruciating, burning pain. Sang Fiwen suddenly curled up, feeling as if she had been thrown into a raging fire, every inch of her consciousness smoking. Although she was a consciousness, she clearly felt the searing pain of her skin being scorched, her blood vessels melting, and even heard a faint sizzling sound emanating from the surface of her consciousness, like a piece of fat falling onto burning coals. It's the magnetic field turbulence of Sabay Star. Sang Fiwen instantly recalled what Bai Yuan had taught her during special training. This terrifying burning sensation was the manifestation of the load the Sabay Star's magnetic field was placing on her consciousness. The magnetic force was tearing at her consciousness. She had to find an anchor point immediately. Otherwise, in less than 3 minutes, her mental energy would be exhausted, her consciousness would be completely burned to ashes, and her physical body would be permanently unconscious. She endured the excruciating pain, intending to fly towards the city below, but her gaze inadvertently swept over the horizon where the sea met the sky outside Ximing City, and she was completely stunned by the scene before her. That horizon, which should have been azure, was now as if stained with ink, with countless black lines dancing wildly within it. They were as thin as hair, yet carried an all-consuming black aura, sometimes twisting into ferocious ghostly claws, sometimes coiling into huge vortexes. Several black lines split into tiny branches, like living tentacles, frantically clawing at the sky, exuding an inhuman eeriness, as if they would drag the entire city into boundless darkness at any moment. What is that? Sang Fiwen's consciousness felt a chill, and she mustered her courage to get closer to see clearly. Immediately, a tremendous suction force swept over her, like an invisible giant hand grabbing her consciousness and pulling her downwards. Sang Fiwen's vision went black, and she lost consciousness again. When she opened her eyes again, the burning sensation was gone. Beneath her was a soft mattress, with a faint scent of sandalwood. Around her were a wooden wardrobe, a desk, and a traditional Chinese landscape painting hanging on the wall. It was her room at the inn where Yinkalai was staying. How did I get back to the inn? Sang Fiwen sat up abruptly, quickly touching her hands and arms, then rushed to the bronze mirror. The mirror reflected a woman in a mechanic's uniform. It was her character Wen Qinghui from the game Gulan. My consciousness was absorbed by a body with a high synchronization rate as soon as it entered Sabay Star? Sang Fiwen frowned, suddenly recalling the scene from earlier. Wait, what happened to those black lines in the sky? She immediately rushed to the balcony, only to find Zhou Xuancher's grandmother sitting in a wicker chair, basking in the sun, wrapped in a thin blanket. Startled by her sudden appearance, she patted her chest and laughed. Oh dear, you scared me to death. What's wrong, Miss Jinghe? Why are you in such a hurry? The place where the sea meets the sky is the port of Ximing City. The sky is a clear blue, seabirds spread their wings in the wind, and fishing boats slowly sail by in the distance. Everything is perfectly normal. The eerie black lines from earlier seemed like a hallucination. I'm sorry, Grandma, I scared you. Sang Fiwen composed herself and asked softly, I wanted to ask, did you see anything unusual in the sky over the harbor this morning? Like black lines? Grandma smiled and shook her head, pointing to the seabirds in the distance. I was sitting here before sunrise, nothing unusual. Oh, by the way, there are more seabirds than usual today, maybe the weather is changing, haha. Sang Fiwen was filled with doubt, but didn't ask any more questions. She took out a few fresh wild herbs from her backpack. Grandma, boil these herbs and drink the decoction. It's good for your health. How have you been feeling lately? I'm much better. These herbs are all good stuff, Miss Jinghe. You should keep them for yourself. Grandma quickly declined, but Sang Fiwen insisted on putting down the herbs, turned around and hurried back to her bedroom. Closing the door, Sang Fiwen immediately began to sort out the current situation. First, she tried to mimic the actions in the game, swiping her fingertips in front of her eyes to bring up the player panel, but everything was empty. There was no system interface, no attribute bar, and no logout menu. Sang Fiwen muttered to herself, it seems the technicians were right before the competition. I'm no different from the natives now. I can't log off voluntarily, and can only leave using the consciousness detachment device. She remembered the meditation mantra the technicians had taught her, closed her eyes, and silently recited it. The next second, a cold, mechanical voice sounded deep within her consciousness. Confirm activation of the safe detachment device? After detachment, consciousness will return to the physical body, and this league mission will be considered a failure. No! Sang Fiwen immediately responded in her mind. It seemed the chip had been activated the moment her consciousness left her body, constantly anchoring her hippocampus. A mere thought was enough to detach her, which relieved her slightly. Right, there's also the energy analyzer. She suddenly remembered the crucial mission item, and quickly focused her mind. Sure enough, a palm-sized black box instantly appeared in her palm, the energy analyzer required by the League. She tried to retract the device into her chip with her mind, but no matter how focused she was, the box wouldn't budge. Finally, she could only helplessly stuff it into her backpack. Looks like after materializing, I can only store it manually. She then continued to try various actions. Her backpack, items, and skills all worked normally. Except for the lack of a system interface, everything else was exactly the same as in the game. I wonder how Chi Chong and Ji Qian are doing. Sang Fiwen leaned against the inn window, looking at the bustling streets of Xuming City below, her expression worried. If they weren't directly sucked into the game character like me, they're probably still wandering in consciousness, suffering from the burning magnetic field. Although the landing points for the 3 school students were all around Xuming City, they were randomly assigned. Without communication methods, reuniting was like finding a needle in a haystack. It was all down to luck. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to suppress her worry, and analyzed the situation to herself. Everyone has an escape device. If danger arises, they can evacuate in time. The most urgent task is to find the coordinates, install the energy analysis device, and end this strange state as soon as possible. Sang Fiwen remembered the technician saying that this mission had a backup plan. As long as one person successfully installs the device, all participants' escape devices will be forcibly activated simultaneously, and the mission will be considered complete. Without delay, Sang Fiwen immediately set off, buying 2 of the most detailed maps from the corner store. One was a map of the entire Central Plains, and the other was a map of Xuming City. She spread the maps on the wooden table in the store, turned on the energy analysis device, and brought up the mission coordinates on the screen. Her finger moved along the streets on the city map little by little, but her face gradually fell. How did we end up in the Pill Bureau? The Pill Bureau was a notoriously heavily guarded place in Xuming City. As the core institution of the Yin Kingdom's alchemy and energy research, it was guarded by golden armored guards year-round, and entry and exit required a special token. Ordinary people couldn't even get close to the gate. What's more troublesome is that she now belongs to Dan C's sworn enemy, the Clever Creation Bureau. If she goes in like this, before she even finds the installation location of the energy analysis device, she'd probably be arrested by Dan C's guards as a spy for the Clever Creation Bureau. Sang Fiwen put away the map with a bitter face. Just as she stepped out of the general store, she bumped into a familiar figure. The other person was dressed in a long black robe. It was Lin Yuan. At this moment, this usually carefree and gentle doctor was also frowning, looking miserable, as if he too had encountered a thorny problem. Chapter 144. 2 people with furrowed brows bumped into each other. The instant their eyes met, the anxiety that had been weighing on their hearts vanished as if blown away by a spring breeze. Sang Fiwen couldn't help but laugh. What's wrong with you? You look so bitter and resentful. Did you eat some bitter melon? She almost forgot that she still had Lin Yuan, her reliable partner. Even if she had to conquer the pill division, having him around gave her more confidence. But the smile froze on her lips. She was here to complete a league mission. How was she going to explain the real-world crisis to her friends in the game? Was she supposed to say that she had accepted a strange mission, and was going to install a strange device in the pill division? As Sang Fiwen was pondering how to start the conversation, Lin Yuan smiled and said in a relaxed tone, Sang Fiwen? These 3 words were like a thunderbolt, making Sang Fiwen freeze on the spot. She subconsciously denied it 3 times in a row. What? I didn't, don't talk nonsense. Lin Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. Don't be nervous, I'm by Yuan. He paused and explained, after I entered Sabay Star, there happened to be an unconscious body near my landing point. He already included it. Right now, he didn't have the courage to be honest. Perhaps his choice to conceal the truth, that Lin Yuan is him, was because he still harbored a sliver of selfishness, a sliver of hope. That once the crisis on Sabay Star was resolved, he could still be by her side as boss Xiaobai, without having to consider any real-world conspiracies or dangers. However, after entering this time, he hadn't expected the fusion of Sabay Star to be so complete. The entire planet had been eroded by the rules of the ancient blue world, and all the virtual data of the central divine continent had become reality here. Therefore, he hadn't anticipated that the magnetic field's influence on his consciousness would also change so drastically. According to the training he had received, his consciousness should have been able to move freely after entering the pod, finding an unconscious body with a synchronization rate higher than 50% to possess. But this time, his consciousness had barely left the pod when it was directly sucked into the body, with the highest synchronization rate within range, his game character, Lin Yuan. When he didn't see Wan Xinghui at the end, his heart jumped, thinking his prediction had been wrong. Only now, seeing Sang Fiwen standing safely before him, did his anxiety finally subside. Sang Fiwen was stunned for a moment, then belatedly realized that Lin Yuan was now possessed by Bai Yuan. She instantly breathed a sigh of relief, no longer needing to bother making up excuses, but then a crucial question came to mind, and she hesitated before speaking. To be honest, I know the owner of this body you're in now. He is my... In that second of pause, countless images flashed through her mind. The generous shopkeeper Xiao Bai who helped her out when she encountered the difficult Feng Xingyi Luo while setting up her stall in Luoyang. The reliable teammate who, with incredible luck, opened the peony sword next to the cloud-patterned treasure chest in by Hua Shiyuan, granting her wishes. The Lin Yuan who, after overcoming his inner demons, collapsed amidst the spider lilies on the banks of the river Styx in the ghost realm, laughing heartily, yet with a vulnerable look hidden in his eyes. The god-level healer with whom she fished across the sea and worked together to conquer Shishao village. After so many days and nights spent together in the game, she dared not say, nor could she deceive herself, that she had feelings for Lin Yuan. On the other side, there is Jiang Chini, who has been with her since childhood, who drove away the debt collectors for her in her previous life and stood in front of her, and now Bai Yuan, who is so close to her. Her heart wasn't big enough to hold two people. Yet she couldn't distinguish which flutter of the heart was real, and which was a misperception. Could a person be attracted to two people at the same time? Like the old stories from ancient Earth, the white rose and the red rose. Whichever one you choose, there will always be regret. Sang Fiwen took a breath, suppressing her surging emotions, and continued earnestly, he's my boss, and also a very, very good friend. He might just be temporarily offline now. If he suddenly logs back in, will you be forcibly kicked out? She stared into his eyes, and when she saw the words boss and good friend flash by, a fleeting trace of melancholy crossed his eyes, so quick it seemed like an illusion. But that sense of dejection vanished in an instant. He regained his composure, shook his head, and said with a relieved tone, don't worry, this won't happen again. Seeing Sang Fiwen's puzzled look, he explained, you might not be following the latest StarNet news. Almost at the same moment we departed from the capital star, Senbei Star completely fell. The three forces had to evacuate urgently and retreat to Space Station 12. Sang Fiwen suddenly understood. No wonder their warp drive, originally intended to go directly to Senbei Star, was temporarily diverted to Space Station 12 at the last minute, and the League's accommodation arrangements were a chaotic mess. Last night, I received a message from the Military Research Department. Bai Yuan's tone turned somber, and his eyes became grave. From the moment Senbei Star completely fell, the underground hypercube Starfire entered a strange state of activity, which also affected the ancient blue world it autonomously generated. Central China was the first to be affected. All players were forcibly logged off and could no longer log in. The Federation had Giant Technology issue an emergency upgrade announcement, trying to fool the public for a few days. What exactly is going on? Sang Fiwen couldn't help but ask, a scene from the medical area flashing through her mind. Qi Chong and Ji Qian had argued fiercely over some announcement, but she had just used her time-stopping ability and was severely exhausted, so she hadn't been paying attention. No one can explain the changes inside the Supercube Starfire right now, Bai Yuan said gravely. But I speculate that after the Central Divine Continent fully descended upon Senbei Star, it was no longer a game world that the Supercube Starfire could influence or control. And Giant Technology's game pods were merely intermediaries connecting the game worlds. Facing the now real Central Divine Continent, they naturally lost their connecting function. Sang Fiwen gasped, her previous guess instantly confirmed. So, the ancient blue world we've been playing with like a game is actually another reality stored in the supercubic Starfire? But how could something capable of storing an entire world appear in the Imperial Blue Star system? Bai Yuan paused for a moment, then said softly, years ago, the military's mecha fleet brought back an unknown energy life form from the depths of space to solve the Imperial Blue Energy crisis. It was later secretly named Supercubic Starfire by the Federation. After the energy paralysis at the Central Research Institute last time, the golden shadows emanating from Supercubic Starfire all converged on Senbei Star, forming a magnetic field of celestial convergence. It not only enveloped the entire planet, but also showed signs of spreading outwards. Countless fragments flashed through Sang Fiwen's mind. The chasing golden shadows, the eerily smiling golden figure, Giant Technology's new energy technology, the anomaly of the celestial convergence on Senbei Star. Hidden within each fragment were beads, manipulated by an invisible hand, strung together into a dangerous chain. The Central Research Institute has been researching the supercubic spark for so long, yet all they developed is a mind-stealing technology to convert bioenergy into usable energy for the Imperial Blue. And this technology just happens to solve the Imperial Blue Star system's increasingly severe energy crisis, as if the supercubic spark was tailor-made to save the Imperial Blue from this crisis. This is too much of a coincidence, unsettlingly so. Sang Fiwen suddenly realized a terrifying possibility. The supercubic spark isn't a dormant, inanimate object at all, but an intelligent being with its own consciousness. It has been lying in wait, deliberately revealing only the energy conversion technology that humanity desperately needs, gradually manipulating humanity's greed and demands, guiding research direction, and ultimately achieving its own goals. And the current anomaly on Sabé star is the best proof of this. The supercubic spark. What a beautiful name, full of hope and vitality, yet humanity doesn't even know if it's benevolent or malevolent towards them, yet they dare to rashly develop and use it, even regarding it as the hope for energy, the savior of the Imperial Blue. The Central Research Institute, those profit-driven bastards in the Federation, they really ruined humanity. Sang Fiwen couldn't help but curse under his breath. But then again, even without the Central Research Institute, other forces would covet this powerful energy technology. Faced with human greed, humanity is destined to fall into the trap of this mysterious intelligent being. It's only a matter of time. Just like now, the ancient blue world has begun to recover on Sabé star, as it wished. The true desire of the supercubic starfire is to revive the ancient blue world. Sang Fiwen and Bai Yuan's voices rang out simultaneously. They exchanged a glance, both seeing the same worry in each other's eyes. Its ultimate goal is likely to allow the ancient blue star, already destroyed in the universe, to be completely reborn through the space of the Imperial Blue Star system. The fusion with Sabé star is merely its first step. Bai Yuan sighed softly, his tone heavy. Fortunately, Elder Jiang noticed something amiss in time and pushed the Military Research Institute and the Central Research Institute to temporarily join forces and sever the star network connection of all game pods. But it's all too late. Even without the star network, the game pods can still log into other ancient blue regions besides the central divine continent. No one knows which planet will be the next to be fused. Now, the energy analysis device is our last resort. We must find the magnetic field core on Sabé star, stop the abnormal spread, and absolutely prevent it from affecting other planets in the Imperial Blue Star system. After speaking, Bai Yuan looked at Sang Fiwen, his eyes devoid of their previous gentleness, only a deep determination remained, and said, word by word, for the sake of those I love. Sang Fiwen met his gaze, the anxiety and anger in her heart gradually settling into the same unwavering resolve. Without the slightest hesitation, she nodded solemnly and repeated, for those I love. At this moment, no more words were needed, their beliefs were already aligned. This journey was not only to complete the League mission, but also to protect those they cherished, and to protect the home humanity depended on for survival. Before the grand gates of the Dan Sea in Shuming City, Sang Fiwen, clad in a sleek mechanical robe, stood side by side with Bai Yuan, dressed in a black robe. Their free-spirited demeanor drew frequent glances from passers-by, who even slowed their pace. Bai Yuan ignored the surrounding gazes, and raised his hand to knock on the door knocker. A moment later, the door opened a crack, and a little girl with her hair in a topknot and a red string bell in her hair peeked out, her round eyes warily scrutinizing them. Who goes there? What do you want? Sang Fiwen was somewhat surprised. Rumor had it that the Dan Sea alchemy department was incredibly strict, comparable to the underworld. Why was it such a cute little girl answering the door? Little friend, we have business to discuss with the head of the Dan Sea. Could you please inform him? Bai Yuan's tone was gentle, trying not to seem strange. I'm not a little kid. I'm Tao Tao, the apprentice of Dan Sea. The little girl pouted, correcting him, but her tone softened when she saw Bai Yuan's dazzling appearance. But Sister Zhu Sha instructed before she left that no one is allowed to enter Dan Sea while she's away. Before she could finish, a commotion suddenly erupted from the direction of the distant port, accompanied by screams and running. Run! Someone's gone mad. They're eating people. Someone's been eaten over at the port. Oh no! It's a fallen demon. The guard commander patrolling the streets acted decisively, ordering his men sharply, immediately seal off the port entrance. Prevent fallen demons from infiltrating the city. No unauthorized personnel are allowed near. The guards, previously scattered, sprang into action, spears in hand, rushing towards the port and quickly blocking the entrance with fences. Those who hadn't managed to escape the port were trapped inside, wailing and crying through the fences, creating chaos. Bang! Hearing the noise, Tao Tao's face instantly turned pale. She slammed the door of the Dan Sea headquarters shut, refusing to show herself no matter how much Bai Yuan knocked. Sang Fiwen frowned. The commotion at the port instantly reminded her of the scene her consciousness had witnessed when she first entered Sabé star. The wildly dancing black lines at the horizon. Let's go check out the port. Okay. Bai Yuan nodded, and the two ran quickly in the opposite direction of the crowd. On the way, Sang Fiwen didn't forget to tell him her discovery, her tone serious. When I first came in as a consciousness, I saw many black threads in the sky above the port. I didn't have time to look closely before I was sucked into my body. Maybe it's related to the fallen ones. Really? Then you better be careful later. If you encounter danger, you can hide behind me. Bai Yuan joked lightly as he ran, as if he wasn't going to face the dangerous fallen ones, but rather to stroll through a market. Sang Fiwen, when did this guy develop the habit of changing his appearance at any time? Besides, she was the player with the best equipment and the best skills, Wan Shen. What did she need to be careful about? This Bai Yuan guy actually underestimated her. He definitely doesn't play Ancient Blue and has no idea of her strength, she thought angrily, and the tension she felt earlier because of the black threads inexplicably dissipated quite a bit. The two struggled against the panicked crowd, finally reaching the port entrance, only to be stopped by several guards in silver armor, wielding long spears. This area is sealed off. No unauthorized personnel are allowed near. The guards' tone was stern, their spears held horizontally in front of them, leaving no room for negotiation. Seeing the guards' stern faces blocking the entrance, Sang Fiwen suddenly remembered the character trait she had acquired at sea. A promise is a promise. If she remembered correctly, it enhanced her natural affinity with unfamiliar native inhabitants. Now that she didn't have a character panel, thankfully her memory was good, and she remembered this trait. It would come in handy. With a thought, Sang Fiwen activated a promise is a promise, put on a sincere smile, and stepped forward, saying, "My wise and valiant guards, I only heard that those coming from the port direction were not allowed into the city, but it didn't say we weren't allowed to go to the port." As she spoke, she revealed a jade token. "I am the junior master of the Bureau of Ingenious Creation, here to help maintain the stability of the city." The guards, all young men, blushed slightly at the beautiful and approachable junior master's praise of them as wise and mighty. Looking at her again, they relaxed somewhat, their tones softening. "This, junior master, it's not that we don't want you to enter, but there are fallen demons inside. It's too dangerous." The lead guard looked at Bai Yuan, asking suspiciously, "And who is this gentleman beside you?" "I am her husband." Before Sang Fiwen could speak, Bai Yuan interrupted, his tone as natural as if he had said it 1,000 times. "My wife is not only a mechanic, but also a high-level exorcist. We came here specifically to exorcise demons and save people after hearing about the chaos caused by fallen demons." Sang Fiwen choked, secretly glaring at him. "Who's your wife?" Bai Yuan, however, remained calm, as if he hadn't seen her subtle warning. Upon hearing Sang Fiwen's identity as a high-level exorcist, the guards' expressions immediately became respectful, and they quickly made way for him. "I see. Please come in, you two. The golden armor guard will be here soon. Please help us stabilize the situation." Just as they finished speaking, a familiar system notification suddenly sounded in Sang Fiwen's mind. Accepted sudden mission. Investigate the port of Shuming City. Progress 1. Clear out the fallen ones, 0 out of 100. Save the people, 0/50. I can still accept missions? Is the game mechanic still being triggered passively? Sang Fiwen looked at Bai Yuan, whose eyes also showed confusion. Clearly, he had also received the same mission while in a team. And save 50 more people? Sang Fiwen rubbed her forehead, a headache forming. Why are the people of Shuming City so fond of joining in the fun? Running to the port at a time like this? Rescuing people is much more troublesome than killing monsters. With me here, don't be afraid. Bai Yuan chuckled, waving his immortal-grade staff. Have you forgotten what I do? Sang Fiwen instantly realized. Bai Yuan was currently using the body of Lin Yuan, a top-tier healer in the game, possessing not only massive healing power, but also a highly rare resurrection spell. With such a super healer around, rescue missions were indeed much easier. She immediately felt confident and stepped into the blockade first. The port cable car, which usually required queuing, now stood alone on its tracks, deserted and desolate. To prevent fallen demons from infiltrating the city via the cable car, the control room equipment had been shut down by the guards, and the cable car was no longer in operation. This didn't faze Sang Fiwen. She flicked her fingertips, summoning Little Red from her ink-washed space. The phoenix cried out, seemingly with a hint of protest, but the usually understanding Little Red still spread its nearly 10-foot-long crimson wings, its outstretched wings carrying a trace of anxiety. Sang Fiwen and Bai Yuan leaped onto the phoenix's back. The fire phoenix flapped its wings and flew towards the port below the white cliff, its speed considerably slower than usual. Along the way, Sang Fiwen noticed that the seagulls that usually circled above the port searching for food were all gone. The sea breeze carried an indescribable, sweet-smelling, and chilling scent, and the sky above the port exuded an eerie stillness. Little Red seemed even more agitated. As soon as Sang Fiwen landed, she immediately recalled it into her ink-washed space, whispering soothingly, "Rest well first." The port was now a scene of chaos. Scattered goods, overturned carts, congealed bloodstains, and packages abandoned by fleeing civilians. Those who could be evacuated had already fled, the rest were probably hiding in the corners of cargo containers or warehouses, too afraid to make a sound. As far as the eye could see, only piles of cargo crates, like small mountains, divided the open plain into a crisscrossing network of narrow paths, completely obstructing the view. The experienced Sang Fiwen knew that every corner here could conceal a deadly trap. "Be careful, I go first," Sang Fiwen whispered. Bai Yuan nodded, and the two of them slowed their pace in unison, heading towards the harbor entrance. That was the port's trading market. Once there, they would gain a wider view, and it was usually the most crowded area, likely where trapped civilians were now. Just around the corner from a stack of silk crates, three strange figures suddenly appeared on the path ahead. Most eerily, thick black mist emanated from their mouths, noses, and eyes, like living smoke, swirling and refusing to dissipate around them. Sang Fiwen stared intently. The three people were still dressed like ordinary civilians, but they had undergone inhuman transformations. Their bodies were emaciated, their heads were enormous, and their skin seemed to be covered with rotting vines. Clearly, these civilians had become fallen ones. These fallen ones, with red eyes, were frantically rummaging around a damaged cargo box, letting out hoarse growls. Long drool dripped from their mouths onto the ground, making them look exceptionally ferocious and terrifying. Sang Fiwen used Eye of Insight on one of the fallen ones with a thought. The familiar transparent panel didn't pop up, but information flowed directly into his mind like a data stream. Fallen Citizen, Level 65 Elite, HP 25500/25500, Special Skill, Infectious Bite. Sang Fiwen was becoming increasingly accustomed to her current state, which resembled a pure version of a game world. There were no interfaces to access, yet she could trigger skills and retrieve items with her will, as if her consciousness directly influenced reality. The only problem was that she couldn't see her health or mana bars. She could only rely on years of gaming experience to judge her status. She had to constantly monitor her physical fatigue and replenish her stamina and spiritual energy as needed. A sea breeze blew, fluttering their robes. The three fallen demons, sensing the presence of living beings, abruptly stopped rummaging through the crates, instantly turning their heads 850 degrees. Their 6 crimson eyes, radiating a chilling aura, stared intently at the two behind them. Chapter 145. Roar. A hoarse roar pierced the air. A red-eyed fallen demon suddenly arched its back, drool dripping from its mouth. It charged like a hyena on all fours, its foul-smelling maw gaping wide, torn open to its cheeks, revealing sharp, interlocking, yellow teeth, lunging straight for Sang Fiwen's neck. "Watch out!" Bai Yuan swung his emerald staff, a pale blue halo instantly enveloping Sang Fiwen. The healer's support skill Divine Speed instantly activated, granting a 30% increase in movement and attack speed, making her body suddenly lighter. Sang Fiwen lightly touched the ground with her toes, dodging the foul-smelling maw, while simultaneously patting the crimson gourd at her waist. With a hum, golden light burst forth from the gourd. The peony sword, like a streak of light, hovered before her. The pale golden patterns on the sword's blade subtly swirled in the light, exuding a chilling killing intent. She didn't attack rashly. The game mechanics were still running, so she had to consider the game data. The level 85 elite monster's defense and health far exceeded her level. She had to figure out its weaknesses first. But the fallen ones didn't give her time to think. The other two monsters suddenly scrambled onto the crates on either side, their black fingernails digging deep into the wooden planks. Using the momentum, they leaped up and pounced on her like hungry tigers. The one she had just dodged was also hot on her heels, using all 4 limbs to pounce on her from behind. The 3 fallen ones surrounded her, their long, withered black fingernails gleaming coldly, magnifying in Sang Fiwen's eyes, their stench almost choking her. At this critical moment, the 8 poison mother ring on Sang Fiwen's hand suddenly glowed with a dark purple light, and a spider web the size of a round table instantly shot out, precisely binding the 3 monsters that had huddled together. The spider silk, like extremely tough, super adhesive nylon rope, tightly bound the limbs and torsos of the fallen demons. They struggled frantically within the web, rolling around in a ball, black slime constantly seeping from their bodies, yet they could not break free of the spider silk. "Now!" Sang Fiwen's eyes narrowed, and she stepped forward, her peony sword drawing a cold arc in her hand. The sword energy of crescent slash, like a descending crescent moon, precisely struck the spider web. Sizzle. The spider web and the fallen demons within it were simultaneously cleaved in two at the waist, their black bodies crashing to the ground with a dull thud. The effect of this attack far exceeded Sang Fiwen's expectations. The fallen demon was 12 levels higher than her, and normally, its defense would be limited, yet the peony sword sliced through it like tofu, as if the opponent's defense was less than a sheet of paper. The golden light on the sword seemed to intensify, and the patterns became even more exquisite. Sang Fiwen was certain that the peony sword had leveled up again after consuming Zhou Xuancher's 10,000-year-old Xian iron essence. Although she couldn't see the attribute panel at this moment, she could feel that its attack power and armor penetration had increased significantly, and the side effect of burning blood was also more severe. Fortunately, she had previously completed the legendary quest in the Mermaid Village, and obtained the Close to the Ocean trait. The increased attack speed allowed her to offset the blood loss through sustained output, barely managing to control this blood-burning immortal sword. Sang Fiwen's thoughts were interrupted by a bizarre scene. The fallen demon, whose body had been severed, was not dead. No blood flowed from the severed wound. Instead, it spewed out a foul-smelling black smoke. Black smoke condensed in the air into fine, hair-like threads, like needles, and thread mending a tattered doll, slowly gathering, tightening, and stitching together the broken bodies. In less than 2 seconds, the three fallen ones staggered back to their feet. They can actually heal themselves? Sang Fiwen wasn't deterred. She simply drew her inkstone sword from her waist with her left hand. At this moment, she had a mysterious feeling. With one sword light and one heavy, one long and one short, in her hands, she wielded them with effortless ease, and her fighting spirit soared to an unprecedented height. The fallen ones lunged again, but Sang Fiwen's feet shifted abruptly, moving like a nimble cat between their claws. Her inkstone sword precisely sliced a deep, bone-revealing cross-shaped wound into the back of the leftmost one, blood splattering onto the cargo box. This time, she keenly realized that the fallen one's self-healing wasn't without its price. Their movements had slowed. The previous severing at the waist, though not fatal, had weakened their mobility. The swiftness buff was still in effect. Sang Fiwen nimbly weaved among the weakened fallen ones, her twin swords slashing alternately, creating cross-shaped wounds that repeatedly appeared on the monsters' bodies, black blood gushing from them. The continuously weakened fallen ones roared and lunged wildly, but couldn't even touch the hem of her clothes, only able to futilely howl and swing their claws. Moments later, the three fallen ones' health had dropped to less than half, their bodies covered in cross-shaped wounds. However, at this moment, the fallen ones also formed a triangle around the fierce female sword woman, seemingly about to tear her to shreds. Sang Fiwen's eyes narrowed. She didn't rush to break through. She crossed her twin swords in front of her, gathering power, and with a sudden twist of her wrists, the sword swung out like a full moon around her, the sharp sword energy transforming into a ring of waves that boomed outwards, horizontal wave slash. Bang! The moment the ring of sword energy struck the fallen ones, the three black figures were simultaneously sent flying, crashing heavily into the cargo container behind them with a dull thud. The cargo container collapsed with a roar, and amidst the billowing dust, the fallen ones' bodies slumped to the ground, their health bars completely depleted. However, their corpses didn't turn into white light as they had in the game. Instead, they lay stiffly on the ground, the black aura around them still faintly swirling. Just then, the energy analysis device in Sang Fiwen's pocket suddenly vibrated slightly. The next second, two black and red threads floated out from the fallen ones' corpses, as if drawn by an invisible force, and instantly burrowed into the device. She quickly took out the device to check. A golden number 2 appeared on the screen, but nothing else was amiss. These threads. They look a lot like the black lines I saw on the horizon before, only with a bit more red. Sang Fiwen frowned, her gaze sweeping over the third corpse. But there are clearly 3 fallen ones, so why are there only 2 black lines? Watch out! Bai Yuan's voice suddenly rang out, urgent. Sang Fiwen, who had already sensed something was wrong, almost instantly held her peony sword behind her head. Clang! A crisp sound rang out as the fallen one's black claws clashed with the blade, producing a metallic clang and sparks flying. It turned out that the third fallen one hadn't completely lost its ability to move. It was merely feigning death, waiting to ambush her. They weren't the mindless monsters she had thought, but monsters with a certain degree of intelligence. She sidestepped, intending to finish off this escaped foe, when she heard a strange voice from midair, like someone speaking from inside a glass jar, indistinct and urgent. Wait! Don't kill it! That's an energy analysis device. You're a participant in the 3 Schools League, aren't you? Hearing this sudden sound, Sang Fiwen flipped her wrist, changing her thrust to a strike, slamming her palm heavily into the fallen demon's chest, knocking it to the ground and temporarily incapacitating it. The two looked up and saw a blurry white shadow floating above the cargo container, its form transparent. If not for the bright sunlight and close scrutiny, it would almost blend into the air. I am also a participant in the league. The white shadow's voice still buzzed, but carried an undeniable air of authority. The fallen demon's body synchronization rate is very compatible with mine. I want to possess it. Don't make a move yet. Sang Fiwen frowned slightly. This person's attitude was too rude. From the very beginning, there was no intention of negotiation, directly demanding her spoils, like issuing orders. But then she thought, everyone was here to resolve Sun Beixing's crisis. More people meant more strength, and there was no need to be petty at this time. She merely frowned and reminded him, it's already a fallen one. Its body still retains black energy. It's not a normal body. Are you sure you want to possess it? A body with a high synchronization rate is too hard to find. The white figure's voice was impatient, as if it were being tormented to the limit by the magnetic field. You already successfully possessed it, so there's no rush. A normal body needs to expel the original owner's consciousness first, and this monster is just an empty shell without consciousness. We all receive special training in consciousness. Can't we subdue a monster's body? Sang Fiwen looked at Bai Yuan, who nodded slightly. She then stepped forward, and together with Bai Yuan, they pinned the struggling fallen one to the ground, pressing it firmly down. Hurry, we help you subdue it. The white figure rushed forward, zigzagging in the air, presumably dodging the turbulent magnetic field like a gale, its transparent form trembling slightly like a candle in the wind. As it approached the fallen one, it suddenly accelerated as if drawn by a magnet, as if pulled into the fallen one's forehead by two hands. The next second, a miraculous scene unfolded. The black aura surrounding the fallen one receded at a visible speed, and its previously cloudy, crimson eyes gradually regained their clarity. Only then did Sang Fiwen have time to see clearly that the fallen one resembled less a dried-up human body and more a piece of withered tree bark, as many rotting vines and leaves still grew on its surface. It looked at the two with its crimson eyes, slowly stood up, and moved its limbs, its joints making crisp click sounds, clearly indicating that the person who had just possessed it was adapting to the body. After the activity, when facing the two, he merely raised his chin perfunctorily, nodded, and asked in a hoarse yet arrogant voice, I am Xiang Fanxiang, Toyu's accompanying teacher. And you are? At the harbor, hundreds of ferries were moored haphazardly along the shore, their canvases torn like tattered strips of cloth, bloodstains hinting at the horrific scene that had just unfolded. The usual bustling activity of passengers was gone. Dark red limbs were scattered on the deck and the ground, some relatively intact, others gnawed down to bones. Flies buzzed overhead, and the air was thick with the stench of blood and decay. Even more terrifying, dozens of fallen demons wandered about, their eyes bloodshot, their movements mechanical. They were arranged in a fan shape along the shore, and even if they strayed far, they would numbly return to the fan-shaped area as if drawn by invisible threads, as if guarding something. A closer look reveals that an inconspicuous small boat with a black awning is moored along the central extension of this fan-shaped formation composed of fallen demons. The boat's awning was tightly closed, yet wisps of smoke rose from the gaps. The smoke, tinged with a faint blackish red, transformed into tiny, fleeting, agonizing human faces as it drifted into the air. Inside the cabin, a middle-aged woman in a bright yellow Taoist robe sat upright, a whisk resting on her lap, her eyes closed before a small alchemy cauldron. The cauldron's surface was covered in dark red marks, like dried blood. A ghostly blue flame burned beneath it. Despite the intense heat of the flame, the entire cabin was filled with a chilling aura, as if the air itself had frozen. Within the cauldron, a dark green vine writhed under the intense heat. Strangely, unlike ordinary plants that would wither and turn yellow, it grew even more vibrant and green. The veins on the vine's leaves were clearly visible, and beneath them, one could almost see the fleeting, pained faces of humanity. On one of the thickest vines, a pale pink bud bloomed. As the flame scorched it, the bud visibly enlarged, as if the intense heat forced all the moisture from its veins into the bud. The color deepened, like congealed blood, poised to burst open. At the crucial moment before the bud bloomed, the female Taoist in yellow robes suddenly opened her eyes, a ruthless glint in them. She swiftly retrieved a jade box from her bosom, opened it, and a pill the size of a pigeon egg rolled into her palm, which she precisely placed into the center of the bud. Having done this, the female Taoist stared intently at the pill within the bud. Red veins slowly seeped from the inner wall of the bud, wrapping around the pill like a spiderweb, its surface faintly glowing with a rosy sheen. But before the veins could fully tighten, a soft crack sounded, and a fine crack appeared on the surface of the pill, its luster instantly dimming. Another failure. The yellow-robed female Taoist's face showed undisguised disappointment. With a flick of her wrist, the silver threads of the floating dust whipped up the vine residue and waste pills from the cauldron, mercilessly tossing them out of the cabin and into the sea below. A black shadow swam by in the water, swallowing the residue and waste pills whole before disappearing in a flash. Soon after, a white fish belly slowly rose to the surface of the sea not far away. Just then, as if sensing something, the yellow-robed female Taoist abruptly turned her head, her gaze piercing through the wooden planks of the cabin, precisely targeting the direction of the port's cargo area, a flash of violent killing intent in her eyes. In the corner of the cabin lay a man and a woman, both unconscious. They had clearly been brought here by the female Taoist. Their eyes were closed, their faces pale, their breathing weak. It was unclear whether they had been drugged or injured. The yellow-robed female Taoist's eyes flashed with increasing ferocity. She muttered to herself, "Another troublemaker has arrived. I cleared out a lot of useless materials these past few days, and now only 2 sets remain. It's almost finished, and at this crucial moment, it can't be disturbed." As she spoke, she tossed the silver threads of the floating duster into the seawater outside the boat. With a gentle stir, a strangely shaped vine-like seaweed was pulled ashore. This seaweed was entirely dark green, with dark red tips on its leaves. As soon as it left the water, it thrashed wildly like a fish out of water, its vines even actively coiling around the silver threads of the floating duster, as if it were alive. The yellow-robed female Taoist knew that this seaweed would lose its vitality within a quarter of an hour out of water. Without hesitation, she used the duster to wrap the seaweed and strode quickly towards the unconscious man, her movements chillingly practiced. The next second, a man's piercing scream suddenly echoed from inside the cabin. The sound was filled with pain and despair, but it only lasted a few seconds before abruptly ceasing, leaving only the faint rustling of the seaweed. A moment later, a heavy splash came from the side of the boat. Soon after, the object slowly floated to the surface. It was the man who had been unconscious earlier. But now, his eyes were bloodshot, a faint black demonic aura emanated from his body, and tiny, vine-like protrusions were writhing beneath the skin of his face and arms, as if something was trying to emerge from his body. With a flick of the dust from inside the cabin, the newly fallen demon mechanically swam towards the shore. Once ashore, he shook his stiff head, and without hesitation joined the ranks of fallen demons roaming in the fan-shaped area, becoming one of the guards of the small boat. Meanwhile, the yellow-robed female Taoist priest inside the cabin had returned to her seated position with her eyes closed, awaiting the opportune moment. The water plant in the cauldron, saturated with human blood, writhed and twisted vigorously under the intense heat, like a dancing maiden. Chapter 146. In the port's container area, mountains of wooden crates divided the flat ground into a maze of paths. 2 humans and a fallen demon were walking together. Xiang Fanxiang hadn't fully taken control of his new body, and couldn't quite manage his long, sharp black armor. Walking on the wooden planks, he would inadvertently scrape against the ground with a screeching sound, and occasionally, losing his balance, he would stumble and fall into various strange positions. "Hey, why are you two walking so fast?" Xiang Fanxiang got up, dusted himself off, completely oblivious to his unwelcome presence. His tone was full of dissatisfaction. "I already introduced myself. Why don't you guys acknowledge me? Even if you don't give your names, at least say which school you're from. Didn't your teachers teach you that this is very rude?" Sang Fiwen and Bai Yuan had been quite magnanimous with his arrogant self-introduction earlier, not taking it to heart and continuing on their way. They hadn't expected him to be so persistent, insisting on following them. Although Sang Fiwen was somewhat impatient, she didn't completely abandon him. After all, they were contestants with a shared mission objective. Besides, Xiang Fanxiang walked with a wobbly gait. If he encountered a fallen demon alone, he'd probably be eliminated in the blink of an eye. More people, more strength, Sang Fiwen told herself, and thus endured it. But unexpectedly, Bai Yuan didn't shoo him away. Sang Fiwen glanced discreetly at Bai Yuan beside her. Although he seemed nonchalantly facing forward, she knew him. He was wary of Xiang Fanxiang. "Wait!" Bai Yuan suddenly grabbed Sang Fiwen. Xiang Fanxiang, struggling to tame the monster's limbs, immediately chimed in, that's right, slow down. I haven't adjusted to this new body yet." "Shoo!" Bai Yuan suddenly made a shushing gesture, pointing to the stacked crates on the right, his voice extremely low, "There's movement over there." The 3 immediately formed a triangular defensive stance and surrounded the area. Sang Fiwen stepped forward, wielding her peony sword. With a flick of her wrist, The sword's energy parted the gray veil covering the top crate. Ah! A terrified scream suddenly rang out, startling Sang Fiwen. Inside the crate was a woman huddled, clutching a child, trembling violently. She tightly held a little girl in her arms. One of the woman's hands was pressed tightly against the child's mouth, while the other gripped the child's waist. The little girl looked only 2 or 3 years old, with 2 round buns in her hair. Her delicate, rosy face was tinged with an unnatural bluish purple, her earlobes and fingernails were a dark purple, and her chest barely rose and fell. But the woman, preoccupied with fear and staring frantically at the outside of the crate, was completely oblivious to the child's abnormality. "Let go!" Sang Fiwen's heart tightened, and she quickly reached out to pull the woman's hand away. The little girl's eyes were closed, motionless, like a sleeping porcelain doll. She crouched down and checked the child's breath. Nothing. She then took the little girl's cold hand in her own, her hair falling down to cover her eyes. A few drops of cold rain fell on the back of Sang Fiwen's hand. She looked up and saw that a light rain had begun to fall from the sky above the harbor. The fine raindrops landed on the wooden crates, the ground, and people, chilling them to the bone. Since entering Sabay Star, everything had gradually become more real. Injuries caused pain, moods were oppressed by the eerie environment, and now, the rain was falling, and the cold was biting. And the coldness in her heart was also stirred up. Memories buried deep in her past life surged forth. It was a similarly gloomy, rainy day, the same icy rain. She stood before the collapsed ruins, watching the rescue team carry out her father's body, his hands just as cold. Her father's large hands would never again gently ruffle her hair, as they did when she was a child. After her father's death, Qin Lan became chronically ill. On the first day of the new year, she saved up money for a long time and bought crucian carp, a fish beneficial for the sick. A light drizzle was blowing at the market. She returned to her simple basement and cooked a fragrant, snow-white fish soup, but her mother lay on the bed with her eyes closed, like a quiet white porcelain doll, refusing to get up or drink a sip of her soup no matter how much she called. "Thank you, hero. Thank you, hero." The woman's voice buzzed in her ears, interrupting Sang Fiwen's memories. Although the woman saw her reinforcements, she was still gripped by fear, stammering, "Those people suddenly went berserk. They bit anyone they saw. So many people died. And then they got up and bit others. You shouldn't have held them so tightly." Sang Fiwen coldly interrupted her, then withdrew her hand, clenching it into a fist. The woman snapped out of her daze, abruptly looking down at the child in her arms, who had stopped struggling some time earlier. When she saw her daughter's bluish-purple face, and felt no faint breath, the woman's eyes instantly lost focus. Her body went limp, and she slumped into the box, forgetting even to cry. She just stared blankly at her child, her lips trembling, unable to utter a word. Xiang Fanxiang stood beside her, arms crossed, watching the scene unfold. A slight sneer appeared on his lips, his eyes filled with disdain. They're just NPCs in a game. Why all this real emotion? He had been somewhat uneasy, thinking the female swordsman was highly skilled, but now it seemed there was no need to worry. Despite his disdain, he didn't urge her on. He was more than happy to waste time and exhaust his opponents. Just then, a gentle breeze blew by, swirling up several vibrant green leaves that seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. Strangely, these leaves didn't fall to the ground wet by the rain. Instead, they swirled around the little girl's body, gradually transforming into pale green light, like fireflies slowly seeping into her tiny form. Xiang Fanxiang abruptly turned to look at the handsome man wielding an emerald staff, which was emitting a dazzling white light. A few seconds later, the bluish-purple tinge on the little girl's face slowly faded, and her lips returned to their pink color. Suddenly, she took a deep breath, abruptly opened her eyes, and burst into tears, accompanied by a violent cough. Her small hands gripped the woman's clothes tightly. The woman, finally snapping out of her daze, clutched her child and wailed, repeatedly saying thank you, her tears staining the child's clothes with dark lines. Sang Fiwen looked up in surprise, her eyes welling with tears at the child's flushed face. The rain was still falling, but the chill seemed to have been dispelled by the clear cries. A slender hand suddenly reached out to her, its knuckles distinct and radiating warmth. Bai Yuan gently grasped her hand, his voice so tender it could melt away. "It's all right. It's okay now. I'm here. I got sand in my eye." Sang Fiwen quickly blinked away the moisture from her eyelashes. Rainwater mingled with tears as it slid down her cheeks, indistinguishable. She abruptly changed the subject, trying to cover up her earlier outburst. "Don't you think something's wrong? These fallen ones infect those they bite. After death, they gain neither experience nor equipment, and their corpses don't turn into white light like in games. Instead, they become skin like withered leaves. Bai Yuan pondered, you mean, fallen ones have deviated from the normal game mechanics? Sang Fiwen nodded. That's right. And I'm sure you noticed too. We used to hear quest notifications, but now we haven't heard any system announcements for a long time. And everything around us is becoming more realistic. Wait, why is your face so pale? Bai Yuan smiled nonchalantly, gently rubbing his temples. Really? Maybe it's what you mean by realism. Just now, when I used a skill, I clearly felt my mental energy being depleted. Don't worry, it'd be fine after a while. Sang Fiwen murmured. So that's how it is, the spiritual energy value in the game. The mechanics should be replaced by our mental strength. She suddenly recalled a previous battle and continued her analysis. When I fought the fallen ones, I tried to use the sword control technique, but I failed, and there was no sense of depletion. However, skills like crescent slash and horizontal wave slash, which require coordinated movements, can be successfully released as long as the movements are precise. Now that I think about it, these types of skills are more in line with the laws of reality, while the sword control technique violates the logic of reality. Even if I had enough mental strength, I couldn't use it. She couldn't help but feel fortunate that she had always approached Gulen with a training mindset, striving to perfectly replicate the movements of each skill. She hadn't expected it to come in handy now. If that's the case, can recovery items still be used? Thinking of this, Sang Fiwen took off the crimson gourd from her waist, took a sip, and instantly felt a cool sensation rush to her head, dispelling much of her fatigue. The effects of the fermented wine are still working. Sang Fiwen handed the gourd to Bai Yuan. Try it. I feel it's better than those artificial nutrient solutions. Bai Yuan took the gourd, tilted his head back, and took a sip. The spicy sensation slid down his throat, followed by a refreshing coolness, and he felt much better. He concluded, rather than saying it's more realistic, it's more accurate to say the rules are changing. The game rules haven't completely disappeared. They're merging with the rules of reality, forming the new rules of Sabay Star. Moreover, these new world rules are constantly evolving, becoming more complete and self-consistent. Sang Fiwen reattached the gourd and nodded. So we need to hurry and finish dealing with the port matters before returning to Dancy as soon as possible. We must install the energy analysis device and open the spatial breach before the new rules reach their full potential. She didn't forget the still sobbing woman and turned gently, saying, Take the child to the cable car now. We cleared out the fallen ones along the way on our way here, so it's safe for now. Hide inside the cable car, lock the door, and don't make a sound. The golden armor guard should be coming to evacuate the survivors later. The woman nodded hurriedly, thanked him repeatedly while holding her child, and staggered out of the cargo area. Xiang Fanxiang witnessed the entire scene, his gaze complex as he watched the departing woman, then turned to Bai Yuan, his tone more serious. So you can use resurrection magic? That's a rare healing skill. Bai Yuan glanced at him casually, his tone indifferent. Teacher Xiang, you misunderstood. That child wasn't dead, just suffering from oxygen deprivation. He paused, then his tone suddenly shifted, his gaze landing on Xiang Fanxiang's fallen demon body. But Teacher Xiang, shouldn't you return our spoils? Xiang Fanxiang was taken aback, clearly not expecting Bai Yuan to bring this up suddenly. Sang Fiwen also realized. When they killed the fallen demon earlier, the energy analysis device absorbed 2 black and red threads, and the corresponding thread of the one Xiang Fanxiang possessed should still be with him. Those threads were clearly related to leak points. The numbers on the device were the best proof. Back at the space station, Sang Fiwen had initially thought this team leader from Tuayu was righteous and outspoken, but after entering Sabay Star, he not only demanded the fallen demon's body, as a matter of course, but also secretly deducted points, completely losing his previous magnanimity. Xiang Fanxiang's gaze swept over the staff in Bai Yuan's hand, then he recalled the little girl who had just been brought back to life, and his mind quickly weighed the situation. After a moment of silence, Xiang Fanxiang forced a smile and patted his forehead. Look at my memory. My head was still spinning after being possessed, and I completely forgot about this. He then took out a palm-sized black box. A red number 1 lit up on its screen. As he pressed a button on the side, a black and red thread floated out of the device, swaying slightly in the air like a living worm. Quick, catch it with your device. Xiang Fanxiang looked at Sang Fiwen. Sang Fiwen took out her golden device and brought it close to the thread. The instant it approached, the thread disappeared into it like a mud ox sinking into the sea, and the golden number on the device's screen jumped from 2 to 3. After handing over the points, Xiang Fanxiang immediately took 2 steps closer, his tone becoming warmer. Let's work together. The First Military Academy and Tuayu Military Academy have always been on good terms, so we can look out for each other. Once we find our respective schools' team members, we can work together to figure out how to install the energy analysis device. We can then calculate points based on our contributions. What do you think? Sang Fiwen was somewhat surprised. She and Bai Yuan hadn't even had a chance to register their schools since they met, so how did Xiang Fanxiang know she was from the first military academy? She frowned, not immediately responding. She knew that Xiang Fanxiang's sudden show of goodwill was simply because he valued Bai Yuan's medical background and wanted to latch onto someone who could save his life. After all, having a teammate who could heal was like having an extra life in such a dangerous environment. But for some reason, she felt something was off about Xiang Fanxiang and didn't really want to travel with him. Xiang Fanxiang seemed to see through her confusion, pointing to the devices in their hands, his tone tinged with smugness. The energy analysis devices from the three academies look the same, but there's a difference. Just look at the color of the points. The first military academy is gold, Tuayu is red, and Algae is blue. These are internal details known only to the accompanying instructors. I shared such important information with you. Isn't that sincere enough? Deducting points earlier wasn't intentional, I was just a little out of it after being possessed and forgot. Seeing that the two of them still speaking as if making a huge decision, Xiang Fanxiang took a step back. How about this? From now on, no matter how many fallen ones we kill in our team, all the points earned are yours. I won't take a single one. She's Qinghe from the first military academy, and I'm Lin Yuan from the Algae military academy. Bai Yuan suddenly spoke up, saying calmly, teaming up is fine, then it's settled, all the points are ours, or more precisely, hers. Sang Fiwen almost turned to look at Bai Yuan, but thankfully she restrained herself, lowering her eyes to hide the surprise in them. She had never mentioned Lin Yuan to Bai Yuan before. How did he know that name? Sang Fiwen's heart pounded. In her mind, two roses, one white and one red, seemed to overlap, their petals instantly scattering across her heart. But given the current situation, she couldn't ask directly, and had to suppress her impulse. She was certain Bai Yuan had sensed something was wrong with Xiang Fanxiang, which was why he deliberately concealed his identity. But if he suspected something was amiss, why didn't he simply refuse to team up? Why agree in the first place? Xiang Fanxiang narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Bai Yuan, his tone tinged with suspicion. Classmate, don't joke with your teacher. I never heard of anyone named Lin Yuan from Algae. Teacher Xiang is from Tuayu. It's normal that you don't know our Algae students' private code names, isn't it? Bai Yuan feigned surprise, raising an eyebrow with a hint of sarcasm. After all, Tuayu and Algae have never had a good relationship. It's normal that they don't interact. Xiang Fanxiang's face instantly turned ugly, as if he had swallowed a fly. After a moment of choking, he managed to say with difficulty, Lin Yuan you. How interesting. Likewise. Bai Yuan replied casually, his provocation undisguised. So, Teacher Xiang, are you still planning to come along? Xiang Fanxiang took a deep breath, suppressing his displeasure, his face regaining its composure. Of course we go together. I'm the teacher, so naturally I have to look after you students. I can't let you risk yourselves alone. Since Teacher Xiang is so responsible, why don't you scout ahead? Bai Yuan suddenly raised his hand, gesturing for Xiang Fanxiang to go first. Besides, you're a newcomer, you should demonstrate your value. Don't worry, I'll be watching over the treatment from behind. I won't let anything happen to Teacher Xiang. A slight crack appeared on Xiang Fanxiang's calm face, his back teeth grinding together, but he could only grit his teeth and agree, this, of course, I go scout ahead. Xiang Fanxiang had already adapted to his new body and, without much hesitation, went to scout ahead. While Xiang Fanxiang went to scout around the corner ahead, Bai Yuan leaned close to Sang Fiwen, his voice extremely low. Xiang Fanxiang is lying. I saw through him a long time ago. Sang Fiwen frowned. If that's the case, why are we teaming up with him? Wouldn't it be easier to just shake him off? Keeping him under our noses will let us know what he's up to. Bai Yuan's tone was filled with absolute confidence, his eyes turning cold. This is a trick I learned recently. Keeping suspicious people around allows us to spot irregularities sooner. As long as we keep a close eye on him, he won't cause any trouble. Sang Fiwen turned her head to look at Bai Yuan. Raindrops dampened his hair, falling in front of his eyes, but couldn't hide his sharp, piercing eyes. He was very close to her, his lips almost touching her ear as he spoke. What was that saying, whispering sweet nothings? Her heart pounded, the two roses within her almost merging into one, but the closer they got, the less she dared to ask. What if she asked? Would Lin Yuan one day also leave without a word? If she pretended not to know, at least she could still find him in the game later. Countless thoughts churned in her mind, and before she could sort them out, Xiang Fanxiang returned. There's a fallen one behind the corner. I lured it over. Get ready. With battle imminent, Sang Fiwen immediately suppressed her chaotic thoughts, gripped her peony sword tightly, and tentatively asked, Teacher Xiang, how did you find this cargo area in the first place? As Xiang Fanxiang spoke, he used the black bone spur on his elbow to pierce the chest of the charging demon. When I was floating above the harbor, I saw a lot of black thread swaying here. I thought there might be a chance to possess it, so I came over. I didn't expect to be so lucky. I actually found an empty shell. The demon's chest was pierced by the bone spur, and black threads were writhing at the cut, the wound slowly healing, seemingly about to rise again. Sang Fiwen stepped forward with her sword, about to finish it off with a final blow. Wait, don't kill it. Xiang Fanxiang suddenly reached out and grabbed Sang Fiwen, who was about to deliver the final blow. Sang Fiwen withdrew her hand. What's wrong? Xiang Fanxiang said seriously. Qinghe reminded me. He pointed to the struggling fallen one on the ground. Wait a little longer. Maybe other consciousnesses are looking for bodies, and will come over when they see the commotion here. This is a good opportunity to reunite with our teammates. Bai Yuan raised an eyebrow. You mean just wait here like this? Yes. We have no means of communication right now, so we can only try our luck this way. Xiang Fanxiang nodded, but his eyes unconsciously glanced towards the depths of the harbor, as if confirming something. Sang Fiwen naturally didn't miss his gaze. Xiang Fanxiang was looking in the direction of the moored ships. But the rain was too heavy, and the sky was dark, so she couldn't figure out what Xiang Fanxiang was looking at. She frowned. I don't think it's necessary. Almost 2 hours have passed since we entered Sabay Star. Any consciousnesses that haven't been possessed should have been burned away by the magnetic field long ago. We should clear out the fallen ones here as soon as possible and get to Danci to install the device. Teacher Xiang, I have a feeling you're deliberately stalling for time? Bai Yuan suddenly spoke, his gaze fixed on Xiang Fanxiang. Xiang Fanxiang's expression stiffened for a moment, his eyes flickered, then he regained his composure and chuckled dryly. How could that be? I just think it's more important to regroup with my teammates first. Since you disagree, then forget it, let's kill it. For the next half hour, the three of them cleared out the fallen ones along the way, while meticulously searching every corner of the cargo area. Fortunately, Xiang Fanxiang's fallen one body didn't attract attacks from its own kind, allowing them to avoid several unexpected encounters. Xiang Fanxiang would first lure away any lone fallen ones, then Sang Fiwen and Bai Yuan would ambush them. After several rounds of coordination, the three established a fixed attack strategy. Sang Fiwen would first use her peony sword to unleash a crescent slash to weaken the enemy's strength. Bai Yuan would apply divine speed and healing, and Xiang Fanxiang would use the brute force of the fallen one's body to restrain them. Their efforts were relatively successful. During this time, they rescued many more people. A woman hiding in a wooden crate, a child huddled behind a pile of goods, an old man hiding in a corner of a stall. A total of 49 civilians were rescued, mostly the elderly, women, and children who hadn't had time to evacuate. However, the journey was delayed considerably due to reconnaissance and ambushes. We rescued almost all the civilians. Just one more, Bai Yuan suddenly said, his tone tinged with doubt, but we only cleared 43 fallen ones, still more than half short of the 100 required for the mission. Based on experience, the game system wouldn't suddenly issue a meaningless, unexpected mission. This mission must be related to the situation in the city. This was why Sang Fiwen and Bai Yuan hadn't abandoned the mission and gone directly to Danci. They still needed to take any mission they could accept seriously. It's strange. Sang Fiwen frowned. As a seasoned gamer from 2 lifetimes, she knew the patterns of these kinds of quests well. Generally speaking, the number of monsters to kill and the number of targets to save are proportional. It shouldn't be this different. We're almost at the end of this area. Where are the remaining fallen ones? This question was answered the moment the three of them turned the last corner and left the cargo area. After turning the last corner, they reached a circular market square. The view opened up, and the sea breeze carried the stench of blood. The square, not very large, was usually crowded with fishmongers, porters, and travelers, forming a bustling port market. But now, the square was littered with severed limbs, blood staining the cobblestones, and flies buzzing around them. And in a fan-shaped area near the sea, the square was densely packed with fallen ones. Their eyes were bloodshot, their bodies shrouded in black mist, as they wandered about, occasionally howling. Even more chilling was the sight of the group of fallen demons surrounding a single person. It was a young girl with long, fiery red hair, loosely tied back with a white jade hairpin. She wore a green Taoist robe and held a bamboo folding fan painted with red maple leaves. Even surrounded by hundreds of fallen demons, the girl remained composed, fanning herself with her fan, gazing intently in a certain direction on the sea, seemingly lost in thought. Thanks to the striking combination of her red hair and green robe, even amidst the throng of fallen demons, Sang Fiwen quickly noticed the girl. Just then, a fallen demon roared and lunged at the girl, its black claws aimed straight for her back. The girl seemed oblivious, remaining rooted to the spot. Chapter 147. Just as the fallen one's claws were about to strike the red-haired girl's back, Sang Fiwen activated Phantom Step without hesitation. Simultaneously, Bai Yuan's divine speed was applied to her, and in an instant, a blur of motion appeared. Sang Fiwen kicked away several fallen ones, clearing a path through the encirclement. She grabbed the girl's wrist, pulling her out of the encirclement, and in a few leaps, retreated to the safety of the edge of the plaza. Bai Yuan's vision blurred, and he only saw a red and green shadow flying towards him, followed by Sang Fiwen's eager voice. This should be the last person we need to save. Leave these fallen ones to me and Teacher Xiang, you protect her first. Xiang Fanxiang stood to the side, looking at the densely packed fallen ones in the plaza, his lips twitching involuntarily. This was dealing with dozens of fallen ones simultaneously, not the lone wolf situation from before. How could this woman named Qinghe be so reckless? A flicker of secret joy flashed in Xiang Fanxiang's eyes. Good, if these two skilled individuals could be eliminated here, his plans would face fewer obstacles. He glanced discreetly at the sea, where a dozen small boats were moored. The smoke that had drifted from the awning boat earlier had dissipated with the rising and falling waves. It seemed that Person's preparations were nearly complete. The red-haired girl, thrown over by Sang Fiwen, steadied herself and was about to speak when she saw Xiang Fanxiang quietly take 2 steps back and turn to run towards the cargo area. That monster-like person, he ran away. The red-haired girl's voice carried a hint of amusement. Bai Yuan turned his head and saw that Xiang Fanxiang had already run more than 10 meters and was about to disappear into the intricate cargo area. Bai Yuan frowned, his eyes instantly darkening, and several wisps of transparent psychic energy snakes slithered out from beside him. But before the psychic energy snakes could fully unfold, a whooshing sound suddenly rang out. A bamboo-shaped folding fan flew out from the side, precisely tripping Xiang Fanxiang's ankle, then spinning back. Holy crap! Xiang Fanxiang was completely unprepared and fell face-first into the mud. The folding fan immediately flew back to its owner, and the red-haired girl whooshed open the fan, concealing the smile on her lips. My friend, deserting won't do. With that, the red-haired girl in green robes pushed off with her feet, her figure shooting out like an arrow, instantly appearing beside Xiang Fanxiang. She had somehow conjured a long rope in her hands, and quickly bound Xiang Fanxiang tightly, leaving him no room to struggle. Her movements were so practiced, as if she did this all the time. Where did this wild girl come from? I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. Xiang Fanxiang lay on the ground, showing no remorse for being bound, and instead tried to threaten her. The red-haired girl clapped her hands. I hate deserters more than anything, and you just stepped on my landmine. Xiang Fanxiang said fiercely, you better let me go, or I promise you'd die a horrible death. The red-haired girl deliberately clutched her chest, exaggeratingly crying out, ouch, I'm so scared. Before she finished speaking, she kicked Xiang Fanxiang in the head. Stay put and don't move. Thank you. Bai Yuan's voice drifted over calmly. He had already withdrawn the psychic snake. He didn't look at the red-haired girl, but stared intently at Sang Fiwen on the battlefield. The red-haired girl also turned to look at the battlefield, where she saw the woman wielding dual swords with superb skill, her robes fluttering like butterflies among flowers. Sang Fiwen was unreserved with the scrolls in her hands. Tall vines would occasionally burst from the ground, binding the ankles of the fallen demons. The spiderweb spewed from the 8 poison mothers' ring constantly trapped wave after wave of monsters. Occasionally, a monster would slip through the net and get close, only to be sent flying by her horizontal wave slash. Even against dozens of fallen demons, Sang Fiwen held a slight advantage, her movements agile and surprising. The red-haired girl was secretly amazed, then walked to the black-robed healer and began to scrutinize him. The handsome healer was focused on healing and buffing the formidable female swordsman. A pale green light enveloped the figure on the battlefield. His handsome, almond-shaped eyes were unblinking, focused intently, completely ignoring the red-haired girl's gaze. Miss, you're also a participant in the 3 Schools League, aren't you? Bai Yuan suddenly spoke, his tone calm. We were rude earlier. After Sang Fiwen rescued the red-haired girl from the horde of monsters, the system notification hadn't reported any new progress, meaning the red-haired girl didn't fall into the category of ordinary people who could be saved. Moreover, the red-haired girl's actions in leaving Xiang Fanxiang behind were swift and ruthless. The skills she displayed in that short time had already made it clear to Bai Yuan that the girl surrounded by the fallen demons wasn't the ordinary person trapped in a desperate situation they had imagined. The red-haired girl raised an eyebrow, closed her folding fan, and smiled. "Oh, so it's the kid still in school. Don't be so wary, I'm not your competitor." She paused, her gaze sweeping across the battlefield before settling on the female swordsman relentlessly slaying monsters. She nodded inwardly, deciding to trust these two young people she had just met. The red-haired girl's tone became more serious. "I am a soldier in the Free People's Frontline Task Force, codename Vermilion." Vermilion then unfolded her folding fan, fanning herself lightly twice, and gave Sang Fiwen a reproachful glance. "But speaking of which, aren't you two a little impolite to intercept my monsters right away? I've been watching these fallen ones for quite a while." Hearing this, Sang Fiwen's sword paused, and she uttered an "oh." She smiled at Vermilion, and suddenly activated the skill transferring flowers and grafting trees. Instantly, a pale purple light shield enveloped all the fallen ones in the plaza like a tide. After a brief pause, it quickly contracted into a beam of purple light, flying precisely towards Vermilion. Before Vermilion could react, the purple light had already entered her body, transferring all of Sang Fiwen's aggro. "I'm returning the monster to Senior Zhu Sha." Sang Fiwen sheathed her sword decisively, took 2 steps back, and beckoned to Bai Yuan. "It's dangerous over there, come quickly." The next second, all the fallen demons in the plaza turned their crimson eyes sharply towards Zhu Sha, letting out hoarse roars as they swarmed towards her. "Why is this little girl so sensitive?" Zhu Sha's scalp tingled instantly, her previous leisurely demeanor vanishing. She quickly closed her folding fan, activated her teleportation skill, and distanced herself from the fallen demons. Her folding fan fluttered like a butterfly, creating gusts of wind that forced the approaching fallen demons back. At the same time, she nimbly circled around, beginning to kite the monsters, inwardly cursing her own tendency to joke around 100 times. Bai Yuan shrugged helplessly at Zhu Sha, then turned and floated towards Sang Fiwen. Sang Fiwen stood to the side, sword in hand, watching Zhu Sha flee through the horde of fallen demons with a mischievous glint in her eyes. "Hey! Kids, don't just watch." Zhu Sha dodged and weaved, unleashing a barrage of skills, feeling a bit dizzy. She chuckled bitterly and reached for her backpack. It was empty, her supplies were long gone. She slowed her pace, forcing a dry laugh. "I was just joking. My supplies are really empty. Could you two help me out and take care of these monsters?" Sang Fiwen sighed deliberately, her tone cool. "Little one, your strength is insufficient. I'm afraid you hold Senior Zhu Sha back, so I won't cause any trouble." "How could I?" Zhu Sha dodged a fallen demon's pounce, nearly getting her robe caught in its claws, and quickly changed her tune. "My two friends are incredibly skilled, and their teamwork is flawless." "Ouch! That damn red-eyed monster almost slapped my..." He snatched it away. "You two little experts, please help me." Sang Fiwen was certainly not one to stand idly by and watch someone die. Seeing that Zhu Sha was indeed struggling, she drew her peony sword, raised an eyebrow, and said, "Senior Zhu Sha, we're not stealing the monster now, are we?" "No. Absolutely not." Zhu Sha nodded hurriedly, but inwardly thought, "This kid is too vengeful." Sang Fiwen took out a bottle of osmanthus-infused wine soaked in wine insects from her bag and tossed it to Zhu Sha. "Catch this. Osmanthus-infused wine can replenish spiritual energy." Immediately afterward, she crushed a Xian-level vine scroll. The ground instantly trembled, and countless emerald-green vines burst forth from the earth, coiling around the dozen or so fallen demons who were charging the furthest, pinning them firmly in place. Having cleared the obstacles in the front, Sang Fiwen plunged back into the monster horde, relieving Zhu Sha of much of the pressure. Bai Yuan also raised his hand at the opportune moment, pale green light patterns falling on Zhu Sha, granting her the swiftness and unbreakable shield buffs. Zhu Sha unscrewed the porcelain bottle, drank the osmanthus-infused wine in one gulp, and felt her mental strength surge by more than half as the cool liquid slid down her throat. She exclaimed shook the empty bottle, and looked at Sang Fiwen with amber eyes, asking, "Where did you buy your wine? It's incredibly effective. It's even better than our special task force's supplies. It contains a unique secret recipe." Sang Fiwen pierced the chest of a fallen demon with his sword, not forgetting to advertise, "If you want to buy some, Xinglu Treasure Pavilion might have some in stock. Just say I recommended it." The two chatted and laughed among the red-eyed monsters, their understanding as perfect as old friends despite having only met recently. Sensing a fallen one attacking Zhu Sha from behind, Fei Wan immediately hurled the spiderweb from the 8 Poison Mother's ring, trapping the monster firmly. Seeing this, Zhu Sha flicked her folding fan, and flames instantly incinerated the spiderweb and monster, not forgetting to call out thanks. The two women's figures moved like ghosts through the horde of fallen ones. Sang Fei Wan's sword danced, each strike precisely slashing cross-shaped wounds into the fallen one's vital points, inflicting a bleeding status effect. Zhu Sha, empowered by divine speed, maximized the advantage of her kite-like attacks, each fan strike a raging inferno, howling and burning through the fallen ones' bodies. With the three working together swiftly, the fallen ones in the plaza were quickly wiped out. Zhu Sha folded her fan and walked to Sang Fiwen's side, her eyes sparkling. Pretty impressive. Your game character's level must be pretty high, right? Your skills are pretty good too. It's alright, Sang Fiwen replied casually, only being the top player on the leaderboard. Stop chatting, Bai Yuan said at the right moment, reminding her, there's still one civilian we haven't found in the quest. We need to hurry and find him. Sang Fiwen and Bai Yuan carefully searched the square, turning over abandoned stalls and collapsed wooden crates, but they didn't find a single living person. At this moment, Sang Fiwen suddenly remembered something and asked, where's Teacher Xiang? The one you tied up earlier? Zhu Sha, curiously following beside them, slapped her forehead and pointed to a corner of the square. Oh, you mean the one possessed by the fallen demon? I saw him try to run away, so I tied him up with a rope, and he was. Wait, what happened? Zhu Sha quickly went over and saw only a long rope scattered on the ground, and a black severed arm lying nearby. Bai Yuan crouched down, glanced at the severed arm that had turned into a bone blade, and examined the surrounding traces. His tone was grave. It seems he severed his own arm to escape, turning it into a bone blade, dismembering his body before fleeing. Fallen beings need time to heal. He must have only been gone a short while. Should we give chase? Zhu Sha frowned, tapping her folding fan lightly in her palm. Leaving this person at the front might be a threat. Sang Fiwen shook her head, her gaze sweeping across the ravaged square. Her tone was firm. Find the last civilian first, complete the mission, and see if there are any new clues. Xiang Fanxiang has nothing to fear. We have plenty of opportunities to settle accounts with him later. Oh right, Sang Fiwen remembered their unfinished conversation, looked at Bai Yuan, and asked, why did you say he was lying? Bai Yuan stood up, dusted off his hands, and analyzed clearly. There are 2 points of doubt. First, I'm also an accompanying teacher, but I never heard of any exclusive intelligence for the 3 schools league. Second, think carefully. When you first entered Sabay Star and saw the black line in the sky, what was your first reaction? I wanted to get closer to see it clearly. Sang Fiwen answered subconsciously, but suddenly stopped mid-sentence. She suddenly recalled the situation, but before I even got close, my consciousness was sucked into the game's body. The magnetic field turbulence around there was so strong back then, even if I wanted to force my way in, I'd probably have to activate the consciousness release device halfway through, otherwise my consciousness would be torn apart. Thinking this, she suddenly realized a problem and exclaimed, wait a minute. Xiang Fanxiang said he came because he saw the black threads, but he appeared at least an hour after we came in. How could his consciousness have lasted so long in the magnetic field? You finally figured it out. Bai Yuan nodded, his tone becoming even more serious. According to our previous analysis of the magnetic field on Sabay Star, even a strong person with mental power reaching 3S plus can only last half an hour in a state of unprotected and unsupplied consciousness. Xiang Fanxiang could last an hour unless he had a special means of resupply. Sang Fiwen asked, puzzled, but when we came in, didn't our consciousness pockets only contain an energy analysis device and a consciousness release device? There were no supplies, right? Wait, you can resupply in a consciousness state? Why haven't I heard of that? They have resupply methods. Bai Yuan hesitated. He hadn't mentioned it during his special training because the resupply methods were cruel and inhumane. Zhu Sha, who had been listening nearby, also dropped her joking expression. With her rich battlefield experience, she quickly understood what was going on. She frowned slightly, covered her nose with her folding fan, and continued for Bai Yuan. The resupply method for consciousness entities is to absorb the consciousness entities of others, obtaining pure spiritual energy to maintain their own consciousness. Absorb consciousness entities? Sang Fiwen gasped. This was tantamount to cannibalism. She covered her mouth, suppressing the urge to vomit, and said after a moment, we must report him immediately when we get back. This behavior is absolutely intolerable. He will definitely not escape punishment. Little girl, you're too naive. Zhu Sha sighed softly, a hint of helplessness in her eyes, Didn't you think that he dared to commit such a heinous crime, and even proactively revealed his identity as Xiang Fanxiang to you? Why? Sang Fiwen was stunned, not understanding her meaning. Bai Yuan picked up the conversation, his tone icy. Because the real Xiang Fanxiang is probably no longer here. What? Sang Fiwen's pupils constricted sharply. That person must have absorbed the real Xiang Fanxiang's consciousness to dare impersonate Toyu's team leader in front of us, Bai Yuan explained. Furthermore, he should also know Xiang Fanxiang's interpersonal relationships, and understand the League's hidden rules. To be able to do all this, his true identity is probably Aoji's team leader. Wang Peng. Sang Fiwen recalled Xiang Fanxiang, who had stood up for the students at Space Station 12, and felt a pang of sorrow. How could this happen? Sabay Star is desperately short of warriors right now, a time when everyone needs to unite. It was just a few disagreements. How could Wang Peng do something like this, killing each other? Sang Fiwen's mood gradually sank, her head bowed. Bai Yuan looked at her reddened eyes, wanting to comfort her several times, but ultimately only let out a silent sigh. Some cruel truths can only be digested by her alone. Fortunately, Zhu Sha broke the somber mood. She patted Sang Fiwen's shoulder and pointed towards the end of the plaza. All right, forget about these troubling things. Finding the last civilian is the priority. There's a group of ships over there. Perhaps the survivor you're looking for is hiding on one of them. Coincidentally, my investigation target is also on one of them. Let's go together and support each other. During the battle, Zhu Sha had witnessed Sang Fiwen's combat prowess and Bai Yuan's composure. Given the current chaotic situation on Sabay Star, having two strong teammates was always safer than acting alone. Sang Fiwen took a deep breath, calmed herself, and then looked up in the direction Zhu Sha was pointing. On the edge of the port after the upheaval, dozens of empty ships remained moored. Some were small cargo ships for fish, others were passenger boats, all now empty, bobbing with the waves, their eerie silence under the gray sky. Chapter 148. Danxi, deep within the main hall. In the deathly silent and empty hall, a strange tree of flesh and blood perched in the center. Its trunk gleamed with a dark red sheen, its veins resembling countless intertwined blood vessels, their surface still pulsating slightly, converging upwards, the central trunk like a sleeping heart. Dozens of humanoid fruits hung from its branches, some curled up in a ball, tiny blood vessels pulsating beneath their skin, others with outstretched limbs, their faces blurred like melted wax, only two dark eye sockets facing the hall's entrance, exuding an indescribable horror. 12 Danxi priests, dressed in yellow Taoist robes, sat around a stone futon at the edge of the hall. Their eyes were closed, their mouths chanting incantations, obscure spells echoing within the hall, as if maintaining some forbidden ritual. On the high platform directly north of the main hall, Huang Qiu sat upright on a jade cushion. On the jade table before him lay a white jade porcelain box carved with cloud patterns. The lid was tightly closed, yet a faint, blood-red glow emanated from it. Creak! The perpetually closed hall doors were suddenly pushed open, a cold wind carrying dust rushing in, shattering the deathly silence within. Palace attendants dressed in deep crimson palace attire filed in, each carrying a long lantern. The eerie yellow light immediately dispelled the gloom of the hall, making the bizarre shape of the giant, fleshy tree even clearer. Following them, a man dressed in a black robe embroidered with yellow dragons slowly stepped into the hall. As the hem of his robe fluttered, a lifelike pattern of a soaring dragon amidst the sea, embroidered in gold thread, came to life. The 12-beaded crown made of white jade beads on his head dangled with fine beads, swaying gently with the man's steps, partially obscuring his face, but unable to conceal the old age and decay around him. Greetings, your majesty. Huang Qiu rose first, kneeling before the man. The 12 alchemists followed suit, their voices eerily synchronized. Your majesty, the elixir of immortality you requested has been successfully refined by the alchemy department. We present it here, humbly requesting your majesty to consume it. May your majesty live 10,000 years. Since it was successfully refined, a messenger could have delivered it to immortal floating city. Why must I come here personally? The emperor's voice was aged and hoarse. His reproachful gaze swept over the alchemists, and when it fell upon the giant tree of flesh and blood in the hall, his brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. Before Huang Qiu could speak, the accompanying cabinet official immediately stepped forward, bowed, and said, Your Majesty, you are unaware of the following. According to the rites of immortality cultivation, the ingestion of elixirs must be performed at the place of ascension to ensure the stability of the soul and a smooth transformation. This place is the sacred ground of the Alchemy Bureau. Protected by the longevity power of the Grand Master of the Cauldrons, it is the best place to perform the ceremony. The emperor's expression softened slightly, his gaze returning to the giant tree of flesh and blood in the center, his tone tinged with nostalgia. This is where I ascended to immortality. Mo-cho? Time flies so fast. So many years have passed in the blink of an eye. Your Majesty, indeed. Wang Qiu replied with a bowed head, her voice calm. Lord Si Ding was granted the elixir of immortality by your Majesty's grace, thus gaining the opportunity to become immortal. Over the years, the alchemy department has diligently followed your Majesty's instructions, studying day and night, and finally, using Lord Si Ding's immortal body as a catalyst, has refined a true elixir of immortality, fulfilling your Majesty's long-held expectations. As she spoke, she held up the white jade porcelain box with both hands, and slowly walked to the emperor. A palace maid stepped forward with small, careful steps, took the box, and presented it to the emperor. The emperor stretched out his age-spotted hands, trembling as he touched the cold lid of the box. For over a decade, he had expended countless resources in his quest for immortality, even going so far as to transform his family's most loyal confidants into monsters. Now, the opportunity he had longed for had finally presented itself. Even after ruling the Yen Kingdom for decades and witnessing countless storms, he couldn't help but take a deep breath, his heart pounding wildly in his chest. He slowly opened the porcelain box. Inside lay a blood-red pill the size of a pigeon egg, its surface gleaming with a warm red light, emanating a faint aura. It smelled not of medicine, but rather a faint, sweet, metallic scent that lingered in the air, sending a strange shiver down his spine. Very good, very good. A fervent glint flashed in the emperor's eyes, his breathing quickened, and he waved his hand. Begin. I have waited too long for this day. Palace servants had already prepared a long couch covered with bright yellow brocade in a corner of the hall. The brocade, embroidered with intricate dragons soaring through the heavens, clashed starkly with the eerie atmosphere of the hall. The emperor walked over, slowly laid down, closed his eyes, and rested his wrist on a round brocade pillow. Wang Qiu took out a silver blood-drawing instrument. She walked to the long couch, knelt on one knee, the needle gleaming coldly. Her posture was respectful, but her tone remained calm. I apologize, Your Majesty. It's all right. The emperor nodded slightly, gesturing for her to hurry. Upon receiving a response, Wang Qiu unhesitatingly plunged the blood-drawing instrument into the emperor's wrist. Bright red blood flowed through the tube into a transparent container. Once the container was full, she immediately withdrew the needle, pressed gauze against the emperor's wound, then took the container, and strode quickly towards the giant tree of flesh and blood in the center. The tree trunk throbbed more strongly, as if sensing the presence of blood. The humanoid fruits on the treetops swayed gently, their dark eye sockets turning towards her, an aura of longing spreading through them. Wang Qiu stopped, her gaze falling on a humanoid fruit with outstretched limbs and a blurred face. This fruit was larger than the others, its skin glowing pale, its eye sockets already containing pupils, its eyelashes trembling slightly, as if it might awaken at any moment. She slowly poured the blood from the transparent container onto this ripe humanoid fruit. A bizarre scene unfolded. The fruit seemed to come alive, rapidly absorbing the blood. Its skin gradually turned from pale to rosy, the blurred contours of its face began to writhe, the shape of its nose and lips slowly becoming clear, and the proportions of its limbs subtly changing. In a short while, it completely transformed into the appearance of the emperor in his youth. No wrinkles, no age spots, taut skin, and although its eyes were vacant, it already faintly exuded the youthful vigor of an emperor. The emperor sat bolt upright, watching the humanoid fruit transform and land, becoming his younger self. His brow furrowed initially, then relaxed, his voice filled with satisfaction. This is my newborn body? Indeed, exactly like my youthful self. Your Majesty, it is. Wang Qiu bowed respectfully. Lord Si Ding's immortal body continuously produces empty shells. These shells are naturally endowed with the best qualities, requiring no refinement to hold a divine soul. Dancy specially selected this most perfect fruit for Your Majesty. After being infused with Your Majesty's blood, it established a strong connection with Your Majesty's divine soul, becoming the best vessel to contain it. Several palace servants immediately stepped forward, carrying a brand new dragon robe. Wearing the robe, the younger version of the emperor stood there. Though his eyes were vacant, he already possessed a certain imperial majesty, a stark contrast to the old emperor with his graying temples and wrinkled face on the long couch. The emperor stumbled as he rose, and the palace servants rushed to help him, but he waved them away. He walked to the newborn body, reaching out to stroke its cheek. The touch was indistinguishable from a real person. He clapped his hands and laughed, suppressing his ecstatic joy. Good. Very good. Wang Qiu, first feed the elixir to this empty shell. After everything is perfect, then transfer my soul into it. The old emperor's suspicious nature was ingrained. Even faced with the long-desired elixir of immortality, he would never risk himself. Even when the immortal traces of immortal floating city appeared in his dream, and the immortal bestowed the elixir, he first gave it to Imocho, the alchemist. If Macho could truly attain immortality, this minister, whose family had served the royal family for generations, would surely refine a second elixir for him. Macho silently transformed into a large tree deep within the pill bureau, while the emperor sat in the distant immortal floating city, sighing regretfully. As you command. Huang Qiu took the white jade porcelain box from the palace servant, took out the longevity elixir, pried open the newborn body's mouth, and inserted the pill. A few breaths later, the newborn body suddenly convulsed violently, the blood vessels beneath its skin throbbing wildly, then gradually curled into a ball, transforming into a fleshy cocoon half a person's height, with golden patterns constantly moving across its surface, as if something was about to break free. Another cup of tea's time passed, and with a crack, the cocoon split open, and a pure white wing emerged from the crack. Then came a second, a third, a fourth. A brocade-clad immortal with 4 wings on his back slowly walked out, his face exactly like the emperor's, except his eyes were empty, and his body radiated a holy light. The emperor's breathing quickened instantly, and a near-mad glint flashed in his cloudy eyes. Wings! An immortal? Exactly the same as in my dream. In my dream years ago, it was this winged immortal who bestowed upon me the elixir of immortality. He grabbed Huang Qiu's arm abruptly, his voice urgent. Huang Qiu, I order you to perform the soul-transferring ritual now. I want to become an immortal immediately. After it's done, I appoint you as the director of the pill refining department. No, whatever reward you desire, gold, silver, power, land, I give you everything. Yes, your majesty. Huang Qiu's voice remained calm, his face expressionless, devoid of any joy at achieving a great feat, as if he were merely completing a mundane task. The soul-transferring ceremony began. Huang Qiu and 12 other alchemists rose simultaneously, surrounding the emperor and the 4-winged immortal, chanting obscure incantations. A flash of light appeared on their whisks, coalescing into a pillar of light that enveloped the emperor's body. The emperor felt a sudden lightness throughout his body, as if he had been freed from heavy shackles. He looked down, the aged body remained seated, eyes closed, while his own soul had transformed into translucent mist, floating in midair. His gaze shifted to the 4-winged immortal's form, which seemed to possess a fatal attraction, filling his heart with longing. I am finally about to achieve my long-cherished wish. Immortality, eternal power. He recalled his youth, ascending the throne alone, facing a multitude of menacing ministers and imperial relatives, relying on ruthless methods to secure his position. Each struggle ended in the emperor's complete victory, allowing the court to rediscover that this young emperor was not as gentle and easily bullied as his father. A year after his ascension to the throne, he finally grasped imperial power, watching his court officials bow and scrape before him, yet he gradually grew weary. Years passed, and the emperor, wielding supreme power, noticed a fine wrinkle at the corner of his eye. He suddenly realized he was only mortal, unable to enjoy this supreme power forever. Mortals are ultimately mortals. Even the most overwhelming power cannot hide the wrinkles around the eyes, nor the gradually weakening body. Until a celestial being appeared in his dream, he found a new obsession. From that moment on, he spent the rest of his life frantically pursuing immortality. When Macho transformed into a tree of flesh and blood, he felt no fear. Its immortality convinced him that immortality was not an illusion. However, the emperor did not believe in immortals. And as it turned out, immortals were indeed unreliable. The emperor only believed in himself. He wanted to control everything, and even immortals could not manipulate him in the slightest. Over the years, he had squandered the nation's resources researching immortality, regarding the giant tree transformed from Macho as the key to eternal life, even tacitly approving Dance's experiments on living people, all to realize his dream as soon as possible. Now, he had finally awaited this day. His body was now like a candle flickering in the wind, but fortunately, he had waited his turn, and now he was about to taste the sweetness of immortality. The palace servants were his most trusted loyal followers, and even in his soul form, he remained certain that he controlled everything. He stared intently at the 4-winged body, his pupils surging with an almost twisted fanaticism, his soul, like a semi-transparent mist, eagerly drifting towards the immortal's body. He seemed to already taste the sweetness of immortality. Once he merged with it, he could escape aging and death, becoming a true immortal. Just as his fingers were about to touch the wings, a whisk swept by like a gentle breeze, producing a soft sound. Pop! Like a giant soap bubble bursting. The Emperor's consciousness was gently dispersed by the whisk. Chapter 149. At the dock of Ximing City, a sea breeze swept across the water, causing dozens of small boats to sway gently in the waves. Sang Fiwen, Bai Yuan, and Zhu Sha searched among the boats, eventually stopping inside a small, covered boat. The moment they pushed open the door, a faint smell of medicine mixed with the aroma of burning charcoal wafted out. In the center of the cabin sat a dark red alchemy cauldron, with embers still burning in the charcoal brazier beneath it, indicating that the alchemist had left in a hurry. In a corner, a woman lay unconscious, her long hair disheveled, her face as pale as paper. The sea breeze blew through the windows, and as the curtains were lifted, fleeting shadows could be seen shimmering in the water. Zhu Sha stepped forward first, using her folding fan to pick up some slag remaining in the cauldron, bringing it close to her nose to examine it. Her brows furrowed instantly. She quickly walked to the boat window, leaned down to look underwater, and said gravely, "It really is the soul-devouring vine. I didn't expect it to be hidden here." Bai Yuan and Sang Fiwen immediately went to the corner and helped the unconscious woman up. When Sang Fiwen saw the woman's face clearly, she was shocked. The woman's eyebrows, eyes, and features were exactly the same as Hua Yun's. Just then, the long-awaited system notification finally sounded. The last civilian has been rescued, the emergency mission is complete, and the reward is 3 demon-slaying pills, 1 million experience points, 100 gold coins. Sang Fiwen breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that it was just a resemblance. The system determined that this woman was a civilian in the game, not Hua Yun himself. Things on Sunbei Star were changing too quickly, making her a little neurotic. Sang Fiwen checked her backpack and found 3 more golden pills. These must be the demon-slaying pills as a reward. She subconsciously cast an insightful eye on the demon-slaying pill, instantly understanding its function. It could dispel the demonic state of creatures. Lin Yuan, help her wake up first. Once she's awake, I want to ask about the situation here. Sang Fiwen stood up and looked at Bai Yuan. Although the mission was complete, she hadn't obtained any useful information yet. Based on her past gaming experience, she should be able to get some clues from the unconscious woman. Okay. Bai Yuan waved his staff, the gem glowing with a faint green light. Rejuvenation spell landed on the woman, and her pale face gradually regained color. Sang Fiwen walked to Zhu Sha's side and, seeing her still staring intently at the water with a solemn expression, couldn't help but ask, "Senior Zhu Sha, what exactly is the soul-devouring vine you mentioned earlier?" This story begins when the anomalies first appeared on Sunbei Star. Zhu Sha straightened up, scattering the slag from the cauldron into the sea, and slowly said, "Back then, all 3 forces sent people to investigate Ximing City, and the Pill Division was the most difficult area to explore. And I just happened to be a player from the Central Divine Continent, and my side job was an alchemist in the Pill Division. I never expected that this identity would become. It worked. I heard before that the Pill Bureau was capturing slaves for alchemy." Sang Fiwen immediately chimed in, recalling what Zhou Xianshi had mentioned earlier. What exactly are they researching? Why do they need so much human blood? A secret alchemy formula requires an extreme amount of human blood. Zhu Sha nodded, her tone becoming more serious. The Pill Bureau's slave procurement frequency is increasing. I secretly investigated, and these slaves all end up in the alchemy area managed by Huang Qiu. Huang Qiu is one of the Pill Bureau's 12 chief alchemists, and also the manager in charge of that secret alchemy formula. As for Si Ding, the highest authority in the Pill Bureau, I've been in the Pill Bureau for so long, and have never seen her show her face. Everything is handled by the 12 Pill Masters. Sang Fiwen pondered. The structure of the 12 Pill Masters in the Pill Bureau was similar to that of the 12 Pill Masters of the Crafts Bureau, seemingly a characteristic of the Yin Kingdom's institutions. But her chief master, Mo Tao, the Pill Master of the Crafts Bureau, showed up almost every day, while Zhu Sha said that Si Ding of the Pill Bureau never appeared. This was rather strange. If a leader never showed up, wouldn't things be chaotic? Besides, the Emperor values the Pill Bureau. How could he sit idly by and not replace Si Ding with someone who could actually show up and manage things? Sang Fiwen pressed. Then how did you discover the soul-devouring vine? Initially, I played the game to relax. Out of interest, I triggered a hidden quest to investigate Huang Qiu's anomalies. Zhu Sha smiled wryly, walked to the side of the boat, and stirred the seawater with her hand. She's too vigilant. I investigated for a long time without any progress. Until the abnormal outbreak of Sunbei Star, I joined the frontline task force, intending to put aside my game and focus on the mission. However, the energy detector reacted to Huang Qiu. I followed her, and discovered a spatial weakness in the main hall of Siding Yoju. Sang Fiwen's eyes lit up. And she immediately pulled out her energy analysis device, pulling up the coordinates. Senior Zhu Sha, is this the location you're referring to? Our league mission requires installing a device here. Zhu Sha peered inside, her eyes instantly widening in surprise. This location has a high danger rating. Why were you assigned to students who never been on the battlefield? Logically, it should be handled by the task force. Perhaps other locations are more dangerous. Sang Fiwen put away the device, intuitively sensing that Zhu Sha knew more about the inside story. Go on, what happened next? Zhu Sha's hand suddenly scooped up a waterweed wrapped in black threads. It resembled a vine, with small green buds at the tips, tinged with an eerie red. After I found the weak point in the space, I originally intended to go back to report, but Huang Qiu quickly disguised herself and came out from inside. Seeing her acting suspiciously, I followed her out of the pill bureau and all the way to Lingmei Mountain. Sang Fiwen's heart skipped a beat, involuntarily recalling the rampant demonic energy in Lingmei Mountain before. Now it seemed that it might have been Huang Qiu's doing. Zhu Sha tossed the waterweed into the cabin and continued. Luckily, a group of players were clearing monsters on Lingmei Mountain at the time. Huang Qiu didn't want any unnecessary trouble, so she turned back first. After those players left, I found out that Huang Qiu was using the spiritual energy of Lingmei Mountain's waters to cultivate this soul-devouring vine. I thought I had dealt with all the vines back then, but I didn't expect she still had some seeds brought here. Hearing this, Sang Fiwen couldn't help but recall the day she and Bai Yuan's group were besieged by Xiongba Tianxia on Lingmei Mountain. She hadn't expected that with so many of them, they had managed to scare away Huang Qiu and even buy Zhu Sha time. It was quite a coincidence. Sang Fiwen reached out to touch the waterweed, but Zhu Sha stopped her. Don't touch it. This thing will suck blood from anyone it touches until they're completely drained. As she spoke, Zhu Sha unfolded her folding fan and lightly scratched her wrist with a sharp edge, a drop of blood falling onto the waterweed leaf. The blood droplet was instantly absorbed by the leaf, and the small green bud at the tip of the leaf visibly grew larger and became even redder. It actually blooms nourished by human blood? Sang Fiwen's expression changed slightly, and she instantly realized the key point. The pill master buys slaves to draw blood in order to cultivate the soul-devouring demon vine? This thing is the main ingredient of that secret pill formula? Zhu Sha nodded, took out a hemostatic medicine from her bosom, and applied it to her wrist. You guessed right. Since I discovered the demon vine, the number of slaves the pill master has purchased has increased dramatically. Obviously, Huang Qiu is cultivating it on a large scale. I was wondering where she hid the demon vine before. I didn't expect it to be right here in this busiest port. It's truly a case of the darkest place being under the lamp. Sang Fiwen couldn't help but think of those fallen demons with empty eyes and exuding a murderous aura, and her voice tightened. Those outside, are they slaves whose blood was drained by the soul-devouring vine? Zhu Sha was silent for a moment, then sighed softly, her tone carrying a hint of comfort. They are data entities from the ancient blue world, not truly human. Thinking like this makes me feel a little better. Just then, Bai Yuan, who had been crouching in the corner treating the woman, suddenly spoke, his voice heavy. Come here for a second, something's wrong. Sang Fiwen and Zhu Sha immediately went over. The woman, who looked remarkably like Hua Yun, had opened her eyes, but her gaze was frighteningly empty, like a soulless doll, staring unblinkingly at the ground. Zhu Sha gently waved her hand in front of her eyes, her voice softening. Hey, you're safe now. Can you hear me? The woman didn't react at all, not even a blink of her eyelashes, as if everything outside was irrelevant to her. Sang Fiwen looked at Bai Yuan. Is she being controlled? Bai Yuan put away his staff and shook his head. I used all the skills to remove anomalies. It's more like she's refusing to communicate. The three temporarily abandoned communication and gathered around the alchemy cauldron to discuss their plan. Zhu Sha spoke first. Huang Qiu was refining pills here just now. I wonder if she succeeded. I need to go back to the alchemy department first. If she uses the pills refined with the demonic vines on the guards in the main hall, creating undead monsters, even the special task force won't be able to break through their defenses, let alone install the device. We go with you. Sang Fiwen immediately chimed in, pulling out an energy analysis device. Since this coordinate was given to our league group, it means the special task force must have other, more important tasks. This location at the alchemy department should be installed by us. Zhu Sha shook her head. The alchemy department has strict regulations. I have no experience in alchemy. As a teacher, it's easier for me to investigate alone. Bringing the two of you in would only make us more vulnerable. However, she changed the subject. After I make my move against Huang Qiu, I will definitely need backup. Where are your teammates from your school? Have they all joined up? I was just about to ask you, have you seen my teammates before? There are 4 of them, Chi Chong, Ji Qian, Zhang Baiwei, and Lu Chi Chung. Before Sang Fiwen could finish speaking, a sharp voice suddenly came from the corner. Qing Chung? The 3 of them turned around at the same time, only to see the woman who had been like a puppet suddenly sit up, her eyes instantly focusing, staring intently at Sang Fiwen. She lunged forward, gripping Sang Fiwen's sleeve tightly with both hands, her face almost touching Sang Fiwen's. After scrutinizing her for a moment, she shook her head dejectedly. No, you're not him. Before Sang Fiwen could react, she turned to Bai Yuan beside her, grabbing his arm with both hands, her voice trembling with sobs, almost screaming, You must be Qing Chung. You're not hallucinating, are you? I'm not you, you mistaken me for someone else. Bai Yuan gently pushed her away. Another hallucination, it's all fake. The woman staggered back 2 steps, collapsing to the ground, clutching her knees, tears streaming down her face, her voice choked with sobs. I'm Hua Yun, Lu Qing Chung. Why haven't you come to save me yet? Sang Fiwen was stunned, as if struck by lightning. She quickly walked to the woman, knelt down, and grabbed her shoulders. You really are Hua Yun. Lu Qing Chung had said that Hua Yun was in a coma, and yet this woman claiming to be Hua Yun had appeared in Xuming City of the ancient blue world. Is it a coincidence? Impossible. Sang Fiwen's mind raced. She had previously guessed that those who fell into comas might not be brain dead, but rather their consciousness had been drawn into the ancient blue world. But she never imagined that her guess would be confirmed in such an unexpected way. Hua Yun raised her head, tears blurring her vision, and stared blankly at Sang Fiwen, muttering, blood drawing. So many people. They locked us in the dungeon. No, it's all an illusion, fake. After saying this, she returned to her previous bewildered state. No matter how much Sang Fiwen pressed her for answers, she just clutched her head, remaining silent. Zhu Sha, standing nearby, was completely bewildered and couldn't help but ask, what happened? Sang Fiwen had no choice but to release Hua Yun, stand up, take a deep breath, and slowly explain her deduction. Hua Yun is my teammate's fiancée. She was attacked by the Golden Shadow, and recently fell into a deep coma. Now it seems that her consciousness hasn't disappeared, but has entered the ancient blue world. Perhaps, the consciousness of all those who were knocked unconscious by the Golden Shadow is here. Consciousness entered Gulan? Zhu Sha's expression changed drastically. She staggered back a step, bumping into the alchemy cauldron behind her, muttering, no wonder, no wonder. Sang Fiwen nodded heavily, his eyes grave. Dan Si must have used some method to capture these consciousnesses, and then place them into suitable bodies, using their blood to cultivate the soul-devouring demon vine. Senior Zhu Sha, did Huang Qiu only recently successfully cultivate the demon vine? Yes, after that, her alchemy area suddenly had many more slaves. Zhu Sha instantly realized, her voice suddenly rising, her eyes filled with shock and anger. That was right, when the people of Sabay Star began their large-scale evacuation. I was wondering where all these slaves came from in the human market, but it turns out those weren't slaves from the game at all. They were kidnapped citizens of Sabay Star. They were living, breathing people. The Federal Security Department was responsible for evacuating the people of Sabay Star. Bai Yuan's face was extremely grim. His hands clenched into fists, and he gritted his teeth, uttering 3 words. Lu Tianming. What on earth did Lu Tianming do? Zhu Sha's voice was filled with boundless rage. He actually dared to kidnap civilians and project their consciousness into Sabay Star? Isn't he afraid of being brought to trial? Bai Yuan sneered. Years ago, he escaped trial by virtue of his power. Do you think someone like that would fear the laws of the Imperial Blue? For him, as long as he achieves his goal, the number of people sacrificed is irrelevant. Sang Fiwen frowned, puzzled, but what is his purpose? To completely spread the anomaly of Sabay Star? Human bodies cannot withstand such a magnetic field. He won't survive that either. There's no time. Zhu Sha's mind was now clear, her eyes bright. We must find Huang Qiu quickly. If she really has refined the kind of pill, it's probably not for the guards, she said, walking towards the door. Besides, there are still many people imprisoned in the Dansi dungeon. If they are all civilians, as a soldier, I must rescue them. Before she finished speaking, a series of shrill roars suddenly erupted outside the ship. The roars were sharp and piercing, carrying a strong sense of ferocity, and the earth trembled as if 1,000 armies were approaching. The 3 of them paled simultaneously, and Zhu Sha immediately lifted the ship's curtain. Under the moonlight, the white cliff that had hung between Xuming City and the port like a barrier had vanished without a trace. Chapter 150. Inside the Dancy Grand Hall. The old emperor's consciousness abruptly ceased. All his fervor and excitement vanished instantly, leaving only boundless darkness and deathly silence. The giant tree of flesh and blood in the center seemed to sense this, swaying slightly. The humanoid fruit on its branches trembled gently, its blurred face facing the empty hall, its dark eye sockets curving into crescents, as if silently mocking this absurd dream of immortality. Huang Qiu, who had shattered the emperor's soul, slowly raised her face. A faint smile bloomed on her lips, her cheeks flushed an unnatural red, and her eyes shone with a frightening light, like a flame suppressed for many years finally finding an outlet. She looked at the lingering remnant soul in midair, which still maintained a greedy posture. Like a clumsy dog, it futilely paddled towards the four-winged immortal body, not abandoning its ridiculous obsession with immortality even after its consciousness dissipated. This comical yet pathetic sight ignited the pent-up hatred in Huang Qiu's heart. Her smile instantly turned ruthless. She hurled her whisk high into the air, striking out with deadly force, shattering the emperor's lingering soul, leaving him no chance of reincarnation. Huang Qiu's movements weren't fast, but the palace servants and 12 apothecaries in the hall froze, like statues, not even blinking, their faces still bearing the respectful smiles they had before, as if they hadn't witnessed this farcical regicide at all. "Sister Majo, I finally avenged you!" Huang Qiu roared with laughter, a laugh both shrill and insane. Among the people frozen like puppets, besides the seemingly crazed Huang Qiu, one person remained composed, the accompanying official from the cabinet. Seeing Huang Qiu's state, the cabinet official was somewhat frightened, but still forced himself to remain calm, saying, "Huang Qiu, as agreed, I added your puppet powder to the food of these assassins. Now that I avenged you, you must keep your promise and cooperate with us to produce more empty shells." Those disguised as palace servants, but actually the emperor's assassins, had already become empty shells, and would soon become their own. Thinking this, the official barely managed to calm down, but remained vigilant, wary of the madwoman before him. Huang Qiu glanced coldly at the official, as if looking at an insignificant wisp of air, then let out a disdainful sneer. What agreement? She turned and walked to the giant tree of flesh and blood, leaping onto its trunk. She sat cross-legged, her eyes instantly softening. Her fingertips gently traced the pulsating veins on the trunk, as if caressing the most precious treasure in the world. "Sister, from now on, no one will dare to use you. No one will dare to covet you. No one will dare to look at you like a monster." Before she finished speaking, Huang Qiu suddenly swung her whisk, carrying the aura of death, aiming straight for the cabinet official's face. In her eyes, this official who had helped her with the puppet-dissolving technique for personal gain was nothing more than another piece of trash to be disposed of. He was unworthy of any agreement. Swish, swish. Just as the whisk was about to touch the official, a black bone blade whistled in from outside the hall, severing Huang Qiu's whisk in two. It struck a pillar in the hall with a whistling sound, sending dust flying. Immediately afterward, a hoarse voice came from outside the hall, breaking Huang Qiu's mad behavior. "Lord Huang Qiu, going back on your word is unacceptable." Huang Qiu and the cabinet official simultaneously turned to look at the source of the sound, only to see a one-armed fallen demon slowly enter the hall. His appearance was terrifying. It was none other than Xiang Fanxiang, who had escaped from the port earlier. The cabinet officials had never seen this man before, and their expressions changed drastically. They assumed a defensive posture, their hands resting on the swords at their waists. The palace servants around him seemed to awaken suddenly, drawing their various weapons. One of them asked in a low voice, "Chairman, what do we do now?" The cabinet official referred to as chairman, who was none other than Xiongba Hongyuan, recruited by the Huashan Consortium, was filled with bitterness. He felt that this operation had been a complete disaster, potentially costing him his life. "Let me introduce myself. I am Wang Peng, one of Minister Lu's men." The fallen demon ignored Xiongba Hongyuan's wariness, walked directly to his side, and gently patted Xiongba Hongyuan's shoulder with his remaining right hand, his tone tinged with amusement. "President Hongyuan, thank you for your hard work. Xiongba's studio did a good job this time. Didn't disappoint Minister Lu." Wang Peng paused, his gaze sweeping over the fleshy giant tree and the four-winged immortal body in the hall, a flicker of greed in his eyes, which he quickly suppressed. He continued, "There's one more thing. If you do well, I put in a good word for you with Minister Lu. In the future, Xiongba's studio will definitely have a place in the new world." Xiongba Hongyuan's back was already soaked with cold sweat, his regret deepening. When he took on this job, he thought it was just a slightly more difficult hidden game quest, something Xiongba's studio could easily handle. But the experiences of the past few days had made him sense a deadly danger. Unable to log off, pain that perfectly mirrored reality, and the inability to resurrect his fallen brothers. Xiongba Hongyuan had long realized that this was no game. Although everything around them was the same as in the game, they had become real people who could be injured, feel pain, and die, like ants, mere fodder to be manipulated. But now, they were already on a sinking ship. There was no turning back. Xiongba Hongyuan took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, and forced a fawning smile onto his face. Don't worry, Boss Wang. Just give the orders, and our Xiongba studio will handle it perfectly. We will not let Minister Lu down. Xiongba Hongyuan nodded hurriedly. Definitely, Boss Wang, just give the orders. Wang Peng nodded in satisfaction, then involuntarily looked at the four-winged immortal body. Who wouldn't want such an immortal body? But he knew it wasn't something he could possess, and he could only suppress his desire. Then he closed his eyes, and with a slight thought, mobilized his main body, which was still lying in the cabin 10,000 meters away. At this moment, in the star wings within the atmosphere of Sabay Star, a row of aircraft was quietly parked. Inside one of the spacecraft, in the consciousness infiltration pod, Wang Peng felt a slight pulsation in the biochip on the back of his neck. Invisible electromagnetic waves transmitted the images and information in his consciousness to the space station disguised as a satellite in real time. After confirming the message was successfully sent, Wang Peng took out a palm-sized black box from his pocket. This was a special energy analysis device modified by the Seoul Bureau, capable not only of collecting consciousness entities, but also storing enormous amounts of spiritual energy. At this moment, inside the box, the consciousness entities of hundreds of thousands of Sabay Star citizens were compressed into pure energy, churning and mixing together in a dimensional space, indistinguishable from one another, leaving only a chaotic white light, pure spiritual energy. On the box's screen, 6 bright red numbers flashed. This meant the spiritual energy stored within was enough to instantly destroy the entire Sabay planet. But Lu Tianming, behind Wang Peng, clearly had no intention of destroying this place. What Lu Tianming wanted was a new world with a myth of immortality and extremely centralized power. Wang Peng was certain that the tree of flesh and blood before him was the beginning of this new world. Holding the device, Wang Peng looked coldly at Xiongba Hongyuan, his tone carrying an unquestionable command. President Hongyuan, have your men use all their strength to help me implant this into the roots of the tree of flesh and blood. Yes. Don't even think about it. Huang Qiu, sitting on the tree trunk, coldly said, the branches I promised your sister were already my biggest concession. Our cooperation is long over. If you don't leave, don't blame me for being impolite. Wang Peng scoffed, completely disregarding her threat. He pressed a button on the side of the black box, and 11 black threads suddenly floated out from within. Huang Qiu sensed something was wrong and immediately threw a hidden weapon, but it passed right through the threads, as if the threads were nothing to him. The threads, like living insects, nimbly weaved through the air, quickly burrowing into the bodies of the puppet like Yin Yao. Huang Qiu, you have no choice now. He pointed to the Yin Yao being parasitized by the spiritual threads, his eyes filled with fanaticism. I have to thank you for the puppet powder you gave Chairman Hongyuan. It's top-notch medicine. It saved me a lot of trouble, allowing me to acquire these high-level combatants for free. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the tree of flesh and blood, his smile growing even more smug. I also have to thank your sister. The empty shell nurtured by this tree is the perfect host for spiritual threads. From now on, they will become the most loyal warriors in the new world, clearing all obstacles for Minister Lu and for me. A bizarre scene unfolded. The previously frozen demons suddenly glowed with a crimson light in their eye sockets, their empty eyes instantly filled with malevolence. Wang Peng, holding the device, gave the order, warriors charge. The demons turned in unison, their gazes fixed on the flesh and blood tree, and Huang Qiu in the center. A similar, eerie smile played on their lips as they surrounded them step by step. Huang Qiu's expression changed drastically. She leaped down from the tree trunk, snatching a bottle of pills from a hidden pouch at her waist. She unscrewed the stopper, poured the purple pills into her palm, and with a sharp crack of her nails, shattered the pills, instantly transforming them into a poisonous mist that drifted towards the demons opposite her. But unexpectedly, the controlled demons didn't need to breathe. Black threads emerged from their eyes, instantly consuming the poisonous mist completely, leaving not a trace. What exactly do you want? Huang Qiu asked through gritted teeth, her voice trembling slightly. She could clearly sense that these parasitic medicinal plants, though their eyes were empty and devoid of consciousness, were several times stronger than before, making them difficult to deal with by brute force alone. Furthermore, The palace servants, whose auras had drastically changed, were wielding swords, spears, and shields, following behind these medicinal plants and surrounding her. 11 medicinal plants, whose combat strength was already comparable to hers, plus dozens of palace servants, whose auras had drastically changed. This lineup was more than enough to crush her. Finally willing to listen to me properly. Wang Peng held up the black box, a pitying smile on his face, as if looking at a dying ant. What I want is very simple. Just let me implant this device into the tree root, so that your sister's power of immortality can be used by Minister Liu. I advise you to give up resisting. We won't harm her, after all, only living, immortal flesh and blood of value. Wang Qiu looked at the approaching crowd, then at the flesh and blood tree behind her, a resolute glint in her eyes. You, don't even think about it. She would never let Sister Macho be used again, even if it meant fighting to the death. Wang Qiu suddenly poured out a white pill and swallowed it whole. A deep white flame suddenly exploded from her body, as if igniting a fire hidden within her flesh and blood. Her Taoist robe instantly turned to ash in the flames, revealing her originally slender body, which now crackled and mutated violently, as if her bones were growing wildly. Wang Qiu's body swelled several times its original size, her muscles bulging like inflated balloons, stretching her skin taut, giving it a cold, metallic sheen. Even her breathing carried a pressure, each exhale causing the surrounding air to tremble slightly. This is the forbidden technique soul burning by Dan C, which uses one's own soul as fuel, burning everything in exchange for a short-term surge in combat power. After the spell ends, the soul will completely dissipate, without even a chance for reincarnation. Wang Peng. I kill you. Wang Qiu's voice became hoarse, filled with a tearing killing intent. His imposing figure suddenly vanished from its spot, abruptly appearing behind Wang Peng. Wang Qiu's speed was several times faster than before. His fist, when thrown, carried a sharp, tearing sound. A muffled sound accompanied by splattering blood, but it wasn't Wang Peng who fell. A puppet, Dian Yao, suddenly lunged out from the side, forcefully blocking Wang Qiu's fatal punch with its chest. While Wang Peng had already used this fleeting opening to turn and rush towards the central tree of flesh and blood, Wang Qiu shrieked, about to give chase, but two more palace attendants pounced, their fists whistling as they slammed into her shoulders. A sharp crack echoed, the sound of bones breaking clearly audible. Wang Qiu groaned, but used the force to turn, grabbing one of the palace attendants by the neck and pulling sharply. Black blood sprayed all over her, making her look like a demon crawling out of hell. But there were too many enemies. More and more palace attendants and servants surrounded her, like an inescapable giant net, trapping Wang Qiu firmly in the center. Her left arm hung limply at her sides, her right leg severed. Every movement was accompanied by excruciating pain as flesh tore apart. Her once metallic skin was now covered with wounds of varying depths, black and red blood mingling and dripping to the ground, forming a small pool at her feet. She did not give up. Even without her favored whisk, she used her fists and teeth, even with her nails torn off and her body covered in wounds, to stand before the tree of flesh and blood, refusing to let them near. She was like an unyielding wall, standing firm before the tree of flesh and blood, preventing anyone from getting close. A palace servant wielding twin swords, taking advantage of Wang Qiu's distraction while she was dealing with the puppet Dian Yao, stealthily circled behind her. Raising his curved sword high, its deadly gleam gleaming, he brought it down fiercely towards her neck. Splatter. Blood gushed out like a red fountain, splashing onto the ground in front of the giant tree of flesh and blood, staining the soil around its roots crimson. Well done. Quick Blade is powerful. Finally, we've taken down this boss. A cheer erupted from the crowd of the powerful warriors. Wang Qiu's head fell to the ground, her hair disheveled and stained with blood. After hitting the ground, her head bounced slightly, rolling along the slight slope of the paving stones, until it came to rest not far from the giant tree, her face directly facing the flesh and blood tree in the center of the hall. The instant her head hit the ground, the flesh and blood tree suddenly shook violently. Countless branches moved without wind, as if weeping and lamenting. Some branches even broke due to the intense shaking, dripping dark red sap, like lines of sorrowful tears. A chilling aura permeated the sap, an aura filled with endless despair and grief, like an invisible net enveloping the entire hall. Those inside were instantly swallowed by this emotion, their chests feeling as if weighed down by a boulder, even breathing becoming difficult, their minds filled with thoughts of suicide, as if only death could offer release. The laughter of the powerful warriors, still celebrating, abruptly ceased. Xiong Ba Hongyuan's hand gripping the sword began to tremble, his eyes vacant. The sword tip slowly turned towards his throat, and he truly felt the urge to commit suicide. Stop! Wang Peng's expression changed drastically. He grabbed Xiongba Hongyuan's wrist and knocked the sword to the ground. He pulled a porcelain bottle from his robes, poured out several cyan pills, and threw them at the people around him. Quickly take the clarity pills. Wang Peng shouted to Xiongba Tianxiao's men, this tree has mental attack capabilities. We're almost there. Everyone stay alert. Wang Qiu could no longer hear the commotion. Her eyes remained wide open, her dilated pupils fixed on the trembling tree of flesh and blood, as if trying to imprint those swaying branches and pulsating veins firmly into her final vision. In the end, she still couldn't protect her sister. Chapter 151. Blood trickled down the cracks in the hall's floor tiles, like tiny, dark red snakes. Suddenly, the roots of the blood and flesh tree writhed violently. The roots, originally buried deep underground, burst forth from the ground, unfolding layer by layer to reveal the core, like welcoming a child home, opening their arms to the winding blood snakes. Seeing the roots emerge automatically, Wang Peng saw an opportunity and rushed forward, only to freeze in horror at the sight before him. Within the core, surrounded by dense roots, was a woman's face. The face bore a striking resemblance to Huang Qiu, its eyes closed as if in a deep sleep, its edges lined with bulging dark red veins. Wang Peng dared not look any longer. He quickly threw the device, condensed with hundreds of thousands of units of spiritual energy, into the core, completing his task before retreating. Having absorbed Huang Qiu's blood, the roots instantly closed, completely enveloping the energy device. The next second, a thunderous roar echoed, as the tree of flesh and blood grew wildly, its dense, blood-red canopy bursting through the imposing glazed tile roof of Danxi, its towering branches reaching for the sky. The ground trembled violently as thick roots burst forth from the earth like giant dragons, instantly tearing apart streets, overturning houses, and crushing the walls of Danxi under their weight. Debris and dust filled the air, turning half of Suming City into a chaotic mess. Earthquake! Run! Look! What kind of monster is that? My God! The tree has grown to the sky. The people of Suming City screamed and scattered in all directions. Cries, screams, and the sounds of collapsing buildings mingled together, completely ushering in the chaos of the world. At this moment, in the four cardinal directions of the ancient blue world, thousands of feet underground, for dragon-shaped bronze pillars that had stood for tens of thousands of years were simultaneously undergoing strange changes. Amidst the trembling of the earth, the already modeled dragon-suppressing patterns on the bronze pillars quietly faded, revealing the dark metallic original color beneath. Dense cracks began to appear on the pillars, causing them to continuously crumble and fall into the abyss below. A colossal tree of flesh and blood, identical to Danxi, burst forth from the abyss, growing wildly at an alarming rate. In just a few breaths, it broke through the surface, growing into a towering tree. Wherever its blood-red branches spread, demonic energy surged, leaving nothing but barren land. Where the demonic energy reached, the monsters roaming the earth instantly turned their eyes red, instantly falling into demonic possession. Their power greatly increased, pulverizing the players, who were leisurely leveling up into streaks of white light. At the same time, a Scarlet System announcement popped up in front of all players on Gulen Online. A world-class catastrophe mission has begun. The passage between Gulen and the real world has been closed. Since the war between immortals and demons, the ladder to immortality has been severed, and demonic energy has accumulated in the mortal realm for millennia. 5 colossal demonic trees have awakened simultaneously. Fallen demons are rampant in various regions, and the Gulen world is facing an unprecedented crisis of annihilation. We now call upon all heroines to quickly travel to the 5 locations where demonic energy has accumulated, cleanse the demonic energy, and stop the giant trees from continuing to grow. Mission failure will result in the Gulen world falling into the hands of demons. Today happens to be the weekend, the peak time for Gulen players, and the number of online players has reached a new high. As soon as the announcement popped up, the world chat and official forums exploded, flooded with messages, and the players' reactions were drastically different. A world-class catastrophe mission? Holy crap! This is going all out. Interesting. A player wielding dual swords stood on the city wall of Luoyang, gazing at the crimson tree soaring into the sky towards the Lilong volcano. Excitement gleamed in his eyes, and he immediately called to his teammates, "Brothers, stop farming dungeons. This is a legendary dungeon you can only dream of. You regret it if you miss it. What do you mean the portal is closed? I want to log out, but nothing's happening." On the streets of Qinlong town, a newbie player dressed in cloth repeatedly made the log out gesture, looking displeased. Just as the newbie player was getting impatient, the teleportation array in Qianlong Town suddenly erupted with a blinding white light, and a group of highly skilled players, their equipment gleaming with the glow of advanced skills, surged out. A warlock player, staff in hand, and wearing gold-rimmed glasses, passed by and, seeing the newbie's panicked state, kindly reminded him, "Didn't you read the announcement carefully? You're forced to be online during the quest, the portal is closed, and no one can log off until it's completed." Giant Tech is really exciting this time. They're serious. They practically tied everyone to the game. A demon player wielding a spear chimed in with a laugh, his tone full of excitement, but that's what makes it interesting. "Let's go to Lilong Volcano. It's the closest demonic energy accumulation point to us. Let's try for the first kill." Even when they're serious, there has to be some logic. With the demonic energy out, the monsters outside the newbie village are so much stronger. A childish voice interrupted, belonging to a player who looked like a teenager. He frantically ran towards the safe zone, wailing, "I have to go to school for morning self-study later. Can this quest be finished before 7? If the teacher finds out I'm not at school, they definitely call my parents. Don't dream about it. How could a mission of this scale possibly be completed in a few hours?" Someone poured cold water on the idea. For a moment, whether in the safe zones of the main cities of each continent or at the entrances to dungeons in the wild, players were either complaining and wailing or shouting excitedly. Only a very few people realized the seriousness of the situation. Just as the in-game logout portal closed, beneath the Capital Star Research Institute building, amidst the surging golden flames, the mysterious string of numbers reached its final state. 3, 2, 1, 0. The number 0 had just extinguished when the entire Research Institute building suddenly trembled violently. A loud bang came from the underground energy center, flames burst through the ground, the lights inside the building went out instantly, and all the equipment stopped working. Inside the building, heavily armed Federation soldiers rushed into the 1,000-meter-deep underground laboratory, only to find an empty, transparent incubation chamber. The supercubic starfire that had been stored inside was nowhere to be seen. Report: Supercube Spark is not in the Research Institute. Target lost. The military must have moved it beforehand. Seal off the entire building. Search every inch of it. The Federation commander gritted his teeth and slammed his fist heavily on the control panel. No one noticed that a palm-sized golden figure was stealthily making its way through layers of broken reinforced concrete. It shimmered with a soft golden light, its form almost invisible, only revealing a blurry outline at certain angles when light refracted. The little golden creature finally reached the ground and was resting when a passing golden retriever suddenly stopped, sniffing frantically in the direction of the little creature, growling softly. "Sweetie, what's wrong?" The dog owner, bewildered, watched his beloved dog baring its teeth at empty air and quickly tightened the leash. He followed the golden retriever's gaze, seeing only a constant flow of people and nothing unusual. "Stop fooling around. Let's go home. We have things to do." Just then, the giant holographic screen above the street suddenly flickered, abruptly cutting off the fashion advertisement and replacing it with a female news anchor in a serious uniform. The person holding the golden retriever involuntarily looked up at the serious-looking anchor on the screen. Her voice, tinged with undisguised urgency, echoed throughout the street. "Urgent announcement. Urgent announcement. It has been reported that the stealth technology developed by Giant Technology has a major security vulnerability. Currently, game stealth pods worldwide are experiencing a collective malfunction, and users are unable to log out on their own. Preliminary verification indicates that external forced opening of the pod, power outages, or damage to the equipment will result in brain death for users. As of now, 241 people have died due to forced pod opening." The dog owner abruptly stopped, his heart pounding. His son and wife were currently playing Grand Blue in their stealth pod in the room. He instinctively gripped the dog leash tighter and looked towards home. The female announcer's voice continued, each word like a hammer blow to the hearts of the players, warning to all citizens. If anyone is using a stealth pod nearby, do not perform any operations that may cause the device to malfunction. Relevant departments have established an emergency repair team and are working diligently to investigate the vulnerability. Furthermore, according to statistics, the holographic game Grand Blue, which relies on stealth technology, has registered users covering global StarNet users, with an average daily online user count exceeding 100 million, making it a veritable second world. After this malfunction, at least 200 million players are currently trapped inside the game and unable to escape. Woof woof woof. The golden retriever continued barking wildly in the direction of the little golden figure, but its owner was already distraught, grabbing the leash and running home. The little golden figure withdrew its paw from petting the retriever's head, watching its owner's panicked retreat. Though its face lacked features, it held a hint of confusion. In its vision, a bright red pulse was beating in its owner's left chest. It remembered that when humans were emotionally agitated, their hearts would beat rapidly and turn this color. The little guy looked down at its own left chest, where there was an empty heart-shaped indentation. A cold wind blew through the indentation, bringing a strange emptiness. It touched the indentation, somewhat envious of the bright red pulse it had just witnessed. When the ticking countdown ended, it awoke from a long sleep, only to find itself locked in a transparent underground cage. Fortunately, it could walk through walls and escape. Only now did it realize it had lost its heart, something extremely important. Where is the heart? Just then, the golden figure suddenly raised its head and looked north. Through its mesmerizing pupils, the vast universe was instantly pierced, and a planet shrouded in golden mist became exceptionally clear in its perception. Its heart seemed to reside on that planet. The golden figure swayed, and suddenly a pair of transparent wings unfurled from its back. With a flap of its wings, its body transformed into a dazzling golden streak, piercing through the atmosphere of the capital planet and hurtling towards the planet shrouded in golden mist. Meanwhile, on the ground, chaos continued to escalate. The emergency announcement on the holographic screens continued to play on a loop. The crowds in the streets grew increasingly chaotic. Some frantically dialed Giant Technology's customer service number on their phones, only to hear a cold, busy tone. Others ran home frantically, while still others slumped on the roadside, staring blankly at the sky. Countless families were caught in the crossfire. Their loved ones and friends were trapped in the virtual world, their fates unknown. Human society was gripped by unprecedented panic. In stark contrast lies the secret space station in geosynchronous orbit around Murahoku. The interior of this space station, disguised as an ordinary satellite, is filled with fervent anticipation. Chapter 152. Inside the disguised space station, Liu Tianming's elite troops were busily debugging equipment, preparing for the upcoming grand human migration. The signal waves from the biochip behind Wang Peng's neck were steadily transmitted to the main control room, and the data stream on the screen was stabilizing, indicating that the New World project had entered its final stage. Inside the indoor golf course, the crisp sound of clubs striking the ground echoed continuously. Liu Tianming, dressed in a beige casual suit, swung his club at a virtual projection of a Scottish golf course. Liu Tianming's movements appeared fluid, but with each swing, his hand trembled slightly. The white ball traced an arc in the air, always just barely missing the edge of the hole. "Uncle Liu, your swing is as graceful as ever." Hua Rong approached in her high heels, wiping Liu Tianming's sweat with a silk handkerchief, her sweet voice carrying just the right amount of flattery. Liu Tianming suddenly squeezed her hand gently, chuckling self-deprecatingly, "Xiao Rong, you're so sweet-talking. My body can't hold on much longer." The warm touch made Hua Rong's heart tighten. Fortunately, the personal terminal on her wrist suddenly vibrated rapidly. She seized the opportunity to pull her hand back, and after reading the message, she immediately concealed the discomfort in her eyes and smiled again. "Congratulations, Uncle Liu. The message from Wang Peng shows that preparations are complete, just waiting for your order to start." "Oh, that's faster than I expected." Liu Tianming suddenly stopped, a sharp pain shooting through his arm, making him frown involuntarily. "Minister, your latest neurophysiological examination report just arrived. Should we have the attending physician come in to report?" Hua Rong's gaze fell on his trembling hands, and worry crept onto her face. She knew better than anyone that Liu Tianming's neurodegenerative disease was in its late stages, which was the fundamental reason he initiated the New World project. He needed the health, immortality, and the power behind immortality found in the ancient blue world. And a yearning for young, vibrant bodies like hers. Liu Tianming straightened up, looking at his slightly trembling hands, his tone tinged with impatience. "No need. We're about to enter a new world. This body, almost beyond repair, doesn't matter." He clenched and unclenched his fists, trying to suppress the trembling, then asked, "How about Jingxing? Did you get anything last time?" "The equipment room is full of military personnel. Jingxing is keeping a close watch." Hua Rong shook her head, then added, "However, I already planted Zilu Sha there. We have news soon." Seeing Liu Tianming's expression soften, she immediately took credit. "Uncle Liu, I went to great lengths to divert the military's attention. I distributed the problematic competition devices to the dormitories of each school in advance, and had Chinemo and the others create the deceptive appearance of discrepancies in the equipment successfully hooked the investigation team, who busied themselves rearranging the equipment. Meanwhile, right under Jingxing, and by Yuan's noses, Their people personally installed the consciousness stabilizers on every single infiltration pod. Huarong slowly reported the key details. This is all thanks to the loophole discovered by Director Qin during his research on LL-02. The infiltration pod module had spare interfaces, and once Director Qin's stabilizer was connected, it could control all consciousness link permissions. Now, whether it's the League students or the frontline special forces, they probably don't know that their consciousness has been tampered with from its coordinates. They won't be able to return to their original bodies, they'd just be imported into the energy analyzer in Wang Peng's hands. Now the front lines are completely under your control. She paused, then deliberately emphasized her conclusion. Our ability to plan ahead this time is entirely thanks to the device developed by Director Qin. At the end, Huarong glanced at Lu Tianming, and sure enough, she saw his brow furrow slightly, his face showing displeasure. She knew Lu Tianming too well. He never liked his subordinates to be too capable. Although Qin Han's contribution was significant, it had already touched a nerve with Lu Tianming. With just a few words, she both claimed credit for Wang Peng's work and subtly stirred up Lu Tianming's suspicions about Qin Han. If those two were present, they would probably be furious. Xiaorong, you're being too modest. Lu Tianming suppressed his displeasure and looked at Huarong. Without Xiaorong, this social butterfly, mediating and stabilizing those people in the military, how could Xiao Qin's things have been so easily slipped in? Lu Tianming suddenly leaned closer, raising his hand to tuck a stray strand of hair behind her ear, his fingertips inadvertently brushing against her earlobe. When the new world opens, I will naturally reward Xiaorong handsomely. The warm breath brushed against her ear, and Huarong's body stiffened momentarily, but she immediately suppressed her discomfort, maintaining a sweet smile. Fortunately, Lu Tianming didn't do anything further. He simply turned and walked to the control panel, tapping the screen, and the virtual projection switched from the golf course to a live view of Sabé's star. The golden planet slowly rotated in the universe, shining brightly like an entrance to a new world prepared for him by the gods. He felt a trace of anxiety. Ultimately, he had initiated the plan without fully understanding Ji Yingxing's trump cards. But he couldn't wait any longer. The disease was deteriorating faster than Lu Tianming had anticipated. Recently, the frequency of his tremors had increased, and even his nerve responses had slowed considerably. Previous treatments were no longer effective, and the results were becoming increasingly poor. Whatever the trump card that person gave Ji Yingxing, it was an old trick from over a decade ago. No matter how powerful that person was, no matter how ingenious their methods, could they possibly control what happens more than a decade from now? In his mind, that straight, imposing figure reappeared, an existence he had never been able to surpass all those years ago. Lu Tianming's breathing quickened slightly, a surge of anxiety rising within him. It seemed that even after all these years, that person's shadow still weighed on his heart like a mountain. He irritably scrolled through the screen, watching the waterfall of simulated data from the New World project scroll by. Every deduction was flawless. Unless a true god descends and reverses the anomaly of Sabé's star, the final winner will definitely be me, Lu Tianming muttered to himself, his tense nerves finally relaxing slightly. Summon Qin Han. Lu Tianming steadied himself. Notify everyone to prepare to enter the infiltration pod and head to the new world. He then chuckled, his laughter filled with smugness and anticipation. I really want to see Ji Yingxing's ugly old face when he discovers everything. Huarong hesitated for a moment, then immediately replied, yes. Turning towards the equipment room, the discomfort still lingered in her ears. Bai Yuan's image involuntarily surfaced in her mind, and a wave of panic washed over her. Senior, where are you? The scene of handing over the equipment to Qin Han not long ago also vividly appeared before her eyes. The black canvas was lifted, revealing a teardrop-shaped pod, like a work of art meticulously sculpted by the creator. This is the consciousness infiltration pod? Huarong walked around the pod, her eyes filled with amazement. I really want to meet the person who created this thing. They must be either a genius or a madman. My mission this time is to deliver it to the military. That's not all. LL-02 is just bait to attract attention. Qin Han pointed to the small devices stacked beside him, his tone calm. These consciousness stabilizers are the main attraction. They help consciousness establish a more stable link, increasing the success rate of possession. Those military forces that consider themselves humanity's shield will definitely not refuse something that can improve soldiers' survivability. I know, these little things contain a positioning system. Huarong covered her mouth and chuckled, a hint of doubt in her eyes. Director Qin's methods are indeed brilliant, but aren't you afraid of being discovered? After all, the opposing team has a genius who created a consciousness infiltration pod. No matter how well hidden, You're still afraid of being thoroughly investigated, right? Don't worry, this system needs to be used with a consciousness release device to activate. Shin Han's lips curled into a confident smile, only. They never discover the anomaly unless they disassemble the stabilizer and the release device and study them together. However, just to be on the safe side, Miss Hua will need to set up more decoys. Huarong smiled. I understand. I arrange a cover. I won't let the military investigation team be idle. Shin Han hesitated for a moment, then took out a device separately. I have something I'd like to ask Miss Hua for help with. Huarong raised an eyebrow. Oh, this is like the sun rising in the west. What are your orders, Director Qin? Shin Han didn't mind her teasing. I want to install the special stabilizer on a specific diving pod. Special? Does it not have a tracking device inside? Huarong covered her mouth and laughed. For Director Qin to be so concerned, I guess. It's for that Sang Fiwen from the 1st Military Academy? Shin Han didn't deny it, nodding frankly. It's for her. Consider it a favor I owe you, Miss Hua. Click. Click. The sound of a small robotic arm operating in the equipment room interrupted Huarong's reverie. When she came to her senses, she was already standing at the door of the equipment room. Shin Han was leading several technicians, busy in front of a row of teardrop-shaped consciousness infiltration pods. The small robotic arms were operating rapidly on the control panel, and the data on the screen was constantly changing. Minister Liu has ordered the plan to be activated. Everyone prepare to enter stealth mode. Huarong stepped forward lightly, her voice extremely low, avoiding the technicians beside her, a hint of tension hidden in her eyes. Shin Han didn't even look up, his fingers tapping on the control panel without slowing down, his tone calm. Understood. Tell Minister Liu to wait a little longer. The final round of testing will be over soon. Director Qin. Huarong suddenly spoke, biting her lip, her voice tinged with nervousness, and whispered, that special stabilizer I asked you for before. You didn't mention it to anyone, did you? Shin Han finally stopped what he was doing, looked up at the somewhat nervous Huarong, and a half-smile curved his lips. Don't worry, I won't say a word. Huarong breathed a sigh of relief, her usual sweet smile returning to her face. That's good. You must remember, regarding Sang Fiwen's matter, I could have chosen not to help back then. Miss Hua, there's no need to threaten me with that. Shin Han interrupted her, his eyes cold. I don't care who you install that stabilizer on. After the new world opens, I can be with Sang Fiwen, and you can be with the person you've chosen. We each get what we need, right? Huarong's smile froze for a moment. She bit her lower lip, suddenly grabbed Shin Han, and quickly walked to a corner without surveillance cameras. Shin Han, since you understand my feelings, then I need your help. The person I chosen, Uncle Liu can't tolerate him. Shin Han's interest was piqued. Oh, let me guess. Jiang Yuxing's son? Jiang Chini? Seeing the surprise flash across Huarong's eyes, Shin Han confirmed his guess and chuckled. Don't be surprised. I haven't been wasting my time by Liu Tianming's side. I can cover for you, but you have to do me a favor. He stared intently at Huarong. Zilusha is with Jiangxing, isn't she? Huarong's eyes widened instantly. What are you going to do? Zilusha is carrying out Minister Liu's mission. After Zilusha succeeds, I want what he stole from Jiangxing. That thing, Liu Tianming wants, and I want it too. Impossible. Huarong instinctively took a step back, her voice trembling with panic. That's something Minister Liu values. Are you crazy? If we're found out, we all die. What if I told you that thing could allow us to replace Liu Tianming in the new world? Shin Han smirked. Then you won't have to bother pleasing an old man anymore, and you won't have to worry about Jiang Chini's safety. Hearing this, Huarong instantly recalled the image of Liu Tianming gripping her hand, brushing against her ear. The hesitation on her face gradually faded, and she finally nodded firmly. Okay, I agree. Pleasure doing business with you. Shin Han turned and walked towards the control panel, reaching for a black lever and pulling it down. Click. Click, click. On Space Station 12, the soldiers' boots clicked rhythmically on the metal floor. The streetlights cast a soft white glow, illuminating the patrol teams. The various teams continued their night watch as usual, checking key items. Everything should have been peaceful as usual, until the streetlights suddenly began to hiss and flicker, like dying fireflies. The next second, all the streetlights went out simultaneously, plunging the entire space station into darkness. Emergency lights stubbornly flashed red, casting eerily long and short shadows on the street. Damn it! Why is the power suddenly out? The patrol captain of the military area drew his sidearm from his waist, wary of any enemies that might appear in the darkness, and shouted into the communicator, Second Team. Go to the power room immediately and check for malfunctions. Hurry! Report, Captain. It's not our area that's experiencing a power outage. A panicked voice came through the communicator. The entire space station's energy system is paralyzed. What? The captain's heart sank. Quickly check the shields and the power system. Not long after, even more devastating news arrived. Report, Captain. The shields have stopped working. The power core has shut down. The space station is now being pulled down by the gravity of Space Star and is beginning to fall. In the darkness, small black devices placed every 10 meters or so along the street, their indicator lights slowly turning from blue to red, silently watched this sudden crisis like pairs of peering eyes. These devices were the defensive shields jointly deployed by the three parties, which Shinemo and his team had tampered with. After Chin Han pulled the switch, they instantly switched to energy jammers with high voltage on their surfaces. In the military command center, Jingxing quickly pulled out an emergency flashlight in the pitch black. The beam illuminated the documents on the desk and reflected his grave expression. The documents recorded the power access logs for the main control room over the past few days. The most suspicious entry was that people from the three schools league had used the main control room's power interface. He was certain that Liu Tianming's men had infiltrated the league. Too late. Jingxing slammed his fist on the table. The situation was urgent. The weightlessness of the falling space station was clearly felt, but his mind remained remarkably calm. He cursed his own negligence. These past few days, preoccupied with past memories, he hadn't noticed the problem with the data transmitted by Star Wings. The three-school league had been going on for so long, and not a single person had used the consciousness exit device to return. Even if the students were incredibly strong, they couldn't possibly be unharmed. This was the biggest weakness. Paralysis again, this tactic, exactly the same as the last semi-final. Jingxing slammed his fist on the table again, his anger turning into a bitter laugh. A fine tit for tat. General G. His adjutant rushed in, his voice urgent but firm. The space station is expected to crash into Space Star in 10 minutes. We have sent a distress signal to the nearest space station, number 85. Please enter the consciousness pod immediately and await rescue. How many pods are left? Jingxing asked in a low voice. 5 platforms. The adjutant's voice lowered slightly. Currently, besides the garrison soldiers, there were also prospective students from the 3 academies on Space Station 12. Jingxing took a deep breath, suppressing his regret, his eyes sharpening. Leave the pods for the students. Give me a mech, I lead the regard. General G. The adjutant immediately knelt down, pleading, Major General Chu Ci is already stalling with the mech team. You must enter the pod. Jingxing was silent for a moment. He had to consider the worst-case scenario. If evacuation was impossible, he at least had to deliver that thing to Jiang Yuxing's son. Jingxing bit his finger, dripping blood into his wrist-mounted quantum computer. The computer instantly lit up, projecting a biochip sealed in data. This was top-tier treasure-hunting technology, costing as much as a starship, used only to store the most critical secrets. The moment the iris scan was successful, the chip solidified from light and shadow. Jingxing solemnly retrieved the chip, which had been sealed for so long. Summon the medical team. Yes! The adjutant bowed, but the skin on his neck twitched slightly, and a deep, dark light surged in his eyes. A sudden change occurred. 2 sharp purple beams suddenly shot out from the adjutant's eyes, aimed straight for Jingxing's face like lightning. Jingxing reacted with lightning speed, instantly rolling to the side to avoid the attack, while simultaneously activating a light shield to block. But the purple beams nimbly veered off course, bypassing the light shield and piercing his wrist. Jingxing groaned, his grip on the chip slipping from his hand. The chip arced through the air, about to crash to the ground, when the adjutant leaped up and caught it. Jingxing looked up. The adjutant's face was contorting and deforming, finally transforming into a sinister expression. The ability user from the Huashan Consortium, Zi Luosha. Having lain dormant for days, Zi Luosha didn't linger after her success. She turned and rushed towards the exit, her figure instantly disappearing into the thick darkness. At this time, all the military ability users were in the Special Forces unit. Ordinary soldiers, lacking firepower in the darkness, found pursuit futile, and could only watch helplessly as Zi Luosha boarded the small, waiting aircraft. Jingxing's eyes blazed as he locked onto the direction the spacecraft had departed. He decisively ordered, everyone, evacuate immediately. Retreat to Space Station 85 and redeploy. Mech team, listen up. Deploy 1 stealth unit to silently track the Violet Rakshasa. Upon reaching the target location, destroy it with firepower. The spacecraft's direction was undoubtedly towards Liu Tianming's lair. In the magnificent and vast universe, Space Star resembled a golden jewel embedded in a velvet curtain. The out-of-control Space Station 12, like a block of iron, was slowly being pulled towards the golden ocean, soon to be swallowed by the waves. Mech flames streaked across the velvet curtain, dozens of mech spewed flames, attempting to slow the space station's descent, but it was like a mayfly trying to shake a giant tree. One of the stealth mechs quietly broke away from the formation, spewing out a ghostly blue flame before instantly switching to optical stealth mode, blending into the cosmic background and entering a state of complete silence. Like a ghost, it silently pursued the purple Rakshas's aircraft. Chapter 153. At the boundary where Space Star and Gulen overlap, in Shuming City. With a deafening earthquake, the earth ripped open, and the magnificent streets were instantly destroyed. A towering, dark red tree burst through the glazed tile roof of Dance's residence. Its lush canopy, like a giant hand covering the sky, was growing wildly upwards, seemingly tearing the heavens apart. Branches danced in the night sky, like countless blood-red threads lashing the darkness. The branches were laden with heavy fruit. The overripe fruit, unable to bear the weight, fell and cracked upon impact, spewing forth howling, newly born fallen demons. These fallen demons initially resembled humans, but their skin was rapidly covered with dark blue vines, and their bones twisted, sprouting withered branches. In their blood-red eyes, the world was a great chaos, with only white light flickering on the bodies of humans. Those warm lights were a maddening desire for them. In the face of crisis, the Golden Armor Guard was rescuing civilians trapped under rubble. Their captain, who had never seen a fallen demon before, mistook this strange creature for a refugee in need of help. "Are you all right?" The Golden Armor Guard captain immediately stepped forward to check on the ragged man. The white light drew closer, the fallen demon's eyes filled with greed. Driven by instinct, it pounced. The Golden Armor Guard captain's pupils constricted. The last thing he saw was a gaping maw, ripped open to the cheeks, from which several barbed twigs shot out, instantly piercing his throat. Glug, glug. Blood was frantically drained, and the once robust body visibly withered, turning into an emaciated corpse. The surrounding crowd awoke as if from a dream, a scream pierced the night, and the hellish massacre officially began. The port dock. Zhu Sha pushed open the ship's door, followed by Sang Fiwen and by Yuan onto the deck. The three were instantly stunned by the apocalyptic scene before them. "Baya is gone," Zhu Sha murmured, her voice filled with disbelief. "It hasn't disappeared. Shuming City is still on the cliff top." Sang Fiwen quickly regained her composure and gazed into the distance. "The white cliff seems to be covered by something like ivy." Just as she finished speaking, the ivy covering the white cliff surged. Just then, moonlight pierced through the clouds, and the three who saw the truth narrowed their eyes. It wasn't ivy at all, but a dense, layered mass of fallen demons, climbing down the white cliff like a tide towards the dock. "Welcome to the new world, you three." The three looked over warily. On the distant mast, a one-armed fallen demon squatted at the top, his crimson eyes filled with mockery. Sang Fiwen instantly drew her sword, the tip pointing directly at the suddenly appearing Xiong Xiangfan. "Who exactly are you? Where is Teacher Xiong?" Xiong Xiangfan grinned, a hint of smugness in his voice. "As expected of a genius seed in the competition, you couldn't hide anything from you. Let me reintroduce myself, I'm Wang Peng." As for Xiong Xiangfan, he wiped his mouth, seemingly still savoring the moment, his tone playful. "You're all so clever, why don't you guess where he went?" As Wang Peng spoke, Bai Yuan lowered his voice and warned Sang Fiwen and Zhu Sha, "It must be a problem with the consciousness stabilizer. He was able to pinpoint our location so accurately, he must have a locator on him, and might even be holding someone else's consciousness captive. We must capture him, we can't let him escape." Hearing this, Sang Fiwen and Zhu Sha nodded slightly. Bai Yuan continued his analysis. "Wang Peng still dares to come, probably because he wants to wipe out our consciousnesses all at once. He won't escape easily. But he knows our strength and won't approach rashly. He most likely wants to use the fallen ones behind us to reap the benefits. Leave it to me. I provoke him into revealing a weakness," Zhu Sha said softly, her fingers tightening slightly as she stepped forward. As the three communicated almost silently, Wang Peng was staring feverishly towards the direction of Baya. The surging army of fallen ones, the ever-growing flesh and blood trees, all his handiwork. A mixture of pride and ecstasy surged within him. Just moments ago, he had presented Minister Liu with that coveted four-winged immortal body, and Minister Liu's personal praise still echoed in his ears. He had already achieved unparalleled merit. Thinking of this, his gaze swept over the giant tree, where he could vaguely see layers of branches enveloping a massive cocoon-like object, faintly emanating a chilling aura. Wang Peng hadn't been without fantasies about that immortal body that would wield the power of the new world. But he dared not act rashly, only hoping that Minister Lu would complete the body simultaneously, so that he could receive a reward commensurate with such merit. Turning his head to look at the three people on the deck, Wang Peng's eyes were filled with a strong sense of superiority. So what if you're the chosen ones? So what if I, Wang Peng, am mediocre? Soon, I will seize power in this new world, and you geniuses will only be able to grovel before me. It's just a pity that these three chosen ones are still unaware of what's happening. I really want to see the despair on their faces when they learn the truth, and I really want to show those who once looked down on him what he's really capable of. TSK, where did this mad dog come from, barking like that? Zhu Sha suddenly picked at her ear, her tone full of disdain. Oh, so it's that small fry who ran away like a baby earlier. Wang Peng, right? I seen plenty of trash like you. To even make it into the league as a makeshift team, you must have spent a lot of time licking other people's boots, right? A nobody? Wang Peng's pride was instantly wounded, and he snapped, what do you know? I have everything soon. Since you're all going to die anyway, I make sure you die knowing why. These words seemed to give him a shot of adrenaline. He calmed down instantly, proudly pulling out a palm-sized box. The number on the screen had already reached over 1,000. You wanted to find your teammates? They're all here. Waiting, want to come in and reunite? Sang Fiwen's eyes sharpened. But Yuan guessed correctly. That must be Wang Peng's reliance for locating the consciousnesses of others, and also the energy device for imprisoning consciousnesses. I must say, you geniuses are quite useful. Each of you can contribute hundreds of units of energy, much better than those civilians. Wang Peng proudly shook the box. Staring at me? Getting impatient? Don't worry, I didn't mix your teammates with the trash. They are my exclusive supplies. As for those inferior goods, he turned and pointed to the flesh and blood tree. They all been fed to the divine tree. The three looked in the direction he was pointing. The branches of the giant tree swayed, like the spine of the sky, and the fruits on the branches were constantly ripening and bursting open. The black tide of fallen demons had approached the dock, and new fallen demons were constantly climbing out of the city on the white cliff, seemingly endless. How about that? This is all thanks to me, Wang Peng. Wang Peng puffed out his chest, his tone brimming with smugness. Zhu Sha suddenly unfurled his folding fan, unleashing several gusts of wind that swept away the approaching fallen ones. He said in a deep voice, I recognize it. That's the tree Huang Qiu has been tending all along, and it's become the mother of the fallen ones. Its roots are in Dan Sea, we must destroy it. Wang Peng sized Zhu Sha up and down, sneering disdainfully, you know Huang Qiu? That saves me the trouble of explaining. I already sacrificed hundreds of thousands of units of energy to the divine tree, your struggles are futile. Once the giant tree pierces the sky, the Imperial Blue Star system will be completely transformed into a new world. Minister Lu will become emperor, and then I will be second only to the emperor. You treat the people as nourishment for the tree? Bai Yuan's tone was utterly absurd. Small snakes of mental energy slithered around him, tearing the first wave of scattered fallen ones in half. I was just making use of waste. They should be grateful to sacrifice themselves for the new world. Wang Peng waved his hand dismissively. Look, I have millions of obedient soldiers. These are the guardians of the new world. Creating a new world? It's just that Lu Tianming is on his last legs, trying to spread the anomaly of Sinbei Star so that Gu Lan can devour Di Lan, allowing him to steal new life and imperial power. Zhu Sha sneered, each word piercingly painful. You think you're a hero? In Lu Tianming's eyes, you're nothing but an expendable lackey. Do you really think he'd give you a position second only to the emperor? You're talking nonsense. Wang Peng was completely enraged. He leaped from the mast, his eyes bloodshot, and lunged at Zhu Sha. Once Minister Lu completes the synchronization, I will be a founding hero of the new world. You ants don't understand my value at all. Just as he exposed his weakness in midair, a dark shadow appeared behind him like a ghost. Even before Zhu Sha provoked her, Sang Fiwen had already quietly activated Crystal Illusion. What remained in place was merely an illusion, while she herself, using the extreme speed of Phantom Step, had already circled behind Wang Peng. By the time Wang Peng realized something was wrong, it was too late. Sang Fiwen flicked her wrist, her long sword slashing horizontally, horizontal waves tearing through the night sky. Thud. Wang Peng's fallen demon body was directly severed at the waist, the two halves crashing heavily onto the deck. The fallen body began to writhe strangely. Sang Fiwen frowned, watching as some grayish-black fungus began to spread upwards from the ground. Wang Peng, far from feeling pain, grinned mockingly useless. As long as the divine tree exists, I am immortal. The grayish-black mycelium surged forth, rushing towards his mangled body, rapidly coiling and repairing him. Wang Peng laughed loudly. How about that? Look at this immortality. Seeing this, Zhu Sha immediately waved her fan, summoning raging flames to fiercely strike the mycelium. But as soon as the flames burned away a layer, more mycelium sprouted from the ground, impossible to eradicate. Don't waste your mental energy. Bai Yuan frowned, stepping forward and grabbing Zhu Sha, who was still about to attack. He said in a deep voice, the giant tree's roots have spread throughout the entire underground. I'm afraid all fallen demons can use the roots to infinitely repair themselves. Sang Fiwen stared at the wildly growing mycelium, a sudden inspiration flashing in her mind. She abruptly pulled a golden pill from her backpack, the demon-slaying pill, a reward from the sudden mission. A cold smile curled at the corner of her lips as she looked at Wang Peng on the ground. The fallen ones are immortal? What if you are no longer a fallen one? She strode towards Wang Peng, who was still laughing wildly, and stepped on his head, rendering him unable to move. Before Wang Peng could react, Sang Fiwen forcefully shoved the exorcism pill down his throat, then tapped it with the hilt of her sword, forcing him to swallow. Instantly, Wang Peng's fallen body deflated like a punctured balloon. Billowing black smoke escaped, his size rapidly shrank, and the mutated features on his body, vines, leaves, withered branches, etc., rapidly regressed. His synchronization rate with this body's consciousness plummeted. No! Wang Peng roared, his consciousness pushed back by a tremendous force. He glared at Sang Fiwen, his eyes filled with venomous hatred. You ants? Even if you win this time, it won't change anything. I will never let you go. In just a few seconds, the body he possessed had shed all its mutated features and collapsed to the ground, a palm-sized box rolling silently beside him. His consciousness escaped. Zhu Sha warned sharply, her eyes scanning the surroundings warily. The fallen army was already close at hand. No one could guarantee that Wang Peng wouldn't possess another fallen. Sang Fiwen bent down to pick up the fallen device, her tone calm. Wang Peng has nothing to fear. Every time he comes, I kill him. What we're really looking for is this. This small box was the core device Wang Peng used to locate and collect consciousness entities. The 1085 energy value on the screen seemed blood red. Sang Fiwen dared not think further. Behind these numbers might lie the consciousnesses of her teammates, the teachers and students of the 3 schools league, the special task force soldiers, even innocent civilians. Thinking this, she felt the box in her hand suddenly weigh a ton. She carefully handed the box to Bai Yuan, her eyes filled with fragile hope. With current technology, is there a way to save them? Bai Yuan took the box, his brow furrowed, and said in a deep voice, consciousness is transformed into energy and mixed together, like forcibly compressing a living person into a sealed can. Although consciousness has absolute flexibility, no one has ever successfully attempted the technique of separating consciousness at the level of consciousness. He was originally trying to realistically estimate the difficulty, but when he looked up and saw Sang Fiwen's reddened and broken eyes, he immediately swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. Bai Yuan softened his tone, raised his hand, and gently stroked her brow, tenderly smoothing away the tangled sorrow on her face, and said softly but firmly, yes, I definitely have a way to save them. So, my young lady, don't be sad, okay? Wang Peng's consciousness maintained its state of return to its origin, suppressing all fluctuations, silently attaching itself to the roots of the giant tree to avoid the magnetic field, glaring hatefully at the 3 people on the dock. He should have stayed by the divine tree, waiting for Lu Tianming to complete the synchronization before heading to Immortal Floating City for the New World investiture. But the thought of the several high-energy targets at the port made him unable to resist turning back. If he could capture the consciousnesses of these individuals, his position in the New World would be even more secure. However, Wang Peng wasn't too regretful. Although he had lost his body, the tide of fallen ones would soon engulf the port. He could almost see the 3 being torn to shreds, their consciousnesses exposed to the violent magnetic field, forced to activate their escape devices and obediently follow the guidance mechanism. And his compatibility with the fallen ones' bodies was extremely high. He only needed to find another body with a decent synchronization rate to possess, and he could regain control of the situation. But just then, a clear phoenix cry pierced the sky, and scorching air instantly swept through the port, shattering Wang Peng's beautiful illusions. A fiery red phoenix appeared on the open ground of the dock. His 3 prey, whom he had been eagerly anticipating, quickly mounted its back and flew towards the New World divine tree. Damn it! Wang Peng cursed. The phoenix disrupted the magnetic field, and the turbulence grew stronger and stronger. He couldn't get close enough to track them, and could only watch helplessly as his prey escaped. He couldn't mess this up. Wang Peng gritted his teeth, abandoned the three people and the device, and plunged into the veins of the giant tree. Using the roots and branches for protection, he traversed the turbulence and drifted towards the top of the canopy. Here, he was incredibly close to the heavens. The canopy was still growing wildly. In just a few more moments, it would break through the atmosphere, breach the human blockade, and the golden mist would freely dissipate throughout the entire Imperial Blue Star system. At that time, everything would be settled, and the arrival of the New World would be inevitable. The earth was devastated, filled with the cries of agony. Wang Peng spread his arms wide, his consciousness like a billowing white mist, high above the deserted world, like a conductor controlling everything. He seemed to see himself becoming a founding father of the New World, standing beside Lu Tianming, worshipped by thousands. He could then ask for an elixir of immortality, and forever wield power, second only to the Emperor. Oh dear, thankfully the rift hasn't formed yet, I made it in time. A gentle, refined voice suddenly rang out, and Wang Peng's consciousness froze instantly. A refined scholar appeared out of nowhere beside him, holding a bamboo pen, his feet resting on a large, floating ancient scroll, his robes fluttering, as if he had stepped out of an ink painting. The scholar turned his head, his gaze fixed precisely on Wang Peng. Wang Peng was terrified. He was now a consciousness. Unless he actively released his aura, he was completely invisible to the naked eye. But the scholar reached out and grabbed him directly, a gleam of surprise in his eyes. Hey! Caught a rare breed. Good luck today, a great start. Before Wang Peng could react, the scholar's hand suddenly transformed into a giant inkwash hand, grabbing him and dragging him into the ancient painting beneath his feet like a chick. No! Wang Peng felt an immense force pressing down on him, his consciousness almost crushed, and his vision instantly went black. Fortunately, the crushing force quickly dissipated. He struggled desperately, only to find himself sealed inside a thin sheet of paper, unable to move at all. No! Impossible. How could this be? He's a consciousness. How could he be captured by some random scholar? Wang Peng wanted to roar, to scream. He was so close to the New World. He was about to become a powerful minister, second only to the Emperor. He could continue to have Dan C develop that immortality elixir, he would soon be an immortal ruler. He shouldn't be trapped here. He shouldn't end here. Escape. I must escape. Damn it, escape now. Wang Peng frantically chanted the incantation, but his body, thousands of meters away, showed no reaction. The biochip behind his neck seemed malfunctioning, not even a ripple of signal. Why? Why? Was that refined scholar a game NPC? Is a game NPC this powerful? Only then did Wang Peng belatedly panic. He had always looked down on these game natives, thinking they were nothing more than data-enhanced figures, mere illusions without life. But Wang Peng now realized that these NPCs with strange abilities were the biggest threat to the New World. He had to get out. He had to remind Minister Lu. In the darkness, a faint humming sound came, something slowly approaching. The next second, Wang Peng's myriad thoughts came to an abrupt halt. If Sang Fiwen were here, high in the sky, she would recognize this scholar as none other than Mr. Ma, the wandering immortal she had encountered when washing away the red Ajani Pass. Mr. Ma looked at the ancient painting at his feet, helplessly patted his forehead, and muttered to the bamboo pen, "Oh dear, the Dream Eater ate that strange creature from before. Don't blame me, I forgot I left the Dream Eater here, and besides, I don't have any extra blank scrolls." After calming the sulking bamboo pen, he looked worriedly at the rapidly growing tree of flesh and blood, its canopy even closer to the atmosphere, just a hair's breadth away from touching the rift. Mr. Ma immediately took out a scroll from his sleeve that appeared to depict an autumn scene, and tossed it towards the treetop. The scroll unfurled in the air, instantly expanding to a colossal expanse spanning thousands of miles, like a transparent dome that completely enveloped the tree's canopy. The giant tree's growth rate instantly came to a near standstill, its branches ceased their frenzied expansion, and even the ripening of its fruit slowed. My Wudong Eye Silkworm Scroll. Just a moment ago, he had generously tossed the scroll aside, but the next second Mr. Ma grimaced, painfully touching the edge of the scroll. After this one, I only have one left. That old geezer down there, doing nothing about such a terrible thing, causing me to lose such a valuable ancient painting. Despite his complaints, he looked down at the ground and immediately spotted the two figures disappearing into the gray mist. A flicker of relief crossed his eyes. Ah, those two little rascals. Not bad, not bad. They already know to seek help from that old geezer down there. Ah, I must abstain from killing. I can only stall for time. Chapter 154. Before Wang Peng's consciousness faded, above Shuming City, the Fire Phoenix, carrying Sang Fiwen, Bai Yuan, and Zhu Sha, sped towards Danci, breaking through the thick smoke. A sea of fire spread along the way, the once magnificent houses collapsed, and cries of panic and despair filled the air. Hordes of fallen demons roamed the ruins, hunting and killing, turning the living into nourishment for the flesh-and-blood giant tree. Who could have imagined that Shuming City, which was peaceful and serene this morning, had now become a living hell? Streets were littered with withered, cold corpses. Only a few survivors huddled in corners, hiding and fleeing in despair. The phoenix flew lower and lower, the sky ahead completely occupied by the branches of the giant tree. The gnarled branches intertwined like demonic claws, chasing after any living birds. Birds had vanished. Even the phoenix could not continue flying, or it would surely perish under the endless entanglement of the branches. The three landed easily and immediately set off towards Danci. Along the way, they rescued any trapped civilians they encountered, but with each rescue, the group grew larger, slowing their pace. The defenses of Shuming City had long since been breached. The shriveled corpses of golden armored guards lay scattered along the roadside, and there was no safe place to shelter them within the city. Regardless of whether these civilians possessed an Beijing sense of civic duty, in Sang Fiwen's eyes, they were all living, breathing human beings. She couldn't allow these defenseless civilians to face the ferocious fallen ones alone. After a brief discussion, Zhu Sha decisively declared, "I go to Danci to scout the situation first. You two escort the civilians to find refuge and then join me." Sang Fiwen and Bai Yuan nodded in agreement and continued leading the rescued people through the ruins, searching for possible shelter. Around a corner, a woman was fleeing in panic, followed by a vicious fallen demon lunging at the back of her neck. Just then, the sharp sound of a bowstring piercing the air rang out nearby. An arrow pierced the fallen demon's skull, pitting him to the ground. Sang Fiwen looked closely and saw that the archer was a lithe and agile female ranger. It was Ji Qianlu. "Ji Qian?" Sang Fiwen shouted. Sang Fiwen remembered that on the day of the opening ceremony, Ji Qian had chatted with her and Qi Chong, mentioning that he was trapped in a prison in the central divine continent and had his blood drawn daily by a perverted NPC. At that time, she had guessed that Ji Qianlu was likely Ji Qian's game character. Now it seemed that it was indeed true. And, ironically, as a blessing in disguise, Ji Qian was actively sucked in by the game character Ji Qianlu when she entered Sabei Star, preventing her from having to use her consciousness exit device. Upon hearing this, Ji Qian turned around, and after recognizing Sang Fiwen, she was initially stunned, then quickly stepped forward. "Who are you?" She clearly didn't recognize Sang Fiwen, who was currently disguised as Qinghe. "I am Sang Fiwen." Sang Fiwen quickly explained, looking her up and down. "How are you? Are you all right?" "Thank God. I finally ran into her." Ji Qian quickly helped up the civilians she had just rescued, and hurried to join Sang Fiwen, her tone filled with relief at surviving a close call. "When I first came in, I was trapped in the Danci dungeon, unable to escape at all. It was so hopeless." Unexpectedly, a strange tree suddenly grew wildly, its roots bursting through the dungeon, allowing me to escape. "Is it Danci's dungeon? What about the people who were imprisoned with you?" Sang Fiwen asked with concern. Ji Qian exaggeratedly rubbed his temples, his face full of helplessness as he recalled the incident. "To be honest, I haven't been online for a long time, and I was completely bewildered when I got back. There were so many people inexplicably in the dungeon, and they were all acting like madmen. It took me a lot of effort to rescue them." Sang Fiwen breathed a sigh of relief. She knew Ji Qian wouldn't abandon them to their deaths. "Where did you put them?" "In the refugee shacks outside the west gate. The surviving members of the Golden Armor Guard have all retreated to the west gate. They're relatively safe for now," Ji Qian said. He paused, still shaken by the ravings of those people. You might not believe it, but someone was muttering something about the citizens of Sabei Star thanking the Federation for their aid. "I thought I was hallucinating." Sang Fiwen's face darkened, and he shook his head bitterly. "You heard right. That person probably had the consciousness of the Sabei Star citizens inside him." Without further ado, Sang Fiwen quickly told Ji Qian the truth about the Federation's evacuation of the people, Danci's breeding of medicine humans, and the giant tree's creation of fallen demons. Ji Qian's face turned pale instantly upon hearing this. He clenched his fist in frustration. "It's over. I should have listened to Qi Chong and revealed the truth. That way, the star systems would have had time to activate their defenses, and we wouldn't be in this mess today. It's not time to despair yet. We're still here," Bai Yuan said in a deep voice, his eyes sharp. Sang Fiwen nodded firmly and said, "That's right. Now that the consciousness disconnect device has been tampered with, we can't send out any information. We have nowhere to retreat but to destroy that giant tree." But Senior Zhu Sha is right. As soldiers, we cannot abandon any civilian. Each of these people could be our compatriot. She turned to look at Bai Yuan, meeting his worried gaze. Sang Fiwen took a deep breath and made a decision. The place where the giant tree's roots are located must be extremely dangerous for Dan Si. Senior Zhu Sha there needs our support. But rescuing the people is also urgent. Bai Yuan Ji Qian, the task of escorting the people is entrusted to you. I go support Senior Zhu Sha. No. It's too dangerous. Bai Yuan suddenly grabbed her hand, his eyes deep and filled with anxiety, the small psychic snakes around him circling restlessly. If anyone's going, it'd be me. You stay here. Bai Yuan, you're the only healer here. The people need you. Sang Fiwen knew he wouldn't compromise easily, and spoke quickly. We argued last time, have you forgotten? Never mind, the situation is urgent right now, we don't have a choice. This is the best solution. She was a reborn person, possessing so much in this life, and wanting to protect even more. Moreover, in the ancient blue world, in terms of combat power, skills, equipment, and experience dealing with bosses, she far surpassed others. Furthermore, now that she had mastered her abilities, if she couldn't defeat Dan Si, then no one else could possibly do it. Bai Yuan shuddered, instantly recalling the argument after the league selection. She had looked at him earnestly, saying each word clearly, I'm not as fragile as you think. Yes, she was never a parasitic vine needing protection, but a comrade in arms who could fight alongside him, someone he could entrust with his life. After a moment of silence, Bai Yuan slowly released her hand, his eyelashes trembling slightly, finally whispering hoarsely, Okay, but you must promise me, don't die. If you die, then let everything be buried with you, just like in my previous life. Believe me, we meet again soon. Sang Fiwen said loudly, waving goodbye. A gust of wind swept by, her clothes fluttering in the ruins, her figure becoming a blur as she sped towards Dan Si. Bai Yuan stood still, raising his staff, his gaze fixed on that bright figure. Soft, beneficial light continuously bathed her until she disappeared from sight. His young lady, no matter the darkness she faced, was always like a ray of light, full of vibrant life. Sang Fiwen sped along, finally arriving at Dan Si. Along the way, whenever Sang Fiwen saw the ruins of a tavern or general store, she would stop and search them. Fortunately, she was lucky. She found over a dozen bottles of undamaged wine, successfully replenishing her Zhengyi gourd, and also obtained several bottles of great rejuvenation pills. The once magnificent mansion was now nothing but ruins. Enormous tree roots violently pushed up the ground, their thick, pillar-like tendrils exposed, writhing and transporting the energy nutrients the fallen one had recently hunted. These nutrients converged at the center, where a humanoid fruit with 4 pure white wings floated, entwined in a cocoon by countless branches, undergoing its final transformation. Before the colossal world tree, a small figure stood proudly unyielding. Zhu Sha was disheveled, pale, his green robe stained with blood, now brownish-black. The edges of his folding fan were torn, yet he continued to wield it, unleashing hurricane-like attacks. Senior Zhu Sha. Sang Fiwen leaped to her side, and immediately tossed the crimson gourd and the bottle containing the great rejuvenation pill over. How are you? The two objects arced through the air before being caught steadily by Zhu Sha. Zhu Sha swallowed a great rejuvenation pill to stop the bleeding, then uncorked the gourd and gulped down a large mouthful. Her mental exhaustion improved slightly, and she said in a deep voice, When I arrived, Wang Qiu was already dead. I recalled her memories. This giant tree is her sister. Leaving that aside for now, Lu Tianming has already entered the 4-winged body in the center, and the fusion could be completed at any moment. And those smaller cocoons around him contain his elite troops. Zhu Sha let out an absurd and furious laugh. If Lu Tianming successfully merges, he'd be the emperor of the new world. And an immortal emperor at that. Just as she finished speaking, the long-dormant system notification sounded simultaneously in the minds of everyone fighting in Ximing City. A world-class catastrophe mission has been initiated. The passage between Gu Lan and the real world has been closed. Sang Fiwen and Zhu Sha exchanged a glance, their expressions grave. A world-class mission is issued to all players. The closure of the passage means that changes have occurred in the real world as well, and the game has completely escaped the control of human technology. This thing is called the Demon Heaven Giant Tree. There are actually 4 more elsewhere. Even with Sang Fiwen's resolute mind, she couldn't help but smile bitterly upon hearing the subsequent notification. How are we supposed to fight now? Nowhere else is as urgent as Sinbei's star. Zhu Sha's eyes sharpened, staring intently at the giant tree. Now it's just us here. We must take down this one first. The two immediately launched an attack side by side. Sang Fiwen summoned a forest shield, covering their approach towards the center of the giant tree, their target the large cocoon formed by intertwined branches, within which lay Lu Tianming, merging with the immortal body in sync. Sang Fiwen held the shield in one hand, her sword moving like a dragon, relentlessly severing the thick, obstructing roots. Zhu Sha waved her folding fan, sweeping away the surrounding fallen ones. The roots seemed endless, black smoke emanating from their cuts, rapidly coiling around the ends like threads, slowly healing. Sensing the attack, more fallen ones turned and charged. Sang Fiwen immediately summoned the forest shield to defend, the two struggling forward back to back. Their attacks were not in vain. The tree roots needed to channel a large amount of energy to the cuts to repair the wounds, slowing the growth of the canopy. Amidst the flashing blades, the two inching closer to the core cocoon. Chapter 155. After fighting for an unknown amount of time, their supplies of pills and wine were nearly exhausted. Sang Fiwen and Zhu Sha's spiritual energy was on the verge of depletion. Their bodies were covered in blood, their wounds burned with unbearable pain, and their minds were spinning. But they did not give up. The surrounding branches and fallen demons never ceased their attacks, their sword light cascading like a galaxy, their attack surging like a hurricane. The giant cocoon was now almost within reach. The two could even see the shimmering white light seeping from the gaps in the branches. Just then, a crack suddenly appeared in the central branch of the giant cocoon, and a beam of condensed, almost tangible holy light shot out, piercing Zhu Sha's chest without warning. "Senior Zhu Sha!" Sang Fiwen roared, immediately turning her forest shield around. A thick green light instantly spread out, barely blocking the second beam of holy light that followed. A crack appeared on the shield's surface. Cinnabar's chest was quickly soaked with blood. She coughed up a mouthful of bloody froth, her breath weak. I retreat for now. My consciousness will possess her body to find another opportunity. The rest is up to you." Sang Fiwen watched helplessly as a blurry white figure detached from Cinnabar's body, dissolving into the air like wisps of smoke, leaving only a gradually cooling body. The third attack of holy light followed immediately. Sang Fiwen gritted her teeth and put Cinnabar's body down, relying solely on her own strength to hold the battle. Without Cinnabar, she was instantly caught in a pincer movement, forced to switch her forest shield to garrison shield to protect herself, cowering and desperately resisting the combined assault of the holy light and the fallen ones, unable to advance any further. Fortunately, for some reason, the giant tree branches and the fallen ones had slowed down considerably since then, allowing her to catch her breath and use her dual swords to repel the enemy, barely managing to hold on. Sang Fiwen tilted her head back and downed the last mouthful of rice wine. The pungent liquid burned her throat, numbing her nerves and easing the pain of her wounds. The colossal tree, the battlefield surrounded by flames and ruins, despair and loneliness were ever-present companions. She wiped the wine and blood from her face, her gaze inadvertently sweeping across the sky, her pupils contracting. As part of the treetop disappeared? High above, as if an invisible eraser had wiped away the top of the flesh and blood tree, a dim shadow hovered in the air. Sang Fiwen strained her eyes to see, and the dim shadow turned out to be a flowing, ancient scroll painting. On the scroll sat a refined scholar, his robes billowing. She recognized the scholar. It was Mr. Ma. It was Mr. Ma who had absorbed part of the treetop into the scroll, thus suppressing the giant tree. Just as Sang Fiwen was feeling dazed, a hearty laugh suddenly erupted from the flames and ruins, shattering the battlefield's deathly silence. "Ha ha ha, as expected of my good disciple, he's managed to hold out until now." Sang Fiwen snapped out of her daze, and saw a procession of people emerging from the ruins, led by earth-mounted beasts. The leader, dressed in a deep purple official robe, with a flowing beard and an air of dignified composure. It was Mo Tao. "Master!" Sang Fiwen was both surprised and delighted, almost bursting into tears. Behind Mo Tao, 12 archivists followed closely. Further behind them was a dense, seemingly endless array of mechanical beasts, their iron hooves thundering across the ground. At the same time, a constant creaking sound filled the air as hundreds of small mechanical birds flapped their wings and weaved through the city, their large sprinklers continuously spraying fire-extinguishing agents, extinguishing the fires scattered throughout the city. On the western city wall and high ground, hundreds of golden armored guards stood ready, with yellow-robed mechanics scattered among them, methodically directing the guards to set up the Zhuge repeating crossbows. And judging by its design, it was the repeating crossbow she herself had modified. Sang Fiwen was puzzled. She hadn't even returned to the crafting division to add it to the array base, nor had she had time to attach the crucial acceleration and positioning runes. How could the modified repeating crossbow suddenly appear here? Miss Wan, long time no see. A familiar voice rang out. Sang Fiwen looked in the direction of the voice, and saw an old acquaintance standing beside Mo Tao. She exclaimed in surprise, Master Zhang, what brings you here? Zhang San laughed heartily, waving his staff. A raging storm of flame swept out, engulfing all the fallen demons attacking from the west, burning them sizzling. It's a long story. I went to Xianfu City, but His Majesty was too busy to see me. I couldn't wait any longer, so I returned to find you. I never expected to encounter this calamity so soon after arriving in Ximing City. I thought we never meet again, but fortunately, Mo Tao informed me of your whereabouts, so we came together to help. He changed the subject, a hint of smugness in his eyes. By the way, this mechanical bird is your creation, isn't it? It's truly ingenious. I noticed it incorporates the essence of Zhang's talisman-making techniques, and seeing your repeating crossbow, I couldn't resist trying it out. So I used some of your unfinished crossbows to add speed and tracking talismans. I wonder if it matches your original design. Speed and tracking talismans. Sang Fiwen's heart skipped a beat. These two talismans were far more sophisticated than the speed-enhancing and positioning talismans she had envisioned, and their effects were far superior to what she had anticipated. Suppressing her delight, she laughed loudly. Master Zhang truly understands me. I was just planning to design something like this, and you already made it a reality for me. Looking at Mo Tao beside him, the 12 master craftsmen, the boundless array of mechanical beasts before him, and Zhang San, his master-level helper, Sang Fiwen felt a surge of heroic ambition. He was about to raise his arm and shout, leading the charge to uproot this colossal tree of flesh and blood, when Mo Tao raised his hand to stop him. Wait, my disciple, you are unaware of this. This colossal demonic tree before us is not a naturally occurring demonic tree. Its true form was originally a woman named Mo Cho. Years ago, she consumed an elixir of immortality bestowed by the Emperor, causing her body to mutate and transform into this immortal, flesh and blood demonic tree, deeply planted beneath the Pill Pavilion, and cared for to this day by her sister, Huang Qiu. He paused, then continued, besides this one in the Pill Pavilion, there are 4 other similar structures in the world. The Lilong Volcano in the eastern continent, the Zhulong Volcano in the western continent, the Lanlong Volcano in the South Sea, and the Shuilong Volcano in the northern border. Beneath these 4 are the remains of dragons, sealed by the immortals for 10,000 years, and now they too have become the cradle of the demonic tree. Sang Fiwen shuddered, as if he had traversed countless mountains and rivers to witness the terrifying scene of the Lilong Volcano reviving, lava erupting, and the giant tree bursting forth from the mountain. Zhang San's expression also changed, recalling the dragon-suppressing pillars he and Sang Fiwen had repaired together. You mean, the giant dragons beneath those pillars have now transformed into these demonic trees? Mo Tao nodded slowly, his tone heavy. Exactly. These 4 dragon-suppressing pillars have always been overseen by the Murong royal family on behalf of the Immortal Clan. Now, urgent reports have arrived that all the giant trees in the 4 regions have revived. He changed the subject, a glimmer of hope flashing in his eyes. All our current methods can only temporarily suppress them. We cannot completely sever their life force. But that lord said that the great Emperor of Fengdu in the Ghost Realm controls the cycle of life and death, and only he possesses the method to bring peace to Mo Cho and the 4 dragons. Zhang San nodded slightly, agreeing, that's true. It's similar to what my great-grandmother said. Now, the time is ripe. Mo Tao looked solemnly at Sang Fiwen, saying each word clearly, that lord asked me to tell you. Only by going to Fengdu can you find a way to break this deadlock. The ancient Blue Ghost Realm, Fengdu Underworld Palace. On a throne over 1,000 feet high, the great Emperor of Fengdu sat regally, wearing a 12-tassel crown, the tassels adorned with pearls that obscured his face, leaving only an unfathomable aura of mist and mystery. He exuded an aura of majesty that controlled life and death. Below the throne, a miniature sand table of the ancient blue continent floated in midair. On the sand table, 5 colossal trees of flesh and blood stood tall, their branches jagged and constantly spreading upwards, the central one seemingly capable of tearing through space itself. Upon seeing this, the assembled ghostly ministers standing solemnly below the hall immediately stirred, their voices rising and falling in murmurs. A minister with a blue face and fangs stepped forward from the front row, bowing urgently, and said, Your Majesty. The alien species has infused the immortal body forged by the celestial realm in Ximing City, with a massive amount of spiritual energy. The resulting giant tree of flesh and blood is extraordinary. It will likely tear open the rift between realms in the blink of an eye. When that happens, the alien species will launch a massive invasion, and the mortal realm will surely be devastated. Not just the mortal realm. Another white-bearded ghostly minister followed closely behind, saying anxiously, now these demonic trees are not only intercepting the spiritual energy of souls that should be entering reincarnation, but they are also secretly draining the primordial spiritual veins of our ghost realm. Your Majesty, you must stop them immediately. The Emperor of Fengdu slowly raised his hand, and an invisible pressure instantly filled the hall, silencing all the murmurs. His gaze pierced through the crowd and landed on a man in black robes among the assembled officials. He said in a deep voice, Minister Murong, please share your thoughts. Unlike the other ghostly ministers floating in the air, this black-robed figure stood firmly on the ground, the only human in the hall with a physical body. Upon hearing her name called, the black-robed figure slowly stepped forward. The instant she moved, the ancient blue continent on the sand tables suddenly changed. Simultaneously, crimson phantoms emerged from the ground in 5 locations: the center, east, south, west, and north. The central phantom was humanoid, while the long, slender figures emerging from the 4 directions resembled coiled dragons more than snakes, their scales shimmering and their aura ferocious. The black-robed figure stood still in the hall, raising her hand to remove the wide brim of her hat. Her loose sleeves slipped slightly, revealing a few remaining fish scales on her wrists. Beneath the brim, a beautifully delicate young woman's face was revealed. The fish scales that had once covered half her cheek had now completely disappeared. The black-robed girl, addressed as Minister Murong, bowed deeply, her voice clear and firm. This calamity is entangled in karma. Your Majesty must not intervene lightly, lest you become entangled in karma yourself, and your Majesty may also perish. These words instantly caused an uproar in the hall. The ghost ministers were filled with indignation, countless resentful gazes fixed on her. Had it not been for the Emperor's majesty, they would likely have already rushed forward to hurl insults. Everything has its cause and effect, the girl Murong continued, neither humble nor arrogant, her voice carrying a penetrating power. If your Majesty disregards karma and forcibly intervenes, not only will you fail to avert the calamity, but you may also trigger an even greater disaster that will devour you, with unimaginable consequences. These words finally calmed the restless ministers, who exchanged bewildered glances. She then explained, currently, due to the abnormal changes in Mo Chao's physical body, all the dragon-suppressing pillars erected by the immortal realm in the 4 directions have collapsed. Every wrong has its perpetrator, every dead its debtor. The dragon-shaped giant tree that sprouted from the remains of the dragon race will naturally follow the path of cause and effect, settling past grievances and avenging what is owed. The Emperor of Fengdu nodded slightly, his crown tassels swaying gently. But those 4 dragons have been sealed for 10,000 years. Their souls should have long since been obliterated. The dragon clan's netherworld memory pearl is still dormant. How can they know who to seek revenge against? Your Majesty need not worry. The young woman from Murong raised her eyes, a hint of certainty flashing in them. I have a recommended candidate. This person has endured the trials of the Wraith's illusion and even summoned your Majesty's avatar with their own power. They are capable of shouldering this heavy responsibility. The Emperor of Fengdu paused slightly, a flicker of emotion crossing his crown. He let out a soft "oh," tinged with surprise and inquiry. The ghost ministers erupted in commotion once more. A hot-tempered, red-faced ghost minister, his eyes blazing with anger, couldn't help but shout, "You brat! Stop talking nonsense! Are you trying to gain fame and fortune by fabricating lies to deceive the Emperor?" Hearing this, the young woman, Murong, frowned slightly, a hint of impatience flashing in her eyes. Back in Xianfu City, she had grown tired of these old ministers, who only knew how to talk big and shout. Now, in the underworld palace, there was still a group of noisy ducks, their chatter giving her a headache. "My beloved ministers, calm down," the Emperor of Fengdu said in a deep voice, his tone carrying an undeniable authority. "A few days ago, I was indeed summoned by a human girl." The young woman, Murong, remained expressionless, but inwardly she was shocked. What she had summoned wasn't the Emperor's avatar, but his true form. The ghost ministers were speechless, exchanging bewildered glances, their eyes filled with disbelief. This is actually true? I never imagined this matter would be connected to the Wraith, whose inner demons are almost impossible for humans to overcome. The Emperor of Fengdu changed the subject, looking at the young woman Murong. "Whether it's true or false, your Majesty can find out by summoning the Wraith." The young woman, Murong, bowed and replied. The Emperor of Fengdu said no more, raising his hand to take out a small peach wood token from his sleeve. his fingertips lightly forming a hand seal. The Peachwood token flashed, and a dark teleportation barrier cracked open in the void. A woman in a white dress, with long, waist-length silver hair, slowly stepped out, a faint aura of resentment surrounding her. "The Wraith greets your majesty." The woman curtsied, her voice cold. "No need for formalities." The Emperor of Fengdu's voice boomed, echoing throughout the hall. "Recently has any human broken through your inner demon barrier?" The resentful woman frowned slightly, seemingly unwilling, but facing the Emperor's question, she dared not lie in the slightest and answered truthfully, "Your Majesty, indeed, a human girl broke my dream mirror." The Murong girl immediately stepped forward, bowed, and requested, "Your Majesty, I request permission to bring this girl to Fengdu to awaken the Dragon Clan's Netherworld memory pearl." The Emperor of Fengdu pondered for a moment, then slowly nodded. "Very well. This matter will be entrusted to you. Resentful woman, you will accompany my beloved Murong to assist her." "Yes." Although the resentful woman was unwilling, she could only bow and accept the order. Chapter 156. "Who is that person?" Sang Fiwen asked. "To be honest, although you have unique ideas and skills in mechanical arts, taking you as my apprentice and appointing you as junior master of works was not my idea," Mo Tao explained with a smile. "It was that person who personally instructed me. Before at sea, she said you took good care of her." "That person?" Sang Fiwen was slightly taken aback. "At sea? When had she ever taken care of such an important figure?" Mo Tao ignored her question and instead took out 2 teleportation talismans. "These are one-way teleportation talismans to Fengdu. You can choose one person to go with you. However, Fengdu is a dangerous and unpredictable place in the ghost realm. You must choose carefully, and not risk your life because of a moment of impulsiveness." "I go with you." Zhang San immediately stepped forward, his confidence as a Grandmaster-level sorcerer making his tone firm. Sang Fiwen nodded, took the teleportation talisman, and was about to hand it to Zhang San, when a clear yet somewhat urgent voice rang out from afar. "Wait! Let me go with you!" She turned sharply, and saw a handsome young man with black hair rushing towards her, his dark hair ribbons fluttering wildly in the wind, a thin layer of sweat on his forehead, clearly having traveled at breakneck speed. His eyes, like stars, were filled with a light of unwavering determination, staring straight at her, as if he had traversed the fiery ruins of Shuming City just to reach this reunion as quickly as possible. It was by Yuan he had arrived. The approaching black-haired youth suddenly reminded her of the family portrait in The Illusion of the Wraith, the boy in the photo equally unrestrained and carefree, soaring like a star, as if nothing in this world could faze him. But what had Jiangchini, the man before her, experienced in his youth? That fire, he lost his mother, he lost his home, and only later appeared silently by her side. That silent boy who first appeared before her was gloomy and taciturn, his eyes always shrouded in an unyielding mist, rarely showing a smile. Now she knew that Lin Yuan was by Yuan, was Jiangchini. But she found herself understanding him less and less. She had never known what the real him was like. "Why are you here?" Sang Fiwen's mind raced, those surging memories and doubts culminating in a clumsy question, "Where are the people? Are they all settled?" "Don't rush." Bai Yuan stopped before her, slightly out of breath, his chest heaving, as if afraid she would run away again. His gaze remained fixed on her. "All the surviving civilians have been evacuated to the safe zone outside the west gate. The Golden Armor team is there, and the city's defenses have been largely restored. The military and the Free People's Special Forces have joined forces. Ji Qian is overseeing things there. Everything is fine, don't worry." Sang Fiwen, having just relaxed a little, remembered Zhu Sha and quickly asked, "Where's Senior Zhu Sha?" "She just rejoined her consciousness." Bai Yuan gave a wry smile, took out the black energy box, and saw the numbers on the screen had increased to over 1,200. "The magnetic field turbulence is too strong. Senior Zhu Sha probably couldn't withstand it and activated the consciousness separation device. I just noticed the energy inside has increased. But don't worry, I already done a preliminary check. There's no energy flow inside the box, meaning the consciousnesses inside haven't mixed up. The possibility of separation and recovery is high. When we get back, I will definitely find a way to save them. I won't break my promise." Sang Fiwen took a deep breath, suppressing the heaviness in her heart, and looked up at Bai Yuan, her eyes filled with trust. She knew he never made promises lightly. Once he did, he would do everything in his power to fulfill them. Just like in her past life, he left without saying goodbye, presumably unable to promise a return date, choosing to bear everything alone. Those regrets, those confusions, suddenly became unimportant at this moment. Looking at him before her, She clearly felt that she had let go of her obsession with him, leaving without saying goodbye in her past life. I believe you. She nodded and said, the most important thing right now is to find a way to restrain the undying demon tree in Fengdu, otherwise, dragging it out will only lead to destruction. Young Master Lin Yuan is a rare physician. Going to Fengdu is indeed more suitable than me. Zhang San laughed heartily, turning to walk towards the giant tree. Leave this to us, you can go with peace of mind. I set up a trapping array right away to delay the giant tree's growth as much as possible. With that, Zhang San began to set up an array around the giant tree. Mo Tao nodded. Leave this to us, you all go and return quickly. Bai Yuan's gaze returned to Sang Fiwen, full of gentle certainty, a faint smile playing on his lips. I can be with you again, this time, don't leave me behind again. When have I ever left you behind? Sang Fiwen looked at the light in his eyes, her heart warming. She spun around, showing him she was unharmed, and smiled. See, I told you I'd be alright. In this life, I will definitely protect you. Bai Yuan whispered, his voice low, almost a soliloquy, reaching out to gently but firmly grasp her hand, their fingers slowly intertwining. Sang Fiwen was startled, letting him hold hers. The warmth of his palm seeped through her skin, warm and resolute, and she felt a surge of heat rise in her heart. She was momentarily dazed, thinking she had misheard, believing he should have said this time. But the words this world landed clearly in her ears, making her nose sting slightly. She looked back at him, nodding emphatically, her eyes filled with trust and understanding. Let's go! They spoke in unison, simultaneously crushing the teleportation scrolls in their hands. A thick gray mist instantly rose beneath their feet, enveloping them tightly. In a blur of light and shadow, their figures clung tightly to each other, then vanished together into the backdrop of a raging inferno. The gray mist dissipated, leaving behind a damp, musty smell and a faint stench of blood. Sang Fiwen immediately covered her nose and looked around. She instinctively clenched her fist, the warmth in her hand had dissipated, and she was once again covered in. Bai Yuan was gone. Sang Fiwen immediately activated the lover's gem on her ring, attempting to pinpoint his location. But the gem remained unresponsive, dull and lifeless. Clearly, this ghostly realm was protected by some powerful restriction, severing all communication. She was currently in a narrow alley, surrounded by towering bluestone walls covered in dried, dark red stains, like congealed blood. The alleyways crisscrossed, stretching as far as the eye could see. Not far away stood a weathered stone tablet, inscribed with a large, dark red characters Yiksha maze, the script twisted and distorted, as if written directly in blood. Sang Fiwen considered summoning Xiao Hong to fly up and survey the terrain, but as soon as she looked up, she abandoned the idea. A layer of gray mist shrouded the sky above the alley, from which eerie whispers could be faintly heard, and cold gazes occasionally pierced through the mist, sending chills down her spine. The air was clearly protected by deadly traps. Reckless flight would only lead to certain death. Behind her was a dead end, with no way to retreat. Sang Fiwen gripped her sword tightly, cautiously moving forward along the alley. At each fork in the road, she made her choice without hesitation. Naturally, she had the strategy for the Yiksha maze from her past life in her mind, right for even-numbered forks, and the middle for odd-numbered ones. The path was deathly silent, save for the soft sound of her footsteps echoing through the alley. The environment here was even more terrifying than the most popular haunted houses on the capital planet. Sang Fiwen felt her hair stand on end. After walking for an unknown amount of time, at the next fork in the road, a heavy, raucous sound suddenly came from within, as if some ravenous ghost was feasting voraciously. Sang Fiwen quickly tightened her invisibility cloak, maximizing its concealment effect, held her breath, and the instant she peeked out, she swiftly cast an insight skill. Beyond the corner lay no longer a narrow alley, but a square courtyard. The stone gate at the far end of the courtyard was broken on one side, and tightly shut on the other, presumably the only exit from this maze. A dozen or so plump, red-skinned boar-headed monsters lay sprawled in the courtyard, their heads adorned with sharp black horns, protruding tusks, and pairs of blood-red bat wings drooping from their backs. In the center of the courtyard, a small mountain of severed limbs and torsos stood out starkly, a blood-red mass with viscous liquid dripping down its slope, emitting a nauseating stench. They were frantically feeding, like a herd of pinned red-haired boars, their nostrils snorting, their tusks tearing at flesh and blood, their savage eating an appearance too gruesome to bear. The moment Sang Fiwen ducked, her insight skill activated, and information flooded her mind. Yiksha, a level 70 intelligent demon king, skilled in magical attacks, possessing keen senses, and extremely strong in group combat. Her heart pounded, and Sang Fiwen cursed under her breath. Her luck was terrible. She encountered so many demon kings and yikshaws at once. Yikshaws were weak in melee combat, but were natural-born magic users, possessing terrifyingly high magical attack power and excelling at group attacks. She could manage one, but there were more than 10. Although her Luotian set provided immunity to 2 magic skills, Luotian Possession and 100 Flowers Bloom, their durations were limited, and their cooldowns were extremely long. If these yikshaws kept their distance and unleashed their spells like a relentless wheel, even if she was at her peak and well supplied, she would eventually be worn down and die in this maze. Besides, she had just emerged from the Dancy battle, arriving in a hurry without fully recovering her strength. Right now, she probably couldn't even handle one yikshaw. In a normal game dungeon, she would need at least a 500-person raid group with a proper mix of shields, ranged DPS, and healers to barely cope with so many level 70 demon kings. Just as she was rapidly devising a strategy, the incredibly perceptive yikshaws had already sensed something amiss. 10th brother, go check over there. The largest yikshaw stopped eating, bits of meat still clinging to its fangs, and kicked a smaller yikshaw beside it. The yikshaw called 10th brother grunted reluctantly, but still managed to flap its blood-red wings a few times, its plump body swaying a few centimeters off the ground as it clumsily patrolled towards Sang Fiwen's direction. The other yikshaws, having eaten their fill, lay lazily with their eyes closed, seemingly completely unguarded, but their hands were all secretly gripping the blood-red 3-pronged halberd beside them. Sang Fiwen held her breath, listening intently to pinpoint the source of the sound. The sound of flapping wings grew closer. The patrolling yikshaw 10th would soon reach the corner. She would have no way to avoid it then. The only stone door exit was behind them. She had to fight her way through. Should she take advantage of their momentary lapse in attention and rush ahead towards the exit? Without time to think, Yikshaw 10th appeared at the fork in the road, folded its wings, and landed unsteadily on the ground. Its human-like scarlet eyes darted cunningly, instantly locking onto Sang Fiwen's direction, having seen through her concealment. Yikshaw 10th's eyes curved into crescent shapes, drool dripped from the corner of its mouth, revealing a greedy and eerie smile, its fangs emanating a putrid stench. Chapter 157. 10th brother? What's wrong? Something's happened? The giant yikshaw behind him asked impatiently. At this critical moment, Sang Fiwen was no longer afraid. Gripping his sword hilt, he stood motionless, staring directly at the 10th yikshaw, his muscles tense, ready for battle. Unexpectedly, the 10th brother merely wiped the drool from his mouth, turned around, and shouted, "Nothing. Nothing at all. I go check further." After saying this, the yikshaws lying down relaxed their guard, released their weapons, and began to rest, their snores soon filling the air. The 10th brother, with slightly clumsy steps, walked towards Sang Fiwen. As his foot landed, Sang Fiwen suddenly felt the space around him distort. The narrow bluestone alleyway vanished instantly, replaced by a cramped, cubical space less than 5 square meters on each side, with only the unusually high ceiling above. This was clearly a hunting ground tailor-made for flying yikshaws. Despair? The 10th brother stared at her, a smug grin spreading across his pig-like face, toying with her like a cat playing with a mouse. "This is my innate spell Spirit Cage, specially designed to hunt you 2-legged sheep who can't fly." This pig-headed man seemed to enjoy showing off to his prey. Instead of attacking, he continued his incessant chatter. "My stupid and lazy brothers don't have this ability. They don't know that the spirit meat of 2-legged sheep in despair is the most tender. Thanks to this ability, I can always enjoy fresh and delicious spirit meat all by myself." Sang Fiwen ignored the oppressive yikshaw before her. Her attention was drawn to the rich, pure spiritual energy in the air. Every breath she took here caused her mental energy to surge, instantly sweeping away the fatigue from her battle in Dancy. She was amused by the others' incessant chatter, so she reached out and touched the cool, lattice-like wall, then thrust her sword straight in. The tip of the sword sank directly into the wall, only to be bounced back by an invisible force. Sang Fiwen's futile struggle only fueled the smugness of the 10th beast. "Don't waste your energy." The 10th beast shook its distant pig head triumphantly, its laughter rough and grating, its eyes fixed on Sang Fiwen, hoping to see panic and despair on her face. After all, the most delicious thing is the soul and flesh of despair. This cage wall is indestructible, completely isolating it from the outside world. Once activated, unless the 3-minute time limit is reached, even I can't break it. Sang Fiwen, who had initially been worried about alerting the yikshaws, felt relieved upon hearing this, and with a flick of her wrist, she executed a beautiful sword flourish, the blade whistling as it sliced through the air. She walked expressionlessly toward the still smug 10th elder, her tone as calm as casually discussing the weather. "Oh, is that so? Then I'm relieved. Quick! Beg for mercy. Cried like your prey before. Enraged by her composure, the 10th elder licked his fangs greedily, suddenly raising his sharp trident. A flash of crimson magic instantly erupted. Otherwise, I slowly torture you, letting you taste the bone-corroding power of Blood Fiend. Instantly, crimson lightning shot straight for Sang Fiwen's face. This cramped, towering, spiritually rich independent space was indeed a natural hunting ground for Yikshaws skilled in flight and ranged magic. Even powerful humans would be helpless and captured upon entering. But for Sang Fiwen, this was the perfect battlefield. As she approached the 10th elder, Blood Fiend struck. Sang Fiwen took a deep breath, absorbing the pure spiritual energy in the spirit cage space to its fullest extent. Her eyes suddenly turned deep and unfathomable, and the mental power she had been holding back erupted without reservation. Time freeze. Everything around seemed to sink into an abyss, as if someone had pressed the slow-motion button on time. Old Ten's sinister smile froze on his face, his mouth still slowly opening and closing, the sound like a broken, hoarse, and sluggish old cassette tape, as slow as a weathered stone statue. The Blood Fiend released by Old Ten transformed into a dark red trajectory in Sang Fiwen's eyes, like a line slowly drawn in the air with a red crayon, carrying a chilling aura, yet only able to glide across at a snail's pace. Sang Fiwen, with elegant cat-like steps, her clothes fluttering lightly, easily dodged this fatal blow. Within the time-freeze domain, a massive amount of spiritual energy surged towards Sang Fiwen, like a tidal wave, her mental power pouring out like a waterfall. Thanks to a humanoid supercomputer, her mind rapidly simulated hundreds of attack routes. Old Ten's defensive blind spots, possible counterattack postures, the predicted landing point of his teleportation skill, every detail was precisely predicted. At this moment, Old Ten sensed nothing unusual. Blood Fiend charged straight at its prey, about to smash its head. It was just as it was disappointed that its prey hadn't struggled this time, but the next second it immediately became alert. The prey had vanished. Bang! A dull thud rang out, and Old Ten felt a tremendous force slam into its abdomen, like being hit by a battering ram. Its massive body flew backward like a deflated ball, its back slamming heavily against the cold, hard lattice wall. It struggled to lift its head, and to its horror, discovered that its prized, blood-red wings, which allowed it to fly freely, had been severed clean at the root. Old Ten was both shocked and furious, the rage in its chest almost burning it out. Instinctively, it tried to use its teleportation skill to escape, but found its body completely immobile. The space was utterly imprisoned. This was its most proficient domain, now a cage trapping it. It looked up, instantly frozen in place, despair washing over it. The two-legged sheep, its prey just moments before, was now surrounded by legendary creatures. One red, one black, flames and shadows intertwined. It was a phoenix and a phantom black dragon. The fiery phoenix spread its wings above its head, the scorching flames instantly filling the entire space. The phoenix's true flames were the nemesis of their Yiksha clan. But if that were all, it wouldn't have filled Old Ten with despair. What truly filled it with despair was the small black dragon on her shoulder, radiating a chilling aura. An ancient dragon with dual magical talents in both spatial and dark magic. If the Yiksha was the darling of magic, then the phantom black dragon was magic itself. A dragon? How could a dragon appear? Weren't they extinct long ago? Old Ten had no time for anger. The black dragon's vertical pupils locked onto it, awakening a fear etched into its genes. The spatial confinement completely sealed off all of Old Ten's escape routes, leaving not even a sliver of hope. The phantom goddess and a shower of peony petals followed closely behind, filling the narrow cubicle to the brim. Amidst the shimmering light, a deadly intent lurked. Sang Fiwen stood in the center of this strange phenomenon, his eyes as cold as a god's. 3 minutes is enough to finish you off. A pile of fat Yikshas lay sprawled haphazardly on the spacious bluestone floor, their greasy red skin pressed tightly against the ground, the folds of their piled-up fat flesh filled with filth and dried bloodstains. The largest of the Yiksha leaders impatiently picked at the grime in the folds of its fat. Its rough, hoarse voice, like a broken gong, rang out. "What's wrong with 10th brother? Always so slow on patrols. It's just catching a two-legged sheep, and you're making such a fuss." Before the words were even finished, 10th brother's figure swayed back from around the corner, its blood-red wings drooping weakly behind it. This 10th brother was Sang Fiwen in human form. After killing 10th brother in the spirit cage, she unexpectedly gained the Wraith transformation skill, which allowed her to briefly transform into any creature she had ever seen. Although she didn't know why the Yiksha had lost the Wraith transformation skill, it gave her a perfect opportunity to escape the maze. However, she had only just learned to transform, and controlling this enormous Yiksha body was still very clumsy. Every movement felt incredibly heavy. Why did you take so long? The leader narrowed his crimson eyes, his sharp gaze scraping across her like a knife. Tell me honestly, did you smuggle something good? No. Sang Fiwen quickly lowered her head, her acting skills blazing as she mimicked the 10th leader's timid tone, replying tremblingly, I was too tired. I rested for a while in that corner over there. Rest? What rest? The leader roared in fury, kicking her hard with such force that Sang Fiwen almost lost control of her transformation. We finally found the aura of a two-legged sheep today. Get back to patrol. If you miss a single two-legged sheep, you won't get any spirit meat tonight. Yes. Sang Fiwen hurriedly replied, flapping her wings laboriously, and clumsily turning towards the stone gate. Wait! The leader suddenly shouted, that's the purple nether flower sea over there. Have you forgotten the trouble you caused last time? Don't go causing trouble there. Sang Fiwen's mind raced. Oh, I already went through the inside once. Didn't see anything unusual, so I was thinking of checking this way again. She finished speaking, a cold sweat breaking out on her brow. The Yiksha clan is inherently lazy, always trying to save money, and never willing to do anything extra. This excuse was full of holes. But having reached the vicinity of the exit, she had no choice but to take a gamble. Sure enough, the eldest Yiksha's narrowed eyes were filled with deep suspicion, his crimson pupil sweeping over the 10th elder. 10th elder, stop! Sang Fiwen immediately stopped, striving to maintain the lazy posture of a Yiksha. Seeing this, the snoring around her stopped, and the other Yikshas half opened their eyes, propping themselves up with their plump bodies, gripping the three-pronged halberd beside them. The Yiksha clan is inherently bloodthirsty. Once they discover something unusual, they will attack without hesitation. The next second, a faint red light appeared in the leader's eyes. The familiar skill effect made Sang Fiwen's breath catch in her throat. It was true insight. She could feel the red light sweeping over her entire body like a tangible force, as if trying to pierce through the disguise of her human form and expose her true human body. Sang Fiwen's heart leaped into her throat, and cold sweat instantly broke out on her back. She tried her best to remain calm, praying that the wraith transformation disguise could withstand the insight, but at the same time, her mind was racing. If the disguise was exposed, she would immediately activate time stop to control the leader and the nearest few Yikshas, then use the chaos to rush towards the stone gate. But there were more than a dozen Demon King-level Yikshas here. Even if she could control them briefly, the subsequent pursuit would be enough to kill her. The leader's scarlet gaze swept over her body 3 times, from her drooping wings to her fat pig head, not missing a single spot. Sang Fiwen felt each second drag on endlessly, her heart pounding in her chest. Thankfully, her boss's true insight seemed to have missed something amiss. He finally waved his hand, his tone still impatient. Go on, don't try anything funny. Don't patrol beyond the barrier behind the stone gate, or I strip you of your wings. Sang Fiwen felt like she'd been granted a pardon. She flapped her wings again and wobbled away, disappearing behind the stone gate, far from the Yiksha's sight. At the same time, above the gray mist, the black-robed girl and the resentful woman stood within the Ghost Emperor's barrier erected by the Peachwood token, looking down at the Yiksha labyrinth below. The resentful woman tucked a silver mirror into her sleeve. The faint light on its surface gradually faded, and a cold smile curved her lips. Fortunately, I noticed in time, otherwise your chosen one would already be the soul flesh within the Yiksha's belly. Just now, seeing the Yiksha leader activate true insight, she immediately distorted the result of the insight with flower in the mirror, making Sang Fiwen's transformation appear flawless in the Yiksha leader's eyes, thus barely escaping disaster. Thank you. The girl in black robes sat at the edge of the gray mist, her hands tucked into her sleeves. As expected of the Demon King of the Illusion Realm, your skills are truly remarkable. Murong Zhao, save your breath. I don't need your flattery. The resentful woman's tone was flat and emotionless. Now that your chosen one has left the Yiksha maze, it's your turn to take the stage. Can I leave now? Don't rush. Murong Zhao extended a finger and gently shook it. Did you see that just now? Her actions within the spirit cage were like a goddess reborn. She dealt with a Yiksha Demon King in no time. She truly deserves to be the one I chose. Perhaps others couldn't do it, but she can definitely awaken the Netherworld Memory Pearl. So what? The resentful woman said sarcastically. If it weren't for the transformation and disguise skill book I gave her, and if it weren't for my misleading of the Yiksha leader's insight, would she have survived this man-eating maze? Murong Zhao shook his head, completely ignoring her words, his tone firm. It's all destiny. She was able to obtain the Dragon Clan's treasure from the Merfolk, which means she's destined to awaken the Netherworld Memory Pearl. The immortal clan's debt to the dragon clan should be settled. You, a member of the Murong clan, aren't you afraid of biting off more than you can chew? The resentful woman scoffed, her tone undisguisedly mocking. If it weren't for your Murong clan guarding the dragon corpse lantern for the immortal clan all these years, the mortal realm wouldn't be in such a state now. Murong Zhao's expression instantly turned solemn. She straightened her back, her eyes losing their previous casualness and gaining a touch of determination. If we can survive this calamity, I, Murong Zhao, will repay the sins of the immortal clan and the debts of my Murong clan. Out of the Iksha maze, the swaying red-skinned boar-headed monster suddenly shrank, shedding its fat disguise in a distorted light and shadow, transforming into a slender human figure. It was Sang Fiwen. She raised a hand to wipe the cold sweat from her forehead. The resentful woman transformation effect had just expired. The stench of the Iksha clan was finally gone from the air, replaced by a faint, serene atmosphere, allowing her tense nerves to relax slightly. Sang Fiwen quickened her pace, her heart preoccupied with Bai Yuan's safety, wanting only to find the Emperor of Fengdu as soon as possible. After crossing a barren mountaintop, the scenery suddenly changed. The view ahead opened up abruptly, revealing a sea of vibrant purple flowers that stretched from our feet to the horizon, as if someone had overturned a giant palette of purple dye, turning the world into a dreamlike purple hue. Above, a crescent moon, white as snow, hung in the inky sky, its gentle light spilling down like water, falling on the petals and casting a hazy, silvery purple glow, enveloping the entire sea of flowers in a dreamlike halo. Within the sea of flowers, countless enormous bubbles rose and fell slowly, varying in size, the largest as large as a small house, the smallest the size of a fist. These bubbles were not transparent, but rather shimmered with iridescent colors, their hues intertwining and flowing, as if a rainbow had been crushed within them. Within them flowed a viscous, opaque liquid, through which faint, shimmering shadows could be seen, like fragments of sealed memories. The endless sea of flowers, with its myriad bubbles rising and falling, was breathtakingly beautiful, yet imbued with an inexplicable eeriness. Sang Fiwen was immersed in this exquisite beauty and eerie atmosphere, her gaze unconsciously sweeping across the depths of the flower sea. Suddenly, her pupils contracted. On a giant flower not far away, a multicolored bubble floated silently. Within the bubble, a handsome young man with black hair sat with his eyes closed, his face as pale as paper. Long eyelashes drooped, casting a faint shadow beneath his eyelids. His nose was high and straight, and his lips were so pale they were almost transparent. He was completely unrestrained, yet motionless, like a perfect specimen encased in amber, suspended in the viscous liquid, gently rising and falling with the movement of the bubble. Chapter 158. The person sealed inside the bubble is Bai Yuan. Sang Fiwen's worry instantly overwhelmed all her vigilance. Without the slightest hesitation, she immediately swung her sword towards the bubble, wanting only to free him from his confinement as quickly as possible. Wait! Just as her sword tip was about to cleave the bubble, a clear, cold voice rang out. Sang Fiwen whirled around, only to see a black-robed girl who had appeared in the sea of flowers. A wide cloak hood obscured most of her face, revealing only a pale, pointed chin. She was petite, yet exuded a calm aura disproportionate to her size. It's you? Sang Fiwen recognized her instantly. It was the black-robed girl she had seen on the sea. She gripped her sword hilt, taking a wary half-step back, her eyes sharp as swords. Who are you? Why are you here? The black-robed girl slowly removed her white hat, revealing a delicate yet somewhat melancholic face. Her sleeves slid down, revealing lingering silver scales. I had Mo Tao give you the teleportation talisman. Her voice was like shattered jade striking each other. We parted hastily at sea before. I said we would meet again. She paused, her gaze falling on the sword hilt Sang Fiwen gripped tightly, and said frankly, let me reintroduce myself. My name is Murong Zhao, and I am also a subject of the Emperor of Fengdu. Murong? Sang Fiwen's heart skipped a beat. The Murong clan was the surname of the Yin Kingdom's royal family. The old emperor used the Alchemy Bureau to develop longevity pills, using innocent people as test subjects. Sang Fiwen had no goodwill towards the royal family now. Sang Fiwen's eyes darkened, and he said warily, I don't have time to reminisce with you right now. Tell me, where is the Emperor of Fengdu? I have urgent business with him. Murong Zhao didn't answer directly, but slowly raised her wide sleeves and waved them lightly. In an instant, the surrounding sea of purple flowers vanished, replaced by scorched earth and a sea of fire. A blood moon hung in the sky, illuminating the world in crimson. The branches of the flesh and blood tree stretched out menacingly, and the roars of fallen demons faintly echoed. The Emperor already knows what you're so eager to resolve. This is what the mortal realm looks like now. Sorrow, pain, and anger appeared on Murong Zhao's face. My father, the current ruler of the Murong clan, willingly submits to the manipulation of the immortals, single-mindedly pursuing the elixir of immortality. He treats human life like dirt, and now he has caused a catastrophe, leaving countless lives lost and the people destitute. She raised her hand to brush away the lingering silver scales on her wrist, her tone filled with self-mockery and hatred. You don't need to be wary of me. Although I am also a member of the Murong clan, I have always opposed my father. These monstrous scales are the result of my father testing his disobedient children with medicine. Later, I managed to escape Xianfu City, searching for a way to counteract the effects of the medicine while secretly developing my power. Mo Tao is my most trusted subordinate, and also my spy planted beside you. He led you here at a crucial moment. You want to find the Emperor of Fengdu, simply to find a way to restrain the demon tree. Murong Zhao's tone shifted, his eyes sharpening. They are all the work of the Immortal Clan. Back then, the Immortal Clan invaded the Dragon Clan to steal spiritual power, completely annihilating them. Afterwards, they used the longevity pill as bait to control our Murong Clan, turning the entire family into puppets for their rule over the mortal world, guarding the sky lanterns made from dragon corpses. Our goals are essentially the same. Murong Zhao's voice was filled with deep-seated hatred. I hate those immortals who used the Murong clan as pawns and treated all living beings as worthless dogs, and I hate even more my father, who aided and abetted evil and disregarded human life. But even if you find the Emperor of Fengdu, it's useless. This calamity stems from the millennia-long karma between the immortals and the dragons. The Emperor is bound by the rules of heaven and cannot directly intervene. The only one who can break this deadlock is the dragons, who have the deepest ties to this disaster. But the dragons have long been wiped out. Sang Fiwen couldn't help but exclaim. Panic gripped him. His gaze fell upon Bai Yuan, who sat motionless like a puppet within the bubble, his mind a jumble of emotions. Is the great Emperor of Fengdu just going to stand by and watch the mortal realm be destroyed? The great Emperor isn't ignoring it. Murong Zhao shook his head, looking at the myriad bubbles. Before the Dragon Clan's annihilation, they sealed the entire clan's memories and remaining power into the Netherworld Memory Pearl. The only way now is to awaken this Netherworld Memory Pearl, to retrieve the Dragon Clan's lingering will and power. Only then is there any possibility of reversing the tide of battle. Little Black in the ink-washed space suddenly became restless. Sang Fiwen, with a thought, immediately released it. As soon as Little Black appeared, it transformed into a small dragon, its vertical pupils fixed on the bubble ceiling by Yuan, and flew straight towards it. As if summoned by blood ties, the myriad bubbles in the sea of flowers suddenly vibrated simultaneously, converging towards the center, ultimately merging into a gigantic, multicolored bubble, enveloping Bai Yuan at its core, its radiant light shimmering ever brighter. You actually formed a contract with the phantom black dragon. Murong Zhao's eyes welled up with tears. In all these years, this is the first time the Netherworld Memory Pearl has changed. Little Black hovered around the bubble, gently nuzzling its head against the bubble's surface, emitting a soft, yet affectionate dragon's roar, as if calling to a loved one separated by countless ages. How exactly do I awaken the Netherworld Memory Pearl? Sang Fiwen asked anxiously, increasingly puzzled. And Bai Yuan, what happened to him? Why is he sealed inside this Netherworld Memory Pearl? You know once you go in, Murong Zhao said, his eyes filled with expectation. The Netherworld Memory Pearl holds the truth behind the Dragon Clan's destruction, and also the key to fighting the Immortal Clan. Before he finished speaking, Sang Fiwen felt a sudden, immense force pushing her from behind, causing her to fall involuntarily towards the giant, multicolored bubble. The bubble surface rippled gently, like a pool of warm water, enveloping her entirely. The scene before her blurred, Bai Yuan's pale face magnified in her vision, and Little Black's dragon's roar seemed to come from the distant horizon. The next second, Sang Fiwen lost consciousness. When she opened her eyes again, everything around her seemed tiny. The city, as small as building blocks, was scattered in a pleasing pattern. The hills, like toys, stretched endlessly. Even the distant river looked like a thin silver ribbon. Everything was proportionally shrunk. She glanced down at herself and realized with a start that it wasn't the world that had shrunk, but rather that she had become incredibly enormous. She was surrounded by swirling clouds, soaring through them, her slender body gleaming with iridescent, glass-like light, reflecting a dreamlike halo in the sunlight, her tail hidden deep within the thick clouds. A dragon, its head visible but its tail invisible. She had become a dragon. Sang Fiwen quickly realized that she hadn't truly become a dragon, but rather, like a parasitic entity, passively watching, listening, and experiencing everything that was happening. Countless unfamiliar pieces of information flooded her mind, instantly revealing the dragon's identity. A rainbow dragon named Yunli, one of the dragon race's most adept at manipulating the power of 5 colors. An illusion again? But something was different. She was now a part of the illusion, able to clearly feel the cool touch of the clouds, her breath filled with pure spiritual energy, and even empathize with the dragon's surging restlessness and excitement. This first-person immersion was something she had never experienced before. The dragon descended swiftly, landing steadily atop a majestic mountain peak. This mountain was not a natural rock formation, but a treasure mountain formed from countless multicolored gemstones. Red like fire, blue like ice, green like jade, purple like the sunset, the gemstone-built peak shone brilliantly, enveloped in a dense, almost tangible spiritual energy. So many colorful gems? If these were sold at the Star Treasure Pavilion, wouldn't players go crazy for them? Unfortunately, she could only look and not touch. Just as she was lamenting this, Yunli's dragon body had already charged straight towards the gem mountain, much like a dog running towards a bowl full of dog food. She watched helplessly as her massive dragon body coiled up the gem mountain, its paws happily rummaging through the pile of gems, occasionally picking out a few of the finest quality gems and tossing them into its mouth, chewing them with a crunch, crunch, the crisp sound echoing through the valley. Pure spiritual energy spread with each chew, nourishing the surrounding vegetation. What a waste! Sang Fiwen wailed inwardly. As she ate, Yunli seemed to remember something, her restless emotions suddenly turning into excitement and a hint of anticipation. Sang Fiwen felt everything around her suddenly shrink rapidly, and when she looked again, the dragon body had transformed into human form. A handsome man in a multicolored brocade robe, with delicate yet dashing features, a high nose bridge, and crimson lips, appeared. However, the robe's flamboyant colors were too gaudy, resembling a brightly colored pheasant, leaving Sang Fiwen, trapped in his consciousness, speechless. Yunli, oblivious, was quite pleased with his attire. He carefully rummaged through the pile of gems, finally selecting a naturally formed, nearly perfect heart-shaped imperial emerald. With firm fingers, he carefully removed a shimmering, iridescent piece of his natal scale from the softest part of his neck and sealed it into the center of the gem. Instantly, the heart-shaped imperial emerald seemed to come alive, its inner light flowing, radiant with tender affection. Yunli then walked to a translucent green prism as tall as himself, its surface as smooth as a mirror, clearly reflecting his image. He looked in the mirror again and again, carefully adjusting his clothes and hair, even smoothing the stray hairs from his forehead. Only after confirming his flawless appearance did he summon a 7-colored auspicious cloud, which he then carefully shaped into a heart. Humming a tuneless, cheerful tune, Yunli rode on the heart-shaped cloud, flying towards the neighboring mountain shrouded in a faint shadow. Sang Fiwen looked at the familiar mountain peak, enveloped in shadowy power, and her heart skipped a beat. Wasn't this the place where she and Wu Xiang had teamed up to steal the dragon egg? No, to retrieve the Tree of Life seed? So this illusion was actually the dragon's habitat, the ancient Dragon Ridge. Just as Yunli was joyfully heading towards her beloved, in the neighboring Shadow Dragon territory, Bai Yuan was experiencing a similar ordeal. After being teleported to Fengdu, he felt a dizzying sensation, and when he regained consciousness, he found himself trapped inside a slender, exquisite black dragon's body. Young miss? Sang Fiwen? Bai Yuan screamed inwardly, yet he couldn't control his dragon body to utter a sound, as if imprisoned within exquisite amber. He quickly realized he had become a prisoner within the body of this shadow dragon named Sha Ji, a forced bystander. Just as he suppressed his anxiety, attempting to perceive the mysteries of this dragon body, a familiar soul fluctuation emanated from afar. Like the only guiding star in the dark night, instantly stirring every chord in his heart. It was Sang Fiwen. She was nearby. Sha Ji looked up, her silver vertical pupils gazing into the distance, where she saw an exaggeratedly shaped, somewhat silly, colorful heart-shaped auspicious cloud, swaying and approaching. Bai Yuan instinctively wanted to meet it, but Sha Ji's reaction was completely different. A sharp black lightning bolt tore through the sky, striking the flamboyant auspicious cloud precisely. The auspicious clouds dissipated with a thud, accompanied by a deliberately drawn-out, exaggerated cry of pain. A figure clad in a multicolored brocade robe plummeted from midair in a flamboyant manner, crashing heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust and creating a shallow, human-shaped crater. Looking through Yunli's eyes, Sang Fiwen saw a long, graceful shadow dragon obscuring the light. Its silver dragon eyes swept down on Yunli with disdain, glaring at her with a hint of annoyance. Annoyance wasn't quite the right word. The silver dragon eyes held complex emotions, a mixture of anger and barely concealed concern and shyness. Typical tsundere, Sang Fiwen thought to herself. Since I'm here, I might as well make the best of it. She had accepted this situation of being forced to observe. The shadow dragon raised its head, its body surging with shadow energy. The next second, it transformed into a graceful woman. She was clad in a sheer black veil, as if formed from night mist, her skin as white as snow, her face possessing a mysterious, exotic allure. The beauty and wildness in her eyes were innate, captivating all who beheld her. Even on the planet Delon, where the cosmetic surgery industry was highly developed and handsome men and beautiful women were everywhere, and who had seen countless examples of artificial and natural beauty, Sang Fiwen couldn't help but feel momentarily breathless at this unadorned, primal beauty. Through Shaji's eyes, Bai Yuan clearly saw the almost dazzlingly handsome Yunli opposite him, and, hidden deep within those eyes, the soul fluctuations unique to Sang Fiwen. His heart trembled violently. It was her. Bai Yuan forcibly suppressed his surging emotions, warning himself to remain calm. He absolutely could not lose control again, like he had in the illusion of the resentful woman, repeating the same mistake and ending up in a situation where he needed her to save him. Shaji, now in human form, her eyebrows furrowed, dangerous black lightning crackling between her fingers once more. She roared, Yunli. I warned you. Shadow dragons and glazed dragons are sworn enemies. Dare to bother me again, and believe me, I strip off all those flashy scales of yours and string them into a necklace. The moment the words left her lips, Bai Yuan clearly sensed the intense conflict deep within Shaji's consciousness. An uncontrollable tremor rising beneath the constraints of clan rules. Upon hearing this, Yunli, far from being afraid, clutched her abdomen and dramatically wailed, Ouch, ouch, ouch. Shaji, your shadow flash was too tricky. A few points off, and I, the future hope of the dragon race, the very root of our glazed dragon lineage, would have been completely destroyed here. Bai Yuan immediately sensed the panic and tension in Shaji's consciousness. Almost instinctively, she bent down, reaching out to check. Really hurt? I haven't practiced Shadow Flash for long, and I really don't control the power well. Just as her fingertips were about to touch Yunli, Yunli abruptly grabbed her wrist, pulling her towards his left chest with a slight, forceful tug. The exaggerated expression vanished, replaced by deep affection and solemnity in Yunli's eyes. His voice, deep as a cello, said, I'm heartbroken, Shaji. It beats too fast for you, almost breaking apart. Sang Fiwen, who had been watching with great interest, felt a chill run down her spine upon hearing this. The cheesy pickup line was as devastating as a psychological attack. Shaji was initially stunned, then realized she had been tricked again. Her pretty face flushed crimson, like the sunset, and she struggled to get up. You bastard. Let me go! But Yunli's arms were like iron clamps, holding her firmly in place. With his other hand, he cradled the heart-shaped gem that held his Achilles heel, raising it before her eyes, his gaze burning as if to ignite her. Shaji, merge your soul with mine, and you will be my one and only dragon in this life. Shaji stopped struggling, staring blankly at the unique gem, feeling the immense life force and unreserved love contained within it, her voice trembling slightly. Yunli, you're insane. This is your Achilles heel. Losing it would be the least of your worries, you might die. Her remaining words were cut short by a sudden, brutal kiss. Yunli rolled over, his long arms supporting Shaji's face, holding her firmly in his embrace. His kiss was focused and devout, his tongue tracing the shape of her lips before aggressively prying open her teeth, as if kissing the most precious treasure in the world. Trapped deep within Shaji's consciousness, Bai Yuan didn't catch up before a warm touch came to his lips, like a thunderbolt striking him, leaving his mind blank for a moment. At least say something before you drive. His feelings at this moment were utterly contradictory. On one hand, he could clearly perceive the warm and vibrant spiritual energy emanating from Sang Fiwen, like a small sun. On the other hand, he was forced to endure the surging torrent of emotions within Shaji's consciousness, shyness, sweetness, struggle, and surrender. Fortunately, Sang Fiwen didn't seem to have noticed his presence yet. Bai Yuan could feel that small sun pulsating joyfully, as if enjoying the spectacle. If it could be visualized, she would probably be whistling and clapping right now. This contradictory experience made Bai Yuan feel awkward, along with a hint of indescribable jealousy, all intertwined into a chaotic mess, causing his brain to completely shut down. He felt Shaji's body soften gradually, from its initial stiffness to a gentle melting like spring water. She symbolically patted Yunli's shoulder twice, before completely succumbing to this forbidden intimacy, only a few suppressed, tearful breaths escaping her lips. Shaji, Yunli chuckled softly, his words hot and direct as they lingered. I want to merge my soul with yours. With that, Yunli began to put his declaration into action. Bai Yuan, trapped inside Shaji's body. What is this? My crush has transformed into a dragon-like overbearing CEO, and I'm currently acting out a Dragon Realm version of Romeo and Juliet with him. The plot is good, but director, did you give me the wrong script? Sang Fiwen, trapped inside Yunli's body. Awesome. A live broadcast of a forbidden interracial love? This Mini Pearl is actually a large-scale holographic immersive romance film. I hit the jackpot. Just as Yunli and Shaji's souls merged, their consciousnesses most intimately connected. Sang Fiwen and Bai Yuan's consciousnesses seemed to be suddenly connected by an invisible bridge. Sang Fiwen finally belatedly sensed a familiar soul fluctuation. It's Bai Yuan. Sang Fiwen had been watching intently, only regretting not having a plate of melon seeds nearby. Just as the initial surprise welled up in her heart, her dulled senses finally connected the scene before her with Bai Yuan's presence. Sang Fiwen felt herself instantly petrified, dried out, and shattered. In this extremely ambiguous and unspeakable situation, being connected in consciousness was practically a public execution. Chapter 159. Have you ever secretly watched an adult film, only to be caught red-handed by your crush, and discovered you were actually the main character in it? I have. Bai Yuan felt like he was sitting on pins and needles, his back pierced by a thorn, overwhelmed by intense shame. He wished he could just die on the spot to escape this embarrassing situation. For the first 10 seconds, Sang Fiwen felt like she could dig a crystal palace out of her toes. But when she keenly sensed the embarrassment and helplessness emanating from Bai Yuan, 10 times stronger than her own, she strangely calmed down, even feeling a subtle, eager urge to tease him. Fortunately, this memory illusion seemed to have a built-in not suitable for children automatic filtering mechanism. Just as the atmosphere reached its breaking point, about to descend into a scene deemed explicit, an irresistible, invisible force abruptly ripped Bai Yuan and Sang Fiwen from the dragon's body, tossing them into the air like two lost chicks, switching them to a godlike perspective. Sang Fiwen clicked her tongue, seemingly unsatisfied. Hey, we were just getting to the crucial part. Why did you stop us from watching? Bai Yuan remained silent, expressionless. The scene before them began to shift rapidly, like pages turning quickly in a book. They saw Yunli and Shaji, under the heavy pressure and hostility of their tribe, secretly meeting in a secluded valley bathed in moonlight amidst a treacherous mountain ravine, pledging their lives to each other. They saw Shaji's belly slightly protruding, her face a mixture of the happiness of becoming a new dragon mother, and deep concern for the long-standing feud between their tribes, and the turbulent times. They saw the dragon egg, which was pitch black, but had a mysterious silver glow, being born. However, its life force was weak, and due to the rejection of its bloodline, and the turmoil that the mother endured during pregnancy, it could not hatch. Suddenly, all the warm or sorrowful scenes shattered like a mirror. In their place came a raging inferno of war, and a soaring aura of malevolence. The battle between immortals and dragons had erupted. The burning flames reflected a scene of heaven and earth collapsing, rivers and mountains stained with blood. As far as the eye could see, the sky was blood red, the earth scorched black, a desolate wasteland stretching for miles, the air thick with a nauseating stench of blood. The mortal realm had become a hellish inferno, the mournful roars of dragons mingling with the deafening explosions of icy immortal magic, a lament for the extinction of all life. The two consciousnesses were once again brutally forced back into their dragon bodies. This time, their consciousnesses were intertwined, and the experience was far more profound and cruel than before, as if they themselves had fallen into this irreversible catastrophe of annihilation. Sang Fiwen was instantly overwhelmed by excruciating pain. Yunli was being attacked by a group of immortals, their robes fluttering, surrounded by pure, holy light, and with varying numbers of wings spread behind them. Bai Yuan returned to Shaji's body, struggling to maneuver amidst the dazzling yet deadly immortal techniques, his heart filled with anxiety. Shaji's dragon egg had been stolen by the immortals. Dense, rain-like golden immortal ropes lashed fiercely at the dragon's crystal-clear body, its beautiful scales shattering inch by inch, blood gushing forth, staining the clouds crimson. Sang Fiwen's senses overlapped with Yunli's. The excruciating pain spread through every nerve ending, making her vision blur. Yunli roared in fury and agony, her dragon cry echoing through the heavens. You beast! Surrender now. The leading immortal, his face blurred in the immortal light, spoke in a cold and arrogant voice, temporarily halting his attack, intending to capture her alive. Considering your hard-won cultivation, I will spare your life, allowing you to purify the immortal spring and atone for your sins. Filled with overwhelming rage, Yunli spoke with words dripping with blood. Hypocrites! You sanctimonious immortals, greedy and wicked, coveting my clan's dragon essence and purification power, committing this massacre. You want me alive to purify your spiritual spring? Wishful thinking. Even if I die, even if my dragon soul is consumed, I will never let you succeed. The leading immortal sneered, flapping his 16 wings, holding a black dragon egg wreathed in faint silver light. His tone was cruelly mocking. Dragon soul consumed? Ha, have you thought this through? Your blood relatives are still in my hands. If you self-destruct, I will send this unhatched to accompany you in the Yellow Springs. Yun Li's enormous dragon eyes instantly swelled with extreme rage and panic, almost bursting open. Just then, an extremely dark shadow, like a dagger tearing through light, suddenly shattered the tight immortal array. A dark barrier instantly unfolded beside the immortal holding the egg, isolating the inside from the outside. A flash of black light. Accompanied by a shrill scream, the immortal's arm holding the dragon egg was severed at the root. Shaji's figure appeared like a ghost, steadily catching the falling dragon egg in her arms. After succeeding, Shaji immediately looked at Yunli, her silver dragon eyes churning with emotion. Go! Yunli, both overjoyed and anxious, hissed at her, take the child and go. Don't look back. Hurry! Tears welled in Shaji's silver dragon eyes. She gazed deeply at Yunli, resolutely closed the barrier, and transformed into a black shadow, desperately fleeing into the distance. Quick! Seal the space. Don't let that mother dragon escape. The immortal with the severed hand roared. No longer able to maintain his celestial composure, his face was contorted like a bandit's. Too late. The mother dragon broke through the blockade with the dragon eggs and escaped. Nan Xianwang, take men and pursue them. Kill or be killed, retrieve the dragon eggs. The leading immortal's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He abruptly turned to Yunli, who was slightly relieved that the child was temporarily safe, and sneered, stubborn to the end. Since that's how it is, let your serpentine corpse be used to light a sky lantern, to perpetually sustain the spiritual energy of my immortal realm. The surrounding immortals, receiving the order, unleashed their full power, employing every deadly attack imaginable. Countless dazzling yet deadly beams of immortal light poured down, like a galaxy, exploding violently on Yunli's already battered and mangled dragon body. Large areas of her crystal scale shattered, revealing the mangled flesh and bones beneath, creating deep, bone-revealing wounds. Hot dragon blood poured down, like a tragic rain, staining the already scorched earth a shocking dark red. Yun Li's ferocity was completely ignited by this extreme pain and despair. Knowing he was at his last gasp, his sole thought was to burn everything to buy Shaji and her unborn child a chance to survive, to hold off one more enemy. With a death wish, he resolutely ignited his dragon soul, unleashing unprecedented and terrifying power far exceeding his peak strength, launching a devastating counterattack. The dragon's breath transformed into a destructive torrent, tearing through space. He actually dragged his crippled body, forcing several immortals who couldn't dodge in time into annihilation, shattering their immortal bodies and scattering their souls, but ultimately, he was outnumbered. Yun Li's injuries worsened, his massive body swaying precariously, even maintaining flight becoming difficult. He let out a mournful cry of despair, his enormous dragon head slamming into the earth, carving a deep, bloody path through the ground, attempting to draw all pursuers away in the opposite direction from Shaji. The immortals, indeed enraged, fled underground, pursuing Yun Li until a fierce battle erupted once more deep within the earth. Finally, the dragon's soul burned out, and the battered Yun Li broke through the earth's layers. Even self-destruction was impossible. She crashed onto unfamiliar land in the eastern continent. Through Yun Li's blurring vision, Sang Fiwen saw a slowly surging, steaming active volcano, lava churning within its walls. Yun Li's final thoughts were not of her own pain, but of her endless longing for Shaji, her concern for her child, and her profound hatred for the hypocritical immortals and the unjust heavenly Tao. Sang Fiwen's senses were perfectly aligned with Yun Li's throughout the entire ordeal. In the face of that cataclysmic impact, she seemed to have truly transformed into that shimmering, colorful dragon, living freely, loving passionately, fighting fiercely, and ultimately dying tragically. That boundless rage, a desire to slaughter all the immortals, to devour their flesh and drink their blood. That all-consuming hatred, a wish to reverse mountains and rivers, to overturn heaven and earth, to reduce this hypocritical immortal realm to ashes. This extreme emotion, like the most violent impact, slammed into a solid barrier deep within Sang Fiwen's consciousness. Crack. As if crystal shattered deep within her soul, the memory, blurred like frosted glass, instantly became clear and transparent. She remembered how she died in her previous life, She wasn't reborn after failing the Ascension Challenge in a game. In her previous life, she was framed by Sang Peifeng in Huarong, becoming a test subject for consciousness experiments in a secret federal laboratory. In the cold, cruel, and inhumane experiments of consciousness exploitation and purification, her spirit completely collapsed, her consciousness went berserk, and she ultimately died. Beep beep beep. Boom. The alarm from her memory still echoed in her ears, as the energy explosion triggered by her rampaging consciousness destroyed everything in the laboratory. Just as her consciousness was about to completely dissipate into nothingness, for some reason, everything seemed to be paused. In that frozen scene, filled with streams of destructive light, she saw, through the last glimmer of her remaining consciousness, a long-lost figure rushing towards her, disregarding everything. It was Jiang Chini. Time stood still, and he and she briefly locked eyes amidst the shattered fragments of spacetime. He was no longer his usual nonchalant and languid self. She clearly saw his disheveled state, his blood-splattered face filled with unprecedented panic, his eyes brimming with heart-wrenching pain and despair, a madman who wanted to take everything for her. Almost instinctively, she summoned the last remaining, faint energy, transforming it into an incredibly resilient barrier, tightly enveloping the figure rushing towards her, separating him from the devastating explosion behind him. She had resented him, resented his abrupt departures in both her lives. This made her feel that although he was so close, there was always an inexplicable distance between them, preventing her from easily letting her heart take a step towards him in her rebirth. But if he hadn't rushed to her aid, trying to save her, perhaps she would have died like Yunli, filled with overwhelming resentment and untold loneliness, on a cold lab table, never to rest in peace. Thank you. Thank you for finding me in that final moment. Bai Yuan, trapped inside Shaji's body, helplessly watched as Shaji hardened her heart and closed the barrier, leaving Yunli in a hopeless situation. Shaji wanted to turn back, to rush back and die alongside Yunli, but the dragon egg in her arms reminded her that she couldn't die yet. Dragging her weary and wounded body, Shaji struggled against the relentless pursuit of Nan Xian Wang, finally escaping back to the Dragon Clan's main camp before her shadow energy ran out. With her last glimmer of hope, she frantically searched the camp for that familiar, multicolored figure, hoping to find that usually so flamboyant, easily distinguishable among the many races. But it was gone. It was nowhere to be found. The war continued, the sky occasionally flashing with the blinding light of dragons self-destructing, like falling stars. That was the dragon's last vestige of dignity. They would rather perish than submit to the immortals. In this swaddling cloak of despair and bloodshed, the dragon egg's already faint life force flickered stubbornly like a candle in the wind, before finally going out. Shaji silently cradled the dragon egg, gently nuzzling it with her snout. Hot dragon tears dripped from her enormous silver eyes, falling onto the eggshell, but unable to infuse it with life. This egg, embodying all her and Yunli's love and hopes, was inherently flawed and later forcibly taken by the immortals, leaving it utterly lifeless. Boom! Just then, shouts of immortals echoed near the main camp. The pursuers had arrived. A resolute glint flashed in Shaji's eyes. She transformed her own dragon soul into the purest source of life, infusing it into the dragon egg, hoping for a future miracle. Supporting her swaying body, Shaji used her last ounce of strength to tear through space, her figure flashing as she appeared on the shore of the vast ocean. Sensing the pure aura of the dragon race, from the deep trenches, in the coral-covered land, the merfolk, subordinate to the dragon race, surfaced. The leading merfolk elder, his eyes filled with pity, looked up at their wounded lord. Shaji slowly lowered her head, carefully handing over the dragon egg she held in her arms. The obscure dragon language echoed in the sea breeze. The merman elder solemnly accepted the dragon egg, treating it like a priceless treasure. Shaji took one last, deep look at the dragon egg. In its enormous dragon eyes was an endless sorrow, as if trying to etch the child's image into the depths of her soul. The distant fluctuations of immortal energy grew clearer. The merman swiftly submerged, disappearing into the deep sea, protected by coral reefs, carrying the dragon egg. Shaji, however, suddenly soared into the sky, unleashing a torrent of shadowy dragon breath that obscured any possible trace. Like an arrow released from a bow, she charged headlong into the immortal camp, unleashing the last, and most dazzling, power of her life. Boom! A thick, mushroom cloud-like black mist exploded on the sea, mingling with the blinding blood mist to create a tragic elegy. Bai Yuan's consciousness rose from Shaji's dissipating body, silently merging with Sang Fiwen, who had also separated from Yunli's body, in midair. Bai Yuan, always perceptive, immediately sensed that Sang Fiwen was different now. Sang Fiwen had always been like warm sunshine to those close to her, but since her rebirth, He could always sense an invisible veil separating her from him, as if some unresolved knot in her heart remained untied. Her intimacy carried a hint of testing, her trust concealed a guardedness. He could only feel her pure self when he was transformed into the game's little boss, which made him involuntarily addicted, and he spent more and more time in Gulan each day. As Lin Yuan, through their daily interactions in the game, his subconscious gradually came to realize a fact. The argument after the league selection forced him to confront the fact that she was a partner he could fight alongside, even stronger than him in some ways. Only when he truly realized this, letting her go to the dangerous battlefield alone, no longer trying to protect her, did the barrier between them begin to dissipate. From the moment their consciousnesses unexpectedly connected, he was certain that barrier still lingered. But now, it was completely gone. Her soul's energy was clear and warm, devoid of any gloom. Could it be that this tragic history of the dragon race had, by some twist of fate, led her to completely forgive him? In any case, this was a turning point he had longed for. It meant he still had a chance to make amends, a chance to stand by her side again and seek her forgiveness. Once all this conflict was over, if he were still alive, he would return to her side without hesitation, confessing all his debts and feelings. The following scenes flashed by even faster, like a revolving lantern. Although dragons are the darlings of heaven and earth, the strongest at the top of the food chain, they also possess an inherent fatal weakness: an extremely low birth rate. This means that despite their power, dragons remain a small race. The immortals, on the other hand, have a continuous stream of ascendants. In this great war, the dragons were ultimately outnumbered and defeated, annihilated. The victor seized all the spoils. The immortal realm, with its great divine power, ruthlessly severed the ladder to immortality, monopolizing the pure energy of the upper realm, while simultaneously dumping its turbid and violent demonic power, like garbage, directly onto the suffering human world. The spiritual energy of the mortal realm gradually dissipated, and no more successful ascensions were recorded. The 4 dragon corpses, including Yun Li's, that failed to self-destruct suffered the most brutal fate. The immortals used supreme immortal techniques to refine them, suppressing them in the 4 cardinal directions of the mortal realm, creating terrifying artifacts called dragon corpse, heavenly lamps. These once proud beings, soaring through the heavens, could not find peace in death. Their remains were forced to endlessly devour, purifying the impure demonic energy discharged from the immortal realm, transforming it into pure spiritual energy. Subsequently, this spiritual energy transformed from the dragon corpses was continuously transported to the immortal realm through immortal formations within the dragon-suppressing pillars buried at the suppression sites, becoming the clean energy to nourish the executioners. Thus, a vast and cruel cycle of plundering the lower realm to sustain the upper realm was formed. To ensure the stability of this system, the immortal realm, having severed its ascension ladder, selected a proxy in the mortal realm: the Murong clan. They supported the Murong clan in unifying the world and establishing the Yen kingdom. The core mission passed down through generations of the Murong royal family was to act as guardians of the immortal clan, managing and protecting the 4 dragon corpse, heavenly lamps, ensuring the uninterrupted flow of spiritual energy. As a reward, and also a more insidious form of control, the immortal clan periodically bestowed longevity pills upon the current emperor of the Murong clan. Those of Murong bloodline who consumed this pill gained immortality, but at the cost of gradually hardening their minds, becoming the most loyal puppets of the immortal clan, serving them for eternity. However, if this pill were consumed by someone without Murong bloodline, the scene flashed, and Sang Fiwen saw the fate of her sister Huang Qiu. Her soul was forced to escape, eking out a living in the mire of Shishao village, ultimately being ended by her, and by Yuan's own hands. Her physical body transformed into a bloodthirsty, grotesque tree of flesh, repeatedly studied and exploited in the dark, sunless palace, treated like the lowest of medicinal herbs, stripped of all human dignity. This suffocating torrent of history abruptly ended, and just as darkness was about to engulf their consciousness, a system notification suddenly rang in both their minds simultaneously. Ding! Congratulations, host Sang Fiwen, by Yuan, for successfully achieving a deep resonance with the memories of the ancient dragon race, gaining the recognition of the dragon soul's will, and awakening the special legendary item Netherworld Memory Pearl. Completed the hidden legendary quest Dragon Elegy, rewards are being distributed. Immortal Set Trial Card selectable, X1, choose any Immortal Set, trial duration 24 hours. Dragon Soul Mark, passive significantly increases natural affinity with dragon-type creatures, unlocking the hidden second job advancement Dragon Swordsman. Dragon Language Proficiency, passive able to decipher dragon script, runes, and inherited memories. Within the sea of purple netherworld flowers, time seemed to stand still, The cold crescent moon still hung in the sky, without shifting an inch. After an unknown amount of time, the netherworld memory pearl, suspended in the center of the flower sea, suddenly emitted a crisp crack sound. A tiny crack appeared on the surface of the pearl, which then spread into a fine spiderweb. The next moment, a vast ocean of dragon soul energy surged forth from the crack, transforming into a sky full of dazzling streams of light, like spirits breaking free from millennia-old shackles, swirling and dancing above the boundless sea of purple flowers. Finally, they converged into a multicolored torrent of memories, flowing like 100 rivers into the sea, surging into the phantom dragon coiled atop the giant flower cup. Roar! The dragon's tightly closed eyes snapped open, its jewel-like pupils swirling with a dazzling five-colored halo, the power and memories of Yunli, Sha Ji, and countless dragon ancestors. The shadow energy around it became denser and more solid than ever before. Its previously somewhat weak aura steadily increased, becoming powerful, ancient, and steady. Its dragon body grew and strengthened at a visible speed, its scales becoming rough and hard, shimmering with a metallic and glassy luster. The brilliance of the crystal, the profound depths of the illusion, and the indomitable will of the numerous dragons, all these elements now perfectly fused and coexisted within it. Murongjiao, who had been waiting patiently nearby, was already in tears. Her knees buckled, and she knelt heavily amidst the sea of flowers, her hands clasped before her chest, like the most devout believer gazing upon a divine miracle. Her voice trembled with overwhelming emotion. Great Emperor, we have succeeded. Humanity is saved. Chapter 160. In the mortal realm, at the Pill Division of Shuming City. Mo Tao and Zhang San, leading the Golden Armor Guard and the mechanics, had been fighting fiercely on this hellish battlefield for an entire night. Everyone was exhausted, their armor stained with blood, their arms trembling slightly from excessive swinging, clearly at their limit. However, the fallen ones, relying on the giant tree, continued to surge forward like a tide, oblivious to fatigue and pain. As soon as one group of fallen ones was cut down, the severed limbs of the previous group, nourished by the central flesh and blood tree, rapidly wriggled, pieced together, and reassembled into grotesque bodies, roaring as they charged towards the defensive line. Thousands of feet above, Mr. Ma's brows furrowed deeper and deeper. The vast expanse of land before him was now covered with eerie, blood-red sprouts, growing and spreading wildly at a visible rate. It's almost too much to hold back. He sighed softly, a sense of powerlessness washing over him. Sizzle. Before Mr. Ma could finish his sigh, a soft tearing sound came from the scroll. Cracks instantly spread across the silk surface, and more crimson buds burst forth from their restraints. At the same time, the cocoon of branches nurtured by the giant tree of flesh and blood began to struggle and writhe violently, as if some terrifying being was about to hatch. The veins on the cocoon walls bulged and throbbed wildly, emitting a chilling holy light. Crack! Crack! The subtle yet clear sounds of the cocoon walls cracking rang out one after another. Zhang San and Mo Tao's expressions changed drastically, and they roared almost simultaneously, everyone down. Before the words had even finished, the cocoon of branches exploded with a deafening roar. A torrent of holy light, like a burst dam, transformed into countless destructive golden arrows of light, piercing and shooting indiscriminately in all directions. Those golden armored guards and fallen demons, who were slightly slower, were instantly pierced by the light, vaporized, and turned into a cloud of blood mist before they could even scream. The mechanical birds extinguishing fires in the sky and the mechanical beasts holding the front line of defense also disintegrated in the light, their parts falling like raindrops. Amidst the flying fragments of the cocoon wall, a figure slowly stepped out. It was a being with 4 pure white wings on its back, its eyes like golden gems, reflecting a dazzling light without any warmth. A dragon robe fluttered without wind, covering its long and explosively powerful body, every muscle exuding an extraordinary pressure. It was Lu Tianming. He had completed his synchronous transformation and gained a new life. Lu Tianming casually moved his neck and wrists, the joints making a crisp sound. He completely ignored the human defenses that were on high alert around him, as if they were merely insignificant dust. He needed no defense. At this moment, he stood at the pinnacle of power in this world, and no one else could catch his eye. He gently flapped his 4 wings, gracefully and lightly levitating into the air. With a wave of his hand, a beam of holy light, condensed to its utmost, shot through the sky like an arrow of divine punishment, precisely striking Mr. Ma's painting, which was on the verge of collapse. The Paulownia silk was instantly torn to shreds, transforming into countless burning Paulownia threads, scattering like golden dust across the earth. Mr. Ma grunted, his face paling. Not daring to confront its power head-on, he rapidly retreated, channeling the remaining power of the painting. Immediately afterward, Lu Tianming's golden eyes suddenly lit up, and an invisible pheromone spread across the entire battlefield like ripples. The previously disorganized and chaotic army of fallen demons, upon receiving the pheromone, were instantly infused with a unified will, their crimson eyes flashing with identical, cold, hard light. If they were previously a disorganized mob acting on instinct, then at this moment, Lu Tianming was a cold, ruthless mind, instantly transforming them into a well-trained, disciplined killing legion. The killing legion struck, and across Danxi, the previously holed-up battle lines were relentlessly breached one after another. Lu Tianming hovered in the air, looking down at the scattered resistance below, his golden pupils filled only with the indifference of someone looking down on ants. Zhang San suddenly shuddered. The four-winged monster's gaze was like a person looking at an ant, pure, emotionless contemplation. Zhang San felt a terrifying pressure, enough to crush a soul, rapidly gathering. The four-winged monster was gathering its power. A terrifying attack was imminent. Alarm bells rang in Zhang San's ears. Every cell in his body screamed for help. Without hesitation, he activated the final blazing array. Boom! The ground trembled, and several thick fire tornadoes roared up from the ground, intertwining and instantly transforming into a towering wall of flames. This not only engulfed the advancing fallen demon vanguard but also swept the central flesh and blood tree and Lu Tianming into a raging inferno. The air distorted violently under the intense heat, and crackling sounds echoed from within the alchemy chamber. Even the well-informed Mo Tao was stunned, muttering, "Master Zhang, I never imagined your array was so powerful." However, Zhang San showed no joy, shouting urgently, "This won't be enough to deal with that monster. We can't hold out much longer. We must retreat. As long as the green hills remain, there will always be firewood." Zhang San and Mo Tao immediately organized their remaining forces, covering the wounded, and fought their way back towards the outskirts of Danxi. The fiery storm slowly dissipated, revealing the scene at its center. The vanguard of the killing legion was reduced to ashes, while the blood tree and Lu Tianming remained unscathed. The branches of the blood tree, like writhing blood vessels, ceaselessly transported nutrients. Newly formed fruits rapidly ripened and burst open, with newly born fallen ones filling the void, ensuring an inexhaustible supply. Lu Tianming glanced indifferently in the direction Zhang San and the others had fled, disdaining to pursue them personally. With a slight thought, his pheromones, carrying invisible commands, spread out like ripples. Instantly, all the newly born fallen ones opened their crimson eyes and launched a ruthless pursuit of the retreating humans. Worse still, many smaller cocoons in the center of the blood tree simultaneously writhed and burst open, emerging from them dozens of powerful and agile figures. These were all Lu Tianming's direct subordinates, their consciousness completely synchronized with the advanced fruits. Leading the group were a man and a woman, Hua Rong and Qin Han. Their appearances were no different from their human counterparts, but their auras had undergone a complete transformation, making them a superior race beyond the ordinary. "Congratulations, Uncle Lu, on achieving your goal and reaching the pinnacle." Hua Rong spoke first, a cloying smile on her face, like a meticulously crafted mask. Qin Han also bowed, leading dozens of people behind him to bow in unison, their voices in perfect unison. "Greetings, Your Majesty." "Good, my subjects, you are undoubtedly the luckiest." Lu Tianming spread his arms, his four wings unfurling behind him, his laughter shaking the heavens and earth. "Watch closely, a new world will be born." "Ha ha ha." He laughed loudly, his four wings flapping violently, instantly rising to a height of 10,000 feet, his eyes blazing with golden light like the sun, overlooking the entire ancient blue world, his ambition to devour everything undisguised. He slowly raised his hands, his arm muscles trembling as if supporting the weight of the entire world. At the same time, the earth trembled violently, and all the giant demonic trees, as if injected with a violent life force, began to grow wildly. Thick branches twisted and pierced deeper into the earth, their massive canopies reaching for the sky, crashing fiercely against the invisible barrier known as the Rift Realm. Lu Tianming's consciousness enveloped the high sky. He could clearly see that only a final moment remained before the barrier separating the two worlds was completely shattered. Roar! At this critical moment, an ancient dragon's roar resounded throughout the heavens. Earth. Deep within the Lilong volcano in Dongho, countless fragmented dragon souls drifted out of the abyss, coalescing into a complete and majestic glazed dragon spirit. This ancient dragon roar shook the entire Dongho. The glazed dragon's divine form soared into the sky, carrying the rage and sorrow accumulated over countless years, coiling layer upon layer around the demonic tree atop Lilong volcano. Under the dragon's strangling force, flesh and branches shattered, and the captured spirits, as if freed, transformed into streams of light, returning to the players' cold bodies. Those players who had been devoured by the giant tree and declared dead opened their eyes, as if waking from a dream, their faces a mixture of bewilderment and lingering fear. The painful experience of being trapped within the demonic tree, forced to become nourishment for its fruit, was like a terrible nightmare that had just ended. And this was just the beginning. From the Candle Dragon volcano in the heart of the western continent, to the Blue Dragon volcano on the South Sea's seabed, and the Snow Dragon volcano atop the northern frontier, dragon roars echoed throughout the heavens and earth. The slumbering dragon spirits awoke, carrying countless years of accumulated blood feuds, and entwined themselves around the local demonic trees, using their own souls as hinges to destroy the wildly growing demonic trees. A large number of plundered consciousnesses returned, and the previously surviving but desperate players, seeing this, were roused and immediately seized the opportunity to launch a fierce counterattack against the giant demonic trees, temporarily trapped by the dragon souls. The players had forgotten that this was a game. The immersive apocalyptic scenario ignited their survival potential and indomitable fighting spirit. The demonic trees on all sides retreated steadily. High in the sky, Lu Tianming's body suddenly trembled, a trickle of golden blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. His actions of supporting the world were forced to stop. The resurgence of the dragon clan's heroic souls had abruptly interrupted his process of breaking through the rift. Annihilating little bugs, Lu Tianming's eyes were as cold as ice, his killing intent almost tangible. Since bugs have entered the house, let's clean them up first. His figure flashed back to the ground of Dan-Si, his gaze fixed on the central giant tree. A colossal phantom black dragon coiled its powerful body around the trunk of the giant tree, its shadowy power clashing fiercely with the crimson demonic energy. Under the dragon's pressure, the giant tree's branches cracked and crumbled, the spirits within struggling to escape. The one tightly binding this core of the demonic heaven tree was none other than Little Black, who had inherited the complete dragon lineage and reached its full potential. A cold glint flashed in Lu Tianming's eyes. He raised his hand and unleashed a holy light imbued with destructive power, like a spear of judgment, aimed directly at Little Black. Don't even think about succeeding. Two figures tore through space, their fierce auras blocking the attack, flanking Little Black. It was Sang Fiwen and Bai Yuan, who had returned from Fengdu. It's them. Mo Tao, who was desperately resisting the raging tide of fallen demons, saw the two figures and his voice trembled with excitement. They're back. Lord Murong succeeded. Shuming City. The mortal realm is saved. After the Netherworld Pearl was successfully awakened, Xiao He inherited all of Yunli and Xia Ji's dragon heritage. Murong Zhao even led them to the underground palace to pay homage to the Emperor of Fengdu. In the underground palace, the two received the Emperor's divine blessing, their character levels briefly skyrocketing to the maximum, and he forcibly opened a passage back to the mortal realm for them. The fully formed phantom black dragon, Xiao He, carrying Sang Fiwen and Bai Yuan, traversed numerous obstacles, arriving just in time for their return. Upon stepping into the mortal realm, Xiao He, with its complete dragon bloodline, awakened the slumbering dragon spirits in all directions, restraining and destroying the remaining 4 demon heavenly trees. Now all the dragon souls have awakened, and the 4 demonic trees transformed from the dragon corpse lanterns have all been destroyed. Only the last core demonic tree, the central earth pillar, remains on the earth. Facing Lu Tianming, who has become a terrifying being, Sang Fiwen and Bai Yuan unhesitatingly used the reward they obtained from the hidden quest. A trial card for a celestial set. In an instant, strange phenomena appeared throughout the world. Sang Fiwen's aura was overwhelming, like a drawn sword, its sharpness revealing itself, chilling all who beheld it. A radiant glow flowed around her, and countless peony petals appeared out of thin air, dancing in the sky, containing boundless vitality and sword intent. The celestial set of the Luotian Fu appeared out of thin air, her robes fluttering, making her seem like a sword immortal descended from the heavens. The long sword in her hand emitted a clear, resonant dragon's roar, its sword intent piercing the sky. Bai Yuan was enveloped in a deep, eerie crimson halo. With the 9-spring sundial immortal set enhancing him, he appeared to stand on the boundary between life and death, radiating a mysterious life force and netherworld power, like a visitor from hell, every movement connected to the netherworld. The auras and combat power of both men surged wildly at this moment, reaching an unprecedented peak. At the west gate, Zhang San, who was urgently setting up a new formation, paused involuntarily upon sensing the ever-increasing pressure emanating from the two figures. The aura and power emanating from these two young men, who had returned from Fengdu, far surpassed his comprehension. He stared at the two figures in the center of the battlefield, his eyes filled with shock. This has transcended the boundaries of the mortal realm. These two young men can actually stand against that monster. Lu Tianming, Sang Fiwen's lips curled into a sharp, razor-sharp smile. Don't you like relying on external forces? Well, I happen to have some knowledge of that too. Today, I let you taste the feeling of being utterly crushed by a cheat code. Before her words even finished, she transformed into a dazzling, breathtaking figure. The Luotian peony sword in her hand shone with unprecedented brilliance, its sword intent condensed to a tangible form, as if it would cleave the heavens and earth in two. The excruciating pain of Yunli and Sha Ji within the netherworld memory pearl resonated perfectly with her own will, and the whispers of ancient dragons echoed faintly wherever the sword passed. Bai Yuan, in perfect harmony with her, attacked almost simultaneously. His eyes were as deep as a still pool, and like a ghost, he circled to Lu Tianming's flank. Invisible psychic snakes swarmed forth, frantically devouring the surging holy light energy surrounding Lu Tianming. The netherworld control granted by the 9-spring sundial set allowed him to move with ease on the battlefield, each strike precisely disrupting Lu Tianming's power flow. The two, one in the light and one in the shadows, one forceful and one gentle, coordinated flawlessly. The Luotian sword intent poured forth like a cascading river, the power of the 9 springs surged like the netherworld, launching a counterattack on a battlefield that had seemed utterly hopeless. An ant trying to shake a tree, overestimating your own strength. Faced with this perfectly coordinated and fierce attack, Lu Tianming finally abandoned his previous contempt, hastily raising his hand to gather holy light, transforming it into a seemingly thin, cicada wing-like light shield. Clang! Sang Fiwen's sword slammed into the light shield, which contained the ultimate defensive laws, producing a deafening roar. The shockwave exploded in a ring, like a ring of destruction, instantly ripping up the foundation and crushing it into dust. Amidst the billowing dust, the light shield first cracked with a hair-like fissure, then the crack spread rapidly like a spiderweb, collapsing with a deafening roar. Lu Tianming was forced back several steps by the backlash, uncontrollably spitting out a mouthful of golden blood, a hint of astonishment flashing in his eyes for the first time. At the same time, Bai Yuan's serpent of thought had already taken shape. After absorbing enough holy light energy, it transformed into semi-solid chains shimmering with eerie blue runes, like a leech from the depths of the 9 heavens, tightly binding Lu Tianming's limbs, torso, and even his 4 wings of light. For the first time since becoming a 4-winged angel, Lu Tianming felt a sense of panic. He tried to unleash his holy light power to break free, but found that the more he tried, the more the serpentic energy backfired, eventually draining even the power from within his body. Looking at the heavily imprisoned Lu Tianming, Sang Fiwen sneered without hesitation. It seems the so-called immortal is nothing but a pipe dream. Her cold voice, like an icicle, pierced Lu Tianming's last shred of pride. At the same time, the Luotian sword in her hand unleashed a stunning attack. Luotian's amazing strike. A condensed, almost tangible sword aura instantly took shape, accompanied by a piercing shriek, and stabbed straight at Lu Tianming's heart. Its speed far surpassed any previous attack, making it one of the ultimate killing moves of the Luotian set. I'm here to help you. Bai Yuan's cold voice rang out. The black-haired youth maintained the mind serpent imprisonment while wielding his staff, unleashing several powerful buff auras, including 9 Springs Blessing and Sundial Shadow, upon Sang Fiwen. The 9 Springs Sundial set provided terrifying amplification to all attributes, causing her sword energy to surge exponentially. Lu Tianming hastily erected layers of holy light barriers, but before this astonishing sword strike, fused with the Luotian sword intent and the 9 Springs buffs, all defenses were like paper. Several layers of holy light barriers shattered almost simultaneously. The sword energy pierced his chest without hindrance. Ugh! Lu Tianming let out a shrill scream, his body flying backward like a broken kite, golden blood gushing from his mouth, tracing a blinding arc in the air before crashing heavily to the ground, creating a deep crater. You ants, you insolent insects! Lu Tianming struggled to his feet from the pit, a horrifying blood-red hole appearing in his chest. Enraged to the extreme, Lu Tianming's golden pupils surged with hysterical violence and madness. This is defying the laws of heaven. The new world is the ultimate evolution, the necessary path for humanity to transcend its mortal form. Everything must give way to it. He ignored the gaping hole in his chest from which golden blood gushed, instead raising his hand to ignite the blood, transforming it into a strange golden flame. With a gaping hole in his chest, Lu Tianming's eyes emitted in blinding white light as he roared hysterically towards the heavens. Supreme Immortal! I wish to replace the incompetent Morone clan, and become your most loyal and sharpest sword in the mortal world. Grant me supreme power to purge these ants who defy the laws of heaven. Buzz! The entire space of Shuming City suddenly froze, then violently distorted. The clouds above churned violently, as if some terrifying being was responding to this frantic plea. Chapter 161. Above the heavens, clouds churned and scattered like boiling water. A colossal rift, stretching across the sky, was forcibly torn open, like a cold, golden eye suddenly opening, gazing down upon the insignificant mortal realm. Deep within the rift, there was no emptiness. Faintly visible were celestial palaces and pavilions, swirling auspicious clouds, and countless cold, merciless gazes fixed upon the mortal world. Exquisitely pure golden celestial energy, like the Milky Way bursting its banks, poured down upon the mortal realm. Under this overwhelming pressure, all living beings were instantly crushed to the ground like ants. Whether they were soldiers fighting valiantly, civilians fleeing in panic, or even Lu Tianming and his companions, all were now, as if weighed down by a mountain, unable to move. Sang Fiwen and Bai Yuan immediately knelt heavily on the ground. The seemingly pure and holy celestial energy concealed a hidden filth within, threatening not only to crush their bones, but also to corrode their very souls. Sang Fiwen felt her body become unresponsive, her synchronization with Wan Xinghui rapidly declining, and even her consciousness beginning to blur and dissipate. A golden stream of light, purely condensed from the laws of the celestial realm, shot out from the crack, arriving faster than its opponent, precisely striking Lu Tianming's broken body. Little Black, quick, go! Sang Fiwen gritted her teeth, blood seeping from her gums, and with all her willpower, struggled to lift her head, looking at the black dragon still desperately imprisoning the demonic tree. In the phantom black dragon's silver vertical pupils, the celestial rift that had blasphemed against heaven and earth was reflected, as was the aura on Lu Tianming that made its blood boil and filled it with utter hatred. It also reflected Sang Fiwen below, struggling desperately in the celestial might and on the verge of collapse. Memories flooded back from the netherworld memory pearl. The humiliation of Yunli being suppressed and refined into a sky lantern, Sha Shi's resolute sacrifice, the deep-seated hatred of the entire dragon race's annihilation. All crashing against the scene before him. Revenge. Destruction. Roar. Little Black let out a dragon roar filled with boundless grief and indignation. Its massive dragon body released the demon tree, glanced deeply at Sang Fiwen, who resembled both a mother and a friend, and finally, with a flick of its tail, transformed into a black lightning bolt tearing through space, charging headlong into the rift in the immortal realm. Roar! The ancient blue dragon roar shook the heavens. The newly revived dragon souls seemed to hear the final call of their bloodline origins, feeling the destiny that transcended time and space. They simultaneously unleashed earth-shattering dragon roars, their massive souls releasing the remains of the demon tree, traversing thousands of miles of mountains and rivers, transforming into 4 rainbows of different colors, rapidly converging towards the direction of Shuming City. Closely following Little Black, like arrows shooting towards the heavens. The arrow of vengeance from the heavens pierced the golden rift in the celestial realm. The dragon entered the celestial realm. Ugh! On the other side, Lu Tianming let out a long howl, a mixture of extreme pain and twisted pleasure. His aura surged wildly, like the beginning of the universe, undergoing a qualitative change. The originally white feathers on his 4 wings rapidly became edged with rich, precious gold. His oppressive power soared, even causing the entire spatial structure of Shuming City to tremble under its strain. Countless bottomless ravines cracked open in the ground, centered on him. He received the direct blessing of the celestial realm's origin, his power level already surpassing the rules of the mortal world. Just as Sang Fiwen and Bai Yuan's wills were about to be completely overwhelmed by the celestial might. Clang! A clear, melodious sword cry, like the murmuring of the Lu River, and the ethereal figure of a woman wielding a long sword suddenly emerged from Sang Fiwen. The woman's illusory form instantly expanded, transforming into the towering image of the goddess of the Lu River. Her sword, imbued with an ancient and powerful sword intent, fearlessly cleaved through the golden rift in the celestial realm. Pure sword energy tore through the murky spiritual pressure, forcefully slashing into the lofty celestial realm. From the other side of the rift, several muffled groans and shouts of shock and anger could be faintly heard. It's you? You persistent, despicable Lu River wench and remnants of the dragon race. The immortals roared in exasperation from the other side of the rift. The golden rift, under the combined attack of the dragon race's intrusion and the goddess of the Lu River sword energy, trembled violently, as if bearing an unbearable weight. Then, it closed rapidly before the naked eye vanishing. The cascading celestial energy abruptly ceased, and the golden stream of light flowing into Lu Tianming was also ruthlessly severed by the goddess of the Luo River sword energy. In the end, only about half of the celestial power successfully entered Lu Tianming's body. The celestial realm voluntarily closed its gates, temporarily isolating itself from the flames of revenge and strife raging within. Ha ha! Lu Tianming, feeling the vast and surging supreme power within him, though incomplete, let out a wild, triumphant laugh. He glanced contemptuously at Zhang Fewen and Bai Yuan, who were now able to catch their breath after the celestial power had dissipated, his voice booming like thunder. See? This is the power of the new world. Even with only half of it, it's enough to decide the life and death of ants. Those who defy the heavenly Tao will suffer the annihilation of their souls and bodies, never to be reborn. This time, Lu Tianming wasn't arrogant. Empowered by celestial power, his aura was completely different. That half-body of celestial power truly granted him the might of a half-celestial. His magnificent, extravagant golden wings, his golden eyes as bright as the sun, such a holy and solemn image of a celestial being, couldn't conceal the utterly corrupt and stench emanating from his celestial aura. The power of the immortal realm, such a filthy thing. Lu Tianming raised his hand again. This time, without needing to flap his four wings to consciously gather energy, the energy of the surrounding world transformed into a gentle, holy light, swirling around them as if paying homage to a king. The surrounding temperature rose wildly, like the Grim Reaper wielding a scorching scythe, relentlessly closing in on Zhang Fewen and Bai Yuan. Bai Yuan's limbs were still numb and stiff from the aftershocks of the immortal power, but his mind worked like lightning. He anxiously opened his mouth, only to find himself unable to utter a sound. He could only muster all his strength to look at Zhang Fewen, his eyes filled with an urgent and pleading urge for her to leave quickly. Using the precious moment gained by the Luo Shen Dharma form, Zhang Fewen forcibly increased her synchronization rate, regaining her mobility first. She hoisted the immobile Bai Yuan onto her shoulder, activating Phantom Step to its maximum, her figure transforming into a blur as she sped away in a direction far from the battlefield. She could clearly sense the overwhelming spiritual power of Lu Tianming sweeping towards her from behind, like a vast tsunami, carrying a will to destroy everything. Such extraordinary power, bestowed by the immortal realm, could not possibly be inexhaustible. Facing Lu Tianming, who had just completed his enhancement and was at the height of his power, she knew that a direct confrontation would be tantamount to throwing an egg against a rock. She had to temporarily avoid his sharp edge and fight for Bai Yuan's life. Ignoring the intense depletion of her spiritual power, she activated Time Freeze again. Her perception range instantly extended to hundreds of meters away. She saw, outside the west gate, Ji Qian gripping his longbow, Zhang San manipulating the array plate in his hand, and Imo Tao, covered in blood but still standing tall. She saw hundreds of Special Forces soldiers, ready to die for their cause, a flesh and blood defense line formed by the elites of the Clever Bureau and the Golden Armor Guards, and behind them, thousands upon thousands of eyes filled with fear and anticipation. Her steps abruptly halted. She couldn't escape. If she fled now with Bai Yuan, everyone behind her would become the first sacrifices for Lu Tianming to unleash his power, and welcome the so-called New World. Using the fleeting moment bought by her domain, she gritted her teeth and shoved Bai Yuan violently towards the safe zone at the west gate. Then, she resolutely turned around, heading back against the current towards the source of destruction, towards Lu Tianming. The severe exhaustion of her mental energy made her vision blur, but an indomitable will, like steel, sustained her, allowing her to maintain her domain and stand alone before Lu Tianming once more. At this moment, she couldn't be a fugitive. She had to become a bulwark protecting everyone. She admitted she was terrified, even trembling slightly, but she had to block this attack, for the countless lives behind the west gate, and for him. In a daze, a distant voice echoed in her ears. Courage is not fearlessness, but holding your sword tightly while fear is present. Who said that? She was powerless to think at that moment. This was not the spiritually rich spirit cage after all. The duration of maintaining the domain this time had far exceeded Zhang Fewen's limits. The time-stop domain fluctuated violently, finally dissipating like a bursting bubble, and the river of time began to flow again. Lu Tianming transformed his 5 fingers into a bow, his palm into a string, and a golden light of destruction, infinitely smaller yet condensed to its extreme, was about to take shape. Deep breath, calm down. As long as I can predict this attack, I won't die. It's alright, stay calm. Concentrate all your energy, since the flow of energy, I can predict the trajectory of the attack. It's coming. Her eyes snapped open, reflecting a myriad of golden lights. The instant the golden light left the bowstring, countless arms materialized behind Lu Tianming, and a rain of arrows multiplied into countless forms. The speed of the golden arrow rain surpassed the limits of human reflexes. She had no time to react. The dense piercing sounds were like raindrops hitting banana leaves. Sang Fiwen watched helplessly as countless light arrows easily pierced her immortal-grade armor, riddling her body with countless holes. Blood gushed from her front and back like a fountain, forming a blinding stream of blood at her feet. It hurt so much I want to die. The light arrows not only destroyed her flesh, but also brought excruciating pain that tore at her soul, almost causing her to lose consciousness instantly. She knelt heavily on one knee, using her last strength to forcefully plunge the Luotian sword into the ground, barely supporting her broken body. Like an unyielding shield, she stood firmly between Lu Tianming and the west gate. On the ruins of Danxi, after a brief silence, the flames of war still raged fiercely. Blessed by the celestial realm, Lu Tianming declared the unchallengeable authority of the heavenly Tao with absolute overwhelming force, punishing mortals who dared to defy him. Lu Tianming soared high, his indifferent gaze sweeping over the ravaged Xuming city. The ant-like creatures at the west gate didn't even deserve a second glance. His gaze fell upon the damaged but still intact Danxi blood and flesh tree below, and upon Sang Fiwen, who leaned against a long sword, struggling in agony. The insects have been swept away. The decaying old world, it's time for it to end. Lu Tianming's 4 wings fluttered lightly, and his figure appeared tens of thousands of feet in the sky. He slowly raised his hands, resuming the supreme creation ritual. The dragon soul was gone, the hero had fallen, and boundless celestial power surged within him. This time, no force could stop him. Danxi's colossal tree of flesh, propelled by his power, creaked with a teeth-grinding sound, its remaining branches flailing wildly, drawing upon the last vestiges of power from the void city's ley lines, crashing with unstoppable force towards the rift in the sky. Crack! A crisp sound, as if resounding deep within everyone's soul, echoed throughout the entire ancient blue world, reverberating in the consciousness of every player. All the players trapped in ancient blue simultaneously looked up at the sky, a primal tremor washing over them. They vaguely sensed that the world was collapsing. The sky had collapsed. The barriers of the world were brutally smashed open, and through the spatial rift flowing with chaotic energy, everyone could see a magnificent starry sky, deep and blue-black like velvet, beyond the golden mist. The players stared in disbelief, their eyes widening. It was the star system, where the Imperial Blue Star System was located. The golden mist lingering within Sabay Star, like an ancient beast awakening, began to seep into the Imperial Blue Star System through the rift. Wisps of golden mist writhed like living things, slowly spreading from the rift with an ominous aura. Lu Tianming spread his arms wide, bathing in the seeping golden mist, a near manic ecstasy on his face as he savored his supreme victory. The new world has begun. Chapter 162. No matter how hard Ren Baiyuan tried, his severely injured body's synchronization rate couldn't rise even an inch. He could only fix his eyes on the scene hundreds of meters away, never leaving that figure. He watched her being pierced by countless golden arrows, watched her kneel on one knee, leaning on the Luotian sword, her riddled body forming an unyielding shield before the west gate. Blood gushed from her wounds, yet she refused to fall. The cracks in the dome, like unhealable wounds, allowed the golden mist of Sabay Star to slowly seep in like poison, staining the entire sky with an ominous hue. Lu Tianming descended from the sky, indifferently sweeping over the ruins, finally fixing his gaze on the broken figure leaning on the sword. An eyesore of an insect, its vitality is quite tenacious. He spoke calmly, his figure flashing as he appeared before Sang Fiwen. A single, destructive golden glint gathered at his fingertips, and he pointed it gently towards her brow. A seemingly casual strike, yet intended to shatter her consciousness, scattering her soul forever. No! Bai Yuan's eyes widened in horror. With all his might, his nails dug into the rubble, he struggled to prop himself up, every nerve screaming in agony, a metallic taste of blood oozing from his throat. Too late, far too late. He could only watch helplessly as the golden glint slowly sank into her brow. That moment stretched endlessly, like a slow-motion replay tormenting his soul, each second a hellish agony. Sang Fiwen seemed to sense something, struggling to lift her eyelashes, long lashes glistening with blood, trembling slightly. Crossing a distance of hundreds of meters, yet feeling like an eternity, their gazes met in the air. A myriad of emotions flashed in her eyes. Resentment, attachment to this world, and a deep sense of regret for him. I'm sorry I couldn't be with you until the end. A golden light pierced her brow, and a tear, mingled with blood, fell to the ground. Her gaze instantly became empty. She maintained her stance, leaning on her sword, not falling, but her once bright eyes were now like burnout stars, utterly dimmed. Her consciousness, under the attack of that immortal power, vanished like smoke scattered by a gale. What remained was only a riddled, empty shell named Wang Xingli, stubbornly maintaining its protective posture. Bai Yuan felt as if his heart had been ripped out, an icy chill froze his blood and breath. Utter despair was the ultimate feeling. All his efforts, all his schemes, all his forbearance, since his rebirth seemed so laughable and powerless at this moment. He lost her again, just like in his previous life in the laboratory explosion, powerless, forced to watch her vanish before his eyes. Everything became superfluous. He simply stared blankly into those empty eyes, feeling the entire world crumble before his eyes, turning to ashes, all color fading, leaving only boundless gloom and desolation. Lu Tianming moved with the ease of brushing away a speck of dust, instantly arriving at the west gate, descending before the survivors. His face wore a facade of compassion, holy light flowing in his palms, as if bestowing a final grace upon them, the insects of the old world, truly an eyesore. The shadow of death descended. Bai Yuan slowly closed his eyes, a deathly stillness settling within him. This is for the best. If she were no longer in this world, living would be nothing more than being a walking corpse. However, the anticipated destruction did not come. A slender figure suddenly lunged from the side, selflessly shielding Bai Yuan. Thousands of golden arrows pierced the bodies of the frontline soldiers, and mercilessly pierced the chest of the slender figure, a spray of hot blood splattering all over Bai Yuan's face. Bai Yuan opened his eyes. It was Hua Rong. This shrewd heiress, always adept at calculation and navigating the vortex of profit, had actually risked her life to shield someone else from a fatal blow. The sweet mask she usually wore on her face had shattered, replaced by a complex mix of emotions, pain, relief. But most intense was the undisguised, almost devout longing she held for Bai Yuan. Only Hua Rong herself knew that this act of shielding Bai Yuan was the most liberating and unregretful decision she had ever made. From childhood, she grew up in a world driven by self-interest. Her mother, weak-willed by nature, died tragically amidst the family's infighting and indifference. Shortly after her mother's death, her father, driven only by profit, married a new woman, and no one in the family treated her with genuine kindness anymore. She was like a finely crafted commodity, taught from a young age how to use her beauty and cunning to extract maximum benefit, how to survive in the cutthroat world of social interaction. Until university, she met Jiang Chini. That dashing, gentle senior was the only light in her bleak life. In that fleeting, beautiful time, they participated in mecha training together, conquered challenging courses, and carried out practical missions under the romantic starry sky. That time was so beautiful it felt almost unreal. He would look at her with clear eyes, and when she was overwhelmed by family pressure, he would softly say, "I don't know what you've been through, but look at the stars in the sky. They keep spinning even without anyone, so it's all okay. The important thing is to enjoy the present." Although she knew Jiangshan treated every classmate in the group this way, she still succumbed. That simple sentence, that pure gaze, made her feel for the first time that she wasn't a pawn in her father's hands, not a gaudy flower for others to admire in social situations, but a living, breathing girl who was cared for and protected. Her heart beat genuinely at that moment, for a person, not for profit. After the entire Jiang family was murdered by Lu Tianming, a quarter of her world collapsed as well. She thought the only light in her life had been extinguished. In the years that followed, she donned her mask again, navigating the family's machinations step by step, becoming her father's most trusted pawn, while simultaneously searching for his substitute. Her eyes resembled his, her nose his, her lips his, her fingers his. Even just one resemblance was enough. Even if it was merely a shadow of someone else, it would offer some solace. Now, she could finally do something for him. She opened her mouth, as if wanting to say something, but only blood gushed from the corner of her mouth. Finally, a relieved smile appeared on her face, as if a 1,000-pound burden had been lifted, and her body slumped backward like a withering flower. This sudden turn of events made Lu Tianming hesitate slightly, a flicker of surprise and displeasure crossing his golden pupils. In that split second, Qin Han, who had stood silently at the back as if merely an indifferent bystander, moved. His eyes held a resolute determination, a mixture of madness and calm, and a strangely shaped metal device appeared in his hand. Only Qin Han knew the significance of this thing. It was the Soul Bureau's most treasured consciousness extraction device, the culmination of his grandfather's life's work. Little Han, remember, our Qin family's mission is not research, but protection. One day, You will use the research accumulated by generations of the Qin family to defeat the truly evil. His grandfather's dying words suddenly echoed in his ears. At that time, everyone thought the old man was on his deathbed, rambling incoherently. Even Qin Han himself thought so. He had always believed that the Qin family's mission was to delve into the mysteries of consciousness, maintain the Soul Bureau's former glory, and prevent his grandfather's research from being buried. Until now, holding his grandfather's futuristic research, feeling the immense energy contained within, he truly understood the profound meaning of his grandfather's words. The Qin family's mission has never been to research profound mysteries of consciousness, but rather to use these research findings to protect those they care about, to protect humanity, and to protect the hard-won home of the Imperial Blue Star system. Die, you traitor, Lu! Qin Han roared, his voice filled with long-suppressed anger and regret. He lunged forward, aiming the fine needles at the top of the device at Lu Tianming's back, and pressed down hard without hesitation. Buzz! The device erupted with a powerful energy surge, and an invisible force field unfolded around Lu Tianming, like a tightening net, instantly binding his body. Within the force field, countless imperceptible energy threads darted through, attempting to forcefully penetrate Lu Tianming's body, to capture and strip away his consciousness from the four-winged angel's shell. At this moment, countless images flashed through Qin Han's mind. Born into a distinguished family of Emperor Lan, he had listened to his grandfather recount the glorious history of the Soul Bureau since childhood. The old man who dedicated his life to the research of human consciousness had made outstanding contributions to the field of biotechnology, making the Soul Bureau one of the most revered institutions in Emperor Lan. But since he took over the Soul Bureau, this once illustrious institution had long since declined and become marginalized, lacking resources and talent, leaving only an empty shell. Revitalizing the Soul Bureau, ensuring that his grandfather's life's work did not go to waste, became his greatest obsession, gnawing at his heart day and night like a leech. When he first met Sang Fiwen, he keenly sensed the mystery she possessed. At that time, a cold and ruthless thought briefly took hold. He even considered using extreme methods to bring her back to the Soul Bureau and forcibly study her consciousness. He began plotting to get closer to her, but unexpectedly, in their brief time together, that stunningly beautiful, slightly cunning, and pure girl uncontrollably entered his heart. Her heroic figure fighting the Hydra, her clear-headedness and innocence during negotiations with him, gradually eroded his defenses, making him feel a stirring in his heart he had never experienced before. Power and beauty, he wanted them both. So when Lu Tianming extended an olive branch, promising him all the resources needed to revitalize the Soul Bureau, he chose to pledge allegiance. Intending to use Lu Tianming's power to achieve his own ambitions, he never expected that Lu Tianming's ambition was to destroy the Imperial Blue and create a new world under his control. This completely contradicted Qin Han's original intention to revitalize the Soul Bureau. Lu Tianming frowned, feeling a violent tearing sensation on his soul level, as if countless tiny insects were gnawing at his consciousness. But he immediately sneered, foolish. The spiritual energy of the immortal realm has already made me one with my body and soul. How could such a mortal device shake me? He didn't even make any extra movements, his immortal power simply flowed naturally around him, the power spreading out like ripples. Crack! The surface of the consciousness extraction device instantly cracked, the energy core overloaded, and then it exploded with a deafening roar. Qin Han was violently thrown away by the shockwave of the explosion, his hands torn open, revealing the white bones. He crashed heavily into the ruins, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his life force fading rapidly like a candle in the wind. An overconfident traitor. Lu Tianming's gaze was icy, his killing intent palpable as he raised his hand, preparing to completely obliterate this troublesome subordinate. The dying Qin Han looked at the approaching Lu Tianming, his eyes filled with no fear, only deep regret, resentment, and hatred. He regretted that he had ultimately failed to fulfill his grandfather's wish to restore the Soul Bureau's glory, and that all his past ambitions and ideals had vanished like a bubble. He was unwilling to accept it. He had painstakingly planned and schemed, enduring until now by siding with Lu Tianming, yet he hadn't even managed to harm this traitorous demon. The consciousness technology that the Qin family had cultivated for generations was so utterly vulnerable before absolute power. He hated even more, hated that this man had killed the girl who had first stirred his heart, the girl who had first experienced pure emotion, right before his eyes. Lu Tianming, you won't succeed. Qin Han used his last strength to mobilize all the remaining consciousness energy within him, activating the Soul Bureau's unique direct consciousness transmission method. A barely perceptible energy ripple silently swept through the air, like a messenger in the night, instantly transferring what Ziluosha had seized from Ji Yingxing into Bai Yuan's consciousness pocket. Along with the item arrived Qin Han's words, echoing directly in Bai Yuan's mind. If you truly are Captain Zhang's son, then make good use of his belongings and protect the future she cherishes. At the same time, Qin Han, supporting his broken body, unleashed astonishing power and lunged at Lu Tianming, using the same direct consciousness transmission method to send a signal to the mecha fleet already lying in ambush outside Sabay Star. The instant he received the signal, Jingxing immediately gave the order. A mecha energy cannon, embodying the full technological power of the military, instantly locked onto Lu Tianming's location, following the precise coordinates provided by Qin Han. The next second, the dazzling energy cannon, like a bolt of lightning, crashed down with devastating force, instantly engulfing Lu Tianming and Qin Han. Blinding white light filled the entire battlefield. Even the heavens and earth lost their color, and all sound was swallowed by the roar of the energy explosion. Qin Han's body instantly vaporized within the energy cannon. However, the spark of hope he had passed on with his life had reached its rightful recipient. Bai Yuan subconsciously activated his inner vision, looking into his consciousness pocket. Through the crystal-clear outer wall of the container, he clearly saw that what was sealed inside was actually a complete human brain. With a thought, the crystal vacuum container materialized out of thin air and was held in his palm. The icy touch instantly cleared his muddled mind, and Qin Han's burning words echoed in his ears. Protect the future she cares about. He gazed at Huarong, lifeless and blocking his way, then at the spot where Qin Han's body had vanished. Finally, his gaze locked onto Sang Fiwen's empty shell. She still stood leaning on her sword, but her former radiance was gone. Her eyes, once brimming with starlight, were now only deathly still. Beneath the icy surface of despair, a blazing fire of vengeful fury exploded within him. Even if he were to die, he would send Lu Tianming to hell first. Bai Yuan's fingers trembled slightly as he touched the cool outer wall of the vacuum container. The hidden biolock silently unlocked, releasing a weak yet precise signal. The nutrient solution within the container rippled, and the brain tissue suspended within throbbed gently, like a heart dormant for years regaining a faint spark of life. Almost simultaneously, a long dormant, almost forgotten stirring within him suddenly awakened from the depths of his consciousness. It was Aion. Since stepping onto Sabay Star, Aion had been completely dormant, as if in a long slumber. Now, as if awakened by a powerful call from the brain within the container, countless golden nanowires uncontrollably emerged from Bai Yuan's core consciousness. These golden wires gently yet firmly pierced the crystal container walls, like migratory birds returning to their nests, rapidly establishing dense connections with the neurons of that brain. Boom! Bai Yuan felt as if his head had been struck hard by a heavy hammer. His vision went black, and a vast, boundless torrent of information surged forth like a bursting dam. He seemed to hear countless whispers, the roar of celestial bodies, and the roar of spaceship engines, almost bursting his spirit. His consciousness seemed to be ripped from his body, floating in a chaotic sea of light. The next second, he stepped into a magnificent palace constructed of memories. Every brick and tile, every ray of light in the palace, was formed from fragments of memories condensed from the brain of the person whose brain resided within the container. There were the vast and magnificent Imperial Blue Starship, the dazzlingly colorful cosmic nebulae, and the unfamiliar yet resolute faces of many soldiers. And within this tapestry woven from countless fragments of memory, Bai Yuan could always clearly see a composed and imposing figure, dressed in a crisp Imperial Blue military uniform, the star insignia on his epaulets gleaming brightly. His father, Jiang Yuxing, the former captain of the Imperial Blue Starship. Chapter 163. In an instant, all the fragmented memories, as if drawn by an invisible force, converged into a complete image. I am Jiang Yuxing. A gentle yet steady voice echoed in the palace of consciousness. It was Jiang Yuxing's voice, carrying the fortitude of a soldier, and also a hint of expectation for his son. Son, when you touched this brain, humanity must have already reached the brink of extinction. Don't be afraid, don't panic. First, listen to your father tell a story about hope and destruction. The energy of the Dylan star system was dwindling. First, the ecosystems of the peripheral planets began to collapse, and the council was filled with talk of surrender and migration. But I cannot give up. I once stood before the Noah's Ark monument and swore that as long as human civilization survived, the flame must never be extinguished. I always believed that, just as our ancestors found Dylan after the destruction of Gulen, there must still be hope for saving us hidden in the vast universe. I personally led the Dylan expeditionary fleet on its voyage. My second in command, Lu Tianming, the man whose uniform was always impeccably pressed, gave me a perfect military salute at the departure ceremony, his eyes forever resolute. But for some reason, I always felt that behind that ironclad resolve lay something else. We sailed through the vast universe for countless standard years. Outside the window was eternal silence, punctuated only by the faint light of stars. The probe's feedback was always a bewildering blank, and weariness and confusion gradually appeared on the faces of the crew. Some began to question, some began to despair, but I knew we could not turn back. Behind us lay the fate of all humanity. Luck finally smiled upon us explorers. Passing through the Orion Arm, in that abandoned star system marked Milky Way Solar System Ancient Blue Star, the probes detected the coordinates of the ancient blue star ruins. I ordered the fleet to slow down and approach cautiously. On the screen, a magnificent yet deathly blue butterfly nebula slowly unfolded. Its wings swirled with a blue-purple halo, heartbreakingly beautiful, yet revealing a desolation that penetrated to the very core. That was the nebula formed after the explosion of ancient blue star, the corpse of humanity's homeland. The blue planet that once nurtured human civilization was now merely a fleeting glimpse of brilliance in the universe. Approaching the core of that nebula, the probes displayed enormous reaction values, an incredibly intense energy reaction. Around the nebula's wings, a still-developing white dwarf quietly rotated, and at its center, a leaping golden flame hovered. It was warm, familiar, and interspersed with countless tiny specks of light, as if carrying the whispers of countless ancient blue-starred humans. Later we learned that when ancient blue was destroyed, the consciousness of all the departed converged and sublimated in the final fury of the star, forming it, the collective consciousness of ancient blue's humanity. It has no concrete form, no clear consciousness. It is like a bewildered yet powerful infant, its sole obsession being to return home, to that long-gone blue planet. With reverence, we invited this embodiment of our ancient homeland back to the mothership. Its energy is so immense, if properly utilized, extracting its consciousness energy and converting it into power, it could surely solve the energy crisis of Imperial Blue, and perhaps even propel human civilization to a new level. In the initial days of their return voyage, the fleet was filled with joy. The golden aura soothed the souls of every wanderer far from home. Everyone felt we had found hope for humanity's salvation. But the nightmare soon descended. The next day, all the soldiers who had come into close contact with it were brain dead, mere shells of their former selves. Their bodies still breathed, their hearts still beat, but their consciousness had vanished, as if their souls had been ripped away. The report from the technical officer clearly explained the soldiers' condition. Their consciousness had been irreversibly extracted, absorbed by the golden flames, and merged into that golden ocean of consciousness. My heart sank to the bottom. What we had painstakingly brought back was not hope for humanity's salvation, but perhaps a spiritual plague sweeping across human society. There was no time for grief. The technical officer and I immediately threw ourselves into research, trying to find a way to control this force and prevent consciousness from being devoured. My soldiers have never lacked those with unwavering willpower. Even in brain death, reduced to soulless shells, their lingering consciousness still conveyed their final wish: General, do not destroy hope. Let us find a way. Suppressing our grief, we used those valiant warriors as our test subjects, pouring the entire fleet's technical staff's efforts into creating an energy cage to imprison the golden flames, and a zero board capable of safely connecting to it. I must go there myself. As the fleet commander, as the initiator of this expedition, I have a responsibility to communicate with it, to explore the possibility of controlling it. I lay down in zero board, my body enveloped in nutrient solution, my consciousness slowly sinking under the guidance of the instruments. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself in a pure white space. There was no up, down, left, or right, no passage of time. Only the golden flame flickered silently before me. It was purer than in the container. A warm halo spread through the pure white space, without a trace of malice, like a newborn infant, innocent and pure. A newborn, innocent life never lies. But the truth I gleaned from it plunged me into an icy abyss. It told me that its sole purpose was to go home. Only when the energy of that golden ocean of consciousness accumulated sufficiently could it reverse time and space, re-emerging the ancient blue planet that had long since turned into a nebula, allowing it to return to its long-cherished homeland. To achieve this, it instinctively captures and absorbs the spiritual energy of all living beings in the universe. The golden shadows the soldiers encountered were its unconscious tentacles, reaching out to capture energy. It didn't intend to harm anyone, yet it invisibly became a terrifying entity that devoured consciousness. Leaving zero, I felt a chill run through my body and soul. What we found isn't energy at all, but a terrifying wish-granting machine that feeds on consciousness energy and is solely focused on recreating its homeland. Once its power spirals out of control, not only will humanity in the Imperial Blue Galaxy perish, but all intelligent life in the universe could be devoured. However, there's always a glimmer of hope in the face of despair. In several connection experiments with the golden flame, we discovered that the stealth pod, upon establishing a connection, can convert human bioelectricity and consciousness activity into a weak but usable energy source. Although the conversion efficiency is pitifully low, less than 1/10 preserved, this means we might be able to find a balance, utilizing its power without being destroyed by it. A mad plan took shape in my mind. The Ancient Blue holographic game project. I knew it was a complete gamble, but the Dylan energy was about to run out. It could bring destruction, but it could also be the only hope. There was no other choice. I had to take the gamble, betting that human wisdom could tame this beast. To this end, I planned two things. First, upon returning to Dylan, I would develop large-scale stealth pods based on the Zero Pod. I would allow hundreds of millions of Dylan citizens to enter the ancient blue world constructed by them. The vast majority of their consciousness energy would be intercepted by the pods and converted into bioenergy to power Dylan. Although the conversion process was extremely wasteful, it would effectively prevent energy from flowing into the golden ocean, greatly hindering the ancient blue's rebirth. The second thing, which I must do now, is to personally nurture it. Day after day, I lay in cabin 0, traveling with the embodiment of that golden flame within its holographic illusion simulating the ancient civilization of Earth. Between these journeys, I told it about the rise and fall of Earth, the hardships of humanity's migration to Dylan, the vastness and loneliness of the universe, and used necessary lies to conceal humanity's plight. I won its trust with sincerity, and it even told me its true name. The core flame that dominated its consciousness, like a child dependent on its father, gradually left its body and merged into my brain. I wanted to use the long years, my thoughts, my memories, and my love for Dylan, to slowly educate it, to make it understand that humanity had already found a new habitable star system, that Dylan was our common home, and to make it abandon its unattainable obsession with recreating Earth. I thought I could control the situation, but I underestimated the greed in people's hearts. Lu Tianming, my second-in-command, I always trusted his abilities and appreciated his meticulousness, yet I could never see through the true thoughts beneath his resolute mask. He had glimpsed the power of the golden flame, the power to capture consciousness, reshape reality, and control everything, and had already planted the seeds of greed within him. A meticulously planned betrayal quietly unfolded. Neurotoxins permeated the ventilation system, and I watched helplessly as my comrades, the technical officers, fell before my eyes. Only at that moment did I fully understand what Lu Tianming wanted. He never cared about protecting the Imperial Blue. What he wanted was absolute domination, to control this power, to become the ruler of the universe. Only I, perhaps because its core flame resided in my brain, quickly decomposed some of the neurotoxins and struggled to rush into my personal mech. With my last ounce of strength, I set the autopilot destination to Jiangxing's defense zone, the only place I could trust, the only place capable of protecting the seed within my body. The mech, carrying me, forced its way through the mothership's hatch and plunged into the vastness of space. Through the porthole, I saw Lu Tianming's mech approaching. His cockpit glass clearly reflected his face, an undisguised thirst for power, and a chilling killing intent toward me, an obstacle. I knew that in my current state, I had no chance of winning. To prevent him from seizing the core flame, I activated the mech's self-destruct sequence. The beam of the energy cannon engulfed my vision and forced back Lu Tianming's mech, buying me time to escape. In my final moments, I only hoped that the vacuum container holding me could reach Jiangxing safely. This spark of hope must not fall into Lu Tianming's hands. Lu Tianming abruptly raised his hand, his immense immortal power coalescing in his palm, barely blocking an energy cannon shot from the mecha team. He hovered in midair, his golden pupils fixed on the black-haired boy holding the vacuum container below, or more precisely, on the faintly pulsating human brain within. That damned little beast Qin Han. He must have played some trick. For a fleeting moment, he had clearly sensed Jiang Yuxing's aura, that calm, resolute, leader-like aura of consciousness, like a leech, instantly stirred up the hatred buried deep within his heart. Indeed, he shouldn't have let Qin Han live. Those with too much ability also have inflated ambitions, and will never become obedient weapons. Just like back then, that clever fool Jiang Yuxing, who ultimately succumbed to his own cleverness, shouldn't have kept him by his side, as a deputy, much less have single-handedly promoted him from cannon fodder to adjutant. Images from his time in the army, aboard the Imperial Blue Expeditionary Fleet, uncontrollably flashed through Lu Tianming's mind. Jiang Yuxing was always the center of attention, the star of the show, always leading from the front in battle. His bravery, his foresight, his prestige, All of these fueled Lu Tianming's insane jealousy. Even though they both came from military backgrounds, even though his abilities were no less than Jiang Yuxing's, everyone only saw Jiang Yuxing's brilliance, treating Lu Tianming like a mere weed in a corner. Jiang Yuxing always had grand pronouncements about protecting humanity, and the spark of civilization on his lips, speaking with such lofty ideals as if he were a savior. But Lu Tianming had long seen through it all. Those were empty words, devoid of any real benefit, merely cheap means to win people's hearts. He, Lu Tianming, had never lived for some vague, ethereal humanitarian cause. His only truth was to live a prosperous life and wield absolute power. When he first felt the power of the star core fire through the container, the allure of that absolute power, born from the vast universe, nearly shattered his years of pretense. What he wanted was not merely the position of adjutant, nor the glory of the imperial blue, but absolute power, power above life and death, becoming the master of the universe. But Jiang Yuxing insisted on hindering him. That fool actually wanted to waste that world-destroying power on so-called energy conversion to maintain the already decaying civilization of the Imperial Blue, a blatant waste. Therefore, he orchestrated that rebellion. He killed everyone in the fleet with neurotoxins, thinking he could easily seize the star core flame. However, he hadn't expected Jiang Yuxing to have already absorbed the core of the star core flame and developed a slight resistance to the toxin, escaping. What enraged him even more was that the dying man activated the mecha's self-destruct program, causing the crucial core flame to disappear along with Jiang Yuxing, completely disrupting his entire plan and nearly leading to his imprisonment. For years, he had been searching for Jiang Yuxing's backup plan and the core of the star core flame. Using the extravagant and foolish federal president, Lu Tianming secretly controlled the Federation's power, supporting the Huashan Consortium and the Seoul Bureau, bringing all forces that could be used to his advantage under his control. His early planning on Sabay Star was all for the day he could completely control that power and realize his ambition to dominate the universe. But now, the betrayal of Hua Rong and Qin Han, and the reappearance of Jiang Yuxing's relics, have once again shattered his control. Jiang Yuxing, you've been dead for so long, why won't you settle down? Lu Tianming hissed, deflecting another energy cannon shot. But it doesn't matter. I'm invincible now. Since you delivered your son and the core of the star core flame to my doorstep, then I accept them without hesitation. Chapter 164. The torrent of memories slowly receded, Jiang Chenyi's eyes already brimming with tears. The deeply hidden truth, at this moment, connected with his memories, forming a complete closed loop. The dormant ion within him was actually the core of the star core fire, born at the time of the destruction of ancient blue star, gathering the consciousness of billions of ancestors. It was the only key to resolving the anomaly on Sabay Star and fighting against Lu Tianming, the spark of hope his father protected with his life. However, a fatal problem arose. In his previous life, he did indeed successfully obtain the star core fire residing in his father's brain from Ji Yingxing, and even forged a soul blood pact with it, using its power to reverse time and space to restart his destiny. For some unknown reason, the instant the soul blood pact was formed, Ion's true name, which sustained the source of his power and resonated with the power of the star core, seemed to be completely stripped from his consciousness and cast into the abyss of memory, never to be recalled again. Through his father's memories, he clearly knew that for these mysterious creatures born from the depths of the universe, their true names were the key to their power, the bond that resonated with the power of the star core. Without this key, even if the star core fire resided within him, he could not truly control the out-of-control golden mist, nor could he completely recall it to seal the rift that tore the heavens and earth apart. Above the sky, the crack was expanding at a visible speed, like the gaping maw of a giant beast, and the golden mist of Sabay Star surged into the Dylan star system like a greedy tide. In the smaller stars on the edge of the planet, which are relatively close to Sabay Star, the earth trembles, cities collapse, and the once prosperous human civilization crumbles rapidly under the erosion of the mist. Countless people cry out in despair and flee. Sorrow and fear spread like a plague, and the whole world is heading towards destruction. Jiang Chenyi's gaze pierced through the swirling dust and wailing crowd, landing on the unyielding figure. Young miss, I know this isn't what you wanted to see. What you desperately wanted to protect, I will protect for you. With the help of AIN's power, Jiang Chenyi's figure blurred into a blur, swiftly rushing towards Sang Fiwen's location. He carefully reached out and gently lifted her battered body. Jiang Chenyi's movements were incredibly gentle, as if handling a priceless treasure, afraid of hurting her. He laid her on the soft ground beside him, took off his outer garment, and gently covered her, concealing the gruesome wounds and empty eyes. Having done all this, Jiang Chenyi resolutely turned around, gazing at the ever-expanding rift in the sky, feeling AIN's power surging within him. Hey, Jiang boy, don't do anything reckless. Sensing the resolve in his heart, AIN's usually carefree voice was filled with unprecedented panic. You want to use your consciousness to repair the space-time rift? You die? What she can do, I can do too. Jiang Chenyi's lips curled into a faint smile. I finally managed to get her to forgive me. If she knew that I had the chance to protect everything she cared about, but chose to back down, she'd definitely be angry with me again. The next second, his consciousness abruptly detached from Lin Yuan's body, like a bird breaking free of its shackles. With AIN's power amplified, it transformed into a dazzling golden streak of light, shooting straight into the sky. The streak of light grew brighter and faster, like a firework burning itself to illuminate the darkness, exploding with a deafening roar at the very top of the rift. Jiang Chenyi's consciousness instantly split into millions of pieces, transforming into countless fine, viscous threads of consciousness, like the toughest and most sticky spiderweb of glue, densely covering the crack in the sky, completely sealing the gap leading to destruction. The outward erosion path of the golden mist was blocked. The wildly surging mist crashed against the barrier woven from consciousness, like tides crashing against towering reefs, creating countless golden ripples, yet unable to advance any further. A few seconds before Jiang Chenyi used his consciousness to mend the sky, a faint golden light quietly entered the crack in Sabay star, breaking through the raging energy turbulence within, streaking across the dark sky like a meteor. It swept across the battlefield strewn with corpses, and filled with smoke and dust, silently landing beside a wounded body, transforming into a palm-sized golden figure. The tiny figure anxiously circled around her, sensing her crumbling, annihilating fragments of consciousness. It immediately stopped, extending countless delicate golden energy threads. These threads, like the warp and weft of a master weaver, carefully wound, guided, and stitched together the scattered fragments of consciousness. In a daze, Sang Fiwen felt herself fall into a dreamlike yet incredibly real world. The scenes before her unfolded like frames from an old film filtered through a timeless lens. She was like a ghost floating in the sky, watching the final chapter of her previous life. The tormented consciousness emitted massive energy ripples. The laboratory collapsed in the energy rampage, the explosion engulfing everything, the scorching heat overturning the heavy energy device's base. Just as the deadly flames were about to lick Jiang Chenyi, a gentle barrier of consciousness protected him as he rushed in recklessly. This time, Sang Fiwen saw details she had never noticed before. After her consciousness barrier blocked the explosion, it didn't completely dissipate. Instead, it coalesced into a thread of consciousness carrying her obsession with him. Jiang Chenyi, who also harbored deep feelings for her, unconsciously absorbed this thread into the depths of his heart. Jiang Chenyi's heart, like a treasured gem, silently guarded this thread, unaware even of the existence of this faint seed of consciousness. The scene shifted, and she saw Jiang Chenyi, utterly despondent. He had once again become a wandering ghost, his eyes filled with an unyielding deathly stillness, the gloom once more engulfing him. Until Ji Yingxing followed the clues, and found him, handing him the keepsake Jiang Yuxing had left for his son. It was a specially made vacuum container containing a complete human brain. Deep within the brain, a core flame, on the verge of extinction, resided. At that time, she was still a seed of consciousness, curled up in Jiang Chenyi's warm heart, clearly hearing his conversation with the flame. My name is AIN, the core fire born from the ancient blue star. AIN's voice was lively and passionate, carrying the arrogance of youth. So what if you lost your beloved? Jiang boy, you're nothing like your father, so easily discouraged by this setback. You're truly pathetic. What do you know? Jiang Chenyi's voice was full of despair. You're not human at all. You wouldn't understand the feeling of losing a loved one. Why wouldn't I understand? AIN's voice carried a hint of defiance. You just want to resurrect your lover? I also want to recreate my homeland. My power is enough to reverse time and send you back to the past. You really can reverse time and go back to the past? Jiang Chenyi seemed to suddenly come alive, his voice rising abruptly. Of course, cough cough, but I lost my body, and my power is severely depleted. Only by returning to my birthplace can I use my full power. Jiang family brat, considering your father risked his life to protect me, I'm willing to form a soul contract with you, using the power of the ancient blue star core to restart time and reverse that girl's fate. This is your only chance to save her. Do you want to take the gamble? A light instantly ignited in Jiang Chenyi's eyes. I gamble. The scene abruptly shifted to the vast universe. In the boundless sea of stars, stars scattered like shattered diamonds on velvet. Jiang Chenyi piloted his spaceship alone, embarking on the long journey to AIN's birthplace. In the center of the ship, a vacuum container floated silently, containing his father Jiang Yuxing's brain, carrying Aiyan and his hopes. Jiang Chini, alone, retraced the route taken by the Imperial Blue Expeditionaries years ago. The starship traveled alone in the darkness, facing unknown nebula currents and meteor storms. Each jump could mean certain annihilation. Jiang boy, are you afraid? Your father led an entire fleet to dare invade my homeland back then. You're alone? Aren't you afraid of losing your life in space? Of course I'm afraid. Then why do you still dare to go? My father once said, courage is not fearlessness, but having fear in your heart, yet still gripping the sword tightly. Now I have a sword in my heart, and people I want to protect. This fear is nothing. Aiyan, you're not human, you wouldn't understand how persistent humans can be. He traversed vibrant gas nebulae, dodged swarms of asteroids, and walked alone in the desolate universe. What sustained him was the thought of resurrecting Sang Fiwen, the love that transcended life and death, like an inextinguishable lamp in his heart, guiding him through the darkness, and also the unyielding sword within him. After an unknown amount of time sailing, traversing countless star systems, Jiang Chini's starship finally arrived at the magnificent Blue Butterfly Nebula. The nebula resembled a giant butterfly spreading its wings swirling with a blue-purple halo, breathtakingly beautiful, yet concealing space-time turbulence powerful enough to tear everything apart. And at the center of the nebula lay the ruins of the ancient blue star, a white dwarf silently suspended, its core radiating gentle yet immense space-time energy, like the Milky Way. The heart of the system beat slowly. Jiang Chini piloted the mecha, like a tiny speck of dust, navigating the turbulent currents and slowly approaching the center of the star's core. The closer he got to the center, the more the energy pressure increased exponentially. The mecha couldn't withstand the strain. The creaking and twisting of the metal was incessant, and the warning lights inside the cockpit flashed a blinding red light. In the final moments before the mecha was about to shatter completely, Jiang Chini opened the vacuum chamber in the cockpit. In that instant, the stardust seemed to freeze. The mecha shattered into pieces, leaving Jiang Chini completely exposed in the raging energy of the star's core, yet miraculously, he was unharmed. A small, dim flame slowly emerged from his brain, hovering in his palm, like a dying firefly, so faint it seemed it would be extinguished at any moment. Nourished by the white dwarf's core, the flame instantly came to life, its blazing golden light illuminating the entire desolate Milky Way galaxy. It pulsed, as if responding to some ancient call, slowly rising and hovering before Jiang Chini, the flame seemingly containing the vastness and solitude of the entire ancient blue star. The whispers of countless ancestors exploded in his mind, leaving a trace in the seed of her consciousness within his heart. With the ancient blue star as my witness, with human blood as my guide, I, Jiang Chini, pledge my soul and blood to the fire of the ancient blue star's core. Jiang Chini's tone was devout and resolute as he firmly cupped the flame in his outstretched hands. The flame pulsated violently, like boiling magma, ancient and obscure syllables echoing in Jiang Chini's heart. That was Aiyan's deeply hidden true name, the key to a contract transcending time and space, once moved by Jiang Yuxing, and now awakened once more by his son, Jiang Chini. Jiang Chini, struck by a sudden inspiration, blurted out, I, Jiang Chini, wish to form a soul and blood pact with you. Akashi. The moment his words fell, the soul pact was established. The flame suddenly transformed into a golden meteor, surging directly into his brow. It merged with his heart's lake, simultaneously discovering the seed of consciousness belonging to Sang Fiwen that he had unconsciously guarded for many years. Jiang Chini's body was completely enveloped in golden light, the star core's radiance dazzling as if it would devour the entire desolate Milky Way galaxy. The space-time around him began to distort and reverse, countless scenes flashing backward like a revolving lantern. The moment the soul pact was established, the lonely voyage of the starship, the encounter with Aiyan, Sang Fiwen's vanishing figure, the explosion in the laboratory. Finally, the scene froze on the first day of the public beta test of the ancient blue world. Sang Fiwen's consciousness abruptly awoke from its chaos. She remembered. She had clearly heard the name in a void, the true name imbued with the power of a star's core, the one that forged a soul pact, so he had never forgotten her. So he had traversed the vast sea of stars, facing the loneliness and danger of the universe alone to save her. He had offered his soul and blood as a sacrifice, forging such a heavy pact, solely to reverse her fate. The profound affection that transcended time and space, like a scalding warm current, instantly melted away the loneliness and grievances buried deep within her heart. She felt tears streaming down her face, and could only raise her hand to wipe them away forcefully, sobbing softly, Thank you, Jiang Chini. And, I love you. Akashi. Sang Fiwen's call exploded like thunder, the three words resounding in Jiang Chen's mind, like a key inserted into a lock, instantly breaking through the seal of memory. Aiyan's forgotten true name had finally returned. Buzz. Jiang Chen's consciousness was suddenly gently pushed away by a gentle yet powerful force, and the golden figure guarding Sang Fiwen, like a fledgling returning to its nest, transformed into a golden light and instantly disappeared into the golden patch of the sky. The next second, a complete ball of flame, like the core of a star, slowly emerged from the crack. That was the complete, core-returned Akashic flame. Jiang family brat, thanks. This great one is finally free. As the flame flickered, Aiyan's familiar, lively voice rang out, yet it carried a hint of ancient vicissitude, perfectly matching the original stellar core flame in Jiang Yuxing's memory. It hovered in the air, its light not dazzling, yet carrying the immense power of a cosmic stellar core. When Lu Tianming saw the complete Akashic flame, the usual coldness and disdain on his face finally shattered. Even when facing the military's mecha energy cannons, he remained unfazed, but now, as if struck by lightning, a primal fear from the depths of his soul surged up. He could no longer care about ambition or dignity. He turned and began to flee for his life, his figure so fast it became a streak of light across the sky, wanting only to escape this supreme power that filled him with awe. That golden star core fire was the source of his ambition, yet it was also a supreme being he could never control, possessing its own will. He could clearly sense that the opponent's power level was worlds apart from his own, the difference between a god and an ant. No. This is impossible. Lu Tianming desperately fled, his golden pupils filled with disbelief. Jiang Yuxing, you've been dead for so long, how could you possibly still awaken your core? In midair, the Akashic flame shifted its form, like a masterpiece of the creator, silently watching Lu Tianming's fleeing figure. As the complete fusion of Aiyan and the golden figure, the Akashic flame swayed gently, and a golden stream of light shot out, instantly enveloping the desperately fleeing Lu Tianming. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no dazzling magical clash. Lu Tianming's consciousness, along with his four-winged body symbolizing twisted power, began to dissipate silently, like a pencil drawing being gently erased. Under the judgment of the Star Core's power, and under the gaze of the Akashic flame, Lu Tianming's existence was completely erased. Immediately afterward, the light of the Akashic flame suddenly expanded, surging towards the torn rift in the sky. Wherever the light reached, the rift closed rapidly like a zipper. The golden mist that had seeped into the imperial blue star system, summoned by the Akashic flame, like lost wanderers finally finding their home, shed its violent exterior, transforming into the purest consciousness energy, returning to its origin along the path of light. The rift in the sky was completely healed, and the abnormal passage between Sabay Star and Gulen was permanently closed. All the corrosive forces attempting to cross the boundary were purified before the immense power of the Star Core. The demonic sky tree that had ravaged Xuming City, deprived of Lu Tianming's support, rapidly withered and disintegrated, turning into countless ashes scattered by the wind. On Dance's battlefield, a deathly silence reigned. The rain began to fall, growing heavier and heavier, a gentle drizzle washing over the devastation, as if to cleanse all sin and pain. In a corner of the ruins, the energy collection device that had gathered everyone's consciousness shattered, releasing a torrent of pure consciousness energy. Under the golden light of Akashi, this energy was separated like streams, recombined into individual consciousnesses. As the abnormal magnetic field of Sabay Star slowly dissipated, Zhang San, Mo Tao, the Golden Armor Guard, the mechanical creations, Dan Si, the people of Xuming City. All creations belonging to the ancient blue world vanished like bubbles, turning into specks of light, and returning to the parallel space constructed by Akashi's power. At the same time, hundreds of millions of players trapped in the ancient blue world received clear system notifications in their minds. Congratulations to all players, the world-class Cataclysm mission is complete. The offline portal has reopened, rewards are being calculated. On the massive Star Wing mothership, several hibernation pods slowly opened, emitting soft mechanical sounds. One by one, the survivors of the League emerged. With Akashi's help, their captured consciousness was safely separated and returned to their respective bodies, their faces etched with the bewilderment and relief of surviving a catastrophe. The moment Jiang Chen opened his eyes, his heart pounded wildly. Instinctively, he unlocked the hatch and rushed out. His gaze, like precise radar, rapidly searched the vast parking plaza, instantly locking onto a familiar figure not far away, also struggling towards him. Sang Fiwen slowed her pace, her long eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings. She forcefully wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, a wide smile spreading across her lips, her eyes bright as if holding a galaxy, clear and warm. Jiang Chini quickly stepped forward, covering the remaining distance, and gently took her hand. He kissed the back of her hand, slowly uttering the words he had waited 2 lifetimes for. "Miss, I'm back."